not want to pass a bill that he sends to the House and the House then rejects. He needs the House to collapse in a heap of their own failure, which they often do, and then what he does is he gets together with Schumer, passes a bill that has some sort of bipartisan agreement, sends it to the House, sends all of his members home, and says pass it or be responsible for shutting down the government. And so the House goes first. That really simplifies things because Democrats aren't the ones shutting down the government.
Right.
Either Mike Johnson and the House Republicans can keep it open or they can't. And so leave it on them. That's one. Two, I think in the way in which we talk about this, it has to be about the specific things that Elon Musk and Donald Trump have done that have hurt people, right? Food safety, cancer research, the FAA, having competent air traffic controllers. It cannot be about the power of the purse or congressional prerogative. And I've already seen some members of Congress and a political story on this today talking about that. Cannot be about that. It's that we have to be protecting people from cuts that are hurting them. That is absolutely essential. And look, there is risk in a shutdown, politically. A shutdown is we are not the ones shutting down the government. Republicans are shutting it down because they cannot pass a bill in the House. They are too incompetent to do it.
Or if it gets to the Senate, Republicans the reason they couldn't get Democratic votes is because they are just blatantly destroying government illegally.
Previous shutdowns have always happened, other than previous shutdowns have happened when the government is divided and the part in the House, usually Republicans in the House, refuse to bring up a bill to keep it open, right? Or they pass something they know the president won't sign. Republicans control all the levers of government. If they can't keep this thing open, that's on them. And there is political risk in this. Shutdowns are bad. People get hurt. We do not want this to happen. But also, we cannot save the Republicans from themselves here.
Yeah.
Because it's the one point of leverage we have. And there is political risk in it, right? There absolutely always is. But I think the greater political risk in the long term for Democrats here would be to walk away from the fight. When the party absolutely must demonstrate strength, must find a point of conflict where we can demonstrate to the American people, we can grab their attention and demonstrate to the American people what it is we stand for and who we're fighting for. If we walk away from that, we're not going to get another opportunity.
No, I was going to say, we have said now many times that Democrats don't have much leverage and much power in this Trump presidency, at least for these 2 years. And that is true, except for moments like this, right? Moments where you need 60 votes in the Senate is the only leverage we have. And we've just talked about stories where the courts are issuing rulings that are not being followed, where Elon Musk and his people are going in, getting access to our private data and personal information. They are firing people that are providing services that are, in some cases, life-saving that people depend on. And Democrats are complaining, sending letters. In some cases, Republicans are starting to complain and send letters. Those letters are those letters are not being responded to at all. Donald Trump and Elon Musk are basically saying fuck off, as are the rest of the people that they have in the government. There are nominees that were voted into the cabinet that just lied during their hearings, said they weren't going to do this, weren't going to do that, and now we're just doing it anyway. So that you need if you want our votes in the Senate, then you need to start following the fucking law and being responsible stewards of people's tax dollars and not cutting the services that they depend on.
There has been this real dissonance at times between Democratic rhetoric and Democratic actions. We talk about the existential threat of Donald Trump. We talk about the deeply damaging things he is doing or could do, and then but our response exists in the frame of normal politics.
Yes.
And if this is as dangerous as we believe it is, and I think Senate and House Democrats believe it is as they say it is, then you have to be willing to engage in more politically risky maneuvers to try to do something to stop it.
Yeah. And I think they need the fight.
Yeah.
Well, we'll be talking more about this in the next couple weeks. One more thing here on the serious topics list. It's a long list. On Wednesday, Jeff Bezos sent out a memo to the staff of the Washington Post, which of course he owns, saying that from here on out, the opinion page would, quote, be writing every day in support and defense of two pillars, personal liberties and free markets. We'll cover other topics too, of course, but viewpoints opposing those pillars will be left to be published by others. He then informed staff that David Shipley, the opinion editor, would be leaving the paper as a result of his decision. Former Washington Post journalist Gene Weingarten today also reported that a piece about Bezos' new policy by Post media reporter Eric Wempel was killed. You wrote a message box about this on Wednesday. What's your take?
This is a very sad day for the Washington Post. The Washington Post is, while it's been struggling financially in recent years, is one of the most important media institutions in the country. It is famed as a media institution that will cover anyone and everything without fear or favor. It will stand up to incredibly powerful forces in this country. They took down a president. They published the Pentagon Papers. And
they came up with the slogan "Democracy dies in darkness," which
was kind of on the that was in the probably the beginning of the decline.
Feels a long way away, doesn't it?
Yes, but now at least the opinion section of that paper is nothing more than an organ for the billionaire with multiple interests in front of the federal government that owns the paper.
Yeah.
And what I think this is a problem for the Post. It's deeply demoralizing and unfair to the very good journalists of the Post who do very good reporting. They deserve much better than this, because this caused people to cancel their subscriptions. It has caused people to not trust the work they are doing. And I think it also is, and this is the broader point, it is just another signal about the dangers of corporate-owned media. Right? The 21st century was a period of media consolidation. Jeff Bezos bought the Washington Post. Comcast bought NBC. The Walt Disney Corporation bought ABC News. The CNN is owned by Warner Discovery. And for a long time, even as those were good purchases because the business of journalism was so good that they were profit engines for these companies, and they were good for the brand because they also own these valuable news brands that meant a lot. In recent years, and because of that, these corporations abided by the traditional firewall between the business and news side. They did not get involved in interfering. Over the course of time, the financial value of these journalistic organizations within these larger conglomerates came down. They still make money, but they're declining assets. In fact, in some cases, they're drags on the stock price because people know that these networks are in inexorable decline because of changes in how people consume media. And now the firewalls are starting to come down because they believe that Donald Trump will hold the larger corporation and its interests hostage over the coverage of the news entity. And so we see this
with good reason.
Yes, they're not wrong for thinking that, right?
Also, remember in the first term, Donald Trump just called it the Amazon Washington Post and threatened them all over the place.
And canceled I can't remember the full deals, but tried to cancel a Pentagon contract with Amazon.
Yeah.
Jeff Bezos has Amazon contracts, and Blue Origin, a space company, depends on federal funding, and all of them worry about regulatory scrutiny in a vengeful way from the Trump administration. And what they want,
the new FCC chair has been carrying out.
And that's what they wanted. Many of them want to merge with other companies. They want to buy companies, and they know that Trump's FCC or FTC, whoever else is involved in it, will hold them. And so there are some examples here, right? The Disney Corporation has been in the crosshairs of Republicans for a couple of years now. They settle a pretty specious lawsuit involving George Stephanopoulos for a $15 million donation to the Trump Library. Trump has an even more specious lawsuit against 60 Minutes involving the editing of a Kamala Harris interview. The Paramount Corporation, which owns CBS News, has been bought by Skydance, a production company owned by Trump's buddy Larry Ellison's son, David. That is going to need approval from the FCC. And so what does Sherry Redstone, the owner of Paramount, want to do? She wants to settle that lawsuit, that absurd lawsuit, in order to stay on Trump's good side. And so the point here is that media is changing. The era of corporate media has come to an end because the firewalls are coming down. And so you mentioned the Eric Wempel thing, right? Eric Wempel actually as I understand, is a columnist for the Post. So he's on the opinion side.
Right.
But the story the Post ran about this was basically the press release from Jeff Bezos.
Right.
It doesn't say, there's no report, there's a furor inside the Post. In a different era, the story would be about the reaction within the Post. Right? We've seen this in the New York Times, and there's been certain situations when...
And probably, ironically, the Times or Politico or Puck or someone else will write the story
And have-
about
yes,
the
right,
turmoil
right.
inside. And now the Post
And
can't.
the Post did not do it. And so, like, what do we think is going to happen when, let's say the Post were to stumble on, this, the example I used in my message box, where let's say the Post were to stumble on a scoop akin to the Access Hollywood tapes or when the New York Times got Trump's tax returns. Are they going to publish that?
Well, you know, they just paid, Jeff Bezos just paid $40 million to Melania for a documentary,
Yeah.
3 times more than anyone else
Yeah.
had ever offered for a
million-
documentary that she'll be pocketing 70% of that.
$1 million to the inauguration?
Yeah, $1 million to the
Like,
inauguration, got
obvious-
to sit there. So, no, I don't think they'd be publishing that.
Obviously, if Jeff Bezos stopped the publication, like, there'd be mass resignation at the Post and it'd be the end of it. Like, we would all know that. But that's the future. And my argument, and I think, and this is obviously self-serving for a whole host of reasons, but it's also why we do these jobs and why we're in this business as opposed to something else, is the future of media is not corporate, it's independent.
Yeah.
It means it's going to, like, entities will be smaller, right, because the economics have changed, and they're going to be more transparent about their biases, right? Some of it will be, like, purely traditional objective journalism. Some of it will be, you know, what we're doing here at Crooked Media Pod Save America or what I'm writing on the message box. But that is the future. And, like, as I said to people, is if you want a better media ecosystem, you got to build it yourself, which means you have to support these entities.
And look, I know, and I don't want a media world where it's all just, you know, takes flying left
Yeah.
and right, and that's all that we have.
Right.
You know, like, we need to make journalism a viable business. But you're right that, like, independent journalism, which is, you know, there's not enough of it
No.
right now. Like, that's got to be the future at this point.
Yeah, and the economics are very hard. Some of it's nonprofit, like ProPublica. Some of it is smaller stuff, like what our friend Jessica Yellen's doing at News.Noise. There's, but there's just, it's a world, and there is this inherent and irreconcilable tension between a media entity who views its job as trying to hold the powerful accountable, being owned by a large corporation with multiple business interests before the powerful.
And this is all true, and it is a story about corporate media and where it's headed. It's also a story just about, like, this is what happens in authoritarian government.
Yeah.
You know, and, like, this is hungry shit. This is, like, Russia. I mean, Peter Baker
Yeah.
at the New York Times was talking about the, we're going to talk about this with Jen in the Inside 2025 episode 2, but the idea that now the Trump White House is just picking the press pool. So they get to pick who covers them from the press, and they have, like, you know, Gateway Pundit and OAN there. And he was like, you know, I was the Moscow bureau chief for a while for New York Times, and this is like Russia.
Yeah.
You know, it's not Russia yet, but it certainly looks like the beginning. And the idea that now corporate America, corporate media owners, whatever else, are now basing their business decisions and basing their other decisions on, like, on how to make sure they either curry favor with Trump or don't piss off Trump, it's getting to a pretty scary place. Pod Save America is brought to you by Beam. Here's the thing about sleep. It's the foundation of whole body health, Tommy.
That's true.
When we sleep well, our minds and our bodies perform at their best. Good sleep is both mental and physical, and our daily performance depends on it. That's why I'm so excited to talk about Beam's Dream Powder, a science-backed healthy hot cocoa for sleep. We love Beam Dream.
Beam Dream is good. Tastes really good.
Yeah, it's like you like hot cocoa, you like sleep. Why don't you have one before bed and then
Have two.
boom, you're out.
You're out like a light.
This bedtime essential is so decadent and totally guilt-free and available in delicious flavors like sea salt caramel, brownie batter, vanilla chai, and the Beam Dream Powder original flavor, cinnamon cocoa. Each serving is only 15 calories and 0 grams of sugar. We can say this with confidence, better sleep has never tasted better. Other sleep aids can cause next day grogginess, but Dream contains a powerful, all-natural blend of reishi, magnesium, L-theanine, epigenin, and melatonin to help you fall asleep, stay asleep, and wake up refreshed. Beam Dream is easy to add to your nighttime routine. Just mix Dream into hot water or milk, froth, and enjoy before bed. If you want to try Beam's best-selling Dream Powder, get up to 40% off for a limited time when you go to shopbeam.com/crooked and use code CROOKED at checkout. That's shopbeam.com/crooked and use code CROOKED for up to 40% off. All right. We have a new Friday show semi-tradition around here.
We're
sorry,
going to make it a fucking tradition. You're going to like it.
All right, new tradition around here. It's our segment, Wait, Did That Really Happen? We're going to listen to the 3 craziest moments from this week. And look, if we missed a crazy moment, and these aren't the 3 craziest, please let us know, because there's a lot of crazy moments this week. These are just 3 that really stuck out to us.
Really just great engagement tool.
Yeah, you know what?
Tweet at us.
So we're going to listen to the 3 crazy moments, and then we're going to try to put the shattered pieces of our brains back together. All right, first up, this is an AI-generated video about Gaza that the President of the United States, Donald Trump, posted to his social accounts on Tuesday nights.
Donald's coming to set you free, bringing the light for all.
I'm so fucking sick of this shit. Does everyone need to talk about it?
But like, yeah, I can remake Gaza as the Riviera of the Middle East, as he said in the fucking press conference.
And put a casino there.
It's fucking dark, man. All right. Second, we have Trump making an announcement in the Oval Office about a new immigration policy.
We're going to be selling a gold card. You have a green card. This is a gold card. We're going to be putting a price on that card of about $5 million, and that's going to give you green card privileges plus. It's going to be a route to citizenship. And wealthy people will be coming into our country by buying this card. They'll be wealthy, and they'll be successful, and they'll be spending a lot of money and paying a lot of taxes and employing a lot of people.
Would a Russian oligarch be eligible for a gold card?
Yeah, possibly. Hey, I know some Russian oligarchs that are very nice people. It's possible.
This is it. We want to be importing Russian oligarchs now. We're against immigration now, unless it's rich oligarchs from abroad.
That we're selling American citizenship for the price of $5 million.
So price, yeah, that's right. That's what we're doing now.
We've come a long way from we've come a long way from the principles of the Statue of Liberty right here.
Yeah, no, I would say
It's so ridiculous that it's almost hard to believe. Like, you're probably too young for this, is where our age difference comes in. But did you ever see the HBO sketch comedy show Mr. Show with Bob Odenkirk and David Cross?
Yeah.
This is almost like word for word what a Mr. Show skit would be, because they used to really make fun of like really bad infomercials on TV all the time. This is what it sounds like. You like green cards? Try a gold card.
Also, I'd love to know what like the Steve Bannons and the hardcore MAGA people think of this, because they don't want any immigration.
Should we just ask Tommy?
Right. They don't want any immigration whatsoever. Because they just don't like immigrants.
Right. If
Their problem is not necessarily what kind of immigrants are coming or how they're coming, whether it's illegal or legal immigration. They just don't like immigrants. And now Donald Trump is like, oh, for $5 million bucks a pop. First of all, like, also, and they're like, oh, they'll be carefully vetted. Like, this is so ripe for abuse, for sketchy people. I mean, like, Jesus Christ.
I mean, for people like Andrew Tate?
Right, yeah. Oh, yeah. The Tate brothers, accused of sexual assault. There's reporting that the Trump administration had leaned on Romania to let them leave Romania, where they were under house arrest, and they were free today and ended up in Florida. And then Trump said he didn't know anything about it, of course. Yeah, but that's what we're getting now.
Real push come to shove is when Romania wants them back for their trial, and what happens then?
Well, even Ron DeSantis was like, "I'm not keeping. No, I didn't ask for this. We don't want this."
Well, nothing you can do about it.
Yeah.
Just send him to Alabama. Like, I don't.
All right, here's the last one. Oh, and by the way, the gold card's not. He can't do it. Trump can't. It's got to be passed by an act of Congress.
Yeah.
You can't just unilaterally do that.
Or can you, John?
Well, where's the? I mean, who? What? Maybe. Who knows?
Yeah.
I don't know. Yeah, you're right. Maybe it's $5 million.
Many
a
of the
pop.
principles of Schoolhouse Rock inoperative now.
Or is like Assad gonna come here? Putin?
Maybe.
Is that what we're gonna get? We're just gonna get all the oligarchs and autocrats around the world just gonna come pay $5 million to come to America?
It's just,
live at fucking Mar-a-Lago in Florida?
I just can't believe people would really be into the selling of American citizenship to the highest bidder.
You know, it's Trump's America. All right, last one, and we have saved the best for last.
Yes.
Let me tell you. Here's a photo of 3 people standing outside the White House. That's Chaya Raichik, also known as Libs of TikTok. It's someone named DC Drano.
It's a real meme guy.
Jack Probasek, whatever his fucking
You know
name
what?
is.
Don't even try.
Another
to do it
right-wing
right.
influencer. Liz Wheeler, another right-wing MAGA podcaster. They're all right-wing social media influencers. They're holding up a binder. They're each holding up their own binder that says the Epstein Files Volume 1 declassified. But alas, there was almost no new info about the Epstein trial in those binders, which made the MAGA internet very mad, especially when the Republican House Judiciary account tweeted in all caps with the alarm emojis, breaking Epstein files released, with a link that when you clicked it led to this. That's
What?
right, Dan.
The House Judiciary Committee rickrolled America.
Rickrolled America. What the fuck? Would you like to talk? I don't even know how to get into this for people who are so confused right now.
I have so many questions.
Yeah. Do you want to ask me? Maybe I can.
Well, let me ask you a question.
Because I've gone a little deep on this.
Why were the Epstein files classified?
They weren't. That was
Okay.
just a lie.
Okay,
That
thank
was
you.
just. Now, keep in mind, so these social media influencers were in the White House with Pam Bondi, the Attorney General, Kash Patel, the FBI Director. I think Trump stopped by to say hi.
Oh, of course. You think Trump's missing that meeting?
Yeah. And because Pam Bondi had promised many times that the Epstein files would be released, right? There's this big thing. So then they get the Epstein files, and it's all stuff that had been released before. In some cases, years before. In fact, you can go on Amazon and buy like an Epstein files thing, which like has whatever evidence they had that was publicly available, and it's basically what was in the binders. Okay? So now everyone's really mad about that. So they're like, oh fuck, what are we gonna do? Liz Wheeler, one of the social media people, decided to tell the whole story. And so she said, the FBI was told to deliver the files to Bondi. They did, about 200 pages. Bondi smelled a rat because there was nothing juicy in the 200 pages, just flight logs and Rolodex of phone numbers, no smoking gun. Still, Bondi promised to release the documents, so she prepared a binder of them. Then, last night, before the binders were delivered to all the influencers, a whistleblower contacted Bondi and revealed that the SDNY, the Southern District of New York, was hiding potentially thousands of Epstein files, defying Bondi's order to give them all to her. We're talking recordings, evidence, etc., the juicy stuff, names. These swamp creatures at SDNY deceived Bondi, Kash, and you, America. Be outraged that the binder is boring. You should be, because the evil deep state lied to your face. And so, next thing that happens is that Pam Bondi sends a sternly worded letter to Kash Patel saying, hey, we have both been lied to, and that the deep state FBI and the deep state goons at the Southern District of New York, the Justice Department that is now filled with Trump people, somewhere is hiding the real Epstein files. And she's demanding that they be delivered to her tomorrow, Friday, when you're listening to this, today.
Everything is so stupid.
Also, it's funny. It's also about like sex trafficking of children, this whole thing. And I don't know what people are looking for. They have all the MAGA people have gotten themselves into this space where they think that there's some Epstein files, I guess, is going to be like a list of how high-profile Democrats and Democratic-leaning celebrities and media figures who have all helped Jeffrey Epstein traffic children. I guess this is what they're looking
Yeah,
for.
that's what they think.
So-
it's
They think it's like a Pizzagate thing,
It's exactly. It is part of
which
the
is why the Pizzagate guy was at the White House.
Pizzagate QAnon conspiracy narrative. that
This is
exists.
what they think, and they think these files are there. But it is. Here's what's interesting about it.
Tell me.
Well, I've been thinking about this for a while because they now have everything. They've won everything, right? They got the
How
the
do you
White
feel
House.
about the
they've got this
situation?
right-wing media
I don't know,
apparatus,
man.
They've got the FBI.
I'm waiting
they've got
for
it all.
more
They've
stuff to
won
come
all
out.
The branches, but they still have a
I'm
bunch
gonna
of
go
dumb
look at
conspiracy
more
theories that aren't
responses.
true. They're still gonna fuck things up. As they
I
have
certainly
been the
don't
last
care
month.
about this
They're not gonna
fucking
get their way all
interview
the
with
time.
Jen
And so they are
Psaki.
still going to have people to blame. Like, lest we think, oh, they own everything now, and now who are they going to blame? They always find people to blame. There's always deep state people out there that still haven't been, found in the agencies, and they're still lurking, and the purge missed them, and so there's always some kind. There's going to be Democratic governors who are villains, or anywhere there's an elected Democrat, anywhere there's someone in the media who is not loyal to Trump, anywhere there's some bureaucrat who isn't a loyalist to MAGA, they'll be blamed to be cast by
Yeah,
the
I mean
Trump
that's the
administration.
entire evil genius behind the deep state narrative is it allows Republicans to control everything and have someone within their own government to blame. Now, that can work with a segment of people who are looking for reasons to stick with Donald Trump. And
You
there are
mean
a lot of
fucking crazy people? Yeah.
Well, I mean, just Republican-based voters.
Right.
Right. If you like Donald
Well, I'm
Trump,
saying I was thinking about the Pizzagate.
and just the Pizzagate is off of it, but just this idea that Donald Trump is failing because someone inside the government is preventing him from succeeding, which is how a lot of Republicans justified Trump's colossal failures in his first term.
Yeah.
But that's not going to work for everyone.
No, it's not. You're right. I totally agree with that. I just think it is wild that the Attorney General of the United States sent a letter to the FBI director saying that there's a deep state hiding files that are going to expose corruption from Jeffrey Epstein, who is dead.
Let's just follow the story closely.
Anyway, that's our crazy shit for this week. Okay, we're going to take a quick break, but 2 quick announcements before we do. Trump's giving his first joint address to Congress this coming Tuesday, March 4th. Come hang with us. We're gonna be there. The whole gang. Tommy Lovett, Dan, and I are gonna live stream a preview of the speech on Tuesday at 8 p.m. Eastern, 5 p.m. Pacific on the Pod Save America YouTube. We'll break down what to expect, and we're gonna take some questions.
seems like
from
Trump
friends
was
of the pod
planning
subscribers.
this.
So check that out. Then, when the speech starts at 9 p.m. Eastern,
It
6
was
p.m.
going
Pacific,
so
head
well.
over to
They
the
were
Friends of the Pod
joking around
Discord
and
for a
everything.
subscriber-only live chat.
Until J.D.
We can
Vance
sort of
opened
process
his
everything
stupid
and
fucking
feel just
mouth.
a little bit less alone. And then, of course, we'll have
Maybe
an
they're
episode
playing
out the
5G
next day
chess,
about
you
the
know?
speech.
Like,
Also,
they're not, but
stay
like,
tuned
come
at the
on,
end of
let's
this
just
episode
try
for a
to
preview of our exclusive
fucking
subscriber
convince
series, Inside
ourselves.
2025. As you mentioned earlier, Dan and I talked to Jen Psaki. We break down how modern presidents
The
have used
average
press-
person sees hundreds of online ads daily. Here's how a man's life would
How did
change
an ad
if
get
he-
through?
How
Fuck
is
off.
this going to play when we go through the spring and into the major summit in June in The Hague? Is NATO really going to be functioning at all by then?
Well, in a moment, we're going to be joined by Arseniy Yatsenyuk, who is former Prime Minister of Ukraine, to see what he makes of possibly the most extraordinary encounter I've ever witnessed between world leaders. But let's go now to Charlotte McDonald-Gibson, who's the Times' Washington correspondent, and Robert Fox, who's defence editor of the Evening Standard. Good evening to you both. Charlotte, let me come to you first. I mean, I was open-mouthed in astonishment. What was your response?
Absolutely. I think, in years of, following US presidents, high-level diplomacy, you can have, disagreements, and disagreements are played out often at press conferences in diplomatic ways. But to have what basically descended into Donald Trump, President Trump and Vice President Vance, sort of screaming at Zelensky, who's sitting there in the room. I mean, it's absolutely extraordinary. And then it went on, we heard some of those exchanges there that you played, but it went on for quite a long time, a sustained amount of time when, nobody really sort of stepped in and tried to calm things down and come back to the subject on the table. So yes, as you said, it's just extraordinary. And I'm very curious to see if they're going to go ahead and hold this press conference this afternoon. I mean, is Donald Trump going to say, well, yes, Zelensky can sit up here and say what he likes about me? I mean, are they going to sign the deal? There's so many unknowns right now after witnessing that.
Do you think that when you look at how Keir Starmer handled that meeting, and, I was talking to Jonathan Ashworth, former Labour MP, just a minute ago, and put this to him as well, it must have been very hard for a Labour Prime Minister to go and flatter a very right-wing American president in the way that he did. But is that what is required to sort of make nice with Donald Trump?
Well, yes, I mean, that's what both French President Macron and Prime Minister Starmer have done this week. They've come in with bearing gifts. They've come in with sweet words, with lots of flattery, lots of enthusiasm. And, that did work for Prime Minister Starmer yesterday, and interesting, and I think there's a nice sort of comparison here. Starmer came and he presented Donald Trump with a letter from King Charles inviting him for a state visit. Zelensky came and also presented Trump with an envelope. This envelope contained pictures of the conflict, and as we understand it, casualties from the conflict. So it's a very, very different approach that Zelensky was going for, and a much more combative one. And as we can see, that hasn't worked out well for him right now. I mean, who knows what happens in the long run, but, it did not look very good.
Well, perhaps it hasn't worked out well, but I mean, he is a man of principles, and that is a point being made by messages that are pouring in from listeners here. Claude in Westminster says, I don't know why you were surprised or astonished when Zelensky was accused by the bully Trump of being a dictator and the man who started the Russian invasion. Trump blames Ukraine for covering up Hunter Biden's business dealings. That's, of course, the former president's son. So there was no love there. Thank goodness Zelensky has the courage of his convictions. Chris Westwood says this is not a row. Was POTUS, the Prime Minister of the United States, attacking and trying to extort another president? Trump is a predator. Magdalena says it wasn't great television. It was the lowest that the President of America could stoop. I was shocked listening to it. Unbelievable. And Chris, meanwhile, says underlying the anger was the clear message from the Trump regime that Zelensky must put deal-making in Trump's hands. Zelensky clearly doesn't want that. Any hope of a deal now seriously diminished. Do keep those texts and messages coming in. Text 87222. Start your message with the word Times. Tweet us at Times Radio. Email studio@times.radio or send a WhatsApp message, picture or voice note to 0333 003 2353. Well, let's go now to Arseny Yatsenyuk, who's former Prime Minister of Ukraine, to work out what he makes of the extraordinary scenes we've just witnessed. Arseny, good evening.
Good evening. Thanks for having me.
Well, thank you for coming on the programme. I mean, watching that, what did you think?
Well, I've been in the Oval in 2014 with then President Obama as the first Ukrainian PM who had bilateral talks with the United States President. Frankly, that's what I didn't expect to see, frankly speaking. Okay, and I believe that Russians already popped champagne in Kremlin. That's my initial thoughts.
And are you taken aback? I mean, it almost seems to me that it's left you speechless.
Well, I try to put aside my emotions just to lower the temperature and to stay calm, and I hope that we can somehow heal this, okay? So let's wait and see what's going to happen at the joint press conference of two presidents, and I still believe that Ukraine is to sign this mineral deal, which is not an issue for me, An issue for me is how to reach the peace deal, but not the mineral deal. Because it seems that we are living in a fantasy world. Everyone is deliberating over peacekeeping force, over the mineral deal, over how to hold talks in the Oval Office. But the thing is that Putin hasn't changed his ultimate goal. He's moving every single day, okay? And the best way to get the peace deal is to provide an additional ammo to Ukrainian military to deter the Russian forces.
But, you talk about the deal. Is there any prospect of it happening now when you look at the bad blood between those two presidents?
Tell me, what deal are you talking about? Peace deal or mineral deal?
Well, the one can't come without the other, according to Donald Trump. So, I mean, first the minerals and then at some point the peace deal.
Well, the thing is that the mineral deal envisaged two parties, Ukraine and the United States, and the peace deal desperately needs Russians. So once again, going to the mineral deal, it's a kind of mutual win-win economic cooperation, and I expect that Ukraine and Americans will sign this deal. What I don't expect that U.S. investors are ready to put their business shoes on the ground, because we expected to have military boots on the ground. At least we're going to have business shoes on the ground, because the only reason for them to invest in Ukraine is not just only to get profits, but to secure themselves and to get ironclad security guarantees for their investment and for their business. In terms of the peace deal, once again, I don't see any kind of willingness on the side of war criminal Putin to cut the deal with Ukraine and to stop this war. And
you said
after what I've seen, my guess is that this even triggered Putin more to push forward and to press on Ukraine.
And you said there would be champagne corks popping in the Kremlin. Do you think that, Zelensky, you talked about trying not to be emotional. Should Zelensky himself have set aside his emotions and flattered cajoled Donald Trump in the way that some other world leaders have tried to? Would that have been better for Ukraine's future?
Look, I expected to see charm offensive. What I saw was just offensive. But once again, I believe that they will come to terms, and everyone is to come to their own senses, and we're gonna handle this. Okay, there is no other option for us as for Ukrainians, and actually for Americans, because the world is closely watching. If the leader of the free world wants to stay as the leader of the free world, they have to invest into the Ukraine's security. And the political show, it was maybe the best ever political show I have ever seen. I wish not to see this kind of show. But this is the world we are living in, okay? So we have to handle this.
Arseny, don't go away, because I want to come back to you in a second. But let's bring in Robert Fox, defence editor of the Evening Standard now. You heard there from Arseny, best political show. Was it a kind of premeditated act, do you think, by Donald Trump to have that bust up, extraordinary scenes, extraordinary rudeness? Was that a sort of deliberate move, do you think, by Donald Trump?
Jerry Springer, The Apprentice, reality TV. Yeah, it's a show, isn't it? You can just tell what the musical will be like in about 6 years' time. I think this was orchestrated. A friend of mine who knows the scene very well. And of course, with MAGA, Zelensky is, I'm sure Charlotte will comment on this, is quite high up the figure and of the numbers and hierarchy of hate figures. I think we are nowhere near seeing what the deal will be, but I'd be very interested to hear from Arseny that my impression is that actually Russia wants a deal, however temporary, just purely in what is going on in the ground. It cannot go on at this tempo without an operational pause, and that is what it will look like. The problem is they've both got form, but particularly Putin has got form. He has broken almost every major agreement under the sun, and isn't even very keen on strategic arms limitation talks. And it is going to be very, very difficult for Trump to say that I am going with Putin. Where does it leave NATO? It leaves NATO and an alliance actually which still matters to America. It may not sound like it from out of the lips of Donald Trump and J.D. Vance, but they're going to need it. And that's what I'm thinking now. How is this going to play when we go through the spring and into the major summit in June in The Hague? Is NATO really going to be functioning at all by then? Well,
let's pause that thought for a second. Let's just recap here, because what we've heard in the last half hour or so has been pretty unprecedented, I'd say. So let's just replay some of that exchange, which began to get heated when Volodymyr Zelensky interjected while the vice president was speaking.
I want to respond to this. So look, for 4 years in the United States of America, we had a president who stood up at press conferences and talked tough about Vladimir Putin, and then Putin invaded Ukraine and destroyed a significant chunk of the country. The path to peace and the path to prosperity is maybe engaging in diplomacy. We tried the pathway of Joe Biden of thumping our chest and pretending that the President of the United States' words mattered more than the President of the United States' actions. What makes America a good country is America engaging in diplomacy. That's what President Trump is doing.
Can I ask you?
Sure.
Yeah. Okay. So he occupied our parts, big parts of Ukraine, part of East and Crimea. So he occupied it on 2014. So during a lot of years, so I'm not speaking about just Biden, but those time was Obama, then President Obama, then President Trump, then President Biden, now President Trump, and God bless, now President Trump will stop him. But during 2014, nobody stopped him. He just occupied and took. He killed people. You know what the contact
2015.
2014. 2014 and 2014.
2014.
Yeah. So
I was not here.
Yeah, but
that's exactly right.
Yes, but during 2014 till 2022, the situation the same. The people have been dying on the contact line. Nobody stopped.
Well, from there, it only got more uncomfortable.
And what you're doing is very disrespectful to the country, this country, that's
with all
back to
respect to
you,
your
far
country.
more than a lot of people said
very
they
respect.
should have.
Have you said thank you once this
A lot
entire
of
meeting?
times.
No, in
This
this
whole
entire
time
meeting,
today.
you said thank
you
you.
today.
You went to
Fucking
Pennsylvania and
abusive shit,
campaigned
bro.
for the opposition in October. Offer some words of appreciation for the United States of America and the president who's trying to save your country.
And this after President Zelensky warned of the war coming to the West.
Don't tell us what we're going to feel. We're trying to solve a problem. Don't tell us what we're going to feel.
I'm not telling you.
Because
I'm
you're in no
answering on this
position to
question.
dictate that.
That's exactly
Remember
what
this.
you're doing.
I'm not
You're in
dictating.
no position to dictate what we're going to feel.
You
We're going to feel very
you will
good.
Feel influenced.
We're going to feel
I'm-
very
I'm
good and
telling
very
you,
strong.
You will feel influenced.
You're right now not in a very good position. You've allowed
From the
yourself
very-
to be in a
from
very
the
bad
very
position,
beginning
and
of
he
the
happens
war.
to be right about
From
it.
the very beginning of the war.
You're not
Mr.
in a good
Brown,
position.
I
You don't have the cards right now. With us, you start having
not playing
cards.
cards.
Right now, you don't
I'm
have
Not playing
serious,
cards.
Mr. President.
You're
I'm
playing
very
cards.
serious.
You're
I'm
gambling
the
with the
president
lives
in
of
war.
millions of people.
You think-
You're gambling with World War III.
what do you think
You're
about?
gambling with
What do you
World
think
War
about?
III.
Let me bring in Arseniy Yatsenyuk again, former Prime Minister of Ukraine. To hear your president having to say, I'm not playing cards, when your country, men and women are in danger, what did you think at that point?
We sacrificed too much. And that's not just an issue that we lost 20% of Ukrainian
But doesn't the
territory.
chinchilla make things
So
a
we
little better
lost
right
hundreds
now?
of thousands of people, men and women in the uniform, civilians.
He's
More than
trying to
6
clean
million
his
people
chin.
fled the country. Ukraine's economy is in shatters, and there is no longer long-lasting peace in Europe. And this is the biggest
He loves
military
the slides I
conflict
just gave him.
that Russia waged after the Second World War. So if we go to the basics, I believe that everyone is to be on our side in terms of just normal human feelings, okay? But it's a real politic, and in this real politic,
Don't do
in
it,
order
Zapata.
to survive,
Don't do it. Don't
we
do
have
it.
to be out
Don't
of the
do it.
box
You're on camera,
creative
Zapata.
and,
Put that away. No,
find a way,
Zapata.
to launch
Zapata,
charm
put that
offensive,
thing
romance,
away.
and the rest of the stuff in order to
Zapata,
get
people
what
don't want to
we
see
need,
that.
in order to get what is needed for the Ukrainian people. And I still believe that, look, once again, we will handle this, and I commend your Prime Minister, Starmer, who did well just yesterday, and French President Macron. And I still hope that now, behind the closed doors, my president and President Trump will get along. Well, I do understand that it's practically unrealistic, but I still believe in miracles, I still believe in them. I believe in the Statue of Liberty.
I like your optimism. Let me bring Robert Fox back in, defence editor of the Evening Standard. How do you think that spectacle will be viewed in America, but also around Europe? Do you think it will increase support in Europe for Zelensky or not?
I'm not sure. I think it's a real concern. It's very interesting listening to Arseniy and comparing this to the meetings with Macron and Keir Starmer. What's happened today is a setback, actually, for what those two were trying to do, which was to try and keep America on side, on board, interested in the affairs of Europe and interested in the idea of NATO. And remember, NATO starts out geographically from the North Atlantic Treaty area, from the Atlantic to the Urals, in the famous phrase. If Russia, we are seeing from this, the play out will be, I wash my hands of it, a plague on both your houses, and there will be a deal with Russia, we're in a very, very bad case, because it goes back to the famous quip of the first Secretary General of NATO, Lord Ismay, Churchill's great buddy. The purpose of the alliance at the very beginning, the late 40s, was to keep the Russians out, the Americans in, and the Germans down. all that we have a strong sense that all that is going to bits now.
Robert, let me just break in there because there's a new statement coming out from Donald Trump now, which is another extraordinary development. He says, and this is according to CNN, I've determined that President Zelensky is not ready for peace if America is involved because he feels our involvement gives him a big advantage in negotiations. I don't want advantage. I want peace. He disrespected the United States of America in its cherished Oval Office. He can come back when he is ready for peace. That just in from President Trump. Let me go to Arseniy Yatsenyuk for a response to that, the former Prime Minister of Ukraine. Arseniy, it sounds as if
this will certainly
Donald Trump
be talked
has
about
washed his
throughout
hands
history
of
now.
Your president.
This might be Trump's biggest historical moment that will follow.
Worst case scenario unfolding right now. Okay, so now we need new mediators, new envoys to the White House, somehow to repair the damage. Okay.
You sound broken by this.
Well, how could I be happy? Once again, I can reiterate that I know for sure who is happy right now. War criminal Putin. And he is not the only one, okay? And the gang of others, axis of evil.
I do want to go now for immediate reaction to Edward Lawrence. I know that you're there. You've witnessed it all. Edward, I think for me, the reaction is clear. Every tweet from the Democrats thinks that this was horrible. X, not tweet, from Republicans, including Byron Donald, say that this is what it absolutely looks like when you put America first, when you fight and defend the taxpayers who have been funneling all of this money. What is your reaction?
Yeah, and the president said in the Oval Office that he wanted this to play out a little bit longer than he had because he wanted America to see how things get done. This is the messy part of the negotiation part deal. I want to pick up on something that Brian had just said to Charles, talking about the Belt and Road Initiative. The way it's been described to me with this deal is this is sort of the anti-Belt and Road. So that is a debt model and an aid model that has been going to Ukraine where there is no reciprocal, where we get no money back in the United States. The debt model, where it's just debt to Ukraine. This is sort of a win-win, is the way this rare earth mineral was described to me, because it is a model where both countries can then gain from that partnership. And the president hoped that through that joint venture, it would branch into a greater peace deal. Now, President Zelensky clearly came here to get security guarantees to make sure that the weapons were still continuing into Ukraine and to make sure that the U.S. would backstop any peace deal with the American military might. When it started to become clear that that might not be the case in terms of, would the weapons continue? Well, maybe they will, maybe they won't. Depends on how the peace deal goes. Will the U.S. backstop? Yeah, the U.S. will backstop, but maybe there will be troops, maybe there won't be troops. So you could start to see in the Oval Office how this started to turn a little bit when Zelensky and President Trump were talking about security guarantees. And that was really the pivotal moment in this, is when it devolved down into what we saw on television and play out for everybody. So President Trump clearly in the Oval Office throwing the gauntlet down, saying that without the United States, without our weapons, you would not be able to continue this war. The president wants this war to end because he wants people to stop dying on both sides. And he says he's putting himself in the middle. And that's what he's going to negotiate this peace deal, both with President Zelensky and with the Russian President Vladimir Putin. But clearly the two sides hate each other. And the president now, you said the Truth Social post saying President Zelensky is welcome to come back when he wants to talk about peace. And we are seeing, I guess, movement for President Zelensky to leave. And you said that the news conference has been canceled.
Well, and obviously, and I'm glad that Taylor brought this up. We're getting a lot of reactions right now on social media from different members of Congress. Congressman Byron Donalds, who just announced this week his run for the governor of Florida, said that this is what this means, what you just saw on your TV. This is putting the American people first. This is what this looks like. He thanked at Real Donald Trump and at J.D. Vance for standing up for our nation. So I think the next question here, in my mind, Edward, is what does this mean for our allies in Europe, and also what does this mean for the tariffs? Do you foresee any of this changing? I asked Charles Payne the same question. What's your reaction?
Well, we may have witnessed a pivotal moment in the support. I mean, we just saw the French president come this week to the White House and the UK prime minister come to the White House, and both of them said that they would put troops on the ground after a peace deal is made in Ukraine with the U.S. backstopping that. Now, I don't know if what happened here today puts that in jeopardy going forward, but clearly there is a divide now between what President Zelensky wants and what President Donald Trump wants. And I'm trying to figure out if the rare earth minerals deal was actually signed at the end. So the deal was ratified by the Ukrainian cabinet. So it is actually a sealed and done deal. All they needed was the Minister of Finance's signature on it, which was supposed to happen today, as well as the Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent. President Trump and President Zelensky signing would be sort of it's not necessary for this particular agreement. So I'm trying to figure out now, as I look at my phone, to see if that rare earth deal was canceled or if it ended up going forward. But that's how we started today, talking about that deal.
Yeah.
We're ending it now with obviously President Zelensky looking like he's getting ready to leave.
And that's the thing. We're waiting for him to come out, Edward, and we want to see what that shot is like. My guess would be at this point, and we'll confirm it, that it would be impossible after an exchange like that and to cancel the press conference for them to be able to ratify that deal, because that deal is part of this larger peace deal. And this is what's so interesting to me. Cheryl's reading the tweet from Byron Donalds, which characterizes what happened here today. Also on X, the Washington Post posting this. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky came to Washington to prevent President Donald Trump from abandoning Kyiv in favor of Moscow 3 years into Russia's war on his country, but was met with vocal anger from the American president. That is the characterization from a left-leaning media outlet on what happened here, when to me, I'm looking at it and I'm like, the president was just passionate because he wants to get America out of this war and he wants to get a peace deal on the table. I think everybody would agree that's the right thing to do, but they're saying it's vocal anger from the American president.
Well, and that's very interesting. It seems like anger from this president, but and I did feel like the president did get a little upset at some of the things that were being said in that meeting. However, yeah, we might be. Yeah, we are seeing there's President Zelensky walking out.
Ukrainian president walking out, leaving the White House and getting into his car. Edward, I know that you can see the live video as well as we can. Give us your reaction.
Yeah, well, that wasn't President Trump walking out, President Zelensky, and he did meet him on the way in. Yeah. So that was very interesting to see. And you can see a number of folks, the media is all out here getting view of this. Now, normally there would have been the flag ceremony this morning, the pomp and circumstance. That's not here around this departure because the President Zelensky was supposed to be here for a few more hours with a news conference. And it looks like they've finished their meeting now, and they are wrapping up to leave.
My question in all of this is with Zelensky. I mean, what is next for him? I mean, Edward, you made a really good point that the Ukrainian cabinet approved this deal. This deal was actually moved forward with or without Zelensky's approval. He was supposed to sign it in the signing ceremony, but isn't that just ceremonial? Correct me if I'm wrong on that.
Yeah, no, that is just ceremonial, right? This was a done deal. It was signed, or it was ratified by the cabinet. It did need the signature of the Minister of Economy for Ukraine, as well as Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent. And the Treasury Secretary basically crafted the deal, so he was going to sign it. And now we have to see if that signature for the Minister of Economy happened before this all devolved. And Zelensky is now leaving. But it is very interesting. One point you were making before about being angry. It seemed President Trump to get a little bit angry, a little bit upset, but this, at the end of the day, how he negotiates. He negotiates, hey, look, here's your side. You don't have the cards. This is the way it is. Here's our side. We have the cards, we have the weapons, and we can help end this war. And that's what he wants to do as President Zelensky is now coming past the location where I'm standing right now and leaving the White House.
Well, Edward Lawrence, we are so grateful for your time and your expertise. And of course, you were there witnessing this live as we all view it on camera. I'm sure we'll be checking in with you in the coming hours as well.
Bro, what is this? How'd you get in here?
Joining me now is retired Army Lieutenant Colonel Alexander Vindman, who served as the Director of European Affairs for the National Security Council in Trump's first administration. He was fired after testifying at Donald Trump's impeachment hearing. He is the author of the new book, The Folly of Realism, How the West Deceived Itself About Russia and Betrayed Ukraine. Thank you very much for being with us, Alexander. The president just said moments ago in the Oval Office, I'm not aligned with Putin, I'm aligned with the U.S. and the good of the world. How do you see things going so far right now?
Clearly, the subtitle couldn't be more accurate, but I should have used the present tense or future tense. It continues to deceive itself about Russia and continues to betray Ukraine. We seem to be repeating the same mistakes over and over. The Russians do too, to their own detriment. I mean, they've been fighting to dominate this portion of the world for centuries. Ukraine spun off about 30 plus years ago, and in a moment of Russian weakness and in a moment of strength, Russia has attempted to recapture it, not recognizing that Ukraine will continue to fight for its sovereignty and independence. Ukraine has massive agency. The Europeans have massive agency. They will not willingly or easily allow Russia to score a win here, because they understand that this is destabilizing and inspires Russia to continue to engage in military aggression. And the U.S. is also engaging in a lot of, foolhardy repetition of mistakes, catering to Russia, believing that Russia is willing to make a deal, believing that Russia is willing to forsake empire, including control over this most important portion of the former empire of Russia and the Soviet Union, with nothing to show for it, nothing to demonstrate that it actually will be a fair actor. Peter Baker mentioned all those different times that Russia has lied about its security or playing a benign actor in its backyard. And Donald Trump, who's had 4 years of experience with Putin as president, during a period in which Russia was waging war against Ukraine, seems to have learned nothing from this. This current arrangement, this meeting between Zelensky and Trump, is a good thing, frankly. I think it's anytime you put somebody like a European leader or Zelensky in front of Trump, they're going to chip away at his, at least briefly, because there always seems to be reversal at his perceptions that he should be siding with Putin instead of with our teammates, the Europeans and Ukraine. So this deal to entice the U.S. for a mutual benefit, economic investment is also a good thing. It is not a loss. Ukraine doesn't have as weak a hand as I think a lot of folks understand, mainly because they're the ones that are fighting on the ground. They don't want the U.S. to depart. They don't want the U.S. to alleviate the sanctions on Russia. But they are not, they will continue to fight despite whatever actions the U.S. takes until they make their own decision that they can't do that any longer. And with the Europeans in that corner, it's not that easy.
Colonel, I was just speaking to Kira Rudik, member of the Parliament of Ukraine, just in the last hour. And one of the things she was really, insistent on is that the only positive, true, permanent solution to Ukraine's sovereignty going forward is if Ukraine is part of NATO. I'm just wondering, is that, do you think, Colonel? I mean, that's clearly one of the issues that Russia has been talking about, and Putin has been saying forever that under no circumstances should or could Ukraine ever be a part of NATO. But barring that, what is the possible strengthening of the future of Ukraine?
Long term, there are no real other solutions besides security guarantees in NATO. But in the short term, if you understand the facts on the ground, that Russia is not as strong as it portrays itself to be. It's got its chest puffed up. It's trying to show that it's winning. It's making tiny gains at an enormous cost. It does not have the staying power to go on indefinitely if the U.S. maintains its sanctions, if the Ukrainians continue to enjoy the support that they're getting from both the U.S. and the European Union and NATO. Under those conditions, Russia really doesn't have the staying power to go on that much longer. It's losing enormous amounts of troops. It's digging into Soviet stockpiles. Really, it's about making sure that the U.S. doesn't make a hard break. It did so diplomatically by siding with Putin earlier this week at the UN. It was a disgusting turn of events, but it hasn't on the security assistance side, and it hasn't alleviated the pain on Russia with regards to sanctions. As long as Trump stays on sides for some time longer, the Europeans continue to ramp up support. I think this is long-term a losing battle for Russia, and they'll have to sue for peace. The bottom line for me is, this book that I wrote is about not repeating the same mistakes of the past, not succumbing to these sweetheart deals, these dangles, these promises that Putin's been throwing in front of presidents on both sides, Democrat and Republican, and really not succumbing to fears that when we get to this phase, it will happen when Putin starts to do some nuclear saber rattling, some threatening, that we hold our ground and that we defend our interests. And through those means, we make sure that the U.S. is more secure, that we maintain our partnerships with the Europeans that are the bedrock of our prosperity. That's the reason I wrote this book, and that's why I think it's an important conversation to have now, today.
Yeah, but Colonel, isn't it? There are those who say it's a little bit of folly to underestimate the Russian regime's ability to remain in power. You know, whereas it's true that sanctions have affected large parts of the economy of Russia, there are newly minted billionaires that are making hundreds of millions of dollars a year getting natural resources, oil and gas out of Russia, selling it in the world black market, making billions of dollars. A lot of that money is going into the Russian regime. Do you not see the possibility that maybe Putin doesn't have the pressures that people in Western Europe or here in the United States would have?
He absolutely does have the pressures. It's not something that threatens his regime. There is no indicator, and I've been saying this for years, since the beginning. There's no indicator that his regime itself is at the tipping point. But there is a different calculus about whether it still makes sense for Russia to engage in this war, and that becomes much, much more complex. Yes, there are new billionaires. Yes, there have been folks that have profited off this war. But the tolerance that the Russian people have for pain, as high as it is not inexhaustible. They are losing too many people. The Russians don't necessarily have the staying power, even though they have a much larger population than Ukraine, to continue to draw tens of thousands of troops on a monthly basis, let alone a potential mass mobilization to really achieve any military breakthroughs. And the economic impacts are also, the Russian economy it looks in certain regards like it's teetering. That is because inflation is sky high. That is because they don't have any capital that they can, there's only so much time or so much resources they could apply for war when you have other obligations. So it is much, much closer. There's a lot of hubris from the US and Russia. And I think the Ukrainians have a lot of agency.
What the fuck is ads getting
But here
through
you
all
have
of a sudden?
Zelensky caught between impossible demands put to him by an invader from the east, by Russia, and impossible demands put to him by the country that up until recently was helping Ukraine resist. And if it's a choice between which of those is the worst, that just tells you how tragic the situation now is that the United States has effectively changed sides.
Hello and welcome to Frontline, Times Radio's interview series about the war in Ukraine and global security. I'm James Hansen, and today I'm delighted to be joined by Keir Giles, Russia expert at Chatham House and author of many books, including Who Will Defend Europe. Keir, welcome.
Hello again.
Now, a lot to discuss. We should say we're recording this as Donald Trump is meeting Volodymyr Zelensky in the White House, in the Oval Office.
You guys.
So we're getting some of the lines from that meeting all the time. Here's what we know so far. Zelensky has told Trump there should be no compromises with Putin.
So they're going to learn in the middle of this fucking show what went down, I bet.
To the gathered press in the Oval Office. Zelensky has stressed the importance of US aid continuing. Trump has said that the US will continue sending Ukraine weapons, but hopefully not many more. He says NATO and Europe need to step up. We are also expecting both leaders to sign the minerals deal at some point today, although the exact details remain unclear. And in the last few minutes, we just had this line that apparently Donald Trump has told Zelensky to be thankful that he's accused Ukraine's president of gambling with World War III. Keir, obviously this is coming at us thick and fast, but from what we've heard there, what is your reaction?
Well, we should bear in mind that we're only hearing snippets of the conversation. We're getting the highlights as opposed to a live feed. But it has to be said, yes, all of those snippets are really not very encouraging. What we seem to be seeing is Trump reverting to type. Trump behaving exactly as people who saw his arrival with trepidation for Ukraine were expecting him to do. Now, there have been
executed him straight up in the back of the head, bro.
Seen throughout this process, as for example, when he appeared to be willing to put leverage on Putin as well as Zelensky to bring the conflict to an end with the threat of tariffs, taxes, and sanctions, and then as recently as yesterday, when he apparently denied all recollection of having called Zelensky a dictator. But now there's a very public statement of that hostile attitude of the Trump administration to Ukraine, which has actually apparently been distinctly specified by Trump, saying he is not for Ukraine, he's for Russia and Ukraine. So that in itself is enough of an indication of just how far away the new United States is from any guarantee for European security.
I suppose it would always be difficult for Volodymyr Zelensky to gauge the mood and to get the tone right. We saw Keir Starmer, the UK Prime Minister, in the Oval Office yesterday. By all accounts, that visit went very well. And Starmer chose flattery, essentially, as a tactic, presenting Trump with a letter from King Charles inviting him on what was described as an unprecedented second state visit, praising him for changing the conversation on Ukraine. But of course, Keir Starmer's in a different situation to Zelensky. Things are far more urgent for Ukraine. He probably doesn't have the luxury of taking that tone.
Absolutely. Starmer turned on the smarm, and it seems to have worked, in as much as anything that a conscious decision by a leader going in to see Trump is going to have any effect on the outcome of the meeting, as opposed to the state of Trump's digestion. But yes, Zelensky doesn't have those options available to him. But in a way, this is the choice that faces Europe as a whole. Do they flatter Trump? Do they smarm him? Do they try to keep him on side and hope that the United States is still going to be engaged with protecting the continent against Russia? Or do they follow the alternative line, which is recognizing that the United States for the foreseeable future is not on side and take their own steps to secure their own future?
On the minerals deal, and as I said, we don't know the details of it yet. Do you think this is in Ukraine's long-term security interest? Because the furthest Donald Trump was willing to go yesterday when speaking to Keir Starmer, in terms of any security backstop or guarantee, was to say, look, if you've got American contractors on the ground in Ukraine exploiting the country's mineral resources, essentially Vladimir Putin wouldn't be stupid enough to go at Ukraine again if you've got the Americans there. Is that enough of a security guarantee for Zelensky?
Absolutely not, but we are a long way further forward than the initial shape of the deal as we understand it. A lot is still to be clarified, but this investment fund, jointly managed by the United States and Ukraine, into which profits from development of Ukrainian natural resources are supposed to be paid, is a lot better than simply handing over the cash to the Americans, which was the initial proposal. And that, of course, would not have needed any US presence in Ukraine at all to simply demand that the proceeds are paid back for a notional, in fact wildly invented figure for how much aid the United States has already given to Ukraine on a non-reciprocal basis, actually a grant rather than a loan. So in that respect, we're further forward, but all of those key details still unspecified. Who exactly is going to be spending the money when it's accrued? Who's going to be investing in order to make sure that it actually happens? And we still have the situation where so much of the mineral resources under discussion are actually in territory currently occupied by Russia. So what is to stop Trump making a similar deal with Russia to work in the occupied territories?
The principle of it here, are you comfortable with it? Because you do hear some people say, look, this is kind of mercantilism, this is colonialism, this is America exploiting Ukraine in its hour of need to plunder its natural resources.
Well, those are all very polite words for an overt act of extortion and blackmail. Am I comfortable with it? No, absolutely not. I'm not aware of anybody that is comfortable of it outside the immediate surroundings of Trump. It is the exploitation of the vulnerable position that Zelensky finds himself in, and Ukraine as a country finds itself in, and it is taking advantage of the vulnerability that they are suffering as a result of being under savage attack for 3 years.
Do you think Vladimir Putin, if there were American contractors on the ground in Ukraine, do you think Vladimir Putin would be deterred? from going against?
Deterred from what, of course, is always the really important question. And, of course, let's not forget that this is happening in the context of the United States rehabilitating Russia, bringing it in from the cold, rapidly moving to restore those diplomatic relations. So we shouldn't necessarily assume that that state of hostilities is going to continue in the way that we're thinking about an invasion forward of Ukraine that has been the obvious scenario of an incomplete ceasefire. A ceasefire without security guarantees is put in place. There are plenty of other ways that Russia can push forward militarily or diplomatically to take advantage of the fact that they have been forgiven an act of aggression by the United States and encouraged to take a seat at the table again.
What other ways could they still push forward? Would that be about Ukraine, or would that be going for, say, the Baltic states or Moldova?
Or not even necessarily rolling any tanks across any borders. Let's not forget that what Russia aspires to, and what Russia has consistently demanded from Europe, looks like a return to the past. And the so-called new European security architecture that we heard so much about in previous decades is actually mirrored in the so-called treaty proposals that were put forward by Ukraine to NATO and to the United States just before the full-scale invasion of Ukraine. And that is effectively the rolling back of NATO, the rolling back of security guarantees for Eastern Europe, the removal of the United States from Europe, the breaking of those transatlantic links, the re-establishment of Russia as a major player in European security. And all of those things are precisely what are now being handed to Moscow.
Do you worry that Donald Trump, even if he is not withdrawing the US from NATO as he has previously threatened to do, is essentially rendering it impotent? Because I don't know if you agree with this, Keir, but it strikes me as hard to believe that, let's say Vladimir Putin did decide to invade one of the Baltic states, that America would act to enact Article 5.
Well, withdrawal from NATO has always been a red herring, because no country needs to withdraw from NATO in order to render it pointless by not meeting its NATO commitments, most of all the United States. Anybody that's read the Article 5 of the North Atlantic Treaty, the one that says an attack on one member should be considered an attack on all, is not going to be reassured about the current state of American assurances about European security, because if you read to the end, it becomes plain that nobody actually is obliged to do anything. And yes, the way in which the United States has been discussing the partnership, literally using the word partner, with Russia, and, of course, challenging those long-held security assumptions about Europe being dependent on the United States to protect itself, doesn't inspire confidence. And, of course, that upends all of the assumptions about not only security architecture overall, but how, for instance, the British armed forces have structured themselves for decades, assuming that they're always going to be fighting alongside the United States, not without their support.
Were you to have, as has been mooted, European peacekeeping troops on the ground in Ukraine, can you see any scenario that the US might, for instance, provide air cover?
Well, that has been, of course, explicitly ruled out more than once by the United States. And it doesn't help, of course, that the word peacekeeping has been thrown about so much, but this is not the kind of force that would be necessary in order to actually maintain peace in Ukraine. It will inevitably be challenged by Russia. It needs to be a force that is fully capable of protecting itself. And if the United States is to be believed, it has to be able to do that without US support. And that is a very different shape from the kind of coalition effort that British and other European forces might have envisaged when thinking about trying to keep Russia out of Europe.
And again, I suppose the fear is, if Vladimir Putin thinks, well, okay, I'll move on these peacekeeping troops. I don't really care that there's a token presence of British and French and maybe a few other countries in Ukraine. What does America do then? Does it just stand by?
Well, that's exactly right. And we need to look back over the past history of ceasefire agreements that have come about as a result of Russia attacking one of its neighbors, because time and time again, you have exactly the same pattern happening. You have a ceasefire that is drafted in Moscow and then imposed on the victim, not by Russia itself, but by Western powers like France, like Germany, the United States. Same thing over and over again in Georgia in 2008, in Syria in 2015, 2016, in Ukraine itself under the Minsk agreements. And what that pattern results in is tying the hands of the victim of aggression, but leaving Russia free to unfreeze the conflict whenever it wants to and to ignore the terms of the ceasefire in the meantime. That seems to be what we are heading towards in the case of Ukraine again, with once again an externally imposed ceasefire which is unsustainable and leaves Russia free to pursue its intended course of action at a time of its choosing.
Just to bring you another update here from some of the conversations that have been taking place in the Oval Office. J.D. Vance at one point reportedly said, I think it's disrespectful for you to come to the Oval Office and try to litigate this in front of the American media. By all accounts, from what we're hearing, this doesn't sound like a particularly friendly meeting. How worried are you that this could put back the Ukrainian cause yet further?
Well, it's hard really to see how much further back it could be put because, of course, Zelensky is moving into a hostile conversation, and anything that is clawed back from that, those extortionate demands that the United States have been putting on Ukraine, and also, of course, meeting all of Russia's demands on Ukraine and attempting to enforce them as well. There's not much further back you can go from that, but certainly it's been a very, from what we gather from the reporting that is coming out from the Oval Office, a frosty and a hostile reception rather than one which is cooperative and looking for any kind of sustainable peace deal which actually recognizes the injustice of the situation and the fact that Russia, as the aggressor, should not be rewarded for what it has done.
I mentioned that one of the things Trump has said in the Oval Office is that Europe needs to step up. How should Europe respond to this? If we're seeing a further disintegration of the relationship between Kyiv and Washington, what should the leaders of France and Germany and the UK be doing?
Well, again, that comes back to that fundamental choice of, do they attempt to work with Trump as best they can, or do they recognize that the relationship on which their security is rested is now fundamentally disrupted and go against Trump's wishes by attempting to protect themselves? And of course, protecting themselves begins with as much support to Ukraine as can be provided, because Ukraine still, as it has been since 2014, is holding the front line for the whole of Europe. So the defense of France and the defense of UK start on that front line in Ukraine now.
Is there any scenario, in your view, that without US military aid, let's say Trump were to withdraw US military aid from Ukraine altogether, that Ukraine could fight on if Britain, France, Germany, other European NATO allies increased what they're prepared to give Kyiv?
Well, Ukraine is not going to accept an outcome to this conflict that is effectively national suicide. And so many of the terms and so many of the ideas for bringing the conflict to an end do in fact constitute precisely that. We've had US envoys talking about the draft communique from Istanbul in 2022.
President
stage
bitch
of the war,
baby.
Negotiations supposedly looking towards a peace settlement as a potential outcome for the war. But that was, in effect, the complete surrender and capitulation of Ukraine and its demilitarization to leave it at Russia's mercy for the indefinite future. That is not something that is going to lead to a long-term viable, sustainable future for the Ukrainian state. Let's not forget that the last time Ukraine was fully overrun by Moscow's forces, even though the country was occupied as a whole, armed resistance continued for more than a decade afterwards. And so we shouldn't expect that this is going to be over swiftly if the only terms under which it is over mean that Ukraine is effectively going to be extinct as a state.
What would increased European support look like in practice? Would it be the Germans, for example, saying, okay, we're going to give Taurus missiles? Would it be a no-fly zone being enforced? What does that look like in reality?
I'm sure there are a lot of options currently being discussed by European nations who will also be assessing how much of their military power can they actually use without US cooperation. Because if you are attempting to enforce a no-fly zone against the wishes of the United States, then obviously you're going to be limited in how much of American technology that's been supplied to you can employ it as for that purpose if the United States is aiming to actively oppose it. So all of these calculations, all of these attempts to work out how reliant Western military forces actually now are on United States goodwill will be part of the equation for thinking how Russia can be stopped and whether that is in Ukraine or further back.
And of course, Ukraine has been very reliant on Elon Musk's Starlink satellite system, and you wonder if these conversations continue to turn sour between the US and Ukraine, whether they may withdraw Ukraine's ability to use that.
Again, I have no doubt that this is precisely the kind of calculation that will be ongoing now in European capitals and in Kyiv. What happens if each of these methods of support and each of these underpinning frameworks of military capability that the United States has provided is turned off or taken away? What is still feasible?
Zelensky, of course, is a master politician, and he has been very clever at playing various international leaders ever since the full-scale invasion happened back in 2022. But I wonder
Guys.
if he knew that there was a chance that this meeting would turn sour. And I wonder if he thought, do you know what, that's a risk I'm prepared to take. Because if the worst comes to the worst and Trump were to pull the rug from under Ukraine's feet and withdraw all US support, at least that is a final wake-up call for Ukraine's European allies.
Well, every time the wake-up calls come, we think it's going to be the final one for Ukraine's European allies, and finally there will be...
Seriously. Georgia. Fucking Chechnya even. Donbass. Like, how much more fucking wake-up calls did fucking Europe need? Like, I fucking hate Europe probably more than the United States in this situation because they're such pussies. Fucking hate governments in general. It's all just fucking kicking the can down the road. You can't just fucking kick the can down the road when you're dealing with, like, genocide and authoritarianism.
Action and response over and above a panicked realization that, again, the time has come, but nothing is done about it. Yes, I'm sure Zelensky will have been prepared for something along these lines and will have known that this is a risk that had happened. But after all, if you're dealing with a president that one day calls you a dictator and the next day says that he couldn't possibly have said that, it's hard to decide which is more worrying. Is that just serious cognitive decline on his part, or is it that he just wants to create the reality that suits him at that particular time of day? Either one is going to make it incredibly difficult for any foreign leader to deal with, and Zelensky, of course, is in this position of intense vulnerability, which is what Trump and Vance and the others in the room appear to be trying to exploit now.
Where most analysts would agree that Trump and Vance and the Americans have a point is that for too long maybe Europe has underspent on defence and relied on the security umbrella that the US has provided on the continent. But the debate that's happening now about defence budgets, and of course in the UK, Keir Starmer has now pledged to increase the UK defence budget from 2.3% of GDP to 2.5%. Is that almost a bit of a distraction? Because whilst that is important in the long term, right now, that's not going to have any impact on Ukraine.
Well, it will have barely any impact on British defence capability. As you will have seen the reporting both before and after this announcement, 2.5% will barely touch the sides because of the cumulative impact of all of the decades of cuts. But yes, it's been clear for some time that this is an irrelevant measure of defense effectiveness. It has only really served its purpose as a badge of shame for those countries that don't come up to a metric that was set 10 years ago. What's far more important now for directing spending is looking at not the input, not how much money goes in, but what it actually buys that is militarily relevant now. And there we have a set of templates for what is required to defend Europe in the form of NATO's regional plans, and the gaps between what allies have promised to make those work and what they're actually capable of delivering should be serving as a guide to what needs to be invested in, rather than arbitrary figures plucked as a percentage of fluctuating national wealth. But here again, the US approach upends all of the assumptions around which that was built. And so with the United States not being in a position where it is going to absolutely guarantee that it will fill its part in all of those plans for the defense of Europe, again, it requires a complete...
It's like when fucking, like, the Soviet Union collapsed and then North Korea didn't know what to do with itself.
Just a couple of other things. Apparently, Volodymyr Zelensky challenged J.D. Vance and said, have you been to Ukraine? Have you actually seen our problems? Donald Trump appeared visibly frustrated, interjecting, don't tell us what we're going to feel. You're in no position to dictate what we're going to feel. We're going to feel very good and very strong. Apparently, Zelensky also asked Trump for licenses for Ukraine to produce US weapons in Ukraine. Trump apparently turned this down. I mean, would they have the capacity at the moment? Would they have the military-industrial base to produce those weapons? And could they do it anyway without a license?
Well, one of the proposals that's been put forward repeatedly for trying to support Ukraine and ensuring that its economy can continue to function while Russia is doing its very best to stop it, is actually investing in that very in that very flexible, adaptable, and innovative Ukrainian defense industry, actually creating weapons within the country as opposed to buying them abroad.
The title
and
is
shipping
Trump
them in.
has effectively
so that's
changed
been a
sides.
proposal that's been on the table for a long time, and it makes sense for both the United States and for Ukraine for U.S. weapons to be manufactured under license there if it is feasible, because then there is the profit motive for the United States as well as the actual practical aid to the Ukrainian armed forces, much more effective and much less subject to those temporary aid cutoffs, possibly permanent aid cutoffs that we've seen happening previously. So it is a sensible idea, and it would not have been put forward by Zelensky if it were not feasible. But again, we should not be surprised that this is being squelched instantly by Trump.
Keir, we really appreciate your time, especially responding to these events as they're unfolding. Just finally, I'll put one final quote to you and get your response. Apparently, Donald Trump has told Zelensky, make a deal or we're out. If that is the kind of final ultimatum, if you're Volodymyr Zelensky and you're presented with, okay, we can either have a deal that signs away much of our sovereignty, that gives Vladimir Putin a diplomatic win, or we lose US military aid and have to find some way of fighting on, what in your view should he do?
Well, this is the tragedy of the situation. Without knowing the fine detail, we cannot say, especially from outside the country, what would be the preferable option. But here you have Zelensky caught between impossible demands put to him by an invader from the east, by Russia, and impossible demands put to him by the country that up until recently was helping Ukraine resist. And if it's a choice between which of those is the worse, that just tells you how tragic the situation now is, that the United States has effectively changed sides.
Keir Giles, really appreciate your time. Thank you so much for joining us on Frontline.
Thank you.
What is with ads getting through? I'm so pissed off right now.
Hey guys, me Sam Stein, managing editor at The Bulwark, joined by Will South and JVL. We are coming to you really just minutes after what I think may have been the most extraordinary, some might say reckless, some might say an embarrassing moment that we've seen in recent Oval Office history, if ever. President Trump, with members of his cabinet, including Vice President J.D. Vance, meeting with President Zelensky, and the issue is what to do about the future.
It's just so crazy that, like,
we're going to get into it. We're going to play the full video because I think it's worth watching in full, and we're going to talk about it. Obviously, before that, let's ask you kindly to subscribe to our YouTube feed. All right, so that's the setup.
I don't want to see the
let's
whole
play
thing.
the full video.
What is the full
I just
video?
want to be clear. They are sitting in the Oval. The issue is this deal for the...
People said they should have.
Have you said thank you once?
A lot of
times. The opposite. And
that remarkable, alarming moment. JVL, what
like,
were your
they
initial
don't
thoughts
they don't
watching
fucking realize how bad they look here, and
made
like
me want to throw up.
This will be like the
shameful
defining moment of both of Trump's presidencies, not January 6th. This moment right here,
I think, and a sign that America is ruled by an autocrat. I want to unpack a couple things here real quick, just off the very top. Nobody seems to remember this, but at the close of the Cold War, Ukraine was in possession of 1,900 nuclear warheads.
Mm-hmm.
They had one of the largest stockpiles
Was
of
this
nuclear
guy
arms
crying?
in the entire world.
Smoking a
they did
doobie
not
to calm
directly
down?
control them because they were Soviet-controlled warheads that were stationed there during the last days of the Soviet Union. But, like the Ukrainian people are pretty resourceful, and holding on to 1,900 nuclear warheads is a pretty fucking valuable card to have if we're talking about cards. They chose to give them up. Why did Ukraine choose to give up these warheads? Because in 1994, the United States of America signed a guarantee of Ukrainian sovereignty and security against aggression. We had a deal. We had a fucking deal with these people already. And we convinced them to give up their nuclear warheads, and we did. And now all of a sudden that's just gone. And the other thing, the idea that Vladimir Zelensky in Ukraine has not expressed gratitude. Zelensky came to America. He stood in the well of the Senate and spoke to the entire nation and expressed to every individual American the gratitude that coursed through the hearts of every single Ukrainian.
I hope my words of respect and gratitude resonate in each American heart. Madam Vice President, I thank you for your efforts in helping Ukraine.
And this obsession with J.D. Vance and Donald Trump with gratitude, it betrays an absolute confusion, although maybe it's not confusion, over what is the state. The state to them is Donald Trump. And so what needs to be expressed is gratitude not to the American people, not to the Congress, not to whoever happens to be president in 2023, but to Donald Trump himself. And here's the key thing, Zelensky having expressed gratitude to Congress when Trump was not president is worse than not counting. He views that as a betrayal. And that we are led by this man who does all of this in our names is it is shameful, and it makes me feel deep, deep shame to be in America, because we own this. Doesn't matter how much we disagree with it or how angry it makes us. We own this, and it's horrible.
And Will, I mean, it seems like from my vantage point, everything about this seems scripted to me. I mean, they wanted to have this confrontation. From the moment Zelensky stepped out of his motorcade, Trump was mocking his appearance. They sat him down right next to Vance. It seemed like they wanted to have Vance play the role of attack dog, and then Trump couldn't help it because he wanted to then get in on the act and attack him too. And notably, and this just came on as we were recording, Trump's now put out a statement in which essentially he said there's not going to be any deal with the Ukrainians. It reads in part, I've determined that President Zelensky is not ready for peace in America. Peace if America is involved, because he feels our involvement gives him a big advantage in negotiations. I don't want advantage. I want peace. He disrespected the United States of America in the chair's Oval Office. He can come back when he is ready for peace. You don't put out a statement like that unless you have a predetermined outcome. That's my view of it. Will?
Correct. And the rest of it dovetails with that analysis. Let me, just for folks who haven't seen a lot of these events where a foreign dignitary comes in and sits with the president, the vice president of the United States never does what J.D. Vance just did.
Ever.
For folks who haven't seen the whole thing, before Vance steps in, Zelensky is making the point, just to extend what JBL said about the 1994 agreement. Zelensky is saying, look, in 2013, 14, there was another deal with Putin, which Putin also reneged on. Donald Trump is asking Zelensky to take Putin's word for it, whatever he signs, right? And Donald Trump is explicitly, even though Ukraine is agreeing to give us mineral wealth, right? Because we're now an empire that just steals things. Even though Zelensky is offering that to us, Trump is not offering security guarantees. And Zelensky was just making the point, can I please, I like just the most basic thing, can I have this in return? So this prompts the attack from Vance. Vance is the one who escalates this, and then Trump comes in on Vance's side. And Sam, with your point about the statement being prepared, that just dovetails. This was not Zelensky staging an attack. This was Trump and Vance staging an attack on Zelensky.
Yeah, and, to me, I have come to expect this stuff from Trump, and I should probably expect it from Vance too, but to me, Vance's role here was it made me cringe watching it happen. He's there, he's just sitting attacking Zelensky. Zelensky rightfully calls him out, says, you've never been to my country. Never been to my country. Yeah. Like, who are you to lecture me? And Vance responds by saying, don't raise your voice in the Oval Office. Yeah.
He says, please come to my country.
Please come in. And Vance then says something like, how dare you litigate this in front of the press? And I love this part. Sebastian, I don't know if we can play this video, but Vance, clearly smarting at all this stuff and thinking he's just, doing so great, scolds Zelensky and then gets scolded by Trump and just does a complete 180. I don't know if we can play that clip. Can we?
There are disagreements, and let's go litigate those disagreements rather than trying to fight it out in the American media when you're wrong. We know that you're wrong.
But you see, I think it's good for the American people to see what's going on out here. I think it's very important. That's why I kept this going so long.
Yeah, you're right, sir. I mean, that... I know I'm joking about laughing at Vance, but it's a disgraceful act on his behalf. And I just couldn't believe watching him do that. it just diminished the office incredibly. And then he's like a podcast host. He's just a podcast host, a glorified podcast host to me. But I don't know, JVL, any more thoughts on Vance here and the role he played?
I mean, Vance is a despicable human being, just an absolute garbage human being. And the level of contempt that every honorable person should hold for J.D. Vance, I think, is boundless. And for him to, again, there's simply no point for him to be there except that this was a coordinated hit.
Right.
This entire thing, as Will says, was a coordinated hit. And we were going to talk about this, I think. So Sebastian mentioned this before us. There has been a strain of, boy, Zelensky didn't play it right.
Right.
You know, it's,
right.
Why are you making me hit you? Why are you making me hit you? Right. And if Zelensky had only been a little more subtle and understood that he really needed to butter up, that's the way you manage Donald Trump. Donald Trump has no agency. He's a wild dog, and that is incorrect, I think, analysis, because Zelensky absolutely did try to manage Trump.
People forget the transition. He came
in and he worked very hard. He was very complimentary, and they had that little brief press conference standing there together, and he was like, oh, Mr. President, I hope, we are a little better friends to you than Russians. It is very
Why
clear
you got to
that
do
this
the
entire
impression
thing
of
was
him like
premeditated,
that?
and that they were going to have a confrontation with Zelensky today. And there is nothing Zelensky could have done here I just simply cannot accept that Zelensky had somehow showed more belly or something that he could have turned this. Trump wanted this. Because again, Donald Trump is on Vladimir Putin's side.
I want to just read the press pool that just came out that gets to the staged element of this. I'm just going to read it. You guys can react to it. As the press was being ushered out, your pooler noticed President Trump reach over and pat Zelensky's shoulder. At one point during the argument, your pooler also overheard White House staff whisper to each other, quote, "This is going to be big," end quote. The conversation turned around 40 minutes in when Vance said, quote, "We tried the pathway of Joe Biden, of thumping our chest and pretending that the President of the United States' words matter more than the President of the United States' actions, blah, 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 blah." So basically, the White House was gearing up for it, and it was Vance who instigated the blow-up, according to the pool report, which dovetails with this. Will, just go ahead, Will. And then I have another question for you.
I just wanted to pull on the thread. The part you played before where Trump says, "I let this go on," right? Vance says that, you Zelensky did this in front of the media, and then Trump reads the stage directions, right? He says, actually, we deliberately let this go on. We wanted to have this confrontation.
Yes.
And that's they also edited out when Vance says you didn't thank America. Oh, and he says you went and campaigned for the opposition. Remember, I think JVL just pointed this out. Zelensky deliberately added to that trip. He was going to the munitions factory, and he adds to the trip to go see Trump explicitly. Right? And Vance edits that out because Vance's narrative, the narrative that Vance wants to put out, is that Zelensky is on the side of the Democrats, is against your president. It's a dishonest. But the main point I want to make is this: to me, the word that dominates this conversation, this debate in the Oval Office, is cards. Trump keeps saying to Zelensky, "You don't have any cards. Putin has cards. You don't have any cards. You're insulting us because you don't have any cards to play." This is what the United States under Donald Trump represents. Our foreign policy is about, do you have cards or don't you? It's not about whether
Zelensky
you're
didn't
right
need
or
to
wrong.
sign the mineral deal.
Transactional.
It's absolutely
this was
transactional.
all.
So Donald Trump is as happy to stand with a dictator
the deal
who
was
has
already
cards,
signed
who
by
attacked
the
another
Ukrainian
sovereign
Congress.
country,
Zelensky doesn't
as
have the
is to
authority.
stand.
He was just gonna. This was ceremonial. The deal's already been inked.
France and Britain standing with Ukraine are in the right.
It's the short term. Ukraine's going to get the weapons and shit. It's the long term, which
that's what's happening.
That's the thing is while this is huge, the long term fallout. I think there's enough time to things to come together. That doesn't mean that it's good or not to worry about it. It's obviously the worst thing that's ever happened.
Trump's accusation against Zelensky. You see the hatred he's got for Putin. That's very tough for me to make a deal with that kind of hate. He's got tremendous hatred, and I understand that, but I can tell you the other side isn't blah, 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 blah. Of course he has hatred for Putin. Putin invaded his country. He's killed, tens of thousands of Ukrainians. I mean, Yes, he has hatred for Putin. Why that's a stumbling block is only material to Trump, who doesn't have hatred for Putin. He likes Putin. And that, I think, is just the essence of this problem, is that Trump, when it comes down to it, prefers Vladimir Putin.
I mean, Vladimir Putin has carried out a campaign which consciously abducted some 20,000 Ukrainian children and spirited them away from their families into the Russian interior. If you're American, can you possibly imagine what that would feel like to America? And then tell me, under what circumstances do you think America would be willing to vote for peace with a country who had done that? I mean, it's simply ridiculous. But the other thing that's interesting, you saw this is like classic dominance Trump. So what Zelensky tries to say is, these effects, the effects of what happens in Europe are felt everywhere. You will even feel them in America.
Right.
And Trump loses his fucking mind over it.
Yeah,
right?
he goes crazy.
And he's like, don't you tell me what the effects are. The effects here are strong. We have the strong effects. And this is, I'm sorry, it would be nice to be very moral and to say this is all about morality and being on the side of right. But the truth is that that's not what international relations is about.
Right.
It is about interests. And properly understood, America's interests are in the stability of Europe, the stability of free trade and globalism. These are all the things which are good for America and are why we are involved in NATO. It's why we have made such... It's why we've spent so much money on European stability over the last 100 years. Because it is good for us. It's not because we're nice people. It's because our level of prosperity is largely dependent upon it. And if you think that it's expensive to prop up not only Ukrainian but European security, you should see the fucking price tag of war, right? That's what's really expensive. And the American-led order, the Pax Americana, which has made us the wealthiest, most prosperous country in the world, that is over. And it's over for what? So we can save $5 on USAID?
Got it. Okay.
So that this whole idea we've given the Ukrainians $300 billion or whatever. We are not dropping pallets of $100 bills out of airplanes into Kyiv. That is not what is happening. What is happening is we are taking old military supplies from America, shipping them to Ukraine, and then we are paying American workers to build new, more modern, state-of-the-art weapon systems here in America.
Right.
This is all good for, and the extent to which the American people can't understand this, or won't understand it, or understand it but don't care, is an indictment of this entire country. And it tells me that the Europeans are right.
Got to remember how to play.
That America is no longer not just a reliable partner. America is now a potential adversary.
Well, you have two threads on that.
Yeah. They're going to have to plan accordingly.
So you have two threads on that. One was post-German elections, German leadership basically coming out and saying we cannot have a future international regime where we are dependent on the U.S. We just can't. We have to build something institutionally to maneuver around it. But then you also have Macron and Keir Starmer basically coming to America over the past week to try, almost in this kind of obsequious way, to get Donald Trump to come and re-engage, and they're flattering him. They have that weird handshake thing with Macron, and it's clear to me that has now lost out. That those trips were made for naught. There was not much to gain. Maybe in a domestic sense they'd have something to gain, but in terms of the international scene, there's not much to gain anymore. And that the German model probably makes the most sense now. I mean, where else can you go from here if you're Europe? You can't.
Yeah, and you know what? A nuclear Germany that's got a huge portion of the country interested in the AfD. What could possibly go wrong?
Not a problem.
How could that ever run counter to American interests?
Oh man,
I'm sorry. I'm too hot. You're not supposed to be hot about these things. Or
no,
it's dispassionate and saying, well, but this is utterly shameful for America, and I honestly can't think of a lower point because this is all conscious.
Slavery. Well, there was Helsinki. There was Helsinki with Trump and Putin, but that was.
Yeah, but that's
it can always
right?
get
That's
lower.
a guy getting rolled. This is a choreographed set piece,
right?
That will hurt America's long-term interests because we've decided that we're on the side of the bad guys.
We're the baddies. I will just note, as we're doing this press conference between Trump and Zelensky, obviously officially canceled. Zelensky's motorcade has left the White House. They were supposed to speak and take questions. Did not see that one happening. No.
No, I mean, no, I'm asking this. No, I'm asking very
the question is, should he have gone
Trump
up and
touches
left?
him. Trump touches him a couple times. Like, he's just talking over him, and then you see him, like, he's touching Zelensky's arm and touching...
Yeah.
Should Zelensky have, like, slapped him away and said, get your fucking hands off of me, fatty?
I don't think so.
Okay, well, here... No. Why not? Why not?
I think that would have just made things worse.
Exactly.
How could they be worse?
JVL, it says, wrestling. This was a staged thing to make Zelensky look like the aggressor. That would have just played into it.
But what would be
I
worse?
thought Zelensky did about as much as he could, honestly. Not his home turf, not his native tongue. It was 20 on 1. I mean, like, what he basically stood there and said, look, you're wrong, you're wrong, you're wrong, you're wrong. I've been grateful, you're wrong. And I mean, I don't really know what other cards to play. I don't think hitting Trump would have been a good card, but
no.
Speaking
Why
of
not?
cards,
I just don't.
Will,
Last
you
question.
take this one.
Last question.
Okay. No, okay.
Last question.
I just want to make
ahead.
my parting thought about this whole thing. Since, given what we just discussed about how this was staged, this is a propaganda operation. This is this is about forget the world right now. This is within the United States. The president and vice president of the United States have decided to take the side of the bad guys because they have the cards in their view, setting aside this debate about interests, against the good guys, against Ukraine, against an ally, a democracy, the sovereign country that was invaded, the victim. So Vance and Trump have decided to take the side of the bad guys, and they want you, America, the Americans, to believe that that Zelensky is actually the bad guy. So they stage this whole thing to create this narrative that Zelensky is ungrateful. And for all the reasons we've just discussed, the narrative is false. It's a lie. Right? But they want you to believe that Zelensky is ungrateful, that he comes over here and takes your money because they desperately need you to believe that Ukraine is not just the weaker of the parties against Russia, but that they are somehow in the wrong. That is a lie. Do not believe what your president and your vice president are telling you.
So this one I want to ask you guys.
Sure.
What European leader would agree to come and publicly meet with Donald Trump in the White House now? So if you are the leader of an ally,
right,
would you agree to sit down with him knowing that he might try to ambush you like this? In the White House? In America?
I'd be reluctant to, but it's got to. You have to tell me the circumstances of the meeting, right? Like if it's for some sort of bilateral trade negotiation, maybe. I don't know.
They'll do it on a neutral site, right? But why would they agree to come in here and do this, right? Because you now think, he may try to hurt my country's interests.
Now, I will say, related to that, remember, Trump is supposed to meet with Putin, right? I mean, there is supposed to be some sort of meeting. Maybe it's in Saudi Arabia. We don't know. But the side-by-side videos of this meeting that just concluded and that one will be unreal, like truly unreal. And
disgusting.
Yeah. All right. Any final thoughts from the crew here before we close it?
I weep for America.
Yeah, it's a tough one. This was we started by saying it was the most remarkable and frankly shameful thing we've seen in an Oval Office. I think I honestly cannot think of a even close second in that category. It was really unreal to see the Oval Office turn into this. Will, JVL, thanks a bunch. Appreciate it. To the viewers, thanks for tuning in. As always, do subscribe. We will be talking about stuff like this nonstop, so stay tuned.
So I was just finishing up tonight's video when I just happened to see the exchange between Zelensky and Trump in the Oval Office, and I just felt that this was something that was too important not to comment on. I think what we have just seen truly is one of the most appalling scenes I think I've ever seen in international diplomacy. It really was truly shocking. I don't know how many of you will have seen it. I should imagine that most of you have already seen it. But the way that that played out, and I at first saw the snippet where Trump was talking to Zelensky and the tone was very bad, and my immediate thought was, how did it really get to that? What led up to it? And it was really quite incredible that the way that Vance had stepped in to really orchestrate all of this. And I think I had several thoughts that came out of it, because I mean, one could say that this was a very bad-tempered exchange. Yes, we know that. But I think what really is important here is the underlying thinking that goes behind it. That I think, yes, tempers could get frayed. We know how Trump behaves. Zelensky is obviously somebody who has been under a lot of stress for 3 years, and I'm not actually condemning what he said. I think a lot of people will feel that it was admirable that he stood up and made some clarifications, and Vance really, I think, goaded him into this. And what I think really stands out in all of this is this just wasn't a case of things exploding. I think that anyone with any ounce of either empathy for Zelensky's position or fundamentally any sort of support for where Ukraine is would not have done that. I think this was the absolute clearest possible sign. And you know, we had it in our mind, you know, what is Trump up to here? There's been a lot of rumors that, you know, he's pro-Putin, he's pro-Russian, but, you know, a lot of people were saying, well, no, you know, maybe that wasn't what was going on, that he was trying to get a good deal for America. This is absolutely, you would not have done that if you had any sort of sympathy, an ounce of sympathy for the position that Ukraine finds itself in. That is just not the sort of thing that you would have said. And it was very, very clear that Vance had absolutely no thought at all of how he would respond if it had happened to the United States, you know, the sort of pressure that Zelensky is under. And so I think that, you know, this really is in many ways, I mean, we keep talking about turning points in international relations and what we're seeing at the moment and all the things that we've seen been playing out over this past month. But I think that for many viewers, this will be the low point for where we are now. And I have to say, and I mean, you know, I think, you know, we can be very sometimes prone to hyperbole in when we sort of talk about what's going on in the news. But I have to say that, like many others, I actually felt sick watching that. I mean, it was truly, truly appalling. And it was absolutely unprecedented behavior. And to see that playing out, and I can only wonder now, you know, what is going to be the wider reaction to this? How are European leaders going to respond to it? But in many ways, my bigger interest is how is this going to play out amongst congressional Republicans who, even if publicly they were lining up now to support, they have been lining up to support Trump and or trying at least not to create waves, how they can possibly respond to something like this. Because, as I say, this is not just Trump sort of being angry at Zelensky. This fundamentally betrays the fact that the US leadership under Trump and Vance have absolutely no time for Ukraine. They have no intention whatsoever of supporting Ukraine. And I think this is going to play out in all sorts of ways. One of the things I think I'm really interested in as an immediate reaction to all of this is where Marco Rubio as Secretary of State lines up in all of this, because and I've been thinking a lot about this in the past few days. This is somebody who is quite clearly very, very unhappy at the sort of things that he's having to do. So in the 1 month since, you know, he's been appointed, and remembering that most people felt he was the most qualified and perhaps the only serious person that Trump appointed to his cabinet, how he feels having to turn his back on so many of his established positions, the fact that he had to oversee, you know, the closure of USAID, the fact that he's had to go and open up talks with Russia, which essentially was about restarting trade relations while there still hasn't been any sort of conclusion to the war in Ukraine, that, you know, he's had to stand up for Trump's threats against NATO partners, against neighbors such as Mexico and Panama, all of these things, one can only wonder how much longer he can really remain in post and maintain any sort of integrity and self-respect, because really everything that we're seeing runs against the sort of things that he stands for. But I think we can say the same for many, many other Republicans. So it's going to be very interesting to see how this plays out, because I think that, has this finally crossed the line where people will now have to actually sort of say, look, we can't take this position that Trump is now speaking in ways that one can only say are parroting Kremlin positions. I mean, it's as simple as that, talking about World War III and how Ukraine is... No mention, of course, that, the person who actually is toying with World War III was Vladimir Putin by invading a sovereign country. So I think, this is a really, really important moment in that sense, but also what is going to be the sort of response that we're going to see from European countries from all of this. In many ways, we had a fascinating week. Both Emmanuel Macron and Keir Starmer as the French president and British prime minister, I think by all accounts, however one feels about it, about Trump, played it extremely well. But what we've just seen with Zelensky offers a very different view on this. As I say, you could come at it and say, well, they played it really cool, they did it just right, Zelensky didn't. But when you look back at how that escalated, you could see that in many ways that Vance was actually out to get Zelensky, and Zelensky, yes, maybe could have cooled it down a bit, but it was very, very clear that they weren't sympathetic to him at all. In fact, they were absolutely hostile. You can see that very clearly now. So how do we now look at the fact, how do Macron and Starmer deal with this? How do all Europeans deal with this? Because it's very clear that Trump is, can we really consider foreign policy being done on the basis that you have to constantly and forever be tiptoeing around Trump because of he might explode, and, that everyone is constantly having to play nice to him because they're just worried about him blowing up. But the reality is that that's going to happen anyway, that unless he gets absolutely what he wants. So in many ways, I think many people will be looking back at this and saying Macron and Starmer had done really well. But now looking at how Zelensky was treated and what has happened, were they too accommodating? For Britain, I think it's going to be in a very difficult position because, of course, the UK is caught in a bind post-Brexit. It doesn't want to be caught up with Trump's tariffs on the European Union, and so is desperately sort of trying to keep out of this. But on the other hand, I think that this is a moment when the UK is really going to be caught in a very, very difficult bind. That behaviour that we saw this evening, I think there's going to be a very big backlash in the UK as well about how Britain deals with Trump. And I think that, I look, for anyone who follows the channels knows that I have always been very opposed to Brexit. And I think that break with Europe was disastrous. I think it was disastrous in economic terms. I think what we're now seeing is it was disastrous in strategic and military terms. And, this, I think, will drive that impetus for a closer relationship between Britain and Europe. But I think for many European leaders, they will have watched that and be utterly appalled. And I think that many allies of the United States will also be feeling the same way. So I immediately sort of just went and had a look at what some of the social media was saying. And it was very interesting that, there is a view that, this has highlighted, can any NATO state, any NATO member feel confident that if something happens to them, that Trump, as US president, will align the United States behind them? So in many ways, this has fundamentally undermined Article 5 of the NATO treaty, with all the implications that has. So look, I just felt that this was something I needed to say, having watched that, that I think I can only describe it as shameful. I said that I don't want the channel to be all Trump all the time, that I would only cover what I think are major developments, and there just seem to be too many of them, but where I could put it in a broader context of what was going on. So, for example, about USAID was a good opportunity to look at the history of international aid and why it's important. The threats against Mexico and Canada were a really good opportunity to look at trade. But this is just one of those moments when, yes, there are broader lessons to be learnt, but just from a fundamental diplomatic point of view, and for what this means for Western unity and for the Western alliance, and what this means for international politics as a whole. Unfortunately, this was just one of those moments that just simply couldn't go unremarked on. So I'm sorry, the video I was going to put up tonight, I will hold off and maybe put up on Tuesday, but I just felt that this was too important to miss. And please do let me know in the comments below how you feel about all of this. I will put a link to the footage in case anyone hasn't seen it. But where do you think this goes? What do you think this means for Trump? What do you think this will mean for US foreign policy? Will Republicans now start to speak out against this? What is the position of someone like Marco Rubio as Secretary of State, who's clearly having to defend what is increasingly becoming the indefensible? And what will Britain and European countries do? And do you think other countries can really trust the United States? I should imagine that Taiwan is watching this very, very nervously at the moment. So anyway, look, thanks for bearing with me on this. And please, as I say, I'd be really, really interested to hear what you make of all of this, because as I say, to my mind, I don't think I've ever seen such a display, certainly not from a US president or a major Western leader. It really, really defies belief.
President Zelensky of Ukraine. I don't know how much you were able to catch of it, Roy, but I don't think I've ever seen anything like it in public. The only thing I ever saw in private, I once saw Vladimir Putin absolutely rag with Tony Blair, but even that was nothing like this. Nothing.
Well, let's just quickly bring people up to date. So, quick reminder: Trump campaigns saying that if he came into office, he would end the Ukraine war in 24 hours. He then announced talks in Saudi Arabia with Russia, and has gone out calling Zelensky a dictator and saying that he's very unpopular, and accusing him of starting the war, and saying that the US had spent 3 times more than it's actually spent in Ukraine. Everybody, of course, very, very worried. So that then led to a emergency scrambling by President Macron and Prime Minister Starmer, who flew over to Washington. And the major objectives of their meetings, which were this week, Macron's meeting was on Monday, Starmer's meetings just happened, was to try to convince Trump to get back into a more moderate position on Ukraine. And really what they were hoping to do was say, okay, Europe will put up much more money. In fact, they were even suggesting Europe will put up all the money, provided the US is prepared to continue to sell weapon systems and provide something called security guarantees, which we can get into a bit later. While this was all been going on, Trump has been making demands to Ukraine for a minerals deal. And in the draft that people saw, he was asking for 50% of all Ukraine's minerals now and in the future. It's going to be about $500 billion worth of minerals for the United States. In return, it appeared for nothing. President Zelensky then has flown out to the United States. He arrived. There was quite a warm greeting on the steps of the White House, where Trump made some jokes about Zelensky's clothes, said it was a great honor that he was visiting. And then they sat down in this rather strange pre-press conference. So there seems to be, and I'd love to ask you about this just to explain the logistics of this. There seems to be a pre-press conference, then they go to their meeting, and then traditionally they do a press conference at the end. What's this?
No, they had the meeting already, and then they did the press conference.
I alluded to this in the discussion we had about Keir Starmer in his press conference, his meeting with President Trump yesterday. When I told this, so what happens is you arrive, and traditionally you then go into the Oval Office. It's a big moment, obviously, particularly if it's the first time a leader's going there, as Keir Starmer was yesterday. And then they bring in this thing called the pall spray. And both when I was a journalist, when Ronald Reagan was president and Bush won, and when I was working with Tony Blair through Clinton and Bush era, usually you take 2 or 3 questions, maybe 2 each, and it would be very much to set the scene. What this was, what this became, was a full-scale shouting match. I think deliberate. I think deliberately provoked. It felt to me like an ambush. And the point is that we were talking this afternoon, we should tell our listeners, we did an interview this afternoon with Martin Wolf, the guy who's now written 4 books about Trump, and he said something very, very interesting. He said, you guys keep trying to find out what makes this guy tick. He's not a serious person. He's a reality TV guy. All he cares about, he said, do you remember this, are ratings and conflict. And he knows that to drive his ratings and keep him in the public eye and get all the attention he needs, he has to have conflict. If you were serious about this deal that he's talked about for the last few days, you'd have welcomed Zelensky, your teams would have done all the work in advance, and then if it was still work to do, you'd have gone for the meeting. Done a few pictures, shaken hands, gone for the meeting. Instead of which, they had full on his usual talking points about Biden was terrible, Biden did nothing, there would have been no war if I'd have been president, October 7th wouldn't have happened, inflation wouldn't have happened, raging about, and I think this is the crux of his hatred of Zelensky, revisiting this thing about, Hunter Biden, when he asked for favours, he asked Zelensky to do stuff which Zelensky felt he shouldn't. But I think the other thing that really, I don't know whether it should have shocked me, but it did shock me. Zelensky's an elected president of Ukraine, a very important country right at the height. And there's nothing wrong with people in the meetings coming in, but the way Vance came in was utterly disgusting, and it made me think it was deliberate, intimidating, bullying behaviour.
Let me do a quick explainer again for people who didn't view it, and then get your analysis on it. So, the meeting started relatively calmly in a normal way. And then a journalist from Polish radio asked quite a direct question about whether it made sense for Trump to trust Putin. And at that point, President Trump started attacking Zelensky. He started saying that Zelensky had a very bad attitude towards Putin. And then J.D. Vance, apropos of not very much, suddenly weighed in and made a speech mocking Biden, saying America had been chest-thumping and saying that America had made no attempts to do deals, but Trump, was going to bring peace. And it was at that point that Zelensky felt that he needed to stand up for himself, and he said, and I think partly offended maybe that the vice president had interrupted in this way, he turned to J.D. Vance and he said, look, we did a lot of deals. Macron, Merkel, myself, we signed deals with Putin. He promised, we did gas deals, and he broke all those ceasefire agreements and deals. And then when Vance challenged him again on diplomacy, Zelensky said, what diplomacy? And eventually said, and have you actually ever even visited Ukraine? And it was at that point that things really began to get out of control, because they started shouting at him being disrespectful, not showing enough gratitude to the United States. You don't have any cards, let me tell you, this is very rude, you mustn't talk to us like this, you've done enough talking. Okay, over to you for analysis now. I've given a little.
Yeah, that's what made me think it was sort of deliberate bullying, intimidating behaviour, because they kept putting points to Zelensky, which he tried to respond to, and then they just sort of shouted over him. And the other thing that Vance said, he said at one point, he appeared to be saying that you don't have any soldiers left. At one point, Trump also said, all your cities have been flattened. And Zelensky said no, because the truth is, and we said this on the podcast last week, 20% has been occupied, but most of the big cities in Ukraine, they're functioning. It's not easy, but they're functioning. And so they kept, and the other point that both Macron and Starmer had pushed back on this thing that Europe's getting all the money back and we've paid more than Europe. Zelensky, very factually, very calmly said, no, Europe has paid as much. Europe has given as much, and we're very grateful to you, we're very grateful to them. Vance, literally his first words were, have you actually said thank you? And Zelensky, again, very calm. And by the way, I went back and watched the whole thing again. It was 50 minutes. Zelensky started by saying thank you to the American people. Thank you for the invitation, thank you to the American people. So Vance sits there, utterly vile, that man. I've been thinking this for a while about Vance. He's utterly vile, and you really saw it today. And he basically said, have you ever said thank you? When are we going to get gratitude? That triggers Trump to say, when are we going to get gratitude? I felt that Zelensky did look slightly on the edge. Hardly surprising. He's been a war leader for 3 years. He's been flying around the world. Vance also said, all you do are these propaganda tours. He talked about taking people to Ukraine on propaganda tours. In other words, you're not showing, I almost thought he was going to say free speech. You're not showing us the whole picture. And so, as a result, it got worse. And instead of Trump, if Trump was a serious person and a serious diplomat,
if Trump was a serious person, J.D. Vance wouldn't have been in the room.
He just said, okay, you've had your questions, you've had your pictures, we're now going to do the meeting, we'll speak to you later, that have gone and tried to resolve it. Instead of which, he went, you, another question. It was disgusting.
Kept the whole thing going. And then the story, at least, that's just been printed in The Independent, is that they then went into an hour of meetings, and at the end of that hour, Marco Rubio and Mike Waltz, the Secretary of State and National Security Advisor, asked Zelensky to leave the building. And Trump then posted on Truth Social saying this guy isn't interested in peace. And part of the problem, obviously, why Zelensky's on edge, presumably, is that he's in an impossible situation. Trump has been asking for $500 billion, which is much more than the United States has given, and offering nothing in return. And Zelensky has been sitting on his tongue, being as polite as he can, hoping, because the Europeans have been encouraging him to believe this, that maybe if he gave a minerals deal, maybe if the Europeans put up the money, the United States would provide some kind of security guarantee in return. But that phrase, security guarantee, hasn't happened at all. And can I just try to dig into this maybe just for a little bit, so that we get into the question of what these different deals are, what it is that Trump seems to want, what Putin seems to want, what Europe seems to want, what Zelensky seems to want. So let's start with Europe and Zelensky. Their starting point, which was pretty similar to President Biden's starting point, was that Russian economy is in trouble. Russia has been making advances, but very, very slowly. I think it was you that said it would take 88 years for Russia to be able to conquer the whole of Ukraine at this rate. And that you could get a deal in place in which maybe Putin held on to bits of eastern Ukraine, but western Ukraine was fully secured. And fully secured for Zelensky means becoming part of the European Union and NATO. And becoming part of NATO means Article 5 protection, which basically means that if Putin stepped foot into that part of Ukraine, NATO would be obliged to respond with a nuclear missile strike. It's pretty extreme stuff. Putin's demand, on the other hand, has been that he gets full recognition for the territory he's taken. He gets more territory. He's got more bits of territory that he wants. He wants Ukraine completely demilitarized. He wants Zelensky gone. He wants all sanctions lifted and eastern Ukraine recognized as part of Russia. And it now, I think, is increasingly clear that the Trump plan is the Putin plan. And why? Well, maybe these reasons. Number one, he may have a very strange relationship to Putin, and you talked about that a little bit. He's got something in his head that Putin backed him over Hunter Biden. Secondly, there are people in Trump's administration who have a national security ploy where they believe that China is the priority, Russia's the distraction, and some of the more imaginative ones even believe they might be able to peel Russia off and use it as an ally against China. Thirdly, sense that he feels that he's wasting a lot of money. Fourthly, he's got a lot of isolationists in MAGA behind him. And I think finally he wants to present himself as the great peacemaker. He wants to be able to come in and say, I ended this war. Right, back over to you.
Well, I think this thing about being the great peacemaker and the great deal maker, and when we saw Macron on Monday, he was saying, you know, all my life is deals. You have to understand I'm a deal maker. I make great deals. Putin has completely played him on this. Totally played him. Putin's first big step.
How do I let go of gun?
The top table. And the top table when it comes to pretty much any big international issue, with the UN so weak at the moment, is the United States. So he has a one-on-one phone call. That's where this all started. Trump came out and said, I've had this long chat with Putin, and he started to say, I know him and I trust him and all this. That was the other thing that I think.
Of course.
Was he's sitting there, his country having been invaded, Trump not having said a single word of criticism, pretty much since he returned to office, with Putin. And he's saying, yeah, I believe him. I believe the guy. If he says he won't invade, he won't invade. If he says this. So, and then into this whole mineral thing. And the minerals, of course, I hadn't quite realised that so much of the mineral wealth that we're talking about. I heard a very good podcast, a German podcast today with a woman called Florence Gaut, was it? She works for NATO in Rome. And I hadn't quite
I dropped my
realised the extent to
backpack.
which a lot of these
God
rare
damn
earth
it.
and minerals are in the occupied.
Oh my god.
And so
It's been so long since I played. I literally have no clue what my buttons are.
Which, as you say, 500 billion, which Ben Wallace on the radio earlier was calling blatant
Hey, fuck off.
extortion, which Scaramucci has called extortion, which I think you have as well. And so he's basically being put in there and told, we're going to sign this deal. We're going to sign this deal. And it was perfectly obvious that the groundwork hadn't been done. It wasn't like, you know, Keir Starmer knew that Trump was going to accept the state visit, and they knew they were going to say Chagos Islands, because the work had been done. That hadn't happened. And that is not serious diplomacy. So I do think Michael Wolff's point about him just not being serious. Now, what he will feel now, I don't know. As you say, the MAGA crowd, and it's pathetic. Do you remember when Boris Johnson was Prime Minister? And anytime there was a scandal, the cabinet were given these cut and paste tweets by Dominic Cummings to say, you know, well, the Trump cabinet is now doing the same, including Marco Rubio, who, by the way, looked absolutely sick in that meeting.
Well, just remind listeners a little on Marco Rubio and why he looks sick. So, Marco Rubio was one of the leading voices in the Senate of skepticism towards Putin. He was the guy who used to ask other people in confirmation hearings, as I think we've discussed in the podcast, is Putin a dictator? He has always been on the record saying you can never trust Putin. Putin doesn't want a deal. All he wants to do is weaken the United States. And now he's having to claim that he believes Trump, and that he believes Trump's fundamental claim, which is Trump thinks he can hand over Ukraine to Putin. And he sort of implies that he thinks, and then Europe will be safe, and that NATO will be safe, and Putin will back him on China. All this is unbelievably naive, because he's got no leverage over Putin on Europe, he's got no leverage over Putin on NATO, he's got no, by which I mean, now that he's signalled that he doesn't believe in security guarantees, I'm not quite sure where NATO is at all.
Let me read you his tweet, which is the same tweet that lots of the others put up. Thank you, POTUS, President of the United States, for standing up for America in a way that no president has ever had the courage to do before. Thank you for putting America first. America is with you. Now, you've sat in the meeting. You've seen what's gone on. Is that a serious Secretary of State who was sitting there? Just look at his face there. Look at how he looks during the meeting. He knows it's going really, really badly, and yet he cannot bring himself afterwards to do anything other than what he's told to do. And by the way, Roy, you talked about some of the questions, and as with the Macron, they clearly have planted questions. One of the questions, and Trump was giving the guy a little wink, was this guy who said to Zelensky, couldn't you have actually worn a suit? Now, Zelensky, as we all know, is dressed like that for a reason, to show that his country's at war. And I think a lot of people have respected him for that. So Zelensky rightly just sort of batted it off. But then Trump gave his little wink to the guy as if to say, thanks for that. They gave him a little punch as well. And I just feel that if you don't have a serious government in the White House at this time, you have Trump and his Putin and his FSB guys will have been laughing their heads off watching every single minute of it. But what it means now, I think, for the UK, for France, for Germany, for Canada, for Australia, for other countries, and this summit that Keir Starmer is hosting now in London on Sunday is unbelievably important. I'm hoping Zelensky is still coming, and I think that Europe now really has to step up. You may end up with somebody having to negotiate, like Starmer or Macron, to negotiate to get Trump back in the same room as Zelensky.
Yeah. Well, let me play the full pessimistic picture here. So, basically, Macron and Starmer's trips to Washington seem now to have been wasted. Their objective was to get there before Zelensky, get US security guarantees. Macron believed that he'd charmed Trump to do that. Starmer famously turned up with a letter from the king. They got a lot of sort of warm smiles and no real language. And the end of it is the week ends with this incredibly aggressive humiliation of Zelensky. So what can we read from this? I think the worst case scenario is this, and it seems increasingly as though it's probable. So not just the worst case scenario, it's probably what's going to likely to happen. If Trump holds to his current position, he will withdraw US support from Ukraine. He will withdraw all US military assets from Ukraine. He will withdraw all US money from Ukraine. But worse than that, he will also not allow European countries to continue to buy American systems in order to continue the war in Ukraine. Right? He will wash his hands of Zelensky. He will say, I tried to make a deal, you wouldn't sign the minerals deal. I hand you over to Putin. And that is, I'm afraid, unbelievably difficult. We can talk on this podcast about Europe stepping up, but at that point, it's no longer US and Europe's war, it's Europe's war only. And there are two questions for that. Can Europe fight that war? And would Europe want to fight that war? Can Europe fight that war? Well, very, very difficult in the next 2 years. It would take at least 24 months before Europe was in any position to replace a lot of the key US equipment. Would Europe want to fight that war? Does Macron have the support, the strength in his own parliament? Does Starmer, my sense is Starmer hasn't been pitching himself as the grand big picture international statesman. Is he going to want to take the full burden of the Ukraine war? And what's really involved? Well, I think the next thing that will happen is Putin will start advancing very, very fast. Because without US anti-aircraft missiles, he's going to be able to get helicopters, drones much, much closer. Without US artillery, he's going to be able to push his artillery much closer. Without US electronic warfare, the drones will be able to take out the Ukrainian tanks, etc., etc. So I think we are in a situation in which almost certainly Putin can guarantee that he can radically increase his territory. But I think it's not impossible that Putin could march all the way through Kiev to Moldova.
The Dmitry Medvedev, who is the guy who pretended to be president when Trump was when Putin was in his interregnum, has just tweeted, "The insolent pig finally got a proper slapdown in the Oval Office. Trump is right. The Kyiv regime is gambling with World War III." This is what we've seen since the election: is Russian delight at pretty much everything that Trump says and does. I mean, you really do begin to wonder. We talked on the podcast the other day about, the question we keep being asked is, what has Putin got on Trump? And this goes back to the discussion with Michael Wolff. We keep trying to find strategic and tactical and psychological reasons as to why Trump operates as he does. But there may be something very, very simple behind this. And I think that what I saw in Zelensky as well, and I honestly, I felt the sight of, I think Zelensky is an incredibly courageous guy. He's an unbelievable communicator. The way that he's kept going for 3 years, kept travelling around the world, or his propaganda tours, as Vance called it. But I think that I sort of felt, you did feel he was on edge. You felt that even he was shocked. He knew, listen, when you've been called a dictator, when you have to listen to Trump saying, Ukraine started the war, you can see why he might arrive pretty angry. But he arrived looking like he was kind of, serious about trying to get something done. But then it was like just these, first of all, they start chipping away, and then the big stuff, these planted questions coming in. I don't know whether it's true, but somebody on the chat has just said that the question about the suit was asked by the same guy that I told you about, who asked the planted question at the press conference with Macron, the guy who's a friend of Marjorie Taylor Greene. But I think in this, that the MAGA crowd probably think, great, yeah, we're showing the world that we're the boss, etc. But I think this does unbelievable damage to the American standing in the world.
Part of the issue is that in some way, as with everything with Trump, it sort of was predictable, not predictable. So I guess if, when you and I were doing podcasts before the election, we were saying, well, if Trump wins, he will give in to Putin, and the way that he'll make peace is by basically allowing Putin to have all the territory and toppling Zelensky and creating a puppet regime in Ukraine. Right? So we can say that quickly. But then he actually gets in, and he starts leaning into that. Right? Then it becomes clear that he's made these promises to Putin, he's made these promises to the American public, so it becomes increasingly clear that he's going to sell out Zelensky in order to be able to boast that he's ended the war and saved American money. But we still don't quite believe it. And you've got these trips by Starmer and Macron where I guess we keep saying, well, you've got to try. I mean, you've got to keep hoping that there's something that you can do, that there's some way through. But I'm afraid after tonight, we might just return to the analysis back in October and November. This has been Trump's position all the way through. We've been hoping against hope that some element of diplomacy, realism, arguments about Putin not humiliating him will change it. But honestly, I don't think J.D. Vance or Trump could have been more clear from the beginning that this is what they intended to do. Now, the problem is because nobody quite took them seriously, we haven't really thought about what that looks like. We've tended to assume that that looks like Putin keeping the territory he's got. I think we now need to plan for the possibility that Putin thinks he's in a much stronger position he could have imagined, and Putin may think he can take the whole of Ukraine and maybe help himself to Moldova too. And I think the other final point, and maybe this come to you on this before we go to comments and questions. We've been talking about security guarantees all the time. And what were these security guarantees that Starmer and Macron were asking for from Trump? Well, it wasn't very clear. But it seems as though what they were saying is, you can take all your troops and money out, we'll produce the money, but we'd like you to produce a security guarantee that if Putin comes into Western Ukraine after the peace deal, you will respond. And how? You will respond with nuclear weapons. In other words, they were suggesting that Ukraine be treated like a NATO member state, that the US security umbrella go over it. Now, obviously, when you say that out loud, you realize that Trump was never going to sign up to that. Trump was never going to sign up to the idea of firing nuclear weapons at Putin to defend Ukraine. Furthermore, when you really begin to pull at that and say, well, isn't that what Article 5 in NATO is about, is security guarantees? It's presumably pretty obvious to all of us now that he's not going to fire nuclear weapons at Putin to defend Lithuania, which is a NATO country, or Poland, which is a NATO country, or France, which is a NATO country. And given
I don't think
security guarantees...
He was asked about some of those countries. He was asked about Poland. He said, I like Poland. They're spending lots of money on Poland. We definitely stand up for Poland. And then somebody said, what about one of the Baltic countries? Yeah, well, they're in a tough area. And they did one of his little sort of smiles, Vincent smiles. And yeah, we'd kind of think about them. I should tell you, by the way, Friedrich Merz, the soon-to-be new German Chancellor, has tweeted auf English, Dear Vladimir, we stand with Ukraine in good and in testing times. We must never confuse aggressor and victim in this terrible war. And he's put brackets FM, which means that I am tweeting this myself. This is not my office. I hope that Keir Starmer does something similar. I hope Macron does something similar. I hope Tusk does something similar. I know why Macron and Keir Starmer, and I still think they did the right thing in going, and I think they did the right thing in stroking his ego and, trying to get that balance between pandering to the narcissist and actually working on him. Now, he has ended up in a worse place, even worse place, but you've got to keep going. I should say, by the way, as well, Roy, the guy who asked Zelensky about, whether he, and as you said earlier, Trump commented on Zelensky's clothes. Why did none of the cabinet say to Elon Musk when he turned up in the cabinet meeting, why don't you wear a fucking suit? Anyway, sorry, that's just me going off.
Well, here's a question. Michael Kay. Question, lads. What does Zelensky do next?
He comes to London. He comes to London.
But in terms of his military options, there's a very, very small possibility for him, which is that he tries to mobilize. This is the really nasty scenario. He tries to do a full mobilization. So he hasn't done full conscription yet of the entire Ukrainian population. And he leans into urban warfare. He hopes he doesn't lose all his sea access. He tries to hold on to as much territory as he can while Europe builds up its defences and tries to buy that critical 18 months, 2 years until Europe's in a position to provide. But that's a lot of ifs. That's assuming a lot about the Ukrainian people. That's assuming a lot about morale in Ukraine. That's assuming a lot about European willingness to do that. And that's assuming a lot about Russia, because Russia would then throw everything that it had against him.
It's interesting, we're getting thousands of comments here, and they're going so fast down the thing I can't stop them. But somebody just said that, I don't know whether this is true, but it's saying that the Dow Jones market is going into a bit of a meltdown. Here's a good question for you, Rory. Would Turkey step up to help Ukraine?
Yes. So Turkey has been very interesting.
Yes,
It's a
absolutely.
really, really important player here. So Turkey has a traditional rivalry with Russia in the Black Sea and in Syria, as people know. Turkey has a pretty formidable army, and an army that
Second
actually
standard
has a lot of
army.
combat experience and is prepared to fight. Turkey's been providing a lot of drones to Ukraine, and Turkey has offered to get involved on the ground. So any European defense alliance that you tried to put around Ukraine would definitely have to include Turkey, and it would certainly try to pull in Japan, South Korea, Australia, those major economies. But you're still missing critical things. I mean, and this is, part of this is obviously our fault. We never developed enough anti-aircraft missile capacity. We never developed proper satellite coordination. We haven't got a proper replacement for Starlink. We're not good enough at electronic warfare. There are these gaping holes, and whether it's true they'd take 2 years to fill, I suppose some people might say we moved much faster during the Second World War, but it's a really, really big lift. And I think the problem, Alistair, is that you and I, and many, many people on these comments, are desperately thinking, what do we do to support Ukraine in the absence of the US? It's much more difficult to face the possibility that the odds are really against you if the US pulls out. And really
listen,
against
for
you.
sure. And we talked on the main podcast this week about we are virtually all of our defences are so tied into American systems and to American cooperation because we've always assumed that was going to be there, and that's what you have to keep. Again, defence forces. Listen, there'll be a lot of people in the American military tonight who are thinking, "What the F has he done?" There'll be a lot of people in American intelligence thinking, "What the hell has he done?" So there'll still be that cooperation going on. But meanwhile, I think we just have to face. Friedrich Merz said it, on the night he was elected, on the night he won the election. He said, we've got to become more independent of America. We've got to understand they're not as reliable as they were. There's another question there, Bobby. Does this leave Turkey as the only power that can supply Ukraine with the security it needs for the next 24 months? Well, I think it's going to be a combination of powers that do that. The other big story in the UK today, Roy, that probably would have been, in fact, it was leading the news until all this, was Annalise Dodds resigning as development minister. And she was making the point, as we did it on our live stream about the aid cuts the other day, that this sort of opens the door to Russia and China in that space. But I actually think now, what a combination of all these things happening. She says in her resignation letter that she thought, and I thought it was very dignified of her not to resign until Keir got back from his visit to Trump. That would have been a disaster if that had happened in the middle of it. But I think it was interesting that she pointed out, I thought we were going to have discussions about whether we could actually look at Rachel Reeves's fiscal rules and also at the tax situation. I think at some point in the not too distant future, the country, and we're not the only country this is going to apply to, right across Europe, we're going to have to really ramp up defence spending. And that is going to, we talk about tough choices, it's going to mean really tough choices, not least related to fiscal rules and taxation.
Yeah, well, so Alistair, we talked about this, which is that Labour felt that their only way of winning the election was to promise not to raise the taxes which make up 75% of our revenue, so VAT, corporation tax, income tax, national insurance. And they came out of that election, found themselves in a fiscal hole, felt that their only option was to raise employers' national insurance, very damaging tax. They need to get back if they're going to raise more money for things like defense, to those broad-based taxes, and this was their opportunity to do it. It was very, very sad that Starmer decided that the way to do it was to halve, basically, international development spending from where it was when I was Secretary of State. Potentially, I mean, I can get into this a bit more, potentially even breaking manifesto commitments, legal commitments in order to do it. But the bigger point was this presumably was his political opportunity to say, Trump, Ukraine, the world situation, this is a good reason, which even conservatives, I would argue, could buy into, to actually look at raising some of the main taxes.
Yeah. Samuel Yates here with a very sort of stay awake at night question. Could you envision a scenario where the UK is at war with Russia but the USA is not? That's a big thing because, of course, you know, the entire sort of thinking about NATO is about preventing war and seeing Russia as the enemy, as it were, for a lot of its period. There've been moments of rapprochement that have gone a bit, but in recent years that's gone away again. But what you have a sense of now is that Trump is an ally of Putin, and most of the other countries that thought they were allies of the United States are not allies of Putin. And that, so Samuel, I hope not, but I think that's the kind of scenario planning that now does have to be thought about.
It's I mean, there's clearly something which we've talked about before, which, I mean, and you know, this Michael Wolff interview, I recommend to people who haven't heard it, but
well, we haven't been out yet, so they can't.
They can't. He focuses a lot on this idea that Trump's not serious. Look, I agree with that, but I think that's also a bit misleading, because I think, as you've pointed out, what he does in the world is certainly serious. So the question of whether or not he himself is serious is a little bit
the
misleading.
impact of what he does is incredibly serious.
And I think it's also true that maybe Michael Wolff overdoes this idea that there's nothing constant about Trump. I think there are certain things that are constant about Trump. And one of them is a long-standing admiration for strongmen, a long-standing admiration for Vladimir Putin, a sense that the United States should be dominating the Americas, that Russia should be dominating Eastern Europe, and implicitly that China should be dominating Asia, seems to be somewhere in the back of his head. And then there's other stuff too. He clearly is interested consistently in tariffs, in immigration, and it's getting more ideological. I mean, this is the other thing that I think we haven't fully articulated yet. This is a much more ideological administration than Trump's first presidency, because Musk and Vance in particular have become theorists, very strange theorists on democracy, freedom of speech, getting in behind these far-right groups in Europe, undermining our own democracies from within. That wasn't part of Trump's playbook last time. And this stuff, authoritarian, pretty fascist in nature, feeds in pretty well to stealing minerals from Ukraine, giving Putin leeway. And as I think that question points out, I don't think it's really an open question anymore whether the US is on Russia's side or Europe's side. It is clearly on Russia's side. I mean, this decision and this spectacle, this horrifying spectacle, is Trump declaring for Russia against Europe.
Margaret Gowdy, where is Keir Starmer? Why no statement yet? European leaders are making statements of support. Listen, they'll be thinking things through. Everybody will have followed this. Everyone will be aware of what's gone on. Keir Starmer now has to chair this meeting on Sunday. It's going to be very, very consequential. I really hope. I think they're talking already about 18 European leaders who are due to be there. I hope that all European leaders say, by the way, I want to be there too. I think this is one of those moments where you just have to show real solidarity with Zelensky. And, you know, you said there that Trump admires strongman leaders. The strength that Zelensky has shown as a... Do you remember, let's go back 3 years. Joe Biden said to him right at the start, listen, Vladimir, this is going to be really, really tough. If you want us to get you out of there, we can do it. And Zelensky was basically offended even at the suggestion. And if you remember, the Kremlin spread a story that Zelensky had fled, and he posted a selfie of himself with his troops. I think Zelensky is got real strength, real courage, and let's never forget, Donald Trump, bone spurs.
We had a question here. Is this the start of World War III from Sue Lewis? Let me try to take that seriously, because it obviously sounds terrifying. But just explain.
Well, it's what Trump said to Zelensky. You're risking World War III.
And as usual with Trump, he's flipped it around in a bizarre way, because it is he that's bringing us closer to World War III. So, essentially, the way that we prevented World War III, in other words, nuclear war, since the invention of the atom bomb, was through this extraordinary nuclear deterrence. And right at the heart of nuclear deterrence was NATO. And the idea was that Russia and the Soviet Union would not attack NATO countries, and NATO would not attack Russia and the Soviet Union because of these nuclear weapons. And it was psychological. I mean, and this is why what Trump has done is so unbelievably devastating. Deterrence only works if people have faith that you're going to use it. And for 80 years, for better or for worse, Russia has believed that the United States would stand behind its Article 5 guarantees of NATO, and that there was a good chance they would use nuclear weapons to defend NATO territory. In other words, we've had peace and avoided nuclear war, paradoxically, because of the threat of nuclear war. What will happen now, almost certainly, is that Putin will sense that Trump is no longer willing to defend somewhere like Lithuania. Lithuania is pretty easy for Putin to get into. In fact, he has a small bit of territory which he can join together by going through Lithuania. And I think we can take it as read that Trump would not be firing nuclear weapons at Putin were he to go into Lithuania. But Lithuania is a NATO country. So once he's taken one NATO country, then the whole thing opens up. And then the thing that leads to World War III, of course, isn't just Putin. It's the way in which Europe responds. How does Poland respond? Well, Poland, of course, has spent a lot of its historical existence being part of Russia, being subjugated by the Soviet Union. Pretty recent experience. The Baltics were part of the Soviet Union itself. So for those countries, they will then respond violently to try to defend themselves, and the risk of war increases dramatically.
There's quite a couple of comments there, people saying that you said the real winner tonight was Putin. The real winner tonight is actually China. And of course that's the other thing, that if we do get into a situation where the whole of Europe is feeling that we have to focus on this, then China and America's not going to engage, and China starts to feel a lot more relaxed about Taiwan. Callum Halliday, what do you think of the future of the Five Eyes Agreement? This is whereby the US, the UK, Canada, Australia and New Zealand have major intelligence sharing going on. And we talked about that when we did a podcast with David McCloskey from The Rest is Classified. And he was making the point that, it just makes sense that when you have people who are operating on similar systems, he said what did he say? You've got 20 of America's providing 20, UK's providing 5, 3 Canada, 2 Australia, 1 New Zealand. And it made sense. But when you see the extent to which the Americans now appear to be, frankly, closer to Putin than they are to NATO, and when you see people like Tulsi Gabbard and the guy at the FBI in charge, then you do start to wonder, and you do start to think about whether they can be relied upon.
Yeah. Well, James, when he says Five Eyes is dead, stop sharing intelligence now. The one of the other things that happens with the Five Eyes system is that the United Kingdom will shut down intelligence stations in other countries, relying on the United States to then fill the intelligence gap. And we've been doing this for many, many years. So, and we hand over agents, the running of agents, we hand over classified material. In other words, the whole design of the British, Australian, New Zealand, Canadian intelligence services are designed around the CIA and assume that we can specialize in areas and the CIA will provide us intelligence in areas where we don't have a presence. That will now cease, because we will assume now that Trump will order the CIA not to share that kind of intelligence with us, at which point we would then have to develop far,
All right.
far larger.
Absolutely.
Yeah. And the
There's a question
so
here,
this
Freddie.
one, yeah, go.
Sorry, a couple of things here that relate to that. Freddie Johnson, American here. Freddie's an American. Welcome, Freddie. We still like Americans. It's just your president and your vice president we had a bit of trouble with this evening. Horrifyingly, he says, Trump is doing everything in his power to align the US with Russia politically, militarily, economically. And Martin Smith, LBC is saying that TASS was allowed into the pool spray, but Reuters and AP were kept out. Did you hear about this, Rory? That TASS, that's the sort of Soviet, the Russian news agency, somehow, even though they weren't on the list, got into the Oval Office and were putting it out live. The other thing that's really weird about this American system, sorry to go back to the trivia of media management, is that you're talking about the White House is one of the most consequential political buildings in the world. America is one of the most media conscious countries in the world. But they still have this system where you have the pool spray at the top and the reporters are all in there telling you everything that's being said, but the pictures don't come out for about 20 minutes. It's the weirdest thing. So anyway, the guy from TASS was in there reporting live to Moscow, which just sort of sums the whole damn thing up, I think.
Here's the last one for me before we wrap up. Rather an interesting one from Ihsan Kazi. He says, what if China steps in and gives Ukraine security guarantees and ends the war for 25% of the minerals? The US is done in that case. Now, I think Ihsan's point is really interesting. China has been trying to present itself as the deal maker, the arbiter between Ukraine and Russia. China sees an enormous opportunity in America's retreat. It's getting into Nepal, it's turning up in the Middle East, it's putting out nice statements to Europe saying, we're a stable, reliable security partner. So I think Ihsan may be being too imaginative, but I think there's something in it. I wouldn't be too surprised if we don't begin to see China stepping forward over the next few days and weeks, trying to insert itself into the middle of this position as the US loses its power.
Yeah. Rory, I'm going to close by pointing out that a lot of the questions and a lot of the comments coming in, should Britain withdraw an offer of a state visit, what will King Charles be thinking as he watches all this? Now, I don't know anybody who's really close to King Charles to sort of just be able to pick up a phone and do you know anybody who could sort of maybe give me some indication of that?
This is a very, very unfair question. But look, it's a really, really difficult position now that the king is in. And remember, Canadians are now very upset because
Rory,
they feel
the stuff I've been looking at the Canadian media all day. They really weren't. I mean, I've spoken to sources close to Keir Starmer, who actually said that he was about to say we didn't discuss it, but when Trump actually sort of cut in and called another question. But Canadian media today is absolutely on the rampage about this idea that we're the head of state, the head of our state, who's also the head of the Canadian state, is giving a state visit to this guy who says he's going to take over Canada.
And I'm afraid this will have been an idea from the Prime Minister. This is not something that the King or Buckingham Palace generates.
Here we go. Sources close to the King distancing himself of the state visit. There's a great question here, Roy. Let's close on this one. Graham Appleby. Should we be recalling the British ambassador? We can't recall Peter when he's just arrived. We can't do that. That was
a lovely.
Anyway, I feel a little bit better than I did, but honestly, when I was watching it, I can't remember the last time I felt so angry at watching.
It's very, very rare in world events that you get a single moment. I mean, you got that with the assassination of the Archduke in Sarajevo starting the First World War. This moment will become one of the most visible, extraordinary, excruciating moments where the Western alliance fell apart. This is the moment
or something else happens. But what it is definitely, that was a historic meeting. The thing that came into my head was happening was it Khrushchev bragging his shoe on the desk at the United Nations, or it was. I mean, there you just know the minute it started to kick off. I was actually doing something else and just had it over here, and the minute it started to kick off, I thought, oh my god, and I'm still thinking, oh my god. But you just got to hope that people, grown-ups, stand up and try to get this thing to a better place, but it's going to be bloody hard.
And you were right to pull me up, of course, because actually what we learn from these things is you never know quite what happens. There are third, fourth, fifth consequences from these kinds of things, and tracking them through in the chaos of this world, Trump's mind, is unbelievably difficult. We've talked about some of them. We've talked about what could happen with China, what could happen with Lithuania. We've talked about how Putin might or might not respond, how Zelensky might not respond, the options that Britain might or might not have, France might or might not have, whether there's any chance at all that Trump could change his mind. But there's no doubt that all these questions are questions that were not being asked in October of last year. And they're questions that go to the very, very heart of international security.
Well, listen, good to talk to you, Evan, Rory. And I just want to thank everybody for tuning in. And if you want even more podcastery, then our colleagues at the Rest is Politics US, Anthony Scaramucci and Katy Kay, they're about to go live and do a live podcast very shortly as well. So obviously we don't want as many people to listen to that as listen to us, because we are the numero uno in the Rest is castle. But the Mooch and Katy are both brilliant, and I'm sure they'll have an awful lot to say about what was a truly horrific but unbelievably consequential meeting and non-press conference in the White House. See you soon.
See you soon. Bye-bye.
Folks, it's a lot to walk away from.
The guy who's going to be his number 2 over there is a guy that we also both know, who does, his normal day gig is kind of what we do every day, and he's given that up, and he's given up an awful lot of money because he's a true American and a true patriot. That is Dan Bongino, and here he is basically saying goodbye to his audience.
I got a call from the president, and he couldn't have been nicer, and obviously keep the contents of it between us, but I think you get the gist about what it was about. And kind of broke down a bit because it was, this is now real. So President Attorney General Bondi and now Director, gosh, that sounds good to say, FBI Director Akash Patel offered this role, a role I expressed an interest in. And ladies and gentlemen, I told you, you see, it's hard for me. I'm going to accept the role proudly as the Deputy Director, the number 2 spot at the Federal Bureau of Investigation. Folks, it's a lot to walk away from.
Megan, to me, that could have been you. Not for, say, FBI or CIA or something like that, but some role, whether it was White House press secretary or something else. And he's given up his day gig that I know he loves. He gets millions and millions of people on his live stream every day. He's a good man. Like, he's given it up for the country. It's a beautiful thing.
I just love him, and I'm so happy for him. And one of the things I love about Dan is he's such a softie. He's so tough in every way. He is the guy you'd want to be walking down the street next to if there were trouble. I would have zero fear walking next to Dan Bongino. He would take anybody out. And the only thing stopping him would be discretion and class and good manners, because he's been in that situation where he's been harassed by protesters, and he didn't unleash his, black belt skills on them. He held it together because he's an appropriate person. But my point is simply, he could kill you. He could kill you. He could kill us both within 2 minutes. Yeah. But he'll cry too. He's a softie. He's a tender heart in there, and that's a great combination for any public servant. They'll have empathy for real people. They won't be like this FBI, where they have absolutely no compunctions about ruining lives, innocent lives. But he's tough, and he's not going to, spare any quarter for the bad guys. Great. And Dan's earned it. They're talking about him. They're doing to him what they did to Pete, which is like, oh, Fox News host. He's a podcaster. Okay, sure, that's all Dan is. He's just a podcaster. With completely erasing his years of public service, which he did, as you point out, for not much money. NYPD, a Secret Service detail, as an agent, and then had a near-death experience. Had bad cancer and went under the knife and really wasn't sure if he was going to make it, and tells a story about how in that moment, who called him on his cell phone? Donald Trump.
Yep.
The president of the United States called him up and, said all the nicest things. And he saw Trump's humanity a lot earlier than many of the rest of us did. Anyway, I just think it's such a great choice because Dan's the perfect combo of those things I mentioned, and very bright and very savvy. Good luck pulling the wool over his eyes.
I want to show this photo that the pool captured of the Ukrainian ambassador to the U.S., her hands in her head, watching this exchange go down. Tom Soufi-Burridge, your reaction to that image and to what world leaders are undoubtedly thinking as they've watched this go down today, too.
Well, I think, Elizabeth, that is exactly the reaction which European officials right across this continent will be feeling when they watched that bombshell moment play out in the Oval Office. None of us saw it coming. The combative nature, the accusations, the body language, the pointing, the animosity was just palpable throughout it all. And, while European leaders and European officials are kind of, just literally astonished and wondering where this goes next and what this means for Ukraine and European security, in the Kremlin right now, they are literally on cloud nine. They could never have written the script for this themselves. The idea that Trump is saying, in that social media statement after that Zelensky doesn't want peace, that is a line that the Kremlin would have written themselves. I know a lot of Ukrainians. I've met, many of them. I've lived in the country for years. Pretty much every Ukrainian I know wants peace, but they don't want peace on any terms, because that's what happened post 2014, and then Russia invaded in 2022, and that seems to be the kind of the crunch point where things really kicked off in the meeting, is where JD Vance kind of went in to kind of back up the president on why President Trump is playing a kind of neutral game in between Russia and Ukraine to try and broker a deal. And then Zelensky kind of questioned what diplomacy JD Vance was talking about, and that really seemed to rile JD Vance, and it went off from there. And then there were comments from Zelensky about, maybe the US feeling the repercussions of this in the future, and then President Trump absolutely hated that. And then from then on, it was really the president and the vice president really kind of ganging up on the Ukrainian president, and really he got very few words in from there on. And it was really, a number of talking points, once again, that the Russians would have written. The idea that, the Trump administration, the president and the vice president were bringing all of Ukraine's problems. Ukraine does have manpower problems in terms of recruiting enough soldiers to get to the front lines right now. But the idea that the US government in a meeting like that in front of the world's TV cameras was bringing that up, saying you have big problems, you're playing with the lives of billions of people, you're gambling with World War III. Absolutely unbelievable.
You don't have the cards right now. With us, you start having cards. Right now, you don't. You're playing cards. You're playing cards. You're gambling with the lives of millions of people. You're gambling with World War III. You're gambling with World War III. And what you're doing is very disrespectful to the country, this country.
Tense moments in the Oval Office as President Trump, Vice President Vance, and Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky sparred in a heated exchange Friday afternoon over the war in Ukraine. The exchange came just minutes into President Zelensky's first trip to the U.S. since Trump's inauguration and follows visits from both President Emmanuel Macron of France and UK Prime Minister Keir Starmer this week, both of whom urged President Trump to continue U.S. support of Ukraine in the war. Now, a lot of questions about the future of that support as the planned joint press conference between Trump and Zelensky has been canceled. For the very latest, we're bringing in the Hill's national political reporter, Julia Manchester. Julia, thanks so much for joining us. Big news day today. I want to get your thoughts on this exchange. At several points, both President Trump and Vice President Vance called Zelensky disrespectful and ungrateful. Let's take a listen.
Mr. President, with respect, I think it's disrespectful for you to come into the Oval Office and try to litigate this in front of the American media.
Have you said thank you once?
This entire meeting? No, in this entire meeting.
He opened the meeting by saying thank you.
You went to Pennsylvania and campaigned for the opposition in October. Offer some words of appreciation for the United States of America and the president who's trying to save your country.
But you're not acting at all thankful. And that's not a nice thing. I'll be honest, that's not a nice thing.
What are your immediate takeaways from the photo op?
Well, look, Judy, this was pretty remarkable. We have a country, Ukraine, which is obviously at war with Russia, a long-standing U.S. adversary. But this week alone, we have seen a complete reversal on U.S. foreign policy when it comes to Russia. On Monday, during President Trump's meeting with Emmanuel Macron of France, we saw in New York City at the United Nations meeting the U.S. voting alongside Russia, Sudan, North Korea against a resolution that condemned Russia's role in the war in Ukraine 3 years after the country invaded. We've also heard President Trump refer to Zelensky as a dictator in recent days, something he has certainly walked back. But look, anything he's walked back since calling Zelensky a dictator is really old news now that we saw them shouting at each other, and Trump and Vance really gaining up on Zelensky in the Oval Office. The press conference is off now. The deal signing of that rare earth minerals deal is off. So we know that Zelensky has left the White House. So very, very tense moments. And you got to wonder, if you're Vladimir Putin, what are you thinking right now? I imagine this is a pretty good day for Vladimir Putin.
Zelensky, of course, is in town to regain some lost support from the Trump administration. Part of that was this much anticipated deal over rare earth minerals that you mentioned, Julia. How much of an impact do you see this exchange having on that deal?
Look, we know that Zelensky is supposed to speak with Fox News later today. He's speaking at the Hudson Institute, or he's supposed to be speaking. We'll see what happens with his schedule, so we'll hear more then. But look, we know that the deal signing is off, so the deal could potentially be very much up in the air right now. I think this exchange, in many ways, threw this really into the unknown.
Back here at home, President Trump is expected to address a joint session of Congress next week. It follows a busy first month, from executive orders to tariffs to deportations and more. What are you expecting to hear from him?
Well, after this exchange in the Oval Office with Zelensky, I am curious to see what he says about Ukraine and the U.S.'s relationship with Ukraine. We actually just saw a statement from Congressman Don Bacon, a Republican that sometimes is willing to go up against President Trump. He sort of condemned President Trump's remarks on this, saying he was essentially concerned. So President Trump is going to be in front of this joint session of Congress, potentially in front of a number of Republicans who have been very vocally supportive of Ukraine. So I'm curious to see what he has to say about that. But there's been also a number of things happening back at home. I think top of the priority list for many Americans is the economy, how he's looking to combat rising prices. How do tariffs play into that? We know that the president's critics have said that tariffs will only result in higher prices on goods and services. But also DOGE, the Department of Government Efficiency. There is a lot of confusion about DOGE, in particular Elon Musk's role in DOGE and what authority he has to carry out a lot of these cutbacks and job losses, etc. But I am curious to see where Elon Musk is during the presidential address. Is he in the chamber with everyone? Does he get a front row seat or in the balcony? We'll have to see.
As you mentioned, Julia, so many people are frustrated with high prices and comparatively low wages. Many people have lost their jobs in these sweeping federal layoffs. The administration continues to blame many of the current economic woes on former President Biden. How long do you think they can play that card?
Not much longer. Look, I think President Trump obviously campaigned on bringing down prices. With he's inherited some economic headwinds from President Biden, and he's been able to sort of publicly try to take credit for that. So I don't think he can run away from this much longer. And I think Democrats will certainly be itching to. They already are, blaming Trump for, continuously high prices. Democrats saw how well he and Republicans were able to campaign on that issue. Now going into 2026, the midterms, they're looking to take advantage of that as well.
Julia Manchester, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Attorney General Pam Bondi is demanding FBI Director Kash Patel release the full and complete Epstein files. She's accusing federal investigators in New York of withholding thousands of pages in the Jeffrey Epstein case that she has vowed to make public. News Nation's Laura Ingle joins us from New York with the latest in this battle to finally make Epstein's list public.
Judy, we've got calls and emails into the Department of Justice to see if that deadline was met. So far, no response. You'll remember yesterday we heard from U.S. Attorney General Pam Bondi in a letter addressed to FBI Director Kash Patel that was made public, expressing frustration over the lack of communication from the FBI over the Epstein files. Bondi has accused the FBI of withholding what she calls thousands of pages, Bondi demanding the full and complete Epstein files to be delivered by the FBI by 8 a.m. this morning. That deadline has come and gone. The letter also directing Patel to conduct an immediate investigation to be delivered within 14 days into why her order to hand over the full set of documents was not followed. There were a few documents we saw released yesterday looking like things that we have seen before. The Justice Department claiming they were declassified, but there are no markings on the documents themselves indicating if they were classified or declassified. U.S. Attorney General Pam Bondi instructed the Bureau field office here in New York to hand over, quote, all records, documents, audio and video recordings and materials related to Jeffrey Epstein and his clients, regardless of how such information was obtained. Now, that first batch of files made public yesterday, which includes a series of flight logs of Epstein's private jet and a partially redacted contacts list, as well as redacted list of masseuses, was made public. Jeffrey Epstein died by suicide in 2019 while awaiting trial on federal sex trafficking charges. His associate, Ghislaine Maxwell, was convicted in 2021 for her role in trafficking minors and is currently serving a 20-year sentence, a conviction that was upheld on appeal last year. As far as what we expect next, we know that when the first batch was received, the DOJ had to carefully comb through the documents to redact the names of victims, and we do expect the same procedure with this next set of files that will most likely slow the roll of this document release. Judy?
News Nation's Laura Ingle, thank you. Paramount has become the latest company to roll back its DEI policies, citing President Trump's executive order targeting the initiatives. The news comes amid a pending lawsuit filed by Trump against Paramount Global-owned CBS News. Among the changes, the company will no longer set or use aspirational numerical goals related to the race, ethnicity, sex, or gender of hires. Paramount says it'll also end its policy of collecting those stats for U.S. job applicants. The media giant is seeking FCC approval for its deal with Skydance Media, the entertainment company known for producing Top Gun Maverick and the Mission Impossible movies. It also comes as fellow media corporation Comcast is under investigation by the federal government for its DEI policies. Amazon Studios and Disney are among the other media companies that have changed DEI policies since Trump's order. Grassroots group People's Union USA is calling on Americans to boycott spending money on Friday for one day only. The move aims to protest the current economic and political climate. The boycott comes amid rising grocery and egg prices and skyrocketing housing costs. The group says customers should avoid purchases from major businesses during the 24-hour period that started at midnight. They also say Americans should abstain from using credit or debit cards. The People's Union USA says the goal is to unite Americans against corporate greed contributing to high costs. Blackouts of this nature typically make a dent in daily retail sales but aren't sustainable, according to retail experts. A new report from the Commerce Department shows inflation slowed slightly in January, allowing economists to relax a little after many feared President Trump's tariffs and immigration crackdown would put strain on consumers' power to spend. The Personal Consumption Expenditures Index, or PCE, is the Fed's preferred metric for inflation. January's report showed inflation rose 2.5% over that month, slightly slower than in December, when inflation rose about 2.6% over the month. Meantime, personal income increased nearly 1% in the first month of the year. That boost due in large part to Social Security cost of living adjustments. Experts say the latest numbers reinforce the Fed's decision to keep interest rates steady in January. The Fed meets again in mid-March to reconsider interest rates. That's today's Daily Debrief. I'm Judy Kurtz. Be sure to like, share, and subscribe to The Hill's YouTube channel. And come back here soon for the intersection between politics and policy.
I apologize in advance to Times Radio listeners. I said that J.D. Vance was a piece of shit, and I think that will be the impression of the rest of the world.
Well, we are covering the extraordinary scenes coming out of the White House this afternoon. Historic clash. It wasn't even a press conference because we have just been told that that press conference that was planned between Donald Trump and Volodymyr Zelensky has been cancelled. Donald Trump has effectively shown Volodymyr Zelensky the door. So it became very, very heated in that exchange. We're going to just recap what has happened in the last hour in some of the most astonishing moments that I've ever witnessed between two world leaders. Donald Trump has posted on Truth Social that President Zelensky isn't ready for peace and can come back when he is. He's also accused him of disrespecting the US in the cherished Oval Office. Let's have a reminder of how the dramatic meeting unfolded over an hour ago. The exchange began to get heated when Volodymyr Zelensky interjected whilst the vice president was speaking.
Well, I want to respond to this. So look, for 4 years in the United States of America, we had a president who stood up at press conferences and talked tough about Vladimir Putin, and then Putin invaded Ukraine and destroyed a significant chunk of the country. The path to peace and the path to prosperity is maybe engaging in diplomacy. We tried the pathway of Joe Biden of thumping our chest and pretending that the President of the United States' words mattered more than the President of the United States' actions. What makes America a good country is America engaging in diplomacy. That's what President Trump is doing.
Can I ask you?
Sure.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay. So he occupied our parts, big parts of Ukraine, part of East and Crimea. So he occupied it on 2014.
Congressman Don Bacon calling it, quote, a bad day for America's foreign policy. That's a Republican. Joining me now, Illinois Democratic Congressman Mike Quigley. Congressman, do you agree with your Republican counterpart?
Well, you know, I do. This is the Trump-Vance clown show, and it's horrifying. We are fundamentally a different country than what we were just weeks ago, to our friends and foes alike, and we are fundamentally less safe. I have to say, the thing that struck me first and foremost was saying that they were ungrateful. I met with Ukrainian military officials yesterday. I met members of the Rada and the military. I've met President Zelensky 7 times since the war started. Every meeting with them, here and in Ukraine, began with their extraordinary gratitude of what the United States has done to help. And they continue to do that. And when I compare the president talking about Zelensky not being legitimate, when in his first term he refused to even question Putin versus our own intel community, to ever say anything but nice things about Putin, a tyrant who kills his own people, who invaded. I stood on the mass grave at Bucha. For him to not question Putin, the man who came from KGB's legitimacy, he's more like Putin. Zelensky, who has gone through great risk for his life, at a time unlike the Blitz, he reminds me of Churchill. So this is embarrassing beyond comprehension. I hope my other Republican colleagues will stand with us to do the right thing.
You are co-chair of the House Ukrainian Caucus. And I wonder what kind of conversations you have now and what this means, you think, for U.S. foreign policy and for our relationship with our allies.
I don't know if we have allies anymore. That would have sounded hyperbolic just a little while ago. We're putting tariffs on our closest, most important trade partners. We're telling NATO that it's on its own. We're telling the country that's involved with the greatest land war since the Second World War that we have been supporting for all the reasons we fought the Second World War, that they're on their own and we're extorting them for the second time in Trump time as president. So that's why I said I think we're less safe. It again goes back to the history. Presidents who have done the right thing since these have become an issue in the last century have all spoken eloquently in the opposite direction. FDR in his last inaugural said, "We have learned that we are dependent on the safety of other countries far away for our own welfare." John F. Kennedy said, "We will oppose any foe and we will do everything we can to help any friend." The Reagan doctrine has been eviscerated by the Trump administration, that we will always stand up against Soviet aggression and our allies. I don't know who our allies are anymore. I certainly don't know who would trust us anymore.
Also want to bring in the Democratic senator from Arizona, Mark Kelly, who met with Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky just this morning. Senator, first of all, let me get your reaction to what you saw in the Oval Office. And did you have any inkling at all that, based on your conversation with President Zelensky, this could turn quite so contentious?
I did, not from our meeting this morning, but Chris, let me just start by saying what a complete and utter mess. And this is a gift to Putin. And make no mistake, and I hope the American people get this, that this makes us look weak. And it's not normal behavior. The United States, Chris, we are a superpower. Our powers, our military, our economy, our diplomatic corps, our professionalism. This was not professional. We don't gain anything by acting like bullies. And this is what bullies do. And just because you act this way, by the way, it doesn't mean that you're tough. So this is a mess. I hope we can repair this relationship. President Zelensky and his country, they are grateful. You know, saying thank you in the Oval Office, being put on the spot like that is, it seemed to me that it was just, J.D. Vance saying, hey, look what I can do, Dad. And it doesn't help the situation. This negotiation should have been done behind closed doors. And this morning we had a good meeting, Democrats and Republicans in the Senate that support Ukraine. We had a good meeting with the president. We talked about a lot of issues. We didn't do it in front of cameras intentionally. Roger Wicker, in fact, asked, there were some cameras there, and we had them leave the room before we started to have the discussion. That's the way you should do this.
So let me ask you then about where this goes from here. And I wonder where you think your Republican colleagues will be, because, and I can't say that I have done an exhaustive search because I've been on the air, but I've only seen one Republican member of Congress, who is a member of the House, say anything negative about what they just saw in the Oval Office. And where does this go from here? And does Congress have any role in it at all?
Well, we have a role. I mean, we do our own negotiations. We do our own diplomacy, so to speak. So we do have a role. We can push the administration. Hopefully we can get them to come back to the negotiating table here. But we are in a much worse position. Our European allies especially are looking at this and they're thinking to themselves, I mean, what just happened? What happened to the United States of America that used to be the leader of the free world? And, I pointed out in our meeting this morning, that I was rather disappointed that our country, we're about to celebrate our 250th birthday, which is a big deal, and it's exciting. But now we're dealing with one of our allies like this is a business transaction. I mean, that's not the way we have traditionally done things. And so where do we go from here? I think the president and the vice president need to figure out how do they pick up the pieces from this total disaster and get back to the table and negotiate in a way that is who we are as a nation. I mean, we have principles, we have values, and we don't berate our allies in the Oval Office. I've never seen anything like this before. and throughout our entire history, there have been a lot of tense negotiations between countries. We don't do this in public. This did not get us anything. And I think it's important for the American people to understand, because of what happened today, we are all less safe. And I'll tell you, there was one winner in this, Chris, one winner. And if you watch Russian TV tonight or tomorrow morning, you will see that they're going to cover this. They're going to be happy about this. Putin and his cronies are probably popping champagne bottles right now.
We should also do a fact check, even though I don't think most people need a fact check, but I'll say it anyway. In spite of what President Trump has refused to say, Russia invaded Ukraine. Vladimir Putin made a decision to go into a sovereign nation, and innocent people have died. Tens of thousands of people have died, including women and children, not to mention the number of soldiers who have died.
He targets schools and hospitals. He is a war criminal. And we have members of this government, Donald Trump's government, that won't admit that Russia invaded Ukraine, even though you can clearly see, tanks, armored personnel carriers, troops, weapons coming across the border 3 years ago. If Russia didn't invade Ukraine, who was that? And they refuse to acknowledge what are facts. We do not have to fact check that.
And it is for that reason that the United States has been a staunch ally and has done a lot of work to get our allies together to support Ukraine. Arizona, your state, has played an important role. They've served as a training base for Ukrainian pilots. I know you've talked to them. What does it mean to Ukraine? What does it mean to them to have less support in the U.S. in this fight?
I've met with Ukrainian pilots in this office, one of which is now deceased, flying in combat in the F-16. I've met with them at Davis-Monthan Air Force Base. They are just fighting. They're fighting for their lives, literally. And the reason we're in this is not just to help Ukraine. This is in our own national security best interests. This keeps us safer. Vladimir Putin wants to rebuild the Soviet empire. He has made that very clear. If he looks at what he has done in Ukraine as a positive thing, then we should and can expect him to attack a NATO ally, a Baltic country, maybe Poland. We talked about that with President Zelensky this morning. And if he does that, we have an obligation to defend them. Now, Donald Trump has dismissed our NATO obligation like it's somewhat optional. It is not optional. And having allies keeps us safer. It keeps our economy stronger. And what happened today makes us look weak, and it is making us less safe.
Senator, I have new information that is being reported by NBC News, and I want to get your reaction to it. A White House official tells NBC President Trump and U.S. officials asked President Zelensky to leave the White House and that Zelensky is not welcome back today. The official says Zelensky did not walk off on his own and that the Ukrainians were asking U.S. officials for a reset and to continue with the meetings. But again, President Trump and U.S. officials asked him to leave. Your reaction?
Well, I saw that. I saw he got kicked out of the White House. President Trump wants to look tough. This is a guy, remember, this is a guy that avoided military service. Said he had bone spurs. So I think he has spent his entire life trying to look tough. But in him trying to look tough, he is making us less safe, and he's making our entire country look weak. And who is the winner? It is Vladimir Putin. It is a war criminal who's intentionally killing women and children and old people, targeting hospitals, targeting schools, a guy who should be in jail. He's the winner today. And when President Zelensky asks for a reset, that's 100% what you should do. You should get back in the room with the cameras turned off, in private, have a discussion about this. Maybe you take a break for a few minutes, regain your composure. Maybe you leave J.D. Vance outside of the room. I didn't see our Secretary of State should have been involved, in this conversation. I voted for him. Our fellow senators, we have a lot of confidence in him. I want to hear his voice in this conversation. We put him there for a reason. You know, he has traveled around the world. I know him well. We need other people standing up to when this administration, speaking truth to power, when they do dumb things, we need people in the administration speaking out against it. So I'm disappointed, you know, that they kicked Zelensky out of the building. That is not productive. You know, they could have spent the entire afternoon trying to work something out. You know, Zelensky's probably on his way to an airplane now, and who knows, you know, when the reset button is going to get hit here. But you know, if we don't resolve this conflict, Russia is going to continue to murder Ukrainians. They're going to, over time, with the help of now the North Koreans, they're going to claim more territory. This is going to be a harder issue to resolve. It's going to be harder to get to peace if it waits. I want this conflict to end, but I want it to end in the right way and not on the side of the Russians. I mean, if it almost feels like we've almost fully switched sides here. That's not who we are as a nation, Chris.
There's something here.
Allied destroyer joining squadron, deploying Helldiver to combat zone.
All right, right now, Senator Lindsey Graham speaking outside the White House after the blow-up between Presidents Trump and Zelensky, so let's listen in.
That this minerals deal, which would be transformative in the relationship, would go over well. I talked to Zelensky this morning. Don't take the bait. President Trump was in a very good mood last night. Somebody asked me, am I embarrassed about Trump? I have never been more proud of the president. I was very proud of J.D. Vance, standing up for our country. We want to be helpful. What I saw in the Oval Office was disrespectful, and I don't know if we can ever do business with Zelensky again. I think most Americans saw a guy that they would not want to go in business with. The way he handled the meeting, the way he confronted the president was just over the top. So I think the relationship between Ukraine and America is important, vitally important. But can Zelensky do a deal with the United States? After what I saw, I don't know.
What would he need to do? Senator Graham.
You saw lunch with President Trump. What did he say to you about his interactions and whether he thinks
he was shocked? He was very upbeat. I told Zelensky, we'll talk about security guarantees. We'll talk about ceasefires and how the war ends. This is a process. You have a new relationship with America, a $500 billion, $500 billion deal that President Trump is proud of, that gives us an interest worth defending. Let's talk about the positive. But he was terrible at Munich, Zelensky, and I think he has made it almost impossible to sell to the American people that he's a good investment, that he is a good business partner.
Last question. Senator Graham. Hey, one at a time. One at a time. Christian Daytop. Senator Graham, thank you. Do you think President Zelensky needs to resign to resume these peace talks?
He either needs to resign and send somebody over that we can do business with, or he needs to change.
Do you
Thank you.
What do you think is the
All right, Senator Lindsey Graham there speaking outside the White House about that very heated discussion between Presidents Trump and Zelensky that caused that press conference to be canceled, and also the minerals deal not to be signed, no guarantee of security for Ukraine,
the minerals
saying
deal
that he
is
thought it
already
was a
signed.
complete and utter disaster and that President Zelensky was completely disrespectful, and he either needs to resign or send somebody that they can do business with. He now says he doubts a deal can be made.
Let's bring in CBS News Chief White House correspondent now, Nancy Cortez, outside the White House. And just hearing now, Nancy, that Zelensky's canceled his speech at the Hudson Institute. I wonder how significant that is.
Well, it's definitely a sign that things have gotten seriously off track here in Washington, D.C., Chanel, a city where Zelensky has so often gotten a warm reception, but apparently his team informed the Hudson Institute that he would not be attending that public Q&A, and now we're watching to see if he goes ahead with a scheduled interview with Fox News, scheduled for a little bit later today. Here at the White House, just a short time ago, longtime Trump ally Lindsey Graham, senator from South Carolina, spoke to reporters, and he said that Zelensky, if he wants to get things back on track with Trump, needs to apologize, and that if he doesn't, then the only other option is for him to step aside and send someone new to negotiate with Trump, because Zelensky ostensibly is not going to get anywhere any longer. That reflects the public sentiments of the Republicans who have been willing to speak publicly about this conflict so far, most of them showing support for President Trump, saying that it was Zelensky who was disrespectful, who challenged the president one too many times, who asserted his position one too many times when he should have been more deferential to the president of the United States.
And Nancy, interesting that that would come up, this notion of Zelensky having to now apologize before he returns to the White House. I want to ask you about J.D. Vance, because it was him who first used that word disrespectful. He had sort of a key pivotal role in this discussion.
That's right. He was actually the first, after sitting there silently for most of the conversation, to kind of go after Zelensky and say, you haven't apologized, you haven't thanked the United States, I haven't heard you say thank you once, and saying that Zelensky needed to be more grateful, almost berating him the way you would berate a sullen teenager. And that's what really got President Trump ginned up as well, and things just unraveled from there.
Okay, Nancy Cortez live for us outside the White House this hour. Thank you.
It's breaking news. Zelensky and Trump got into a screaming match in the middle of their meeting after having a cordial handshake to start the day. J.D. Vance and Trump just start yelling at Zelensky.
Vance starts this by basically saying you're not being respectful to us when we're trying to save your country, and it kind of devolves from there.
God, I hate that guy.
We're
he's made an appearance
favors
now.
for you, and you're not showing the proper respect.
I'm talking about the kind of diplomacy that's going to end the destruction of your country.
Yes, but if you are not strong...
Mr. President, with respect, I think it's disrespectful for you to come into the Oval Office and try to litigate this in front of the American media. Right now, you guys are going around and forcing conscripts to the front lines because you have manpower problems. You should be thanking the president for trying to bring it into this conflict.
Have you ever been to Ukraine that you say what problems we have?
I have been to...
Come once.
I've actually watched and seen the stories, and I know what happens is you bring people, you bring them on a propaganda.
I've actually seen news reports from...
I've watched and seen the stories, so
yes,
I'm an expert.
In fact, I have a subscription to Russian news, and so I get a sense of what's going on over there. Did he not think that he was going to get that response? Good for Zelensky. Go ahead.
Seen the stories, and I know what happens is you bring people, you bring them on a propaganda tour, Mr. President. Do you disagree that you've had problems bringing people into your military?
We have problems.
And do you think that it's respectful to come to the Oval Office of the United States of America and attack the administration that is trying to prevent the destruction of your country?
A lot of questions. Let's start from the beginning.
Sure.
First of all, during the war, everybody has problems. Even you, but you have nice ocean and don't feel now, but you will feel it in the future. God bless.
You don't know that.
God bless. God bless. You will not have war.
Don't tell us what we're going to feel. We're trying to solve a problem. Don't tell us what we're going to feel.
I'm not telling you.
Because you're in no position to dictate that. Remember this. You're in no position to dictate what we're going to feel. We're going to feel very good.
Feel influence.
We're going to feel very good and very strong.
You will feel influence.
You're right now not in a very good position. You've allowed yourself to be in a very bad position, and he happens to be right about it.
From the very beginning of the war.
You're not in a good position. You don't have the cards right now. With us, you start having
Not playing cards.
Right now, you don't.
I'm
You're playing
serious,
cards.
Mr. President.
You're
I'm
playing
very
cards.
serious.
You're
I'm
gambling
the
with the
president
lives of
anymore.
millions of people.
You think-
You're gambling with World War III.
What do you
You're
think about?
gambling
What
with
do you
World
think
War III. And what you're doing is very disrespectful to the country, this country.
I'm
It's
with
back
all
to you.
respect to you.
Far more than a lot of people said
very
they
respect.
should have.
Have you said thank you once?
A lot of times.
No, in this
Even
entire meeting,
today.
you said thank
Even
you.
today.
You went to Pennsylvania and campaigned for the opposition in October. Offer some words of appreciation for
What-
the United States
what
of
are you speaking
America
about?
and the president who's trying to save your country.
Can I just make one statement on the conscription thing that Vance said? It's actually under U.S. pressure that conscription and the draft age being lowered. Waltz came in immediately saying actually it should lower down to 18. So a little bit too forked tongue coming out of there.
Wow.
Trump's also claiming that 1 million people, 1 million Russians have been killed, which is just not true. I mean, they're saying all these things that are completely untrue, but did you see, Trump is trying to act
And
like
there's
he's
nothing in
on
here.
The Apprentice right there. That's really what the thing that I just clicked into, seeing those old episodes of him having a TV moment and firing somebody.
Yep.
And frankly, this probably plays for him, but it also really plays for Zelensky domestically. For him, this is a good moment, I think.
Within the context of Ukraine.
Yes.
I mean, I think it's very possible.
It's a viral moment of him standing up to Donald Trump and getting into it with him and JD Vance.
After all
and then
that,
this
there
was the
nothing
part
in that
where
fucking vault.
I guess he repeats that same thing, right? About how
was ridiculous.
him
That was
and
like
Putin
the
bonded
most,
over
like,
Russiagate.
A reporter asks if Russia breaks
encounter
this
I've ever had
proposed
with
ceasefire,
somebody.
and he says, what if anything can happen? What if a bomb drops on your head or something like that? Then goes into like Putin went through a lot with me. Like he's broken deals with other people, but he wouldn't break it with me because we've been through so much together with Russiagate.
All right.
That's insane.
She's asking, what if Russia breaks the ceasefire?
Well, what if anything? What if a bomb drops on your head right now? Okay? What if they broke it? I don't know. They broke it with Biden because Biden, they didn't respect him. They didn't respect Obama. They respect me. Let me tell you, Putin went through a hell of a lot with me. He went through a phony witch hunt where they used him and Russia. You ever hear of that deal? That was a phony Hunter Biden, Joe Biden
Oh my
scam.
God.
Hillary Clinton, Shifty Adam Schiff. It was a Democrat scam. And he had to go through that. And he did go through it. We didn't end up in a war. And he went through it. He was accused of all that stuff. He had nothing to do with it.
Pause it for a second. I mean, what is so fascinating is like somebody has obviously told Trump, like, you don't want to sound whiny. So, like, he's out there saying, like, well, look what you put Putin through. He was so upset about Shifty Schiff. He was so mad at Shifty Shifter. And, I mean, it really is amazing. It's like watching
Fox
that
News
episode
grandpa.
of The Sopranos when they were, rolling the hardware store guy.
Right.
All right, go back. Sorry.
Well, it's also like The Sopranos when Junior is slowly losing his mind, honestly, because he sounds like Fox News grandpa. What is he talking about? I mean, it's all personal grievance, but
you put Putin through so much.
Since he lost in 2020, he at least like when the Kushners were in his cabinet the first time, some connection to like a liberal, like shared culture. I don't know, but he's been completely in one America news mode for over 4 years, and he's aging. He's losing his mind. Anyway, keep going, I guess, right?
He had to go through that, and he did go through it. We didn't end up in a war. And he went through it. He was accused of all that stuff. He had nothing to do with it. It came out of Hunter Biden's bathroom. It came out of Hunter Biden's bedroom. It was disgusting. And then they said, the laptop from hell was made by Russia. The 51 agents. The whole thing was a scam. And he had to put up with that. He was being accused of all that stuff. All I can say is this. He might have broken deals with Obama and Bush, and he might have broken them with Biden. He did, maybe. Maybe he didn't. I don't know what happened. But he didn't break them with me. He wants to make a deal. I don't know if he can make a deal. The problem is, I've empowered you to be a tough guy. And I don't think you'd be a tough guy without the United States. And your people are very brave. But you're either going to make a deal or we're out. And if we're out, you'll fight it out. I don't think it's going to be pretty, but you'll fight it out. But you don't have the cards. But once we sign that deal, you're in a much better position. But you're not acting at all thankful. And that's not a nice thing. I'll be honest, that's not a nice thing. All right, I think we've seen enough. What do you think? Huh? This is going to be great television, I will say that.
Oh my God!
Wow.
Yep.
That's all that matters. That's all that matters.
Oh my God.
Can you pull up just really quickly the image of the ambassador? This is the ambassador to Ukraine. Someone took a photo of her reaction. Oksana Marakova, the Ukrainian ambassador to the United States. This is what she was looking like in the crowd, or in the scrum. Yeah.
Oh my God. So. Can we talk for a moment about J.D. Vance here?
Sure.
First of all, was this a setup? I mean, was he sent there? Was he sitting there with the purpose of attacking Zelensky for not being thankful enough to our dear leader? He was sent there to do that.
I think you're
100%. 100%, because Trump doesn't want to be the first one to bring it up because it sounds whiny. So you have your second say, like, you're paying homage to the king.
Yeah. I mean, you've got to do, and hey, Keir Starmer yesterday, boy, did he ever know how to do it. He came in with a letter from King of England, from King Charles, inviting him to a state, function, and you're the first one, whatever. I mean, the groveling was so extreme that I almost literally threw up. I think they were really wanting Zelensky to come in here and really grovel, and J.D. Vance was there to police that and to say, you need to thank him. And of course, Zelensky, I totally, I admire him more than ever now for having the chutzpah to actually fight back. He could have sat back and gone, well, I am very thankful. Of course, I'm very thankful. I'm thankful for you. I'm thankful for everyone. I'm thankful for Mr. Trump. He's the greatest, whatever. He could have done that, and he didn't. And good for him. But that whole setup, I think, Emma, you are absolutely right. This is a made-for-TV moment. That's why they did it. That is what they did. They wanted to show that. And what do you guys think? Is this, I mean, Emma, you said you thought it was going to play here in the United States.
Well,
will it?
For his base, I mean, they just but it goes back to what you were saying, Heather, about how do we break through the noise? And frankly, we know that the algorithms like argumentative content. It's a big part of why Trump is in everybody's feeds. And the Democrats should engage on that front. And it's just the performance of toughness that I think his base will like. But it is a good reminder for everybody who's sane, the other 2/3 of the country, that he's a total lunatic. It's an embarrassment.
Let's be clear. By all accounts, this deal was going to be signed, right? I mean,
it was already done, yeah.
Right. So understand, this is, I think, an extension of the same strategy as pretending like we got some type of big win with the mineral rights.
Right.
Okay? It is a way to communicate to his base, even though we're going to continue to provide weaponry and funds to Ukraine. It is a way to say, like, you saw me. It was a complete smackdown. Like, this is for a very specific domestic audience. His
this was all theater
to make it feel like promise kept.
Like
I showed these guys. Yes, like I'm the big dog. I alphaed this guy. I alphaed him. I took their resources, and I took his pride. And I'm quite convinced this was like Vance was sent in there specifically to do this. Say thank you to him. Say thank you to him. And I think like they mapped this out probably more than just about anything they've ever done, I would say. I mean, that's my.
Vance has never been in one of these meetings before. He's not a Ukraine expert. He has no real reason to be there.
He wasn't in politics up until 2 years ago.
Well,
the guy doesn't know. everything he learned from about Ukraine was from like I don't know.
He's read some stories. He read the stories, Sam, so he knows all about it. He read the story. He's seen them, yeah, so he knows. Well, frankly, I mean, I think the stuff of him smacking down Zelensky, that'll play with the base, and I'm sure they'll like the whole thing. But what do we think about this digression into Putin and Russia and how they bonded over the Russia hoax, and it all started in Hunter Biden's bedroom? What was going on with that? Because that sounded completely bonkers. That was out to lunch. Donald Trump down the Truth Social rabbit meme hole. I don't know. I mean, that's going to go viral too, and I have.
That's where he lost it, right?
Yeah.
Like
he
Vance had
control.
Exactly. Vance set him up to do what Sam is saying and what we're all saying, but Trump doesn't have the discipline, so he just did his Fox News grandpa thing that is completely indecipherable about the laptop from hell, which makes me laugh every single time I hear it.
Probably Adele.
I mean, I don't know. I guess I'll be very interested to see what the reactions. I mean, it is going to go viral, and they'll be playing it, and I'm sure certain people will like it and certain people won't. But if you're thinking about the substance of it, of what's really happening with Ukraine, what he said to Zelensky there in his diatribe was, "You do this deal, or you're going to be on your own, and you're not going to do. You have no cards to play, and you're not going to like it, and blah blah blah." Well, he is doing the deal. He already agreed to do the deal, and I'm sure he still will. What does that mean? Does that mean that Trump is still going to provide military aid to Ukraine because he does the deal, because he dominated him and forced him to sign the deal now that he didn't want to sign, and now he said, well, okay, we're getting paid back for this, and we're gonna get paid, so we'll send military aid? I don't know. I mean, I don't think anybody knows what the answer there is. I mean, is it all performative? The whole thing? Is that what this is all about? Trump gets to pound his chest like a big an aging silverback gorilla, a crazed aging silverback gorilla, and but really and truly, nothing's actually changed? I don't know.
I think we're going to have to watch and see. I mean, certainly, I will say this. What is quite clear is that Europe is going to organize in a different way.
They are. That's done.
And
done.
Even the first time around when we were talking about this, all of our foreign policy conversations went something like, if you were an ally and you look at this country and they go from Obama to Trump, even if Trump loses, there's no guarantee and that you can rely on the role that the United States has been played. Now, to be clear, I think there's been a lot of bad things that we have done, not the least of which at least most recently, arm Israel in the genocide. But
invade Iraq.
Invade Iraq. I mean, obviously, like the show probably wouldn't exist if it wasn't based upon things that America have done that have been atrocious and crimes. They have effectively eliminated the positive things that we do.
Yeah.
So that sort of that old chestnut
power.
Don't you think that the on net what the United States is doing like that?
No.
That formulation, which you and I grew up with, whenever there was a critique of America, on balance, though, on net, World War II, and I'm talking about the propaganda. That propaganda now seems off the table. Like now, it's just we're just another country that is increasingly authoritarian, and we're going to get our spoils. They're going to get their spoils, and that's the dynamic that's going on. And I think Europe is waking up to that notion and going like, hey, wait a second. We're sort of in the middle. And this is...
There are others that are in the middle, too. Keep in mind that one of the main reasons for the post-World War II order and the American Security Guarantee was that we live in a nuclear age. And a very serious part of our world order, as screwed up as it was with Vietnam and more recently Iraq and, all the proxy wars and everything else that the U.S. did that was awful, the balance part of it, and an important one, was to keep the possibility of a nuclear arms race as scientific capability came online all over the world from actually, exploding. And I think we're going to see that now. You've got countries like Germany talking about nuclear arms now.
Yep.
They're talking about it. Now, that was one thing nobody wanted. And by the way, think about this a little bit. Europe's our friend, they're our allies. Who came in second in the last German election? Not
AfD.
good guys. They were not our friends. And so Germany arms up, decides to militarize again, gets nuclear weapons. And how about if the AfD takes over in Germany? Good news for us? No. I mean, this is not something we want to see happen. We don't want to see it happen in Japan because over there you've got China on the move. You've got all kinds of dangers that are coming from the end of the post-Cold War era without anything to replace it. I mean, except what you're talking about, Sam, this kind of protection racket that we're now doing. And that protection racket is not going to work because there's no, you can't run, you can't run a security guarantee based upon whether somebody, based upon the VIG, right? It's just not going to work. So this is going to be a very dangerous transition for us, and we're going to see some real interesting things.
And as we were talking about earlier, in terms of like the domestic agenda, where you have the tech bros and the Heritage Foundation folks and the Trumpistas, all their agendas were aligned. It really doesn't matter what their incentive structure is. It's their agendas are aligned. Yep. In terms of like foreign relations, Elon Musk, people can argue as to whether or not we should be the reserve currency of the world. But Elon Musk doesn't care. Elon Musk doesn't care. I mean, these tech bros, they are looking for they're not married to the idea of American being, sort of like having some type of economic hegemony in any way. They're not married to the idea of a stable international sort of like economic system. They're not. In fact, there's a lot of money for them to be made to be their own sort of feudal. I mean, these are feudal tech lords, and so their agenda there. And Donald Trump, this guy is like, what's going to put money in my pocket? I don't care. Like, the implications of this stuff down the road. People talk about like what happens if we're not the petrodollar, and what happens if we're not the reserve, the reserve currency down the road. Well, this is, if you wanted to undermine that dynamic, this is pretty much how you go about doing it. It seems to me. And
I agree.
We'll see. All right, we got to take we got to say goodbye. We held you for 30 minutes over. Sorry.
That's okay. What a day, huh? Every day is what a day. What's the difference? Yeah, okay.
We have to make the show 6 hours long. We're like Twitch streaming now.
Could be. Yeah. Yeah, we haven't even really, gotten into it in an hour and a half. I mean, so.
Yeah, so
anyway,
much news.
Heather. Always a pleasure,
again.
I guess. I don't know.
Yeah. Always a pleasure.
Let me put it this way. I feel like we didn't exacerbate how depressing this was. We started in depressing. We're exiting at the same, I feel like, depressing on the depressing meter.
Yes. In fact, if that's what passes for optimism and cheerfulness these days, I'm not any more depressed now than I was when we started. So, this is good.
That's
Happy
nice.
Friday. Yeah,
Yes,
happy Friday.
Yes.
Oh, my God.
We will, of course, link to your pieces in Salon
Thank
and
you.
the Uber blog,
Thank you.
Hullabaloo. See you soon.
All
Thanks,
right,
Heather.
it's been great. Have a good week.
You too.
Guys.
You too.
Just one note on the Zelensky thing. Andrea Pagliarini had a good tweet. Said, "I don't know why these things still surprise me. What they do. This is a criticism. This is on the sort of Zelensky thing, and the way Trump and Vance want to, I guess, diminish him. Bolsonaro criticized Lula for treating Trump as if he were an equal. Quote Bolsonaro. When I was president, I knew my place when speaking with him. So there's your, unipolar world for you.
Yeah, right. It's like Trump wants to he's a transactional politician, right? We know this. But the transactions that he's engaging in when it comes to stuff that is outside of getting RFK on Health and Human Services Secretary so he can get his voters, when it's actually about foreign policy, he's not extracting anything. He's transactional, but there's nothing except a public relations victory is what he wants out of it.
What they're doing with, we talked about this with.
We may not be able to see the transaction too.
Well, with Van Jackson, I mean, the moves with the budget, with the Pentagon, is just moving money from overseas to the border and stuff like that. It's
and it seems like they want to they say that cutting it by 8% is the directive, but it's when you look at the fine print, they're just moving it around, most likely to unmanned.
The resolution
drones.
they just passed added $10 billion annually to the defense budget, and the Senate, the Republicans in the Senate said that's not enough. So I mean, they could say, let's head into the fun half, as it were. And I mean, one of the things, I did Piers Morgan yesterday. I didn't read my emails enough, so I didn't know who I was going to be on with. And it was Benny Johnson, who I know that we have played some videos of him, and I guess
the gunfiring hit the Hellbound and it blew
I don't know
George
the other.
Galloway was there.
Galloway was there. I didn't interact with Galloway at all. It was just so strange. It was like we were at a tennis match and watching them. It was the whole thing was just a sort of.
Good use of your time.
What was the name of the woman? She was from
Jillian Michaels. She was a trainer on The Biggest Loser.
Right. She's a turf.
Stablemate with.
She told me that they're not feeding kids thing. You got to pull that out, and I'm like, well, it's true. What? You want to. If you want to collapse USAID because you don't want to fund Sesame Street in Iraq, but I mean, it also feeds people. But
it gives people HIV medication. I mean, what a
the other thing I realized.
Idiot.
I mean, Benny Johnson doesn't seem to know anything about anything. I found it almost like it just. It was boring because it was just really him doing shtick. The one thing is when we were talking about the Empowerment Control Act, they weren't talking about that, but I brought it up, and Train v NYC, and all of the idea that Congress appropriates money. He went on this talking point about Section 2 of the Constitution, saying the president had ultimate authority and et cetera, et cetera. And it was the only time that he actually said anything of substance. It was completely, just obviously something that some talking point that he got. But I realized they don't have to engage at all anymore. They just there is enough of a mechanism for them to get to their own audience that they can just simply lie. And the idea that yes, USAID is being completely destroyed, and there's a lot of great stuff that is being done that is getting destroyed. There's a lot of stuff that Jillian had said about corporations getting all these contracts, without a doubt. Everything else that is being done is a complete empowerment of all of these same corporations. They don't believe a single word in which they're talking about. It is at any given moment, it's just to simply justify these moves, and it really just struck me
but it was too late.
Trump doesn't care about the broader implications. He is just making sure that he is provided for his domestic hunger to see him hand it to Ukraine. That's it. Mission accomplished. He did what he needed to do. There's no other audience for him.
Well, I should just say, White House correspondent for Semaphore, Shelby Talcott, reporting that she's being told the minerals deal was not signed.
Ooh.
Uh-oh.
They canceled their press conference too. They cut the whole thing short. And Trump made this statement on Truth Social. Matt, if you wanted to put this up, if you guys can read it.
Oh, right.
This was sort of Trump's line after the meeting ended.
We had a very meaningful meeting in the White House today. Much was learned that could never be understood without conversation under such fire. They should have had this on Lex Friedman's show. It's amazing what comes out through emotion, and I have determined that President Zelensky is not ready for peace if America is involved, because he feels our involvement gives him a big advantage in negotiations. Okay. I don't want advantage. I want peace. He disrespected the United States in its cherished Oval Office. He can come back when he is ready for capital peace.
It's just, I love his what he chooses to.
Very meaningful meeting, but is too emotional on their side of things.
Make into
the deal.
Proper nouns.
You didn't say thank you, and so that's. The libs made me do it.
By emotional, I mean I got upset at his manners.
And obviously the laptop from hell. Obviously. And what they did to me and Pooty Poot.
Putin went
Was
through
Hunter
so
Biden
much.
even that involved in the Russiagate thing? I guess the laptop from I don't know.
Right, yeah, what is
I felt like he was sort of a late like a season 3 addition to that plot line.
Yeah, exactly.
He's when he mentions the 51 national security officials, he's obsessed with like Clapper and John Brennan like writing a letter saying that the Hunter Biden laptop story being sent to the New York Post was like Russian intelligence, and that apparently that was, he always says that was debunked. So he brings up the 51 national security officials constantly because they sent that letter.
The ones who were out of office and had no power.
Yes,
okay.
like Clapper and Brennan.
And had an opinion that probably wasn't even true.
Right.
Okay.
I wonder if this wasn't the plan all along. Crash the deal.
Sure.
Just put on a show.
They just voted against the condemnation of Russia at the United Nations, which it was they joined. This is what I talked about yesterday with Trita, calling it the axis of aggressors: Russia, Israel, the United States joining. Yep. I mean, North Korea, who's providing Russia with arms right now, but.
And I would say it'd be nice if a president would speak that way to Benjamin Netanyahu.
I would give Trump so much credit if he did that, but
we enabled your genocide, and you never
get to be a tough guy.
We did that. You wouldn't have been able to do any ethnic cleansing. You wouldn't even be ethnic arranging if we hadn't given you the money.
I'll start holding my breath on that.
Hey folks, don't forget to hit the subscribe button and check out our daily show. We do it every day at 12 p.m. Eastern for about 2.5 hours. We even take phone calls. You should check that out.
Hey guys, me Sam Stein, managing editor at The Bulwark, joined by Will South
Seriously,
and JVL.
like, what is with
we are coming
players?
to
Are they just
really
like retarded
just
now?
minutes after
Do they like
what I
all
think
just not know how
may
the
have been
vault
the most
works?
extraordinary, some might say reckless, some might say an embarrassing moment that we've seen in recent Oval Office history, if ever. President Trump, with members of his cabinet, including Vice President J.D. Vance, meeting with President Zelensky, and the issue is what to do about the future of U.S.-Ukrainian relations. We're going to get into it. We're going to play the full video because I think it's worth watching in full, and we're going to talk about it. Obviously, before that, let's ask you kindly to subscribe to our YouTube feed. All right, so that's the setup. Let's play the full video. I just want to be clear. They are sitting in the Oval. The issue is this deal for the U.S. to get some rights to Ukrainian minerals and raw earth, as Trump kept saying, raw earth, in exchange for some sort of security guarantee that involves U.S. help for Ukraine fighting against Russian forces. It started tense, and then it just completely went off the rails. Let's play the video, and we'll come back on the other side, and we'll talk about it.
I'm talking about the kind of diplomacy that's going to end the destruction of your country.
Yes, but if you are not strong...
Mr. President, with respect, I think it's disrespectful for you to come into the Oval Office and try to litigate this in front of the American media. Right now, you guys are going around and forcing conscripts to the front lines because you have manpower problems. You should be thanking the President for trying to bring an end to this conflict.
Have you ever been to Ukraine that you say what problems we have?
I have been to.
Count once.
I've actually watched and seen the stories, and I know what happens is you bring them on a propaganda tour, Mr. President. Do you disagree that you've had problems bringing people into your military?
We have problems.
And do you think that it's respectful to come to the Oval Office of the United States of America and attack the administration that is trying to prevent the destruction of your country?
A lot of questions. Let's start from the beginning.
Sure.
First of all, during the war, everybody has problems, even you, but you have nice ocean and don't feel now, but you will feel it in the future. God bless.
You don't know that.
God bless. God bless. You will not have war.
Don't tell us what we're going to feel. We're trying to solve a problem. Don't tell us what we're going to feel.
I'm not telling you.
Because you're in no position to dictate that. Remember this. You're in no position to dictate what we're going to feel. We're going to feel very good.
You will feel influence.
We're going to feel very good and very strong.
You will feel influence.
You're right now not in a very good position. You've allowed yourself to be in a very bad position, and he happens to be right about it.
From the very beginning of the war.
You're not in a good position. You don't have the cards right now. With us, you start having cards.
I'm not playing cards.
Right now, you don't. Yeah, you're playing cards. Your country's in big trouble.
Can I
Wait a
answer?
minute. No. You've done a lot of talking. Your country is in big trouble.
I know.
You're not winning.
I know.
Man, how old is Zelensky? If I had to guess, 53.
Well, thank you very much. It's an honor to have
47?
President Zelensky of
He's a young
Ukraine.
guy.
And we've been working.
I mean, to be honest, you've been in a war for the last 3 years. I feel like, that's like a 3x multiplier. So I feel like I was still kind of right, Fuck.
Very hard, very close. So we've actually known each other for a long time. We've been dealing with each other for a long time and very well. We had little negotiation spat.
If you know, you know, right?
But that worked out great. I think for both countries. I think for the world, actually, beyond both countries. And we have something that is a very fair deal. And we look forward to getting in and digging and working and getting some of the rare earth. But it means we're going to be inside, and it's a big commitment from the United States, and we appreciate working with you very much. And we will continue to do that. We have had some very good discussions with Russia. I spoke with President Putin, and we're going to try and bring this to a close. It's something that you want and that he wants. We have to negotiate a deal, but we've started the confines of a deal, and I think something can happen. The big thing is the number of soldiers, mostly at this point, but soldiers being killed. You're losing thousands of soldiers. So on both sides, we're losing a lot of soldiers, and we want to see
audio
it stop.
problematic?
And we want to see the money get put to different kinds of things, like rebuilding. And we're going to be working very hard. But we've had a lot of very good conversations. I will say until we came along, the Biden administration didn't speak to Russia whatsoever.
Should be even better, right?
They didn't speak to anybody. They just allowed this to continue. And I will say that
I should be an audio guy.
You've heard me say it 1,000 times. If I were president, this war would have never happened.
I've heard
we
that.
would have had a deal negotiated
I've heard that
for you
before.
without having to go through what you've gone through.
Yeah.
But your soldiers have been unbelievably brave. We've given them great equipment, but somebody has to use the equipment. They've been unbelievably brave, and we give them great credit. This was supposed to be over very quickly, and here we are 3 years later. So I give tremendous credit to your generals and your soldiers and yourself in the sense that it's been very hard fighting, very tough fighting. They're great fighters. And you have to be very proud of them from that standpoint. But now we want to get it over with. It's enough, right? We want to get it over with. So It's an honor to have you here. Thank you very much for coming. We're going to sign the agreement at the conference in the East Room in a little while.
If that comes on,
right after
we'll
lunch.
pause and go back to
And
that.
we'll be having lunch together. We're also discussing some other things.
I wonder if they're still going to have
We
lunch.
appreciate everybody being here. It's a somewhat of an exciting moment, but the really exciting moment is when they stop the shooting and we end up with a deal. And
He
I think we're
canceled
fairly close to
lunch,
getting
too?
that. And, an honor to have you, and please, I'd like to say something.
No, thank you so much, Mr. President.
Blue's
Thank
also
you
not
for
going to grab the
invitation.
samples.
And
Literally
really, I
retards.
hope that this document,
He's level
first
8, it's
document,
okay.
will be a first step to real security guarantees for Ukraine, our people, our children. I really count on it. And of course, we count that America will not stop support. Really, for us, it's very important to support and to continue it. I want to discuss it with details further during our conversation, and of course, the infrastructure or security guarantees. Because for today, I understand what Europe is ready to do, and of course, I want to discuss with you what United States will be ready to do. And I really count on your strong position to stop Putin. And you said that enough with the war. I think that is very important, Ben, to say these words to Putin at the very beginning of war, because he is a killer and terrorist. But I hope that together we can stop him. But for us, it's very important to, to save our country, our values, our freedom, and democracy, and of course, no compromises with the killer about our territories. But it will be later. And of course, what I wanted,
I think they're going to have to compromise with Putin, whether they like it or not. That's just what I think. I mean, because it's a nuclear superpower country. I mean, they can't really push it. They have to, right? I mean, it's like they shouldn't have to. Like, I agree with Zelensky that Putin is a fucking awful piece of shit, but I can't see how you. I can't see how you can't.
No, how does bro think war's
out of
end?
it, right? There's no winning
Seriously,
this. Yeah, I don't think that there's a win condition here.
How do you think wars end, bro?
Talk about it by phone.
That's
about the drones production. We have very good drones production. I think the best one in the world for today because of the war. Yes, and of course we need very much the air defense. You have the best air defense in the world, and really you helped us under attacks of Russians. And I want to speak how we can exchange the licenses. We're open to share the licenses of all our drones with you, of course, with the United States. And we need licenses for quick production of air defense. Even after the war, we need our nation to be calm, that we are secure. So that's why we need this air shield. And of course, about this, I want to speak about the contingents. I think that France and UK already spoke to you, and we know that Europe is ready, but without the United States, they will not be ready to be as strong as we need. And then the last point, last not least, about exchange, about our people and children. And you know that these crazy Russians, that they stolen 20,000 of children, Ukrainian children. They changed their names, they changed their families, relatives, and now they're in Russia. We want to bring them back, and really, it's a big dream, task, and goal for me, and our warriors. By the way, Mr. President, we released more than 4,000 warriors from Russian prison, but there are thousands more in the prison. I wanted to share with you some images.
Let me go ahead. It seems like we're having a little bit of lag. I'm going to go ahead and close this and then reopen it, okay? Give me just a minute. Yeah, because I want to make sure this is the right thing. I'm even going to close, what do you call it? Everything as well, so that way we don't have any of these issues going on. I've had this computer on. How long has it been on? So it says, Huh. Huh. 32. That's a big number, huh? That's a pretty big number. Keep that shit on. I run it till it drops. That's it. I kill him, and then I get a new one. All right, let me go back. And where is this? Give me a second. Sorry, I'm trying to get all this sorted out. I know that there's a lot going on. I just want to make sure that we have everything good to go. Okay. Hopefully this should fix the latency here.
You know, their families, relatives, and now they're in Russia. We want to bring them back. And really, it's a big, big dream, task and goal for me and our warriors. By the way, we exchanged, released more than 4,000.
Let me fix the audio again.
From Russian prison, but there are thousands more in the prison. I wanted to share with you some images. How it's, just can I now?
Yeah, please.
Some minute, 1 minute. 1 minute. Just you to understand in what circumstances, in what situation they are, and what the attitude of Russia to our prisoners. That guys, just you before and after. And you see before and after, just you to understand. Now, thousands of such guys, ladies and men, there, and that, so they don't eat, they beat them, and they, you know, they do a lot of bad things. So out of, even during the war, there are rules. Everybody knows there are rules during the war. So these guys, they don't have any rules. You see that 50, 60 kilograms left, and a lot of such things. And I didn't want to show you what the changes with images of children, because I will just share with you. And I mean, it's looking tragic.
Yeah, that's tough stuff.
Yeah, I wanted very much to give you, and you see it.
Yeah.
This is pastor, by the way. They stolen pastors because it's not Russian church. They stolen pastors and moved pastors to the prison. At the end of last year, we brought 3 pastors. We could exchange them.
Yeah.
And this is pastor, you see.
Yeah, it's tough.
Yeah, so I mean this I wanted to show you, and this, so thank you very much.
We want to get that in, right?
Yeah, of course we will.
I think we will. And
we have to, of course.
Do you have any questions, please?
Thank you, Mr. President. With the, how much money is the U.S. going to put into the fund that is being created today, and how does this provide long-term security for Ukraine?
Well, we don't know exactly how much, because we're going to be putting some money in a fund that we're going to get from the raw earth that we're going to be taking and sharing in terms of revenue. So it's going to be a lot of money will be made from the sale and from the use of raw earth. And as you know, our country doesn't have much raw earth. We have a lot of oil and gas, but we don't have a lot of the raw earth. And what we do have is protected by the environmentalists, but that can be unprotected, but still it's not very much. They have among the best in the world in terms of raw earth. So we're going to be using that, using it for all of the things we do, including AI and including weapons and the military, and it's really going to very much satisfy our needs. So it's something that just worked out really well. We have a lot of oil, and we have a lot of gas, we have a lot, but we don't have raw earth. So this has just about every component of the raw earth that we need for computers, for all
everything
of the things
seems fine so far.
This puts us in great shape.
And long-term security for Ukraine. How does this provide?
I think they're going to have great luck. I think once we make the agreement, that's going to be 95% of it. They're not going to go back to fighting. I've spoken with President Putin, and I feel very strong. I've known him for a long time, and I feel very strongly that they're very serious about it. And we'll make a deal, and when the deal is made, I don't think, we talk about security, everyone's talking about the other day, all they talked about was security. I said, let me make the deal first. I have to make the deal first. I don't worry about security right now. We have to have a deal, because right now, last week, 2,000 soldiers died on both sides.
This is max quality.
2,000, and they're losing 1,000, 2,000, and they're losing
now it is
1,000, 2,000, 3,000 a week. So as we sit here and we talk, people are getting shot and dying on the battlefield. And you know, they're not American soldiers, but they're Russian soldiers and they're Ukrainian soldiers, and we want to be able to stop it. And we want to be able also to spend money on other things. We don't want to, this is a tremendous amount of money, and what the Biden administration did was terrible. They were giving money, but he had no security on the money. Europe, as you know, gave much less money, but they had security. It was in the form of a loan. They get their money back, and we didn't. And now, at least we're protected, because the American taxpayer has to be protected too. But this is an incredible agreement for Ukraine, because we have a big investment in their country now, and what they have, very few people have. And we're able to really go forward with very, very high-tech things and many other things, including weaponry. Weaponry that we're going to use in many locations, but that we need for our country. This allows us to do this.
I'm sorry.
Yes, go ahead, please.
If I can just add, yes, in the document.
Okay, I want to see his reaction to the actual end of this.
Diplomacy. We tried the pathway of Joe Biden of thumping our chest and pretending that the President of the United States' words mattered more than the President of the United States' actions. What makes America a good country is America engaging in diplomacy. That's what President Trump is doing.
Can I ask you?
Sure.
Here we... Oh boy, right? Yep, oh boy.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay. So he occupied our parts, big parts of Ukraine, part of East and Crimea.
Yeah.
So he occupied it on 2014. So during a lot of years, so I'm not speaking about just Biden, but those time was Obama, then President Obama, then President Trump, then President Biden, now President Trump, and God bless, now President Trump will stop him. But during 2014, nobody stopped him. He just occupied and took. He killed people. You know what the contact
2015.
2014.
2014 and 2014.
2014?
Yeah. So
I was not here.
Yeah, but
that's exactly right.
Yes, but during 2014 till 2022.
You don't want a ceasefire?
But I said to you,
I want a ceasefire.
with guarantees.
Because you'll get a ceasefire faster than an agreement.
Ask our people about ceasefire, what they think.
That wasn't with me.
For you what
that wasn't with me. That was with a
you.
guy named Biden, who was not a smart person.
I wonder, as I said at the beginning, right? I wonder how many of the conversations actually are like this behind closed doors. Because I bet a lot of them are. Yeah, all of them? Yeah, I really do. I wonder. 99%, yeah. This is the backstage pass. Exactly. Yeah, I'm actually curious.
That was with Obama.
It was your president.
Excuse me. That was with Obama, who gave you sheets, and I gave you javelins.
Yes.
I gave you the javelins to take out all those tanks. Obama gave you sheets. In fact, the statement is Obama gave sheets and Trump gave javelins. You got to be more thankful.
She likes it raw.
Because let me tell you, you don't have the cards. With us, you have the cards. But without us, you don't have any cards.
One more question to Mr. Vice President. I'm sorry.
It's going to be a tough deal to make because the attitudes have to change.
What if Russia breaks ceasefire? What if Russia breaks peace talks? What do you do then? I understand that it's a heated conversation right now.
What are you saying?
She's asking, what if Russia breaks the ceasefire?
What if anything? What if a bomb drops on your head right now? Okay? What if they break?
I also hate hypotheticals, but if Zelensky's telling the truth, it really isn't a hypothetical, it's a pattern.
Wow.
You know, like, I feel like this is a pretty... In general, like, I think hypotheticals are bad, and they're, like, generally just ways to frame a question to make somebody look good or bad. But I feel like this is kind of a pattern of behavior.
I can't believe Asmongold's smarter than Trump.
They broke it with Biden because Biden, they didn't respect him. They didn't respect Obama. They respect me. Let me tell you, Putin went through.
Here's the problem, though, right? And like, this is the issue that I wish Trump would look at it this way too. Is that like when Trump retires and like after in what is it 2028, right? And Trump's 2029. Technically, he won't be the president anymore. Putin will probably still be the president. And maybe somebody else in Russia will be the president instead, and they'll probably be like Putin. That's what I would assume, right? And so he can't, like, even in his best case scenario, it's a 4-year, it's a 4-year pause. And like, if you're a Ukrainian, do you really think that that's like, so you're giving up more of your country for a best case scenario of a 4-year pause? You see what I'm saying? You can't trust Putin, though? Well, like, time to prepare? Do you think they're going to prepare to fight Russia in 4 years? It's not going to happen. Save lives, bro? No, I think that what makes this interesting is the fact that there aren't any right answers. I don't think that there's a right answer for this. And like, for example, like, well, there's a, okay, so that's not entirely true. There's a morally right answer, but that right moral answer I don't think is on the table. So like, because you just assume that's not going to happen, you're basically like deciding, like, pick your poison, right? Which problem are you going to try to have? So you give up? Pathetic? Well, I don't know about that. Is it giving up or not? Right, but what's the alternative? Well, I mean, I think that there's a few alternatives, right? We can keep fighting against Russia through proxy. We can try to negotiate it and have Russia get something so Putin can pull out of the war. I personally think that Putin doesn't want the war in Ukraine to keep going because I think that it personally makes him look bad. I don't know about you guys.
Makes him
I
look
thought that
bad.
Russia was going to roll Ukraine over in 2 weeks, and Ukraine fought back in a massively heroic way, and I didn't expect that at all. And I think that even back home, despite the propaganda and everything, I think that it probably does make Putin not look very good, that he hasn't immediately won this war and been able to overtake Ukraine and stop them. I think it probably lost him a lot of confidence with the Russian people. And now I'm just, again, I am making this up, by the way. I'm totally making this up. But that's just what I think is going to happen, right? I don't understand every nuance of this, but I understand people. And I think this is the way that people would behave, and this is the way that people would think. And because of that, I think Putin wants to get out of it as well. Because he knows it's probably to some degree a losing proposition. Because he's been losing. And and by losing, well, actually it's not losing, he hasn't been winning, right? And it's taken a bunch of his fucking money, it's made him look bad, but he can't pull out of it without getting something, because then that makes him look even worse. So I think there's a massive optics problem with that as well. That's at least how I see it. Economy's bad too. Russia is definitely not losing. They're not winning either. And I think that's enough. He wants 100%. Imagine losing your most power on one single invasion of Ukraine. Do you know that Ukraine gave up their nukes in exchange for security assurances? Sending down sentry. Here's the thing, is that's the entire problem, isn't it? It's that, so what Zelensky's saying is that if we capitulate and we get a negotiation with Putin, even if what Trump is saying is true, that Putin won't violate that agreement while Trump is president, Trump won't always be president. So it's just going to happen again, even if Trump is right. And that's the best case scenario. And so no, he won't. We don't know. We don't know. But what we do know is that it's happened a bunch of times before then. So then what's the alternative? Again, that's what I think makes this very interesting. Because there is no option that's not bad. Does that make sense? There are no good options. There are just different shades of bad and different things that you're going to bet on.
Yeah, it's a war, dude.
That's what I think.
War is,
Okay,
in
but
fact,
what is Zelensky's ultimate point in
bad.
saying that we should fight a forever war that potentially ends up nuclear? I think that's a great argument. That's true. And you're stuck between a rock and a hard place. Do you capitulate to a person who's broken multiple agreements in the past, or do you continue to escalate things with a nuclear superpower? I don't think there's really a W here. I'm sorry to say.
A lot with me. He went through a phony witch hunt where they used him in Russia. Russia. You ever hear of that deal? That was a phony Hunter Biden, Joe Biden scam. Hillary Clinton, Shifty Adam Schiff. It was a Democrat scam. And he had to go through that. And he did go through it. We didn't end up in a war. And he went through it. He was accused of all that stuff. He had nothing to do with it. It came out of Hunter Biden's bathroom. It came out of Hunter Biden's bedroom. It was disgusting. And then they said,
Zelensky's
the
face.
laptop from hell was made by Russia. The 51 agents. The whole thing was a scam. And he had to put up with that. He was being accused of all that stuff. All I can say is this. He might have broken deals with Obama and Bush, and he might have broken them with Biden. He did, maybe. Maybe he didn't. I don't know what happened. But he didn't break them with me. He wants to make a deal. I don't know if you can make a deal.
I see what Trump is saying, but I just think it's a short-sighted perspective. I do. I think it's just short-sighted. Because even if he's right, Ukraine is still fucked. Basically, the after effects of Crimea are one of the reasons why this is happening, right? It's all happening in the context of that, and that happened before Trump was even talking about running for president. So, this is going to be an ongoing thing for, probably decades. At least 10 years, I would say.
I've empowered you to be a tough guy. And I don't think you'd be a tough guy without the United States. And your people are very brave. But you're either going to make a deal or we're out. And if we're out, you'll fight it out. I don't think it's going to be pretty, but you'll fight it out. But you don't have the cards. But once we sign that deal, you're in a much better position. But you're not acting at all thankful. And that's not a nice thing. I'll be honest, that's not a nice thing. All right, I think we've seen enough. What do you think? Huh? This is going to be great television, I will say that.
Gross.
All right. We'll see what we can do about putting it together. Thanks.
Yeah, so gross. Such a gross thing to say.
I need the back of this. We'll see. I don't know. Guys, come on. Let's move, please.
Damn. Russia was crazy. Wow.
Objective critical strategy.
Oh God. Yeah. Wow. Let me see this. What is this here? Where's my money? Let's. Man. Bro. Again, when I said the content president, I meant it. It's not all good content, but it sure as hell is content.
Hello, everybody. I'm trying this as an experiment in communication, both public and private. There's some things that I would like to draw to Mr. Elon Musk's attention. I interviewed him a while back on my podcast. That was primarily released on X, but also more broadly. We've met a couple of times. I've been watching what he's been doing, like everyone in the world has been. And I'm also interested in his reaction to the situation with Tommy Robinson. I interviewed Tommy last year twice with my wife, and I've been following his travails in the UK diligently. I just spoke with Ezra Levant, who runs Rebel News, this troublemaking, rabble-rousing media organization, alternative media organization in Canada. Ezra and I have interacted with each other for about 10 years. He was an early advocate of mine when all hell broke loose around me at the university, and we've kept in touch ever since. In any case, Ezra Levant also hired Tommy Robinson as a journalist a few years ago and knows him quite well. Brought him to Canada relatively recently, where he was arrested at exactly the time that I was supposed to interview him. So that was another interesting overlap. Anyways, when I talked to Ezra Levant, we discussed Tommy, and he's in solitary confinement in a maximum security prison in the UK. And he's not allowed any visitors who have a social media following, whatever that means, given that virtually everybody has at least some social media following now. And this essentially means that he'll spend 9 months in solitary for what's a civil offense. And it's been 4, and that's a long time. And his guest slots aren't filled, partly because of these restrictions. I asked Ezra, too, if Tommy was in solitary at his own request, because the prison is a dangerous place, because it's a maximum security prison, and it's full of the sort of people who might not approve of Tommy Robinson, let's put it that way. And Ezra told me that Tommy hadn't requested to be isolated in this manner, that he was willing to take his chances in the general population. So that's what I know about that. In any case, he's got 5 more months in solitary, 22 hours a day. When I interviewed him, he'd expressed some real concerns about his ability to maintain his psychological integrity under such conditions. You know, we use solitary confinement as a punishment sufficiently brutal to deter even psychopaths who are about as non-social as you can possibly imagine. And so depriving people of social contact is, I think it's cruel and unusual punishment, and is something that perhaps should never be used, but if it's used, should be used, let's say, very judiciously. And I think that he's being subjected to cruel and unusual punishment. And if that produces fatal consequences, which is a possibility, that doesn't bode well for the general stability of the UK, you might say. And it's not a risk that should be taken. And so I want to draw everyone's attention to the plight of Tommy Robinson, regardless of what you think of him and what he's done, say, as a whistleblower on the gang side. His punishment is exceptionally heavy-handed, and it isn't at all obvious to me that it's wise. It's also not obvious to me that he'll make it through 9 months of this intact. And Ezra was concerned for the same reason.
Oh, no.
So that's that. So there's a second issue that I'd like to draw your attention to, Mr. Musk, but also public attention to. I've been watching your line-by-line analysis of budgetary expenditures at the federal level, and I know, or I think I know, that part of this process, part of the reason you're engaged in this, is because you're not happy, you might say, with what Gad Saad has described as the woke mind virus. And you've retweeted Gad a fair bit, and I know you're familiar with his work. Now, I also know, or think I know, that part of the reason that you're unhappy is because of what happened with your son, which you discussed on my podcast and made public. And I noticed during that conversation that to say you were unhappy about what had happened and the advice you got about suicide risk, for example, on the part of children with gender dysphoria, was false, despicably false and dangerous, and that you not only haven't recovered from that, but have taken it with all due seriousness. And so it seems to me that your efforts on behalf of investigating the funding that is being shuttled to various agencies and organizations around the world who push the woke progressive agenda are admirable and useful, and hopefully they will be salutary. But I think there's something very important that you're missing, maybe crucially important. You may know or may not, something I discovered partly from talking to the Republican Governors Treasuries Association, but also from going to the Republican governors' meetings and talking to a variety of Republican governors. 50% of the state budgets in the U.S. are devoted to K through 12 education. All the teachers in the K through 12 education system are products of the faculties of education, which I think are among the most, if not the most, ideologically corrupt and incompetent of all the university disciplines. They're major contributors to the dominance of woke culture in the U.S., particularly in the U.S., but also across the West. They attract low-quality students, by and large, and they do terrible research. One example of that, for example, was that the faculties of education, it was faculties of education who came up with the idea of whole word learning, which was a complete bloody catastrophe, foregoing the utility of the phonetic alphabet, which is one of the major inventions of humankind, replacing that with the proposition that you should teach children how to read the same way expert readers read, which was a preposterous theory to begin with, and which had devastating consequences. And the faculties of education pushed multiple intelligence theory, which is a complete crock of nonsense. They pushed self-esteem training, which can't be done and produces narcissists. They cloak their left-wing ideological propagandizing in social emotional learning strategies, etc., etc. The faculties of education are an unmitigated disaster. They produce the teachers who have a hammerlock on 50% of the state budgets. They're spending $25,000 a year, thereabouts, per student, when private organizations are capable of providing a higher quality education at 1/10 that cost. The Republicans, conservatives in general, and classic liberals have been completely asleep at the wheel for 60 years as the faculties of education have distributed the demoralizing progressive agenda to the children of everyone, liberal, conservative, and progressive alike, through the K through 12 system. And they control 50% of the state budgets. There's not a chance that the progressive agenda is going to be undermined and replaced as long as the faculties of education have a hammerlock on half the state budgets and all the education of all children. So what's the best move? Well, there may be little you can do federally. I don't know the policy details well enough to opine in that regard, but in my opinion, the faculties of education should be stripped of their monopoly on teacher certification. There's no evidence whatsoever that they've produced that the teachers that they purport to educate have been educated in a manner that makes them effective teachers, either because of the way they were selected as students or the way that they're trained and educated as teachers. And so there's no defeating the woke mind virus without breaking the hammerlock of the faculties of education on teacher certification. And so, anyways, those are two issues that I've been considering since we had our discussion, and I know that you're as busy as any human being can possibly be, but I know that these two issues are close to your heart, and I thought I'd throw my 2 cents in for what it's worth. And while doing, inform everybody else about my thoughts on the matter and the way forward that I think might be most appropriate. Thanks very much for your time and attention.
I've come out to Wood Hill Prison to see Tommy Robinson today. I was told that I could visit him at 2:30 this afternoon, but the prison authorities have decided that they're not ready for me to go inside. I've been following him for 3 years as he follows the gang rapists because I was concerned for the British young women who were being raped. And more recently, as a journalist, he covered a school playground scuffle that had become an international scandal. After that, he made a documentary trying to understand what happened in that scenario. That school is now closed, and everyone has departed from their jobs. There was so much corruption and payoff and secrecy that this documentary was not supposed to be shown. But Tommy Robinson felt compelled to show it, to tell the truth. Now he has been charged with contempt of court, and he made himself available to the courts to charge him and to put him in jail. They have him held in solitary confinement here. He's hesitant to eat from the cafeteria because there's a large Muslim population here, and he feels that he may be poisoned. And now he's getting very thin. Some Danish
I thought he wanted to risk his
came here and
chances, huh?
visited him and saw that he's lost a lot of weight. So he's only eating canned tuna, which he can't survive on for months. There's not enough fat in that food to nourish his brain and his heart. And so I suggest to people, if they come in, they can bring him something like pepperoni sticks or a kind of carnivore snack that is packaged, that has proper animal fat to nourish and sustain him. It's going to be on our conscience if he dies in there. It should be on our conscience now. He's in here for 9 months. He's been in here for 4 months so far for a simple civic charge. And
boo!
Emergency explosive diarrhea.
CNN's Caitlin Collins was in the Oval Office for this meeting. Caitlin, it's hard to imagine a scenario in which this could have gone worse. This seems to be a dream come true for Vladimir Putin.
Well, it's not an overstatement for sure to say that it is one of the most astonishing moments that we have ever seen happen inside the Oval Office, between these world leaders essentially shouting at one another by the end of this, devolving into, at points, Trump and Vance berating Zelensky for saying that he was not being grateful enough for the aid that the United States has provided to Ukraine, and Zelensky arguing back that they do not understand Putin, essentially, that he will violate any agreement if the proper guarantees aren't in place. That seemed to particularly incense Trump, as he was saying, don't tell us what we're going to feel. Zelensky has been arguing that Putin will not stop with Ukraine, that he will go on to other Eastern European nations, including Poland, as he made the argument there. And Trump was essentially pushing back on that and telling Zelensky that he had no cards and that he needed to make a deal. And at one point, I think the most striking line from that could foreshadow what the rest of these talks are going to look like, what this press conference could look like if we still see these world leaders come out where they were supposed to sign that deal, is the president said to Zelensky, you either make a deal or we are out. Now that comes after 40 minutes before this exchange happened, where the president was talking about how he wasn't ready to make security guarantees yet. He said the United States would still send some weaponry to Ukraine. Questions going back and forth about how a deal would hold, how a minerals deal would be carried out. All of that was essentially wiped away by those last 10 minutes that were so incredibly heated there in the Oval Office, and essentially ended with Vance saying that this is not something that should be litigated in front of the press, the many press who were inside that room. Trump saying that he thought it was actually good that it was playing out. And I asked Trump as we were leaving, can the two of you still negotiate given what we just watched that left everyone else in the room silent? He told me, quote, we'll see. But just to give you a sense of how much things broke down, look at this picture of the Ukrainian ambassador to the United States. She has been the ambassador to the U.S., I should note, since 2021, since before Russia invaded Ukraine. She had her head in her hands at one point when I looked around the room and was just looking at all of the officials here. Secretary of State Rubio, Treasury Secretary Bessent, the Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth, the Commerce Secretary, they were all in the room, and the Ukrainian officials as well, watching this play out and raising real questions about what the two leaders here are going to be able to get done behind the scenes. This is the photo of the Ukrainian ambassador to the United States as they were just shouting at one another between the three of them in an incredibly remarkable moment.
Trump doesn't seem to think that the sting of Putin is going to reach the United States. He rejected the idea, emotionally rejected the idea that Zelensky was presenting, that there will be effects here in the United States, that it will be felt here. What did you think of that?
This started innocently enough. The same way the French and the British leaders came and pushed back gently on Trump, Zelensky had started giving a history lesson about how Putin first seized Crimea in 2014. Trump corrected him, said 2015. He's like, no, 2014. And then explained how they had signed two different peace deals with Putin, Minsk I and Minsk II, that Germany and France also signed to guarantee. And what he was trying to do was show Trump, you know, we have tried to do diplomacy before and it hasn't worked. He was being very genteel and patient as he explained it. And it was Vance who took offense and started interjecting. And then it was Vance, as he warmed up to his subject, who then also interjected the, I haven't heard you say thank you once. It was almost like he was bawling out one of his young kids, and he warmed to his subject. And once it became that tone, Trump took that tone on and jumped into the attacks. And I don't know how you get from that back to, look, you can't trust Putin, and here's why. I can only imagine what it was like once they all went into a conference room and had to look at each other across the table.
Yeah. And what did you think as you were watching this, Jeff?
It's pretty shocking, but what I think really stands out to me is that this administration grossly overestimates its ability to bring about a deal. Completely agree with the point that you can't trust deals made with Russian President Putin. But I'd take it a step further than that and say, as long as Russian troops are advancing in the east, and they are, and he believes he's winning, you're not going to get a meaningful deal. In the sense, by meaningful, I mean like some kind of lasting peace. So I don't even think they're going to get to the point where he's violating the deal.
Because he has the upper hand. So why would he proceed in that regard, you mean?
Right. Yes, none of his strategic objectives about changing the government in Ukraine and really controlling the strategic direction of Ukraine, none of that has changed. And as long as he thinks he can do that by what he's doing right now, he's going to keep doing that. And the rest of the negotiations with him, that's just smoke and mirrors.
And my impression is that basically Trump's national security team, people like Mike Waltz, the national security advisor, Secretary of State Marco Rubio, they're very traditionalist, they're anti-Russia. But like past Trump administration officials, they sold Trump on this deal through the lens of business, through the lens of making investments for U.S. companies possible, leveling the playing field with China, because China has 70% of the rare earth minerals, and this would give the U.S. a jump on some of that. But the whole idea was this was something to build on. Sign this loose agreement, then that goodwill would make Zelensky look like the good guy who made Trump look good, and we would build on that from there. And now this all just got blown up, and you could see a lot of the messages that he had absorbed, that Trump had absorbed from his conversations with Putin, just coming out. I don't know how you talk down from this.
What about, Jeff, that glimmer of hope that Nick Payton Walsh alluded to, the idea that Donald Trump as a negotiator would respect someone that would hold a hard line against him, that Zelensky going in there and standing his ground, even at one point as cameras were being escorted out, smiling and giving a thumbs up for the cameras, sort of as if to show that he's not intimidated by the situation, that his country isn't on the line. Would that work to his advantage? Do you see that as a possibility?
I don't, and I think that I understand that Trump likes to be up against somebody that he respects, but what you're seeing is a real shift in U.S. foreign policy. You're stepping back for a moment, where he respects Putin, he respects Xi Jinping, China, and those are the people he wants to deal with. Anybody else is just not an equal, right? And so in some ways, the foreign policy that's emerging is actually very similar to Chinese and Russian foreign policy in that in the world you have a couple centers of gravity where the real power is. We'll work things out amongst us, and like all the rest of the countries just need to fall in line. I won't mess with your area, you don't mess with my area, and we'll just straighten it out ourselves. And Zelensky doesn't rise to that level in Trump's eyes.
Meanwhile, watch his popularity ratings back home. They're going to soar. They're at 65. They're going to be higher. And European nations who were thinking about, oh, we got to go it alone after watching that spectacle, they're going to be like, okay, it's us in Ukraine. We cannot count on this White House.
Let's talk a little bit more about that with CNN chief international anchor Christiane Amanpour. Let's talk, Christiane, about how European leaders are going to view this moment.
Well, look, I think just what your guest just said, it's going to be you can imagine everybody in Europe now has their head in their hands, particularly after the parade of European presidents and prime ministers just came back from fairly successful meetings with President Trump. They never got what they wanted in terms of a security guarantee for Ukraine, because that's what they really need if there's to be any peace. But now they're going to be wondering, is there going to be any deal to even police and to enforce? Are we just going to have to continue funding and supplying this war? What I can tell you is the British Prime Minister has announced that he is having a summit in London this weekend on Sunday. He's invited all the major European leaders, and President Zelensky was due to be coming back from Washington via London to take part in that summit. This was, designed to, compare notes, all their trips to the White House, how to go forward. I don't know whether that will still happen. I don't know what they might discuss. It seems it's even more urgent for that summit to take place, given what just happened in the White House. Look, from a European and an overseas perspective, what seemed to have happened was this very strange new White House way of having these long and lengthy Oval Office sprays with the press where they do talk for a long time. It's not usual. This is, an accident waiting to happen. You saw the Zelensky handshake as he met with President Trump at the portico. He was incredibly tense. Zelensky's body language, very tense, knew everything that was riding on this meeting. And then, as everybody said, a fairly okay meeting devolved into this really horrendous catastrophe in the last 10 minutes. And as everybody has said, launched by the intervention of the Vice President. Vice President J.D. Vance, this year in Munich, basically, washed his hands of Ukraine. Last time he was in Munich at the security conference, basically told Europeans and Ukrainians that I don't care really much what happens to Ukraine. So there's some animosity there, as you can imagine. Untruths about Zelensky never saying thank you, and a very, twisted and tortured version of what's actually been going on during this war. But I think, as many people said, Zelensky's main aim, as he said himself, but I want to ask what the US is prepared to do going forward. And perhaps I need to ask, whose side is the Trump administration on, Ukraine's or Putin's? And I think what you saw in that meeting was much more of the United States administration, the president and the vice president, taking all the Putin talking points and being frustrated with Zelensky and using those talking points. That, in terms of a transatlantic alliance and in terms of a superpower going forward, is really the major shift that everyone overseas has been incredibly concerned about. And it also seemed to be a performance for domestic politics. What President Trump and Vice President Vance were doing, it seemed, was as much a domestic political campaign appearance as anything else. I mean, at one point you heard President Trump going back on the Russia hoax and the Hunter Biden laptop and on and on and on. There is bad blood between these two leaders from the very beginning. But again, let's not forget that it was the javelins that Trump did provide that allowed Ukraine to fend off the Russians in those early days. Very important. These weapons work. But let's also not forget that it was Trump who convinced his MAGA allies in Congress this time last year to pause the latest delivery of weapons to Ukraine, and that was a 7-month lag, which cost territory, which cost lives, and which has put Ukraine in a very bad place. But to keep hearing the President of the United States tell the Ukrainian president and the people of Ukraine who fought this much mightier army off for 3 years that they have no cards to play, that they either take a deal and make a deal or the United States is out, this is music to President Putin's eyes. Music.
We're joined now by Massachusetts Congressman and a member of the Armed Services Committee, Seth Moulton. Congressman, thanks so much for being with us. First, your reaction to this deal being off, to this Oval Office meeting that we watched unfold as dramatically as it did, and to the press conference now being canceled and the future of Ukraine in question.
Well, look, I've just been sitting here listening to these British guys ramble on and on about this. Let's just cut to the chase. The President of the United States is a coward who is Vladimir Putin's puppet. And the Vice President of the United States is a pogue and a coward who is Donald Trump's puppet. And so what we just witnessed was a meeting in the Oval Office between two cowardly puppets and a hero.
You know.
And whether you voted for these puppets or not, just as an American, as a fellow American, it's just embarrassing that the only hero in the Oval Office, the only decent human being for that matter, is the Ukrainian. This administration is going to go down as an embarrassment to American history.
Congressman, I wonder if you think that President Zelensky could have handled it differently, the way that some of his European counterparts and Emmanuel Macron and Keir Starmer did, and perhaps been more deferential to Trump and
I missed what he was saying.
Deferential to what? Deferential to a president who allowed a deal in his first term to crumble because Putin just violated it? Deferential to a vice president who didn't even bother to visit Ukraine? I hardly know anyone in Congress who has any view on national security who hasn't been to Ukraine during this war. Deferential to a draft dodger who's our commander-in-chief? Zelensky doesn't deserve to be deferential to anyone in that Oval Office. In fact, I kind of wish he'd put them in their place a little bit stronger. I mean, this is just truly, truly embarrassing. And the vast majority of my Republican colleagues in Congress completely agree with me. They know the truth here. They're just too scared to say it themselves.
Congressman, I do wonder how you would react to
I don't know what
the suggestion by J.D. Vance that there was a lot of chest thumping and harsh words for Putin in the last administration, but not enough action. Do you think that the Biden administration should have provided Ukraine with stronger weapons sooner in order to prevent where we are right now?
Look, I have been a fair critic of both Democrats and Republicans, and a critic of some aspects of how Biden handled this war. And yes, I think that he should have given them more weapons faster. But the idea that Vance and Trump, who are literally sucking up to a dictator, who want Putin apparently to win this war, the idea that they would criticize Biden, I mean, that's, that's real rich. That's real rich.
Where do you think this goes from here, Congressman? Do you think U.S. aid to Ukraine is immediately at risk?
It's unquestionably at risk. I mean, everything we stand for as Americans, the very fundamental value of freedom, is at risk with what these two are doing. But the other risk that we shouldn't ignore, and J.D. Vance brought it up, is World War III.
Congressman, sorry to interrupt. We want to listen in. It was difficult to hear there. President Zelensky, as he was exiting the White House, clearly yelled at cameras, but it was hard to make out exactly what he was saying. It appears that he is in that vehicle just outside the West Wing and is set to depart the White House in moments after this explosive afternoon in which we've seen this deal between the United States and Ukraine crumble, and then a shouting match inside the Oval Office. Congressman, if you want to finish your thoughts as we await Zelensky's departure.
Well, I'm just saying that, look, the risk that this actually could be a wider war involving NATO is real because Putin is getting emboldened by the President of the United States and by the Vice President of the United States. Because the way this becomes a wider war is for Putin to get the message that he wins, that he can go and invade sovereign countries with impunity and go do it to Eastern European NATO allies next. And that will get American troops killed, not just innocent Europeans. American troops will die if that happens. So what Trump and Vance are doing is absolutely dangerous for our national security, not just dangerous for Ukraine.
Democratic Congressman Seth Moulton, we have to leave the conversation there. We appreciate you joining us. I want to go to the White House now with CNN's Jeff Zeleny, who is watching closely as this vehicle departs. Jeff, were you able to make out what Zelensky yelled to cameras?
We were not able to make that out, Boris. We will go back and listen, but it was nothing extraordinary or long. But what we are seeing here now is President Zelensky leaving the White House about 2 hours and 20 minutes or so after he arrived without getting a deal and without doing a press conference with President Trump to sign the deal. You will see right here this motorcade going behind us as we speak, driving out of the north gates of the White House. What this is an extraordinary breakdown in diplomacy, the biggest break and change in foreign policy. Let's listen right there.
President Zelensky, can you tell us what happened?
So as you could see there, we were re-racking that tape. I could not make out what President Zelensky was saying, but now he has left the grounds of the White House, and indeed, we shall see what comes from here. He did stay in the West Wing of the White House for some minutes after President Trump said, come back when it's time for peace. So we do not know if there were any further discussions. We will certainly do our reporting and let you know. But this moment, this Friday afternoon, the end of a very busy week of diplomacy here has ended in anything but that. And interestingly, right before President Zelensky came to the White House here, he met with a bipartisan group of senators, and Republican Senator Roger Wicker, the chairman of the Foreign Relations Committee, welcomed him, and he said, we're here to show you our support. That is not how President Zelensky leaves this White House. So certainly this is a breach in foreign policy protocol, but also really showing the split inside this Republican Party, the party of Donald Trump and the party of J.D. Vance. We have not seen Vice President Vance really speak up much at all during his opening weeks of his vice presidency, but that moment in the Oval Office certainly is resonating and reverberating around the world. But now he is gone. They are breaking down the room where the press conference and deal was scheduled to be announced. And that certainly is not how even President Trump wanted this day here to end. We shall see if this is a negotiating tactic. We do not know how long President Zelensky will stay in town. President Trump clearly does still want to make a deal, but those tensions and fiery exchanges certainly have cut deep.
The U.S. is turning Ukraine into a colony. At least that's the gist of the agreement the U.S. and Ukraine are about to sign. The full details of the deal haven't been decided yet, but the idea is that Ukraine will have to pay back a huge portion of the aid used to sustain the war through sales of its rare earth minerals like lithium and titanium, as well as oil and natural gas. Congress committed a total of $175 billion in so-called aid to Ukraine. In exchange for paying back the U.S., Ukraine is going to get Well, we're really not sure yet, because Ukraine has said there's no clear security guarantee in the deal, and it seems like the underlying implication is that Ukraine's incentive to sign is that the U.S. won't let Ukraine sit at the negotiating table if it doesn't pay up. Aid to Ukraine ended up being one of the least popular policies of the Biden administration, and felt like a stab in the back at a time when tens of millions of Americans were struggling to survive. The Biden administration justified it by saying that the United States had a responsibility to protect Ukraine from Russian invasion, but that's deceptive at best. The aid to Ukraine wasn't aid. It was weapons. They were weapon shipments that the U.S. sent to Ukraine to fight a proxy war against Russia that it's been waging for decades. During the Cold War, the United States and Russia, then the Soviet Union, were engaged in a worldwide struggle between their dueling systems, capitalism and communism. In order to contain the Soviet Union, the U.S., along with its Western European allies, formed a military alliance called NATO, or the North Atlantic Treaty Organization. According to Article 5 of NATO's treaty, any attack on a NATO country would trigger a response from all of NATO. Now, since NATO was an anti-Soviet alliance, you might be thinking that there would be no need for NATO after the Cold War. But it was continued, because the U.S. found itself as the sole superpower left in the world after the Cold War, and decided that it was going to maintain its superpower status by destroying any power that might rise to challenge it. One of those powers ended up being Russia. Despite repeated promises from the U.S. that NATO wouldn't expand, in their own words, 1 inch eastwards, NATO expanded into several Eastern European countries, further tightening the noose around Russia that it created during the Cold War. NATO expansion created obvious security concerns for Russia. NATO countries play host to massive military bases and advanced U.S. weapons that would now be right on Russia's doorstep. Furthermore, NATO countries practice huge joint military exercises where they simulate full-blown ground invasions, which could only be interpreted as practice runs for invading Russia. And if Russia objected or had a dispute with any of its neighbors, it would trigger a direct conflict between Russia and all of NATO. On the issue of NATO expansion, Ukraine was Russia's red line. Ukraine has a large economy and shares a massive border with Russia. Despite this, the US spent decades meddling in Ukrainian politics to put pro-NATO politicians in power. In 2004, the US spent tens of millions of dollars sponsoring a pro-EU, pro-Western candidate in the Ukrainian presidential election who was not only a friend of George W. Bush, but whose wife was actually a former employee at the US State Department. The US flooded money into the US Agency for International Development's democracy program in Ukraine, which is essentially a euphemism for supporting political factions that hold pro-US views. Even though the US-backed candidate, Viktor Yushchenko, lost the initial election, pro-Western forces were able to cast doubt on the election results and force a new election, which Yushchenko won. In 2014, the US employed the same playbook, openly funding Ukrainian protest groups who opposed the Ukrainian president at the time, Viktor Yanukovych. Even though Yanukovych just wanted Ukraine to maintain a neutral position between the EU and Russia, US politicians try to frame this as Yanukovych being a Russian stooge. Ukrainian Nazi groups like Right Sector, C-14, and Svoboda spearheaded the coup, ran Yanukovych out of the presidential palace, and appointed themselves to key government positions in the new regime. Since the 2014 coup, Western leaders repeatedly flirted with the idea of admitting Ukraine to NATO, which was ultimately the reason Russia decided to invade Ukraine. Listening to the US corporate media, you'd think Putin just woke up one day and decided he wanted to invade another country because he's that evil. What you'll never hear is that for 30 years, the United States and NATO repeatedly violated their agreements, encircled Russia with weapons and military bases, and overthrew governments in its neighboring countries. The Russian invasion gave the West exactly what it was looking for, an excuse to start a direct armed conflict with Russia. And the best part for the West was that Ukrainians, not US or NATO troops, would be the ones doing all the fighting. This is why we say the aid the US sent wasn't aid. They were paying Ukrainians to be cannon fodder in their dirty war.
U.S. President Joe Biden's administration is urging Ukraine to quickly increase the size of its military by drafting younger troops. A senior official says the Biden administration wants Ukraine to lower the mobilization age from 25 to 18 to help expand the pool of fighting age men available.
So to summarize, The U.S. tries to permanently weaken the Russian government, orchestrates regime change coups in neighboring countries, fails to achieve its objectives, violates all of Russia's red lines in the process, and then uses Ukrainians as mercenaries to fight a proxy war against Russia. And now, the Ukrainian people, who fought and bled to advance the interests of the U.S. military-industrial complex, are going to be sent to mines for generations to pay back the U.S. for this aid. By the way, half the money
I love
from this
these
mineral
people.
fund is
I love these people because it like takes away any agency of Ukrainians, you know? Like they're just that stupid that they're being used as pawns, the entire nation. But this guy knows more than the entire nation of Ukraine, actually.
supposed to go to Ukrainian reconstruction efforts, but we already know
Can we
that
not
money
watch
is going to be
Brainrot?
siphoned away by
Wait,
corporations.
this breakthrough
In
news, we love them.
2023, Vladimir Zelensky made a statement declaring that Ukraine was open for business. In the statement, he thanks J.P. Morgan, BlackRock, and Goldman Sachs for taking part in the Ukrainian reconstruction effort, which Zelensky said would be the largest European economic project of our time.
We have already managed to attract attention and have cooperation with such giants of the international financial and investment world as BlackRock, JP Morgan, and Goldman Sachs. Such American brands as Starlink or Westinghouse have already become part of our Ukrainian way.
Oh, it sounds like he doesn't want investment to leave his country. What a crime.
HIMARS or Bradleys are already uniting our history of freedom with your enterprises.
In other words, Zelensky's plan has always been to sell off the country's assets. Here's an actual video that the Ukrainian government made about the future Ukraine, complete with AI courts and an ultra-modern Iron Dome.
2030. The history of the new Ukraine is studied all over the globe. Why? Because Ukraine became the most digital and convenient country in the world. Scripts have replaced bureaucrats. 500,000 former public servants are successfully integrated in the new economy. No more red tape, but paperless. No more banknotes, but cashless. Yes, we became the first country to abandon paper money. Ukraine now has the best tax system for the IT industry.
Paul? Follow up on that about Tuesday. You were here 5 years ago and we delivered this last delivery. If it's a similar... I've forgotten it, by the way. You're welcome. Remind me. Have you talked at all to your members about how they want them to be paid Tuesday night, given how the minority...
You got a new shirt.
Yeah, very special.
Uh-oh, my chinchilla disappeared. I look away for 2 seconds.
Thank you so much. Yes, today we will speak about this. We will have these young people who support us from the very beginning of full-scale visit. We are thankful to President Trump for invitation, and we are thankful, of course, to can have, because we
show of support, but also it's about where you think we are and how
we can stop Putin, how we can finish the war, how we can bring peace to Ukraine, and what really we can have.
Vladimir Zelensky is doing a walk of shame to Washington, where he will, or he has already agreed upon the deal, the mineral deal that he has been for a while now rejecting, the $500 billion deal. So it's been quite a rough week for Zelensky, or last few weeks for Zelensky, we should say. And I wanted to first show you this. So this was not a week ago, where he says, and I'm just going to read it, "I am not ready to fix. Let me explain why I'm not ready to sign this deal, because we should not recognize grants as debts." Do you like it or not? I negotiated with Biden and negotiated with Congress of the United States. I am grateful to Congress. It was the presence of two parties. So he was very firm about not signing this deal. And then suddenly, guys, and I want to play this, he was talking about even resigning from office. And here is that video, which I'll play in full very shortly.
Якщо вам дуже потрібно, щоб я залишив свій пост, я готовий. Друга історія, можу поміняти це на НАТО. Якщо є такі умови, одразу. Щоб довго про це не говорити. Я фокусуюсь на безпеці України сьогодні, а не за 20 років. І не збираюсь бути у влади.
Hello, everybody. I apologize for not being there earlier, but my schedule allows me to bring you an update on one of the most extraordinary events I've ever witnessed in my entire life. An absolute standoff, screaming match at one point between President Vladimir Zelensky of Ukraine, President Donald Trump of the United States, and Vice President J.D. Vance. President Zelensky openly antagonistic, lecturing, disrespectful to President Trump, to Vice President Vance, basically getting to an argument over whether Ukraine has manpower problems in the field. At one point, President Trump telling him that he is not thankful enough. This is a full 5-minute exchange, and I know that it's long, but we really need to watch it all together, and I will react on the other side. Let's go ahead and start playing it.
He killed our people, and he didn't exchange prisoners. We signed the exchange of prisoners. First of all, allow
Guys, I want advantage. I want peace. He disrespected the United States of America in its chair here in Washington. It is unbelievable. So President Trump has actually put out a statement after that meeting. Keep in mind that President Zelensky and President Trump were scheduled to have a press conference that began right now. Now, instead, President Trump has actually canceled that press conference, and let me go ahead and put that on the screen. So here we go. New statement from Donald Trump. I have determined that President Zelensky is not ready for peace if America is involved because he feels our involvement gives him a big advantage in negotiations. I don't want advantage. I want peace. He disrespected the United States of America in its cherished Oval Office. He can come back when he is ready for peace. I also want you guys to see this extraordinary photo. This here is a photo of the Ukrainian ambassador with her literal head in her hand at this point of the meeting. This was whenever it turned into a shouting match. So you can see this has been an absolute complete catastrophe for Ukraine. And honestly, I'm almost dumbstruck because I was watching this live and getting text messages from some of my friends before it aired. I thought, I'm sure there was some testy exchange or something. I never in my wildest dreams could have thought that Vladimir Zelensky, a country whose entire existence is guaranteed and is owed to the United States of America, would come to the United States of America, to the Oval Office, and engage in a litigation of, by the way, many lies there, including that Russia is going to attack the United States over Crimea. It's like, yeah, maybe if we give you weapons and continue to have a bombing campaign over there. But I have never seen a foreign leader act like this in my entire time here in Washington. Even contentious relationships, things that I will hear about, backroom meetings and meetings and other things that are off the record or things that happen behind closed doors. I guess that would be somewhat understandable, but something like this to explode out in the public is just simply extraordinary. And already the press conference has been canceled. Keep in mind, again, Zelensky here is coming on the heels of being pressured by Donald Trump over this so-called minerals agreement. And, unfortunately, I haven't even been able to weigh in on this yet, but a friend of the show, Michael Tracy, actually makes a really good point. Even though I had argued in the past for a quote-unquote minerals agreement, something that Tracy makes very clear here, let me go ahead and share his tweet just to give him the credit, is that Trump, after the minerals agreement, had actually confirmed he was going to continue to send arms to Ukraine, saying, yeah, this is literally yesterday. Yeah, we're going to be continuing. We'll have arms to Ukraine. But Zelensky could not resist instigating a completely unnecessary debate with J.D. Vance and with Donald Trump in the Oval Office, at times insinuating that it was rude to not let him continue to speak. I mean, it's one of those where you hear and you read people. I think I have a decent read on Zelensky. I've always thought he's incredibly arrogant. He's not thankful. J.D. Vance was entirely correct that Zelensky did come here to the United States in October to campaign with Governor Shapiro for Kamala Harris. He had attacked J.D. Vance.
What an idiot, bro.
Okay, whatever. That's politics.
He
but
literally
the point
said
is
thank
that
you
foreign leaders
in the beginning
who are reliant on the United States may want to stay out of our politics, I guess, unless you're another country.
And J.D. Vance even said, what about in this meeting?
We'll put that aside for another day. But this is one of those where no matter what your feeling is, and I've seen, how many progressive leftists have felt so outraged and frustrated that the world superpower gets pushed around or treated like they do by the Israel lobby or by the Israeli prime minister. I find that just as outrageous as something like this. I mean, the world superpower, guarantor of your security, the number one person who has, or number one country which has given you the overwhelming amount of military aid, more military aid than every other country in the world combined, whose your entire existence literally is dependent on the United States, and you have an emotionally incontinent, literal childish tantrum in the Oval Office in front of the entire world. Now remember, already the polls have been moving against aid to Ukraine, against Vladimir Zelensky. In the beginning, many Americans felt like, okay, we should arm Ukraine. It's a good thing to do. Over and over again, though, we find a pointlessness. And that's part of where, if you had listened closely, you could hear that Zelensky is still trying to push several things. One, denying the battlefield manpower problems. Two, remember, the average age of the Ukrainian military is 40 years old. Remember also, they refuse to lower their draft age because their prime age male population does not want to serve in the war. Beyond that, we have major military problems for Ukrainians on the battlefield. They haven't made a single major breakthrough in almost 2 years. Combine that with what? The fact is that he is continuing to push this line that if he is not allowed to reclaim 100% of all of Ukraine, that the United States of America will be attacked here at home. That is the deranged fantasy of the most ardent Russiagators. And so, I mean, I honestly, I am still aghast at that entire exchange between Vance, between Trump, and, even on a personal level, if you think about it, let's say you're a leader like the Germans or the UK Prime Minister, Keir Starmer. He was just here. Obviously, he doesn't like Trump, and he totally disagrees with him. He's polite in the Oval Office and in a press conference. He conducts himself in a literal diplomatic manner. I mean, to have an outburst like this, perhaps it would even be excusable for the United Kingdom. I mean, the special relationship, it's one of the world's great powers. It is a nuclear armed power in its own right, its own military. They can stand on their own 2 feet. Not well, necessarily, without the United States. But again, this is a country whose entire existence is literally guaranteed by the United States and could fall imminently without the backing of the United States. And it very much seems like President Vladimir Zelensky may have chosen that path. So, yeah, I still can't get over this one. I'm still in shock. I think that the ramifications of that meeting, it will be the single most important event since the invasion of Ukraine in the course of this war, for the future ceasefire negotiations, for whatever future minerals deal or whatever is there. And I can tell you this too, just from purely political way, when that clip is sent and shocked around the world from this or from many others, people who voted for Donald Trump, or even many others who were a little on the fence, didn't know exactly how to think about Ukraine, and they see Vladimir Zelensky like that, they are not going to be supportive at all of continuing their support. So I'll just leave it at that, and I'll see you guys later.
That the press conference has been canceled. So if that continues to be the case, Zelensky could have come to the U.S. and will leave empty-handed. And the United States, working toward that mineral rights deal, will also be without a deal as well. And I mentioned this situation in Hanoi for a reason. because Trump and Pompeo were behind closed doors negotiating with Kim Jong-un. It was historic. It was the second time they had gotten together, and Trump and Pompeo, by all accounts, were pressing Kim to sign a deal and come to an agreement, and they weren't getting anywhere. So both men said, meeting's over. They got up, they came into a separate room in the hotel, held a press conference, took questions for about 30 minutes, got on the plane and flew home. And that was the end of these negotiations between the United States and North Korea. So we are told right now the press conference will not happen. Could that change? I guess it could, Sandra, right? Any moment, any time.
Not considering what we're hearing that the President Trump, has asked Zelensky to leave. We have not seen his departure yet, but that apparently has happened. And I suppose, Carl, you could have gotten that read from the statement. Worth putting that back up on the screen. President Trump, just moments following that fiery exchange in the Oval Office, took to his Truth Social account to talk about what he called a very meaningful meeting at the White House today. Much was learned, he said. It's amazing what comes out through emotion, and I have determined that President Zelensky is not ready for peace if America is involved, because he feels our involvement gives him a big advantage in negotiations. I don't want advantage, I want peace. He disrespected the United States of America in its treasured Oval Office. He can come back when he is ready for peace. Here's more, Carl, from that exchange. Our team pulled another soundbite. Another really telling moment. Listen. Okay, we're going to pull that together for you in just a second. Carl, let me read you the verbatim, because this is important. He tells Zelensky in the Oval Office, you don't have the cards right now. With us, you start having cards. Zelensky responded, I'm not playing cards, to which the President Trump said, but right now you don't. You're playing cards. You're gambling with the lives of millions of people. You're gambling with World War III. You're gambling with World War III, he says again, and what you're doing is very disrespectful to the country, this country that's backed you far more than a lot of people said they should have. Carl?
Well, look, that may be true, but it would be better if it was expressed in private, because both men have now walked themselves to a rhetorical edge, and it may be difficult to pull back from that edge. And it's important that they do. The best thing that could happen now is that they come to an agreement on this minerals deal and walk away with as nice as comments as they can make. Because the only winner today, if there is no deal and if these two men leave, the only winner is Vladimir Putin, and the result will be more death, more destruction, because it will embolden Putin. So both of these men need to step back for a moment, consider the greater stakes here, get the deal done. They don't need to have a press conference. They can issue a joint statement that both of their teams can work out, and they can be done with this. But if this ends up with no agreement, and the two men go their separate ways, one to return to the battlefront in Ukraine and the other to go to Mar-a-Lago, the only winner will be Vladimir Putin, and this situation in Europe will get worse, and it will embolden Putin, and more importantly, it will embolden the allies of Putin, namely Tehran, Beijing, and Pyongyang, because they will see this as weakness by the West, that the United States cannot lead, and that the Ukrainians cannot be brought into a reasonable situation, and it will be bad, really bad.
So here is the latest from the White House official. It says that Zelensky is leaving the White House early. Not that he has left yet, just to clarify that from a moment ago, after the contentious meeting that we watched. Brett's interview is still on schedule for 6 o'clock tonight. Brett's interviewed Zelensky, I believe, 4 times now, or this might have been the upcoming 4th time this evening. And he tells me that his interview is scheduled to be in English, so without a translator. So just to fill that in on the conversation as to whether or not the language barrier contributed to the contentious moment we just watched.
I'm gonna have to pump you full of food, buddy. You know I love you, right? This is happening because I love you. Listen, pal. Last time, you refused to take medicine, and it got all over your face, and that might be why you're gooey. So you take this? Will you take this? Please? Hey. Put this in your mouth. Zapata. Zapata. We gonna have to do this the hard way? Oh, poor baby. See, you got it on your face. You're getting it all over. This is why you're gooey. Nope, you gotta take the gross one now. Do not push me away, sir. Okay, I don't know if either of those eye drops got in, but hey. I know, pal. I know, pal. And you're really gonna hate this next part. But you're all crusty, and we gotta get you cleaned up. I know. It's torture. It's hard for a little guy like you. It's okay, you're gonna get tons of dust. I know, pal. You gotta get cleaned up. I know. Okay. Are you upsetty spaghetti? I'll give you more dust when Bishi's done, okay? Oh my goodness, BB. Okay.
You think your relationship with Donald Trump, President Trump, after today, can be salvaged?
Can be?
Do you think your relationship
Is there more of
with
this?
Donald Trump, President Trump, after today, can be salvaged?
What's this asshole's name?
That the press conference has been canceled. So if that continues to be the case, Zelensky could have come to the U.S. and will leave empty-handed. And the United States, working toward that mineral rights deal, will also be without a deal as well. And I mentioned this situation in Hanoi for a reason.
Welcome back to Special Report. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky. Mr. President, thank you for the time today, especially on this day, to continue to do this interview. President Trump said after your meeting that you disrespected him and the Vice President and all of America in the Oval Office. Do you think you did, and do you think you owe an apology to President Trump?
Thank you so much. First of all, thank you for the invitation for this dialogue, and good evening to all your country, to all Americans. I'm very thankful to Americans for all your support. You did a lot. I'm thankful to President Trump and to Congress bipartisan support. And I was always very thankful from all our people. You helped us a lot from the very beginning during 3 years of full-scale innovation. You helped us to survive. Anyway, we are strategic partners. And even in such tough dialogue, and I think we have to be very honest and we have to be very
Could
direct
you
to
make the
understand
video
each other,
bigger?
because it's very, for us,
Yes.
very necessary to President Trump, and I'm with all respect that he wants to finish this war, but nobody wants to finish more than we, because we in Ukraine, we are in this war, we are in this battle.
Yeah,
and
I'm
battle
watching you.
for
Even though the
freedom
screen's
for our
tiny, I
lives.
can see you.
So I'm just telling that I think that we have to be on the same side, and I hope.
What do you
that,
think you're doing?
yeah, the president on our side together with us, and that is very important to stop Putin. And I heard from President Trump a lot of times that he will stop the war, and I hope he will, and we need to pressure him with Europe, with all the partners. And I think this dialogue had to be a little bit earlier to understand where we are. Like, you know, I don't remember exactly, but like President Reagan said, that peace is not just an absent the war. Yes, we are speaking about just and lasting peace, about freedom, about justice, about human rights. And that's why I said that I think so, that ceasefire, and you know Putin, he broken 25 times ceasefire during all these years, 10 years.
So I'm not hearing from you, Mr. President, a thought that you owe the president an apology.
No, I respect President and I respect American people, and if I don't know if I think that we have to be very open and very honest, and I'm not sure that we did something bad. I think maybe sometimes some things we have to discuss out of media, with all respect to democracy and to a free media, but there are things that where we have to understand the position of Ukraine and Ukrainians, and I think that is the most important thing. Yes, we are partners. You know, we are very close partners. We have to be fair. We have to be very free.
I'm told that you were told multiple times from lawmakers on Capitol Hill and the White House to make today about the minerals deal and the economic deal, and then get it signed and let negotiations play out over security guarantees step by step. Is that true?
I said that we have to sign this document, and we are ready for this. And this will be the first step to security guarantees, but it's not enough. I think so. Maybe I don't know something. I don't know some details. That's why I wanted to share it with the president, my thoughts, and to hear him again, because he has a plan how to stop Putin. And maybe, as I said, maybe it's out of big conversations, but we have to share it. You know, this is so sensitive. You know, just a ceasefire without security guarantees, this is so sensitive for our people. I'm speaking like a president of a people who are in this struggle 3 years, and they just want to hear that America on our side, and that America will stay with us, not with Russians, with us. That's it. But I'm sure that it will be. This is the first step to security guarantees. Europeans, we don't need to lose them. They are good allies for the United States. The United States is the most or the biggest donator of support and of peace. But we don't need to lose Europe. And they also want to know next steps. We have to be very open to understand how to stop the war.
Right. But do you think the public spat in the Oval Office in front of the media served Ukrainians well today?
I think this kind of spat is I mean this this is not good for both sides anyway, and I very open, but I can't change our Ukrainian attitude to Russia, and I don't want they kill us for us. This is very clear that Americans are the best of our friends, Europeans are the best of our friends, and Putin with Russian, they are enemies. And it doesn't mean that we don't want peace. We just want to recognize the reality, the real situation.
President Trump is convinced that you will never sign a deal with Vladimir Putin. Is he right?
No, I think so. What I think. Ukraine wants peace, and we will have anyway diplomacy. We will have negotiations. I only said that I think so. It's about just and lasting peace. It means that we have to be We have to be very strong at the table of negotiations, and at these negotiations, Ukraine and Russia, like sides of this war, have to be, and the United States and Europe. That's what I said. So we are ready for peace, but we have to be in strong position. What does it mean? Just to know that our army is strong, that our partners with us, and that we have security guarantees. Am I not right?
Leaving the White House today, President Trump said this.
He's looking to go on and fight. He wants to come back right now, but I can't do that.
What do you make of that? Do you want to continue fighting? Do you want peace? And if he had the opportunity to go back to the White House right now, would you do it?
No. First of all, we want peace. That's why I'm in the United States. That's why I visited President Trump. And thanks for the invitation again. The deal on minerals is the first step to security guarantees. It's meant for the peace, closer to peace. That's why I'm here. And we have tough situation. To understand it is to be in Ukraine. You saw it, Brad. You was once. Thank you again. So I think that's very important to understand what's going on. But I respect my soldiers and our people, our civilians who work and support our warriors. I can't say just stop. Nobody will stop because everybody afraid that Putin will come back tomorrow. We want just and lasting peace. It's true. We want security guarantees. We raised this topic about NATO the quickest way, but not all the countries are on this side. I said, okay, if not NATO, nobody is pushing. If not NATO, let's build NATO in Ukraine. That's my position. Europeans are ready to have contingents on our territory, boots on the ground. United States thinks maybe to help, maybe USA backstop, have to be just to guarantee that they are with the Europeans. Look at Europe, it's strong. It became stronger, but they also want to have allies like the United States. That's what I said. I just
yeah, because it sounds like he says piss when he says peace.
All our people.
You mentioned when I traveled to the front lines with you last year to see the situation, to mark the anniversary of the war, and this is what you told me back then.
Will Ukrainians survive without Congress support? Of course, but not all of us. It will be tragedy for all of us, not only for Ukraine, not only for Ukrainians, for all Europe.
Yeah. So the question today is, can Ukraine win this war or hold off Russia without continued U.S. support?
It will be difficult for us. That's why I'm here. That's why we speak about the future negotiations. It will be difficult without your support, but we can't lose our values, our people. We can't lose our freedom. So a lot of people, Russians came to our territory, you know it. Russians came to our houses, and everybody saw it, video, images, a lot of things. They killed so many people. Just to forget it, just to say that Putin is a great guy? No, without us. We don't want it. That's why we speak about, everybody remembered how it was the first days of the war, how they came. Nobody wants in Ukraine, yes, of course, nobody will forget it, but nobody wants to have, again, new wave of occupation. That's why when we say, no NATO, what security guarantees can we have? I'm not pushing, we are not pressuring, we're just asking, we're just sharing very clear messages to our friends, to Americans. Right. If you stay with us, thank you so much, but let's do the infrastructure of security guarantees. Let's just share with our people. Just with our people that America stay with us. That's great. We count on it. But just to share it and to say it, that's all.
How does the war end? How do you get to a deal? You're at a place right now where there is no deal. How do you get it back on track?
I think that Europe is ready for contingents and to help us with financing of big army, such big as we have now. This is our army is the part of security guarantees. Now we want to find the place for our biggest strategic partner, for the United States, or United States will propose where and how United States will give us security guarantees, what kind of and what part of volume of security guarantees. And when we will be ready with this, we will come to diplomacy. To diplomacy, yes, with Russians, Europeans, United States, and we. Four of us, I think this is real way, because with weapon, it's too long, it's not enough. We don't have enough weapon to push them out, and we don't see now, for now, we don't see really big volume of new support from the United States, but with all respect again. So for today, we'll be ready with security guarantee. Really, when I say NATO, it's not about that we are focusing on this war. It's about very understandable infrastructure of security guarantees. And we see that no NATO countries, for today, no NATO countries been under attacks.
Senator Lindsey Graham, Republican from South Carolina, he has been a big proponent of you and of Ukraine, said this today after the meeting.
I have never been more proud of the president. I was very proud of J.D. Vance, standing up for our country. We want to be helpful. What I saw in the Oval Office was disrespectful, and I don't know if we can ever do business with Zelensky again. He either needs to resign and send somebody over that we can do business with, or he needs to change.
So he says you need to consider resigning. Is that on the table?
I don't know if he will be happy after my words. This decision can do only people of Ukraine.
You're not going to step down to do a peace deal.
No, I was always ready. I'm not sure that is a good idea for this such proposals, but anyway, I always said if United States will support NATO, so I think that it's enough for Ukraine. So I think I did all I had to do, and if somebody is not happy with me, okay, but between us, yes, Americans vote for American president. Each European country vote for their president, and only Ukrainian. With all respect to Lindsey, if I can say Lindsey, we know each other, yes, and only Ukrainians.
Democrats have had the opposite reaction to the Oval Office meeting. Democratic Senator Chris Murphy from Connecticut posted this. What just happened in the Oval Office was a planned ambush designed to help a brutal Russian dictator and hurt America's security. Trump has become Putin's lapdog, and America's global power is hemorrhaging as America sides with dictators over democracy. What an embarrassment. Do you think the confrontation...
Oh, come on. He can't make a comment confirming this.
Like Senator Murphy suggests?
I don't know.
You don't know? You think maybe?
I don't know. No. I don't. I don't know about it. I think no. I think it was just a really tough situation because we've been very open, very direct.
What set you off? What made you mad? Because they said your tenor and tone set that...
It's not about mad. It's not, Brad, you see, how to say, when you are in the United States, and for example, president or vice president or somebody or senators, doesn't matter, big politicians, yes? When they, for example, say that Ukraine is almost destroyed, that our soldiers run away, that they are not heroes, that Ukraine lost millions of civilians, that his president is dictator, you know? What is the reaction? It's not about me. The reaction is that where is our friendship between Ukraine and the United States? That's it. This is feeling, and that's why I do not want to lose our great partners at the United States. And I just said that it's not the first time. I said it by phone, and we had some other conversations, and we had in Munich meetings, and I said, please, be correct. I want to be very polite. Be correct with this number. When you say about the number, each person is important. When you say about 1 million of losses, we don't have any million of losses. Just when you speak about the territories, maybe some territories and etc., it's not just territory, it's houses, it's people's lives. You know, their fathers, mother, their relatives, grandfather, they died or during this war. Nobody wants to forgive Putin. It's not funny, you know, or fairy tale. This is real life. That's what I said. And when you said it, a lot of times to my big friends who've been here today in our dialogue, and then they again begin to repeat the same things, I think it's not. I mean, that's why I said it's not good way between partners, good partners and friends. That's it. And I think that if journalists asking questions to president, with all respect to vice president, I mean, he has his interview.
Mr.
This is our dialogue.
Shouldn't this dynamic, if you're going to be like this, be behind closed doors, not?
Of course. And not,
so do you regret that? Are you regretting that happened today?
Regretting it? Yes, I think it was not good. I think it was because we had a lot of different dialogues. I'm always open to media, but there are very sensitive things. I just want to be honest, and I just want our partners to understand the situation correctly. And I want to understand everything correctly. That's about us. Not to lose our friendship.
A couple more things. What are the next steps in your mind? Here we are today. What are the next steps?
I think so. I think so. United States wanted this deal very much, and we've been not against this deal, but we wanted to understand what parts in security guarantees will take this deal and what next steps. Just again to understand for our people. During the war, what you don't like, even sometimes hate, surprises. It's understandable. Many terrible things this war brought to us. So we don't want any surprises. Yes, that's why we want to be very fair with our partners. And I think this deal, it was prepared by teams. It was not simple during weeks. And now it's ready. I think that they have to sign. The countries have to sign. The ministers have to sign. That's it. I don't know when they will do it. It depends on the American side.
So
exactly.
the minerals deal did not have security guarantees listed in it.
It's a part.
The security guarantees?
This is the part in the infrastructure of security guarantees. Because, for example, President Trump shared that. I think so that if we will be there in some productions and etc. in minerals, that Putin will never come on this territory where we are. And I said to him, don't trust Putin. Why? I said, because it's not, I mean, we respect and we believe in strongness of the United States. But I said to him that we have more than 20 companies, American companies, big companies on the territory of Ukraine. And we had offices, even on temporary occupied territories. For Putin, it doesn't matter. It's American or European company or Ukraine, it doesn't matter. He just came and occupied it. That's what I said. I think this is a great idea, how to strengthen Ukraine and how to make business between two countries, how to make additional jobs for two countries. But it's not just these will not save us.
I read what the Democratic senator said, that Trump has become Putin's lapdog. Do you agree with that President Trump is too close to Vladimir Putin in your mind?
We spoke about it, and I think today very openly, President Trump, he said that I want to be in the middle, otherwise I will not put these guys at the table.
And is he right?
I want to be very honest, I want really him to be more at our side. I will explain why. Because it's not just that the war began somewhere between our countries. The war began when Russia brought this war to our country, and they're not right. And they are not right. They didn't respect our territorial integrity. They brought the war on our territory to our families. Sorry for repeating, to our houses. And they're not right. And of course, all the Ukrainians want to hear strong position of the United States on our side. from one side, it's understandable. From another side, he wants to find some way of dialogue with Putin. But he always said, as I remember, he always said that peace through strength. And that's why I think that he's strong, United States strong, two parties together in this question, two parties always together against Russia. You're very strong to do strong steps against Putin.
Americans are worried about where the money has gone.
Yeah.
Will there be a very rigorous accounting of where the money has gone? It seems like there is some question about whether there's corruption or sold military equipment.
No, it can't be so. 100 billions we've got during 3 years.
183 from the U.S.
Yeah. Now, on the paper, in the documents, yes. But we have, in fact, because 67 came like a weapon. It came through the border. It's checked and it's fixed by everybody, and we shared it not once with the American side. And 31.5, it was direct financial support to the budget. Again, it's very open. It's digitalized. It's open, free, and please. If somebody wants to check it again, we are very, very open with this.
Last thing, Mr. President.
Yeah.
Do you think your relationship with Donald Trump, President Trump, after today, can be salvaged?
Can be? Huh? Yes, of course, because it's relations more than two presidents. It's the historical relations, strong relations between our people. And that's why I always began with to thank your people, from our people. And this is the most important. And of course, thankful to President and of course to Congress, but first of all to your people. Your people help to save our people. People, the first. Human rights, the first. This is very, very important. And we are thankful and sorry for this. I mean, we wanted very much to have only strong relations, and I'm very confident that we will have it.
Mr. President, we're honored that you kept this interview. Thank you very much for the time.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
That was a pretty good interview.
Fox News alert now. President Trump is on his way to Florida, and he may stop and talk to reporters after one of the most breathtaking moments in Oval Office history. President Trump and Vice President J.D. Vance getting into an epic shouting match with Ukrainian President Zelensky as they tried to hash out a minerals deal for a peace deal with Russia.
You think that it's respectful to come to the Oval Office of the United States of America and attack the administration that is trying to prevent the destruction of your country?
Don't tell us what we're going to feel.
I'm not telling you.
Because
I'm
you're in no
answering on
position
this
to
question.
dictate that.
That's
Remember
exactly what
this.
you're doing.
You're in no position to dictate what we're going to feel. We're going to feel very good.
Feel influenced.
We're going to feel very
I'm
good and
telling
very
you,
strong. You don't have the cards right now. With us, you start having
Not playing
cards.
cards.
Right now, you don't.
I love that shit. So just him saying, "I'm not playing cards."
Millions of people.
I'm not playing cards.
World War III. You're gambling with World War III. And what you're doing is very disrespectful to the country, this country.
Have you said thank you once? This
A lot
entire
of
meeting?
times.
No, in this
Even
entire meeting,
today.
have you said thank
Even
you?
today.
You went to Pennsylvania and campaigned for the opposition in October. Offer some words of appreciation for the United States of America and the president who's trying to save your country.
Your country's in big trouble.
Can I
Wait a
answer?
minute. No.
Can
You've
I
done a lot
answer?
of talking. Then you tell us, I don't want a ceasefire. I don't want a ceasefire. I want to go, and I wanted this.
It's totally a word I think should be used on a
ceasefire
serious.
right now. I tell you,
Yeah.
you take it so the bullets
Trump's,
stop
I know,
flying and
right?
your men
You can
stop
see right
getting
through it.
killed.
You can see
want
his
to
bald
stop the
head.
war,
But you're
I
saying
said-
you don't want a
but I
ceasefire.
said to you,
I want a
with
ceasefire.
guarantees.
Because you get a ceasefire faster than an agreement.
Ask our people about ceasefire, what they think.
That wasn't
doesn't
with
matter
me.
for you what-
That
what
wasn't
this
with me.
means. It
That was
wasn't
with
with you.
a guy named Biden who was not a smart person.
This
That
is
was
your,
with,
this
that was
is
with
your
Obama.
president. It was your president.
Excuse me. That was with Obama, who gave you sheets, and I gave you javelins. The problem is, I've empowered you to be a tough guy. And I don't think you'd be a tough guy without the United States. And your people are very brave. But you're either going to make a deal or we're out. And if we're out, you'll fight it out. I don't think it's going to be pretty, but you'll fight it out. But you don't have the cards. But once we sign that deal, you're in a much better position. But you're not acting at all thankful. And that's not a nice thing. I'll be honest, that's not a nice thing.
The vice president shouldn't even be in this meeting.
This is going to be great television, I will say that.
Oh, he's so. Why would Fox News? Why would you leave that in? Why would you leave that in?
After that, canceling their joint press conference, no rare minerals deal was signed, and the White House staffers, well, they eat the lunch that Trump and Zelensky were supposed to dine on. President Trump posting on Truth Social, it is amazing what comes out through emotion, and I have determined that President Zelensky is not ready for peace if America is involved, because he feels our involvement gives him a big advantage in negotiations. I don't want advantage, I want peace. He disrespected the United States of America and its cherished Oval Office. He can come back when he is ready for peace. And Zelensky will be talking to Bret Baier at 6 p.m. Eastern Time tonight, just less than 1 hour from now. Jesse, this feels like one of those moments in history where we will all remember exactly where we were when we watched that go down. Now I'll ask you the...
Real quick, BG was running back and forth and dancing and all excited. Now he's gone. He's disappeared. He's completely hidden in his burrow. He tired. He taking a nap now.
Question we're left wondering, will they get to a deal?
Hopefully. It's kind of like when you want to propose, so you go to the
the vice president should not be in a meeting like this. It's not customary. The vice president should not be in this type of meeting. And also this type of meeting, normally when they do these things, they're supposed to just take pictures and shit, like.
You go to his house. Can I have your blessing? And he goes, well, do you have any money for a ring? Nope. Do you have a job? Nope. Do you have a house? Nope. And then you start arguing with the dad and he kicks you out of the house and you go back to the girlfriend. The girlfriend's like, well, how did it go? Not good. It did not go very well. Zelensky screwed up. 30 minutes before this happened, everything was fine. Everyone was getting along fine. And then a reporter asked Trump about aligning with Russia. Trump says, I'm just aligned with America, and I'm aligned with the world. And then Vance jumps in and he says, well, you can talk tough and beat your chest, but that's not going to help us with diplomacy. And then Zelensky, out of nowhere, zeroes in on Vance. And he says, you don't know anything about diplomacy. What do you know about diplomacy? You can't negotiate with Putin. He can't be trusted. He violates ceasefires. Well, then what are we all doing here? Why did he?
I love how Jesse is here telling us
sign this mineral deal
what happened, but also not what happened at all.
What's the whole point of this? We're not
just
gonna
inventing the story.
A security pact. It's not in America's interest to have to defend that country with American soldiers if Russia goes back in. The mineral deal is the best security that Zelensky's ever going to get. And if you didn't like the language of the deal, stay in Kiev. Hash it out for another week and then fly here. Don't fly here and get all emotional.
Jesse, do you have any idea?
We run the world. This is America's world.
What's happening?
He's
like for
proxy.
real.
This ends when
no,
we
he's not.
say it ends. It doesn't end when Zelensky, if he wants to go it alone, go it alone. I'm glad we helped him. Russia invaded, we got his back. At first, it was the right thing to do. But now it's not. Now the war's over, and he doesn't recognize it's over. And reality is going to eat this guy alive if he doesn't recognize this.
What?
If you were in the room when Roosevelt was telling Churchill to liquidate his colonies, I don't think it was all
Does
tea
your
and
chinchilla
crumpets.
have a suit?
Well,
Yes,
you were
they are
Bush
always
yelling
wearing
at
their
Bashar
tiny
when
business
Al-Qaeda
suits.
was in Pakistan? No. Or Bibi getting his ear chewed out by Joe Biden. This stuff happens all of the time behind the scenes. We were just lucky enough to have it happen right in front of the cameras.
You know, it was fascinating. Thank you for that, Jesse. Emily, when we were getting live reports from the White House, while Zelensky and Trump had finished this meeting, and we were waiting to see what happened next, Jackie Heinrich stepped up to the camera to give us a report and said she had learned that Zelensky was begging to stay but got kicked out. And shortly thereafter, we saw exactly that. We saw Zelensky very quickly after this concluded exiting the White House along with his staff.
Exactly. And to that point, there was a gap in time that was longer in reality than we saw on television because we had to ingest that footage, right? It wasn't live. So there was sort of a significant moment in between what we saw and Zelensky exiting the White House that I think portends the future of this relationship between those two, which is the need for an apology and an acknowledgement of the role the United States is playing. Now, I think what we saw was someone who has, for many years, bared the brunt, obviously, of Putin's aggression, and his exhaustion and his wit's end and his rage was showing. But for him to ascribe on the current administration's shoulders the utter failures and the invertebrate approach of prior administrations was so wrong. And the most wrong tactic was, in Vice President Vance's words, litigating it in front of the American media. That was not the time or place to have that outburst. And I think all it did was underscore for everyone watching, for the millions watching, how deeply fragile and important diplomacy is, and that it doesn't always look tidy. And for President Trump to sit there and for them to entertain that question, that pushback on, what do you know about diplomacy? And they said, look, there's a new sheriff in town. So I know that your experience with Putin has been such, but let us tell you what our experience has been. For that to be all played out in front of the American media live, and for President Zelensky to have, frankly, his sort of mercurial behavior always played out, always harnessing the American public's sentiment by way of the harnessing of American media is totally inappropriate in the Oval Office of the presidency of someone that you are trying to have on your side. And recall that the UK Defense Secretary who says, well, America needs to have that backstop. You know, we believe in upping all the spending, but we still need America to be the backstop. We don't have to be, actually. And economics is indeed the backstop that we're going to commit to. So here, what happens moving forward is that America needs to stay strong because we are signaling to Putin and China exactly what happens if you come on our turf and disrespect us.
You know, Jessica, a lot will be said
Watch
about
the oven video
of this, these fiery exchanges happening in the Oval Office. And the many guests we had immediately following the breaking news, there were some who seriously embraced it and some who thought it's not a good look to have this happen on the global stage in such a public way. Where are you?
Zelensky's Fox interview was worse for him and his country.
I
The
see
interview
both
he did
sides, I
after
guess,
was
of the
great.
public
What are you talking
face of
about?
it. I think Jesse's right that usually this is hashed out in private, but this is a president who loves doing things in public, and he's a TV guy, and he made for great TV there. And we're going to talk more in the B block about the various reactions to it and how much this ultimately benefits Putin and how he was so excited to see this interaction, and I'm sure that is the case. But the idea that Zelensky, whose people have fought bravely for 3 years against a authoritarian adversary that invaded, that has taken an advantage at every single turn, has been nothing but a patriot, said even just last weekend that he would resign if it meant that they could get into NATO, right? That was after the accusation from President Trump, J.D. Vance, et cetera, that he was the one who's a dictator, that he was the one that it was Ukraine's fault that all this happens, when we all know, or anyone who's being honest, that it was definitely Putin's fault. And Jesse's right, the moment where Zelensky gets animated is when J.D. Vance asks him to just take it, to just sit there and go along with the idea that Vladimir Putin wasn't the aggressor in this, or the idea that Vladimir Putin is a diplomatic partner. Vladimir Putin is not a diplomatic partner for anybody. So you had a patriotic world leader defending his people and defending the thousands of lives, tens of thousands of lives that have been lost to all of this.
Neither Stalin, neither's Mao. Sometimes you have to do deals with bad guys.
But
Jessica.
he's not. America in life has done some deals with some bad guys, but that isn't what's going on here. And Donald Trump revealed himself. I thought the most shocking part was that Trump goes on to say, Putin went through a hell of a lot with me. He went through a phony witch hunt.
Oh
and
my
people
God.
have been saying since the beginning.
This is the part that really was so brain rotted, where I was like, what the fuck is even happening?
And he sided with Putin over the intelligence agencies. He says, well, Putin told me he didn't do it. He told me he didn't meddle in the election. And then are you comfortable with an American president saying Putin went through a hell of a lot with me? Are they buddies?
I went through a hell of a lot with you, Jessica, with the Russia.
Bro, it's political theater. They're still giving Ukraine weapons.
Okay, making a joke of it means that I made a valid point, just for the viewers at home.
No, it doesn't.
Yeah.
Take it to Charlie.
So, obviously the whole thing was pretty amazing. It was great TV. It was pretty shocking. I've
Oh
never
my
seen anything
God.
like it. But one of the reasons it was so shocking and so amazing is because it's the first time we've ever
Who's
seen
this guy?
an American president stand up and deal with the situation in Ukraine completely from an American perspective, standing up for American interests, American taxpayers' interests, Americans' strategic interests. And we
American taxpayers' interest. America's making money.
Probably the most shocked person was Zelensky himself. He couldn't believe it. He'd never dealt with an American official who cared primarily, first and foremost, about Americans and American interests. And so he was completely blown off. And I think that one of the things that's kind of interesting about, and obviously, and you all are exactly right about that. The moment that set him off was, that set Trump off, was when Zelensky dialed in to into J.D. Vance, which, by the way, is a
I mean, he did ask if he could respond.
You go for the vice president.
But he's the one who said it to him.
Okay, but that's who you start your fight with, and then and this is the thing I think, Trump knows a lot of people who are not good deal makers. He can deal with them. He can work with them. The idea that you would have a guy that is not only not a good deal maker, he has no idea how few cards he has when he walks into this room. He has no idea how few options, zero options he has. And he walks in here and he's arrogant and he's pushy and he's demanding and you pile all that up and you're going to piss off Trump. And what we saw there was a pissed off Trump. So you have somebody, and it's been going on for a long time, where
You know, Americans have directly engaged Russians and killed a lot of them, like dozens and dozens of Russians. And nothing happened. It barely even made the news.
you have this person who is bilking the American taxpayers for hundreds of billions of dollars, and most Americans can't really tell you what our interest is over there.
Can I just add to that about the money and all of this? Obviously, we have given them a ton of money, but 70% of the aid that we have sent to Ukraine has then been spent back in America. So when he, quote unquote, went and campaigned for the Democrats, that he was visiting a munitions factory, was producing weapons that they could then use. And Europe has been, as a share of GDP, almost doubling our investment.
So I'm not an economist, but the idea that you're going to take hundreds of billions of dollars of Americans' taxpayer dollars and light them on fire in Europe, I don't think that helps anybody. All it does is lead to inflation.
All right,
and
save
more
for the
debt.
next block because we've got more on this coming up.
I think the short term is fine. It's the follow-up deal that will be in flux, but there's plenty of time to smooth things over. I think just again, this is just making America look even worse than it already does, and nothing's going to come of it. Literally, it's just going to be a political theater stunt. Because that's what the country has come to now. It's just embarrassing.
Welcome back to Pod Save the World. I'm Tommy V.
Oh, hey, I'll just
Welcome
click
back
it
to Pod
here.
Save the World. I'm Tommy Vitor.
I'm Ben Rhodes.
We are doing a little YouTube exclusive episode today. based off of President Zelensky's meeting with Donald Trump just now, we were going to plan to do this regardless. But Ben, I didn't expect it to be the worst meeting ever in the Oval Office. I'm trying to think of an example of a meeting that went worse. I mean, there was the infamous Bibi Netanyahu Obama meeting that you and I were both in the room for, but it was nothing even close to what just
Not even
happened.
close, yeah. This is unlike anything that has taken place in my entire lifetime. And, you know...
I don't really care about... I'm not sad about, like, the state of the U.S. as much as I am, like... I feel like the Ukrainian ambassador, like... the decorum, you know, and not to be a fag about decorum, but like just the vice president being in there and being the one who's all like snooty and stuff. Like, bro got into politics 3 years ago. Like, I don't, like, it's just fucking crazy. Like, everything about that was just so embarrassing. I'm telling you, it's going to be the, like, thing that people remember about Trump's presidency. Like, it might be more remembered than January 6th.
I'd have to mine my brain. I mean, I assume there were some tough meetings, you know, in the Civil War.
Zelensky corrected Trump several times in the interview, the same way that Keir Starmer and Macron did. It's only until J.D. Vance and a Polish reporter who had already been asking sketchy questions in other press conferences, you know, and like the fucking Russian media agency was fucking getting a live feed from it too. So there was fucking they literally let Russian media into that room too. Like, it's just fucking wild.
But yeah, we've never seen anything like it. Never seen
Okay. Well, we'll cut to the chase and start to play you some of that. We have a very long clip, and we're going to play some excerpts, pause and talk about them, and play some more, because honestly, it was just impossible to cut it down. It was that much of a fucking train wreck. So with that, here is a clip from Zelensky and Trump's meeting in the Oval Office today, Friday, February 28th.
He broken this ceasefire. He killed our people, and he didn't exchange prisoners. We signed the exchange of prisoners, but he didn't do it. What kind of diplomacy, JD, you are speaking about? What do you mean?
I'm talking about the kind of diplomacy that's going to end the destruction of your country.
Yes, but if you
Mr. President, with respect, I think it's disrespectful for you to come into the Oval Office.
I love that he says with respect while he's being a piece of shit.
Try to litigate this in front of the American media. Right now, you guys are going around and forcing conscripts to the front lines because you have manpower problems. You should be thanking the president for trying to bring an end to this conflict.
Have you ever been to Ukraine that you say what problems we have?
I have been to.
Count one.
I've actually watched and seen the stories, and I know what happens is you bring them on a propaganda tour, Mr. President.
Okay, stop.
Yeah, okay, stop. This is the worst okay, stop episode in history. So what you can hear there is Zelensky does this wind-up where he's talking about how we can't trust Putin to implement a ceasefire because he breaks every agreement he's ever signed. And actually, I was just watching Mike Pompeo on Fox News talking about how the United States pulled out of all these arms control agreements during the first Trump administration because Putin was breaking the terms of the deal. But, you know, it was hard to tell exactly what kind of sets the meeting off here, Ben. But I do think J.D. Vance is kind of the chief arsonist because Zelensky pretty quickly calls him out and is like, okay, you seem to know a lot about my country. Have you ever been there? And obviously J.D. Vance has not. And he flips out about it and just, I guess, says that any visit to Ukraine is a propaganda tour now.
Yeah, two things stand out to me about this. First, just so people know what Zelensky's talking about. He's talking about the Minsk agreement that was reached in the late Obama administration to essentially freeze the conflict and have some kind of process whereby the Ukrainians had autonomous regions in these places where the Russians had invaded in eastern Ukraine. And what he's saying is Putin broke the ceasefire. The last time someone tried to do what Trump's doing, you know, Putin is the one that violated the agreement and re-invaded the country and dramatically escalated.
Yeah, it like, you know, I want to know, like, can you imagine, like, crawling inside Rubio's head during all this? Like, I think he barely did anything in that meeting. I think that's the most embarrassing person about all of this. Like,
and that's just a fact.
it's like fucking Ted Cruz doing the fucking phone calls for Trump after Trump insulted his fucking wife.
It's not an opinion, you know. So this is going to be a recurring theme here, that Zelensky's saying facts and J.D. Vance and Trump are just basically offering.
I've been calling it little bitch show.
Response. And then, Tommy, I said this to you, but for J.D. Vance to refer to visits that people make to Ukraine as
Rubio
propaganda
merging with the
tours was
couch.
one of the most triggering things in many that were said today, because what people do when they go to Ukraine is they often visit Bucha, for instance, where there were war crimes committed, where innocent civilians were massacred,
What do you mean?
where children were killed.
What do you mean Russia will settle the NATO question once and for all?
And to call that a propaganda tour is so beyond the pale. It's essentially him calling the truth propaganda. When people go to Ukraine, what they see is the reality of a country that's been invaded and bombarded and had tens of thousands of children kidnapped and tens of thousands of people killed. And J.D. Vance calls that the propaganda. And it's up as down, it's, you know, black as white. It's just 180 degrees wrong. And I agree with you, Tommy. It felt like J.D. Vance was setting a trap, like he was trying to provoke Zelensky to say something that would piss off Trump.
Yeah.
Which is a pretty fucking dark role for him to be playing.
But just to be clear, this meeting
Just
was
to be
ostensibly
clear.
about signing some sort of deal between the U.S. and the Ukrainians about rare earth minerals. In reality, it seems like it was a setup to get to exactly this moment, so J.D. Vance and Donald Trump could harangue Zelensky in front of the cameras and show what a tough guy they are, and beat their chest on Fox News later. But Ben, I'm glad you mentioned Bucha, because it's another triggering thing for me, because you often hear these same conservatives, well, actually Democrats too, talk about how there were some early peace talks between the Ukrainians and the Russians, but they blew up, and they often blame Zelensky for pulling out of those talks.
Okay, hang on. What do we got
I want
here?
to do two things.
In fact, those talks
We
blew up
are
because
joined
the
by John
atrocities that
Bolton by
occurred at
phone.
Bucha
He
Oh,
was
God.
National Security Advisor
and it
to
became
Donald Trump.
impossible for anyone in Ukraine
Layers.
to imagine.
Shh, please. Sir, hang on.
During the events that led to Trump's first impeachment. John Bolton, hello. I want to play some sound that you and I were talking.
Yeah, I agree. Zelensky was super calm, and J.D. Vance flipped. J.D. Vance, it was the Americans were acting like petulant children. Like, Zelensky is nothing but ever fucking like calm, especially when dealing with Trump. And like, if you look at when the cameras, like when not the cameras cut, because the cameras are still rolling, it's very weird. The whole thing is very weird.
Talking about. This is Marco Rubio and others.
Why just Rubio? Why just Rubio? Because Rubio has been the leader for the like anti-Putin movement inside the GOP. So like to sit there and like go against everything that he literally built his entire career and values, and just threw him out the window in that meeting, and like it's just pathetic, like to have no moral standing, and like literally you're that terrified that Trump is going to get mad because you question him.
On Putin and Zelensky before today's Oval Office ambush.
Russia is governed today by a gangster. He's basically an organized crime figure who controls a government in a large territory. There's no other way to describe Vladimir Putin.
I think this entire invasion has been irrational. It's hard to understand what is actually being
Zelensky, bro, you need to watch the interview again. They were literally joking around with each other until J.D. Vance came in.
into Putin in terms of intelligence and reporting and how much of his own propaganda he believes.
What's at stake is repelling an authoritarian who basically is saying, I want the Soviet Union back, I want Ukraine back, I want Kiev back. And then what's at stake is making sure we don't allow it to become an Article 5 larger, broader war than that.
John Bolton, your thoughts on folks, some of whom I imagine you know pretty well, today turning on a stalwart American ally fighting a clearly defined and understood American adversary?
Yeah, this is really one of the most disgraceful performances that I've seen, and I think it's important to understand that, in particular, Trump and Vance own this personally. This is the kind of attack on a country that's defending itself from an unprovoked aggression, and they just unleashed on Zelensky in public. And whether they planned it or not, I don't know. I'm not that concerned with questions of etiquette. I am concerned that the
same.
Vice
This whole narrative of it being planned and shit, I don't. It's actually better if they planned it and it was just fucking a theater play. Just shut up.
United States.
It's some Trump derangement syndrome shit. It doesn't matter.
Have sided with the aggressor, with as Mike Waltz was just saying there, somebody who's trying to recreate the Russian Empire, something he's very clear about since 2005 at least. And now you have, sadly, both Mike Waltz and Marco Rubio in the administration and apparently staying. I just say, remember, this is not the second month
Holding back emotions is when you laugh?
Of Trump's tenure. This is the 50th month of his 2-year term. And this is the point when somebody...
Yeah, he did literally say this will make good television at the end. Yeah, that was like the grossest part.
Does 180 degrees from understanding American allies to backing America's adversaries that you resign.
You're saying Marco Rubio should resign?
I agree.
And Mike Waltz. This is really the time to do it.
I agree.
If they don't get out now, I think their reputations will suffer for a long, long time.
Their reputations are cooked anyway.
In believing in a strong American national security policy has been very good up until now.
I mean, let me show you what Lindsey...
This Rubio here. Look at him. He literally is merging with the couch. He's just like, oh my God.
Graham had to say literally 12 days ago to Zelensky's face, and then I'll show you some of what he had to say today.
I want to tell you and your people, you're the ally I've been hoping for all my life. Not one American has died defending Ukraine. You've taken our weapons and
That's
you've
not
kicked
true.
our ass.
That's not true. Watch it, bro. Americans have died there.
And I'm very proud to have you as our ally. So, what did I think? Complete, utter disaster. What I saw in the Oval Office was disrespectful, and I don't know if we can ever do business with Zelensky again. He either needs to resign and send somebody else.
You're 100% right. That's what I was saying. It's like the vice president should not be there. People just don't understand what the vice president does in general. But like I said, I don't want to be faggy about decorum, but because then that's when January 6th happened. That's all they would talk about. It's our sacred halls. That's what pissed me off, is them whining and how their reaction was. But look at Kamala Harris. A lot of people wanted her to step up and say stuff to Biden about Gaza, and she fell in line a little too hard, and then said, "I'm not going to be any different."
Over that we can do business with, or he needs to change.
John Bolton, what do you think of Lindsey Graham right now?
Asshole.
It just, this is a line that the White House must have put out. Unfortunately, I see a lot of Republicans talking about it. But as I said a few seconds ago, this is not a question of etiquette. I could say that it was Trump and Vance that provoked it. It doesn't really matter what happened. This is, number one, not the kind of discussion you have in public. Trump could have cut it off at any point, which leads, I think, people to speculate maybe this is what he wanted. In World War II, neither Franklin Roosevelt nor Winston Churchill were terribly enamored of Charles de Gaulle for good and sufficient reason, but he was the leader of the Free French and against the Nazi.
Do I support Trump or Zelensky? First of all, I don't support any U.S. president. And as far as like supporting Zelensky, I support Ukraine. If he's the figurehead of Ukraine, then he's the figurehead of Ukraine. But ultimately, like the politicians who run the country don't necessarily matter to me. What matters is the results. That's why like the whole like him stepping down if like NATO membership comes, like go for it. And like since they're talking about World War II, like Churchill, like they suspended elections, and like during World War II, and then when they had elections, Churchill got crushed. Like that could happen in Ukraine.
Regime in Germany, he was our ally. In this case, it is Zelensky who is standing up for a country that only is asking for its independence.
Zelensky is a pretty standard neoliberal. Yeah, he has been very effective for the role that he's in. But the thing is like, is he the most effective? I don't know. There could be somebody who could have been better, Like, I couldn't tell you. But he's been extremely effective. Maybe somebody more fluent in English might have been, like, better for, like, the publicity side of things. But, like, the whole, like, selfie video when he's like, I'm in Ukraine, bitch. Like, like, very few people are that hard to do something like that.
And freedom.
Look at Assad.
Be preserved. Trump has said Zelensky is a dictator who provoked the war. It's an alternative universe. What you heard from Trump and Vance today was advancing the Russian position in these negotiations.
I want to see if John Brennan agrees with you. I'm going to go out on a limb and guess this might be an instance in which that is the case, John Brennan.
I've been agreeing with John Bolton regularly over the past several years because I think he saw up close and personal the damage and the danger that Donald Trump presents to our national security. It is clear from today's events that either Trump and Vance are ignorant of world history or are intentionally ignoring it. And their naivete when it comes to Russia and their amateurish attitude in terms of diplomacy, it really just worries me. And I think it worries John Bolton. It worries a lot of people who have worked over the years to try to keep this country strong, safe, and prosperous. But Donald Trump looks at the world through a very transactional, mercantilist prism. And I fear what he's doing is carving up the world into spheres of influence. And he's basically saying to Vladimir Putin, okay, you can have Ukraine. You can have the eastern part of Europe. And it does send a very chilling message to all of our allies and partners. And what message does it send to President Xi of China? We're not really going to care about the Taiwan, and if we make a deal, he prides himself on being a deal maker, but he just throws to the side all of the many years of American values and principles that really have undergirded global stability and security. And Donald Trump in this meeting today, I think, demonstrates he's not interested in that. He is interested in only doing what it is that he believes, as a real estate developer, needs to get done. And it's atrocious, it's despicable, and things that Lindsey Graham says, spineless, unprincipled, and again, despicable.
Alex, you have a little bit of deja vu sitting here next to me.
I mean, first of all, I think that what I saw was maximum ignorance, maximum malice. I think some of the things that have been said by PM Turnbull, that this is about great powers and great powers carving up the world, the U.S. being the most important power in the system, but in the same breath marginalizing ourselves because we're cutting off one of the sources of our power, which is our alliances, both economic and security. And then ignorance on multiple different levels, ignorance on the facts, who started this war, and ignorance on how to solve problems for the United States, how to make the U.S. more secure. It is not by appeasing, it's not by serving Putin's interests, it's by supporting our allies, supporting Zelensky. What we could easily see is a Trump, if he was serving the U.S. interest and making wise decisions, is pushing Putin, who is teetering in certain ways, economically brittle, military taking massive losses, unsustainable for really much, much longer. They could weather another year or so, but putting maximum pressure. And, in this book, I took a look at the case study of 30 years of U.S. relationships with Russia and Ukraine. And it's shocking how many of these things are just being repeated over and over, succumbing to hopes and fears. Hopes that we could do more with Russia. That's what the Russians are dangling in front of Putin and Trump. Unsophisticated actors that can't seem to understand that, don't learn from the first 4 years, and fears what happens if the relationship devolves. And repeating the same mistakes in the poison Kool-Aid stage of mistakes, where we're really wrecking all our relationships. It is a little bit of deja vu. It reminds me of the days around that phone call where I went into where I organized the phone call and went into it with a sense of maybe hope, but a lot of foreboding that we would end up in.
Okay, let's go back to these guys.
In cutting a deal with Putin and the Russians in that moment.
Yeah, and this context was entirely missing. They seemed to be offended by Zelensky pointing out that his country was invaded by Putin. That seemed to offend Trump and J.D. Vance. And I think another piece of context here, Tommy, is Zelensky is a profoundly exhausted person.
And you can see it on his face.
You can see it on his face. I've heard this from some Europeans. Like he, this guy probably barely sleeps at night. He has been besieged by the Trump administration, bullied into trying to sign this absurd deal for critical minerals. And he flies to Washington because he feels this thing slipping away from him, this thing being U.S. support, as kind of a Hail Mary. And then he sits down and they bring the cameras in and he just starts getting insulted to his face by people who can demonstrate no degree of empathy. I mean, like they don't even, not even a perfunctory, tribute to what the people of Ukraine have done. And
in order to understand suffering, one must also have suffered.
They insulted the Ukrainian people. He said the only people you can get to fight are conscripts that you force to the front line. So that's insulting the troops. That's insulting the Ukrainians that have been fighting and saying they don't want to be there. They're only there because Zelensky made them go there. When in fact, Putin is the one that conscripts people. Putin is the one that did a mobilization. And so we can talk later about whether Zelensky erred tactically here, but I have a great deal of empathy for what he had to go through.
Yeah, I mean, look, you're Trump being offended by reality and people insulting Zelensky is going to be a theme of this thing. The press corps even gets in on the action, but we'll get to that in a minute. But let's keep rolling that clip.
Do you disagree that you've had problems bringing people into your military? And do you think that it's respectful to come to the Oval Office of the United States of America and attack the administration that is trying to prevent the destruction of your country?
A lot of questions. Let's start from the beginning. Sure. First of all, during the war, everybody has problems. Even you, but you have nice ocean and don't feel now, but you will feel it in the future. God bless.
You don't know that.
God bless. God bless. You will not have a war.
Don't tell us what we're going to feel. We're trying to solve a problem. Don't tell us what we're going to feel.
I'm not telling you.
Because you're in no position to dictate that. Remember this. You're in no position to dictate what we're going to feel. We're going to feel very good.
You will feel influence.
We're going to feel very good and very strong.
You will feel influence.
You're right now not in a very good position. You've allowed yourself to be in a very bad position, and he happens to be right about it.
From the very beginning of the war.
You're not in a good position. You don't have the cards right now. With us, you start having cards. But right now, you don't have to play cards. You're playing cards. You're gambling with the lives of millions of people. You're gambling with World War III. You're gambling with World War III. And what you're doing is very disrespectful to the country, this country. That's back to you. Far more than a lot of people said they should have.
Have you said thank you once this entire meeting? No, in this entire meeting, have you said thank you? You went
Look at I'm covering him.
In October,
Bro is done.
Appreciation for the United States of America.
This is one of the most pathetic parts. Have you got thank you once? Where's Jack? He's at a fucking wedding or something. Total bitch. Bitch move. You know who goes to wedding? Bitches.
Okay, stop. J.D. Vance just gave up the whole game there. They are offended by a campaign period visit by Zelensky to Pennsylvania, which was perceived as an endorsement or support for Joe Biden. Geez, Ben, I wonder why Zelensky might have thought he'd be better off if Joe Biden was president or Kamala Harris was president and not Donald Trump, as he's lecturing him in the Oval Office about how he's gambling and about to start World War III.
Yeah, there's a lot in that one too, Tommy. I mean, first of all, boy, to say that Zelensky's the one that's gambling with World War III when Putin is the one that invaded the country.
I know, right?
The Ukrainians they don't want to be in this war.
Like, without the security guarantees, Trump is Trump is literally pushing us
fucking
closer to
bonkers
World
about
War
this
III.
is like the all the things that Trump and Vance say presuppose that Zelensky somehow wants this war and wanted this war when he was just invaded by Russia. They're the ones that raised the risks of World War III. Then to hear them lecture him about needing to thank Mr.
Oh,
Trump.
check it out. When I was giving Zapata his meds earlier and he was kicking me, okay, he gave me actual scratches with his little toesies.
You know, first of all, Zelensky always thanks the United States repeatedly.
Mhm.
He's done it, by the way, since Trump has been president, expressed gratitude for the support the United States supplies. Even though, by the way, Donald Trump is not the one that provided that support. It was Joe Biden and the United States Congress on a bipartisan basis.
What's up, dude?
But they want Zelensky to behave like, a Trump staffer. They're, thank you, Mr. Trump, for being such a great president.
A little closer to the hole,
they
sir.
don't do this to other leaders. They don't hector other leaders like this in the Oval Office. They're picking on him. They're like schoolyard bullies picking on a small injured person to impress their friends.
And it's like 3-on-1. You can hear all of them chiding him, being like, yes, you were mean. Yes, you did say that. It literally sounds like a schoolyard taunting.
And he didn't insult. When did he insult? Did you hear? Do you know what they're referring? Because he shouldn't insult the U.S. He just explained facts. Facts are insulting you.
Trump is mad. It's earlier on in this Oval Office meeting because this was a very, very long pool spray. And just to give folks a little context, what usually happens is the two leaders go into the Oval Office. They sit down. You bring the pool, the White House press pool, in for a minute or two. Sometimes there's a shouted question. They take photos, and then they get them the hell out of there. They have the real meeting. There was supposed to be a lunch, and then there was supposed to be a press conference. Trump has started doing this thing where he takes 45 minutes worth of questions during the pool spray, and then they do the press conference just because he needs to be on TV all the time. So what you didn't hear that happened earlier was, Trump's entire shtick about Ukraine is the war never would have happened if he was president. But Zelensky, when he was walking through all the times the Russians broke ceasefire agreements, talks about how the Russians were occupying Ukraine throughout the duration of...
I don't know if the journalist who asked about the suit replaced the AP spot, but that guy is sus as fuck, and he was asking weird questions in other meetings too. That guy is a fucking, I don't know, maybe a Polish nationalist, maybe a shill, I couldn't tell you.
The Trump presidency, and
I have
people
a
were getting
breakout
killed during the Trump presidency.
I never get pimples my whole life, but I have ones on each side of my fucking nose right now. I think it's probably has to do with how sick I was and throwing up,
And Trump really didn't like that because it undercut his whole fucking argument that none of this would have happened if I were in charge.
Trump is a cuck.
He acts like he wasn't actually the president for 4 years and isn't responsible for anything.
Yeah, and he needs everything to be about himself and not about the reality of what is happening in the world, particularly a reality that is counter to his narrative and inconvenient to him in any way, shape, or form. And Zelensky's this guy who's only trying to share facts, and each time he does, they act as if he has personally offended them and come down even harder on the guy. And by this point in the clip, they're just picking on him, and
Okay.
to say that because
I'm gonna
he's not
go
kissing
shave
Trump's ass, he's insulting the
my
whole country.
face real quick.
Just shows you what Donald Trump's view.
But
of
I
this
put my
country
headphones
is.
on so I can
He
still
is
hear.
the only thing that matters.
Revy,
He,
you're in charge.
he, der Führer, is the only guy. He's the symbol of the nation or something. It's absolutely grotesque. And what we can't see here is little Marco Rubio on the couch, like shrinking deeper and deeper into his seat.
J.D. Vance is like sitting on the edge of his seat. He's the happiest little boy in town because he was allowed to go to the big boy meeting and say something. And Marco Rubio, every photo of Marco Rubio that I've seen in the context of these Russia-Ukraine talks, he looks like his soul is drifting out of his body in that moment. He looks like he's dead inside. He knows what is happening is so profoundly wrong, but he just sits there fucking silently, and then afterwards tweets an attaboy at the boss. And look, there's all these reports that Rubio is like the Secretary of State in name only, and actually has a bunch of little kind of MAGA supplicants who work for him on the org chart, but are actually running the show over at State. So who knows?
Yeah.
Well, let's listen to the rest of this clip.
Who's trying to save your country.
It's going to be a very hard thing to do business like this. I tell you.
Just say thank you.
I said a lot of
accept that there are disagreements, and let's go litigate those disagreements rather than trying to fight it out in the American media when you're wrong. We know that you're wrong.
But you see, I think it's good for the American people to see what's going on.
I understand, sir.
I think it's very important. That's why I kept this going so long.
Trump ends the meeting later and says, this is going to be great television. So again, giving up the game. This is all about politics for them. They don't care about Ukraine. They don't actually care about anything Zelensky said. This is just domestic politics.
Yeah, and they're just, like, what is he wrong about? Like nothing that Zelensky said. We'll talk later about like what his tactical decision making was, but like nothing he said was wrong. And J.D. Vance doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about. He's not some expert on like Ukraine and Russia. He's just some guy who listened to some podcasts.
Yeah.
And tries to put
nothing wrong with that.
Yeah.
Nothing wrong with that.
Sorry about that.
All of you people could
This
be
is
Secretary
YouTube.
of State.
This is YouTube. Yeah,
that's right.
Exactly.
This is YouTube.
Yeah.
But Ben, I think it's worth noting, like, the meeting didn't start terribly. Again, like we said, there was like a 30-minute pool spray. There was actually some like kind of chummy moments. Let's just play a quick clip of that.
Because Europe really helped. President Trump said that they made less support, but they're our friends and they are our very supportive partners. They really gave a lot, Mr. President. They did.
They gave a lot, but they gave much less.
No.
Much less.
No. No. Okay.
So right there, Zelensky's talking about contributions from the Europeans to Ukraine. This is like the third time in a week that Trump has been corrected in the Oval Office about the European contribution to the Ukrainian side. Remember in the meeting with French President Emmanuel Macron like grabs his arm and is like, actually no, 60% of what we gave them was a grant, not a loan. Keir Starmer made the same point yesterday, I believe, Thursday, and then Zelensky today. But it was kind of like, look, Zelensky had a look on his face where, as you said, Ben, he looked exhausted. By the end of this conversation, he looks like he wants to cry. But it didn't start terribly. Like, things just escalated and got worse and worse.
Yeah, but it felt like that J.D. Vance and Trump wanted some version of this outcome. Maybe they didn't want to go exactly like this, but they wanted to smack him around and say he was ungrateful and tell him to thank Mr. Trump. And again, what I find so appalling about it, but it's interesting, we have to understand this, is that Trump's, the headline in foreign policy is he's completely switched sides. And it's now the U.S. and Russia against Europe and Ukraine, the U.S. wanting to be in this alignment with big autocratic countries, Russia, China, the Gulf, etc. But it also mirrors, Tommy, like what Trump does at home. Like, he doesn't really pick on people his own size, It's undocumented people, it's trans people, it's a country that's been invaded like Ukraine. It's people in Gaza that he's dunking on and posting, weird videos about, the Riviera that he's going to build. Like, this guy is not tough. Tough people, like, would pick on Putin. Tough people would, like, not be terrified of Putin and beating the shit out of Zelensky on television and then telling him it's his fault. And guess who sees that? The world sees that. Like, MAGA base will, be like, oh, this is great. Look at Trump. We'll own the libs because they think Zelensky. I mean, your point about Pennsylvania, it's not just that you gave up the game on that, but they also equate like Ukraine with kind of libs or something, which is super weird, by the way, because it used to be the opposite. That like Eastern
that Obama
Europeans-
was weak because he didn't give enough support to
Yeah,
Ukrainians.
yeah,
that was a talking point forever.
Yeah, now Obama looks like much different light compared to Trump. But I mean, the rest of the world doesn't live in the MAGAverse. The rest of the world lives in reality, and they're just seeing like a bully picking on someone smaller to make himself look tough.
Yeah. So again, this was supposed to be the pool spray before the lunch meeting, before the press conference. The Trump people ended up canceling the rest of the itinerary, and according to the readouts they're giving to Fox News or whoever else, it sounds like Rubio and Mike Waltz basically kicked Zelensky out of the White House and said, "Come back when you're ready to cut a peace deal." They were supposed to sign some sort of rare earths agreement. The text of this agreement has evolved so much over time. Like initially it was reported as just like a extortion, the U.S. demanding half of Ukraine's rare earths or up to $500 billion worth of rare earths. Now it seemed like there would just be some sort of joint effort to mine these rare earths and put it into a fund that would then be used for Ukrainian reconstruction, but the U.S. would have some sort of oversight over it and maybe get some of the profits. I don't know. I'm not sure that we'll ever know. Caitlin Collins from CNN asked a very smart question during this press conference, which is that something like 40% of Ukraine's rare earths are in the Far East, so in Russian-occupied areas. She was like, are you going to be able to get access to those? Who will protect those? There's been a lot of reporting today about how the sort of mining process for these rare earth elements is unbelievably energy and labor intensive and incredibly dirty. And setting up, a giant lithium mine, for example, it can take a decade. So the idea that this is some sort of immediate U.S.-Ukrainian cooperation on the ground that serves as a de facto deterrent from the Russians invading is just like sort of nonsensical on its face if you actually understand the details. But Ben, I don't know that we'll ever need to know the details of this one because it doesn't seem like it's happening.
Yeah, I mean, the whole purpose of this was to, again, further make Trump look tough. Like he got Ukraine to bend to his will and give us access to these rare earth materials that, as you said, these would not be mined in Trump's presidency. And if and when they are, so what? What is it? What on earth does this have to do with ending the war? It has nothing to do with ending the war. It's not a security guarantee to Ukraine to say that like there might be some joint ventures down the line to get some rare earth materials that Trump probably doesn't even know what they do. I mean, so this always felt like this kind of weird facade. And I do just, to put a point on it, like Waltz and Rubio, for them to be going along with this charade, like fucking, Ribbentrop, the Nazi foreign minister, like these guys were talking tough about Ukraine like a year ago. They were, this is what happens when you sell your soul to Donald Trump, and if there's one thing that Zelensky's visit achieved is it exposed the full truth of what he's dealing with.
Yeah. I mean, like there is a national security challenge for the U.S., which is that I think China has something like 70% of the rare earth elements supply. They also have something like 90% of the refining capacity. So there could be a scenario where the U.S. really needs access to these rare earth minerals. But like you just said, I mean, this is like a decade-long process. And Ben, I remember having a very similar conversation about, people saying there were massive deposits, like $1 trillion deposits in Afghanistan, that none of those have been mined even as of today. So all of this just seems like very vaporware made up.
It's a huge issue. But ironically, Tommy, I know a lot about this issue from the prism of climate change because these are critical to battery technologies, to solar panels, and the
EVs,
Chinese are way
wind
ahead.
turbines.
And the reality is, if you really cared about it, you wouldn't dismantle USAID. Because you'd be trying to be in Africa, where there's a ton of these critical minerals, or in South America, there are a ton of critical minerals, and in places that are not currently invaded by Russia. Like, making agreements with Chile, which has a lot of these deposits, would be a lot more rational than saying we're going to solve our rare earth materials by getting mining rights in Ukraine, that has currently been intact. It's purely for show for Trump.
Yep, purely for show. Okay, well, like we mentioned earlier, Zelensky wasn't just insulted by J.D. Vance and Rubio and Waltz and Trump. There were a bunch of moron reporters in the Oval Office because, as you might have heard, the White House is taking over control of the White House press pool. And instead of having like real serious journalists in there from places like Reuters or Bloomberg, they're swapping in right-wing zealots who are just their little propagandists. So let's hear an example of what kind of questions those people ask.
Why don't you wear a suit? Why don't you wear a suit? You're at the highest level in this country's office, and you refuse to wear a suit. Just want to see if do you own a suit?
Yeah, you have problems.
A lot of Americans have problems with you not respecting.
I don't
the
have
dignity of
such.
this office.
I will wear a costume after this war will finish.
Okay.
Yes, maybe one.
Maybe
something
like
like
this?
yours.
Yes,
Yes.
That'd be great.
Maybe something better. I don't know. We will see. Maybe something cheaper than yeah. Thank you. Thank you for.
That was a reporter named Brian Glenn. He's the chief White House correspondent for Real America's Voice. There was a reporter from One America, which is another right-wing outlet, Ben, that asked, what gave you the moral courage and conviction to lead on a peace agreement? Apparently, a reporter from TASS snuck into the Oval Office pool spray. For those who don't know, TASS is a Russian state-owned news agency founded in the 1900s. So interesting move to let the Russian state-owned media, the country bombing the country you're meeting with, into the Oval Office spray. They apparently, the White House staff said he snuck in there somehow. It doesn't give me a lot of confidence in their security. I'm not sure how you sneak into the Oval Office, but I don't know, man. Like this is bleak shit.
Well, first of all, the Real American News guy was probably slobbering over Elon Musk in the cabinet meeting yesterday when he was not wearing a suit, was wearing a T-shirt, was wearing a hat, right, and was like right, amped up on God knows what,
good
standing
point,
up, jumping up and down, being a fucking lunatic, right? So why is Elon Musk allowed to in this guy's view, denigrate the White House, the Oval Office, by not wearing a suit? I mean, can you imagine being Ukrainian and looking at this? I mean, Zelensky dresses like that in solidarity with people in his country. He wears military colored clothes to express solidarity with troops who are fighting the front line. You don't have to think that's a great, sartorial choice. But to fucking just pick on him, what danger has that guy ever been under? Zelensky could have been assassinated in the early days of the war. Like, there was incredible reports, there are all kinds of bounties on his head. And this kind of complete fucking loser from Real America News is picking on him to make himself look good in front of Mr. Trump and whoever his audience is. And then the TASS thing, let's just be very clear here. Like, Russian state media, which I think was sanctioned or designated.
I know, I was trying to remember that. They may have been,
They were definitely a part of some, one of the things the Biden administration rolled out. But Russian state media is allowed in the Oval Office, and the Associated Press, the wire service for more American newspapers than anybody else, is not, because they won't call it the Gulf of America. This is where we are, people. We are in a reality in which Russian state media and Russian propaganda is in the Oval Office berating a democratically elected leader of a country under attack, who's being insulted for not wearing a suit. I mean, we just have to get our minds around this thing because we're only 6 weeks into it,
Yeah, I know, American politics are so unserious. It's so frustrating. But this moment really drove home for me. I can't imagine, this is an existential meeting for the people of Ukraine and for Zelensky, literally. And, suddenly he's getting berated about his appearance. I mean, it's just truly outrageous. So, Ben, the big picture question is where do we go from here? Because this meeting was a disaster. I mean, I'm sure Zelensky will try to kind of mop it up. He's doing a TV appearance with Bret Baier on Fox News later tonight that I think he knows will be a sort of a direct line back into the Oval Office to communicate with Trump. It's been interesting to watch this week. You had Macron, Keir Starmer, and Zelensky all have White House meetings and then all go on Bret Baier's show. It's become kind of the car wash equivalent. Like when you go to ESPN, you do a bunch of shows now. Bret Baier's the car wash. But yesterday, Putin was speaking. He was praising the new U.S. administration for, quote, pragmatism, a realistic worldview, discarding many of stereotypes, so-called rules, and messianic ideological cliches of their predecessors. You had Dmitry Medvedev cheering and tweeting in English about how great it was to see Zelensky treated like shit. And then yesterday, when Trump was meeting with Keir Starmer, the British Prime Minister, Trump refused to say that the U.S. would backstop a European peacekeeping force if one were to be put in Ukraine after some sort of peace deal. He also seemed to once again suggest the U.S. wasn't fully committed to Article 5. When he was asked about it, he was like, the Brits, they don't need much help. They can take care of themselves. And then at one point he said to Keir Starmer, could you take on Russia by yourselves? Like kind of joking, but not really. So I don't know, pretty dark, man. Like, where do you think that we go from here?
Again, I think if there's any utility in this, because you might say Zelensky should have just shut his mouth and taken it and then tried to sign his rare earth deal and, But actually, I think it's something useful in just surfacing this, and just clarifying this is where we are. We've learned that Trump has flipped 180 degrees to the Russian side. We've learned that his approach to peace is to bully Ukraine and ask nothing of Russia. We've learned that the Republican Party in the United States has completed the process of not having any spine and capitulating to Trump's foreign policy. And so what does it mean going forward? If I'm Europe and Ukraine, I'm saying we need to develop a shared position for this war that is separate from the United States of America and actually sees that this is the United States and Russia sitting on one side of the negotiating table and Europe and Ukraine sitting on the other. And as dark and as extreme as that sounds, I think that's where we are. And so because Ukrainians, by the way, don't have to stop fighting. There were reports early in the invasion when Russia thought they were going to roll over Kyiv, that they were going to have a guerrilla warfare type approach. So the Ukrainians don't have to agree to Trump's terms that he strikes with Moscow. I think the Ukrainians need to figure out with the Europeans, what are their positions? What are they insisting on? They're going to have to give a bunch of stuff, including territory. But what can they insist on in terms of a credible ceasefire line, essentially? And then what is a peace force that has British and French troops? There was an interesting comment from Turkey that they might get involved with troops on the ground. What is a credible European force that can provide some security guarantee and some presence there? And then how do you build a European defense and foreign policy that is totally separate from the United States? Because the United States has switched sides, and I wish that wasn't the case, but I think that's where we are. And I don't know that just signing some dumb rare earth thing is going to make Trump be nicer to them. It's not. So figure out your own interest and act accordingly. It's what all of us are going to have to do in these Trump years.
Yeah, I mean, look, the more we learned about the rare earths agreement, the more it just seemed like nothing. It initially it just sounded like complete extortion, and now I don't even know what it was. I do think, to your question, we should ask, did Zelensky screw up? I think I give him I have so much sympathy for him, but I think the answer is of course he did. I mean,
course he did,
challenging J.D. Vance, getting into that pissing match, we can look at inputs. DC people look at inputs too much and they don't look at outputs. The end result of that meeting was a fucking disaster for Zelensky personally, politically, and for his country. So obviously he should have approached it differently. I think the challenge is he's got politics. Trump's got politics, right? He's not going to walk in there and make a bunch of sort of rhetorical concessions to Putin before negotiations actually begun, a negotiation that he's not part of, by the way. And Trump just wouldn't broke any dissent, he mocked Zelensky at one point for saying, I don't want a ceasefire. But Zelensky's point was not that I don't want the fighting to stop. He was I don't want a ceasefire where Putin then breaks it over and over again and reinvades my country. So, I mean, look, we'd be I think dishonest if we said that Zelensky had played that thing perfectly, but or even remotely well. But I do think it was a setup for domestic consumption here in the U.S.
Yeah, I think that by any measure, tactically, you don't get into a fight with J.D. Vance in the Oval Office. You don't allow yourself to be humiliated by the President of the United States to that extent. But I'm not saying this to give him credit because I don't think it was a strategy. I think the utility in it is we know what we're dealing with now, right? We have the Hegseth laying down of terms without consulting Ukraine and Europe, in which they surrender all their territory and can't be in NATO. We have the J.D. Vance speech in Munich endorsing the European far right. We've got Trump calling Zelensky a dictator, and now we have this. And so there can be no illusions that somehow some committee to save America is going to, or Marco Rubio or whoever, or Lindsey Graham's going to the Oval Office and convince Trump to suddenly get tough on the Russians. So I'm not saying that Zelensky was playing some chess and, outed this. I'm saying he messed up by getting baited into this, but there may be something worthwhile that comes out of just clarifying, okay, this is actually where we are, you know? And I can tell you, like, from, you know, having been in Munich and, you know, different Europeans, like, this is what the Trump people are like behind closed doors too, you know, like, from what I hear. Like, they're not just performing for the cameras. Like, this is who they are. And so now he's got to go back. And I was thinking too, Tommy, like, you know, he made that comment about, like, I will step down if it brings peace. Like, he's got to be also thinking about that, you know, not stepping down now, but, like, you know, like, he's tired. He's clearly a lightning rod to Trump because Trump wrongly, unfairly sees him as some guy who's, like, aligned with things that Trump doesn't like democracies and Europeans and internationalists in this country. And so I think he's got to stand up to Trump and try to get the best deal for his people and from the Europeans. And then, you know, that's his mission. And then he's done.
You're right, though. I mean, this is really tough for Zelensky because he showed unbelievable, incredibly inspiring courage in the very early days of that war. And by just sort of like force of personality, brought the entire world to his side, helped rally support in the U.S., in Europe, everywhere, like public opinion, in capitals, everywhere. And if he is seen now as having kind of lost that touch, I mean, I'm sure the shine faded during the Biden administration when a lot of Ukrainians felt like they were getting some of what they wanted, but getting it late and getting it slow and not getting enough of it. But this meeting, I think, is probably going to, I mean, maybe it'll rally people to his side, but it might also make them wonder whether he's the right person to be the interlocutor with the United States when they're so reliant on us. So very challenging political moment for him personally, as well as for the country.
Yeah. I mean, if I'm him, I'm going to take a breath and I'm going to talk. I mean, I honestly, frankly, I guess you got to do the Bret Baier car wash, but he can't just go on there and grovel, you know, and Bret Baier will be an asshole. As a side note too, Tommy, it's like, do you remember, like, you know, people would go to, foreign leaders go to China, they have to do CCTV, the state media. Like, Fox News has become like the CCTV of the U.S.
No doubt.
That's pretty dark too. You know, like that's not normal people, you know, like there's a lot of other people that you could do interviews with, but they know that they like have to talk to Bret Baier and Fox News because that's who Trump wants them to talk to.
Yep, dear leader will be watching.
So I will, you know, I'm sure he'll kind of recalibrate this a little bit, but he can't fold or capitulate, and that's also not in his character. And I think you go back, you talk to Macron, you talk to Starmer, you talk to Merz and Scholz and the Germans, if you're Zelensky, and you kind of go back to the drawing board. Okay, like what's our position? Our being Europe and Ukraine, and this negotiation with the U.S. and Russia.
Yeah. Dark day. Well,
historic day. You know.
Yeah, one of many we've been covering recently. Well, I'm very glad that we decided to do this. I had no idea how horrendous it was going to be, but great to get to talk to you, Ben.
I thought we'd be talking about like a rare earths agreement.
I know, I did too. Trying to explain why that was important. But thanks for watching this YouTube exclusive.
How you going, everybody? I am very apologetic for being late, but the past 3, 4, 5 hours have been seismic, cataclysmic, not sure. I was actually recording a couple of interviews, other podcasts, doing what I do love most, which is trying to provide some degree of analysis and the commentary. I mean, in the noise, I'm there are plenty of others who do this, and I don't often do live streams on my own. I may well do so. If you want me to, do let me know in the comments below, and your perspectives on obviously what's happened, and that's what we're going to talk about. Again, I know I'm later than was scheduled, but I also needed time to digest. I'm not a psychologist nor a body language expert, but I had to look at the footage several times and sort of engage some other people in conversation to sort of get a sense of perspectives. I do a lot of stuff on X, and for those of you who don't follow me on X, if you're on YouTube, you know, I do participate in spaces, and I like them because they're a live, real-time conversation where you can engage with different people from parts of the world. You don't necessarily need a fancy setup and equipment, not that this is, to be honest with you. You can see my lovely rudimentary sort of living room here. But anyway, yeah, and I was just busy trying to sort of, well, bring more conversation about the deal and what had happened this week diplomatically. And, you know, I had let's get into it. So firstly, my initial expectations were that there was going to be tension. It was not going to be a simple special relationship or Franco-American engagement. This was going to be a delicate diplomatic balancing act. It was going to be fraught with contention. Now, one of the earliest things I think we should address or debate on, and I do want, as I said, your perspectives, is whether or not this was planned. A lot of people, and it's not just pro MAGAs or Trump sympathizers or whatever, people aligned to Trump. It's people on the left as well, or who are pro-Ukraine, who were arguing that this was staged, that there was this intention by Vance and Trump to sort of catch Zelensky off guard, to you know, what's the word, corner him, and you know, demand a return of finances, to succumb to their demands of, you know, giving up or whatever, you know, whatever the goals. I don't see it like that. They certainly have an agenda. Every politician has an agenda, and they were going into this meeting with an agenda, which was to, well, find a more favorable set of circumstances for Zelensky, for America. Sorry. So I've got so many thoughts running through my head. I might be a little bit, yeah. Yeah. So I personally don't see it like that, though. The way that Marco Rubio, the Secretary of State, responded, if you look at still images or him sitting there, he's like, he wants the couch to swallow him up, or the ground to open and to swallow him up. I also, if you look more at the longer overall, the footage is about, the full interview is about 50 minutes, something like that. And for the most part, and this is another detail that I think is important to keep in note, was there was civility, relative is very important, I think, in this context. There was relative civility between Trump and Zelensky. They were talking about things amicably. Is there agreement? Does Trump like Zelensky or support Ukraine 100%? No, obviously, but I think that the two were having a conversation. The changes occurred when Vance came in. And there's a few points that I think is important about Vance. But as soon as he came in, there was more tension. There was more combativeness to the tone and the general delivery, more hand signals, more sort of shifting in seats and chairs. And, you know, Vance did acknowledge the perspective of Ukraine and where Russia is. But I think there are a couple of things here on Vance's. Vance is young. He's what, 40? He is a hothead, and he's the youngest of the three, and is probably the least experienced in terms of this issue. Trump and Zelensky have had engagements, and Trump obviously has his personal gripes about Zelensky and the relationship to his, well, legal stuff. But I think that when Vance came in, he has his own personal agenda as well as the White House agenda. Zelensky is someone that Vance thinks is a nuisance. He is much more, or has much more, antipathy to Zelensky and the situation in Ukraine than I think Trump does. Trump sees it as an opportunity, a business opportunity. Obviously, I'm simplifying it extremely at the moment, but I think Trump sees it more as an opportunity by which, okay, if he can get loads of money from a deal, mineral deal, then he's okay with sort of continuing to support Ukraine in some form. But he wants that, tit for tat thing. Vance doesn't. Vance just hates the whole thing. He wants his hands washed of it, partially because I think it comes into his longer term ambitions, which is to run. Vance needs a brand. He needs to separate and distinguish himself from Trump. He needs to take up the mantle, so to speak. And so, in my opinion, to a certain extent, I think Vance leveraged this opportunity as a way to really establish to his base that he is ready to be a subsequent Trump, that he is ready to take the MAGA movement and mold it into his own vision. And there are plenty of Americans or pro-MAGA types around the world who will have really appreciated the no bullshit nonsense approach that Vance carried. And obviously, once that started coming in, then Zelensky is, well, some people will say he was defensive or arrogant. Others will say that he was, a man who's presiding over a country which has had tens of thousands of people killed by a warmonger. So slightly different odds there. But anyway, point being is that testosterone, these are three men in a highly intensified situation, lighting, media around the world. It's all publicized. It was inevitable this shit show was going to occur. What I didn't expect was the rate by which it would happen in front of the cameras, and sort of the subsequent events of the press conference being cancelled and Zelensky being kicked out and the whole fallout. I didn't expect that in such a case. I expected there to be tension and disagreements, but them to sort of push through. But what it does illustrate that this administration cares very little about optics. They care very little about how it is perceived internationally. And if anything, that they leveraged it as a way to, put Zelensky in his place, to play to their audience, right? Politics is very performative. And Trump, look at what he did with the Apprentice, right? He's a showman as much as anything. But I think real politicians or people who have more of a political experience, like Rubio, again, that's not saying that he's fantastic. It's just he's a bit more experienced in that regard. Don't. And regardless of what you might have seen on X of Rubio's reply, that this was a, I stand by your thing. That's bullshit. He's playing damage limitation. He doesn't actually agree with that. Look at the way he was acting in the room. That's rubbish. So yeah, that's a couple of things about Vance. I think that he leveraged this opportunity as much for himself, as much as his hatred for the issue, but also because, it just, things got out of hand and it got heated. And as soon as he started doing that emboldened Trump, and, the whole thing snowballed. But that leads me more to the sort of the US leadership, right? So, and I will come to your comments. I will look at it, and we'll have a chat, right? Which is this US administration is fundamentally different in terms of everything. Trump may well want a powerful America. He may want an influential America, but he does not care about sort of, how to put it, the potential longer term risks that it may mean. What I mean by that, and again, I'm
just realized I was muted for the longest time. I don't know how long.
Because there's so much going in my head, but
I wish I could hear myself.
It's what I've said in some of my videos. If you're new to the channel, do check them out, subscribe. I try to.
We'll iron it out eventually.
Equally, I have my stances, which in this case is that Trump is a power. He looks at the world through power politics. He looks at the world through the same equality. So he treats from Macron and Keir Starmer with a higher degree of respect because they come from more powerful nations, and he has that historical relationship to Britain and Ireland or whatever his golf course is, etc. Right? When he walked back his comments yesterday about, did I say that over Ukraine and dictator Zelensky, right? I bet you a fair amount of that was just because of the moment. He'd just been given a letter by the king for a second, unprecedented, as in it's never happened before, for any state leader, and I can't believe we've done that. I think we should rescind it immediately. I thought that before today's disaster, but anyway, I think that he was playing good to the crowd in the UK, which was, oh, did I say that? Oh, I didn't mean that. Oh, no, that's not what I meant. Oh, I shouldn't have said that, right? And then as soon as he's with company and Zelensky, he doesn't give a shit. As I've made in another video, which I'll link in the comments or whatever, he treats Ukraine as expendable. Ukraine is a small power stuck in the middle of a great power or big power, carving up of international relations and politics. And it's this great power political approach that makes Trump so much different to so many other leaders, not just at the moment, but in recent history of the United States. You can have internationalists or people who looked at the world in great power political terms, right? George H.W. Bush certainly looked at the big themes driving the world and stuff. But it's this dismissal of smallest countries and the fact that the people there or whatever, their interest is not really important because it doesn't benefit America in the long term in Trump's sort of, it's typical strongman, really. That's why Putin and others or Trump has looked to Putin and others as sort of a, somewhat of an inspiration or a sort of someone by which to set standards of. And it shows you the direction the United States is going to go in the next 5 years. Does that mean he's physically going to intervene in sort of smaller countries like Panama or whatever to get what he wants? I don't know if he would go that far, but he certainly doesn't have the multilateralist or compassion that Biden may have had. I didn't necessarily like everything about Biden. I think he made a lot of mistakes. He was quite incompetent. He was too old, but he had compassion. And I think that that's something that's quite sad to see being erased from an American foreign policy. You can talk about the wastage of international aid through USAID. There is a lot. Of waste. I'll give you another example in the UK, for example. I made a video 2 days ago about the British use of defence now, but cutting aid at the same time. More than 50% of that aid went to actually housing migrants in the UK, irregular migrants. Now, international aid, foreign aid, should be spent on foreign issues, not domestic issues concerning foreign, challenges or foreign aliens and stuff, right? That is a terrible use of the it was $4.5 billion or so, or pounds, right? More or less. So that is that's incorrect. I disagree with that, and I think that international aid is important, but it needs to be spent correctly and effectively. And spending it on your own domestic sort of infrastructure to house migrants is not the way to go about it. You're better off resolving the issues in the said countries to stop the migration happening in the first place, right? The root causes, not sort of temporary bandage approaches. So the point I'm making with the aid aspect is that aid has a role, but it needs to be well done. So I understood, I'm trying to be sort of empathetic or patient with people who are anti-USA in the sense that, yeah, maybe doing due diligence and greater accountability and transparency of it is needed. But to cut it completely is insane. And it's symbolic of that broader point I was making about the lack of compassion. And sort of this complete misguided belief that somehow that by disengaging, the United States is somehow going to be more, or if just as fine. Nothing happens in a vacuum, and this is the main point I really wanted to say, which was, or the main thought that came to me, which is, you can talk about the implications, the damage done with Zelensky in Ukraine, but as always, my mind thinks about the bigger picture immediately. And this is the irrevocable trust or damage this is doing to trust and belief and respect for the United States as an international power. There's no coming back from what has happened tonight in terms of damage to Western relations. Every single European capital is explicitly coming out in defense and support of Ukraine. Now, you could argue that they're not coming out in criticism of Trump in some ways, so maybe they're still trying to play diplomatic game. But I don't see how the Europeans and this America are functionable, or can function together. I don't know if NATO is sort of dead, but transatlanticism, as we know it, what is it? Right? I think Canada should join the EU. I think UK should shut the fuck up about Brexit and join the EU. We need to stick together, man. The EU is I love the EU, right? Not in everything about it, right? It's obviously globalistic and it's got all the bureaucratic bullshit with it, but in principle what it's about trying to unify and sort of consolidate European values, which I do love very much. And I partook in another space on Twitter just briefly, and it's a hardline, hardcore MAGA pro-Trump. Trump can do no wrong. It's borderline cult of personality thing. And I put to them the point, which is that you are being so short-termist, so short-sighted, are you not? By not understanding the damage this is doing to the biggest asset that America has had and benefited from since 1945, the Alliance Network. China doesn't have this. We do business with China. We don't trust China, to quote another guest that I had on a week ago. Right? It's true. China does not have the same alliance network. They have a couple of defense pacts. They have a strategic partnership here and there. And if you're wondering what the difference is, it's willingness to commit. To have a joint declaration of an alliance, it shows you that you are intertwined, not just in a physical sense, but you have the same values mentally and blah blah blah. Without trying to sound too soapboxy or whatever, but China just doesn't have that same appeal as America has done, or Western values have done. The Philippines, right? A country not too far away from China, 83%
NATO is dead.
of Filipinos
For
love
real.
the United States. They are actually, other than I think maybe Israel, the country that loves America and what America stands for, its place in the world. So it shows you the appeal that America can have. And I just think it's extremely short-sighted, but also mainly tragic. It's mainly tragic that I think that this is going to see this unravel at this rate. And, I'm not American. There's nothing I can do to stop it. But I am European, and I do want to see Europe do more to take ownership, to protect itself. And because all of this is with one specific point, which is that Vladimir Putin is a threat. I would love to see Russia and America and the West get on well. You've heard me say this before, and I think it's a pretty reasonable thing to see. I'd love there to be that great interoperability or whatever, engagement and stuff, interaction. But with that guy as the head of Russia, good luck with that. Yeah, no. And someone asked me that question, actually, which was, why do you think, though, it's a fair question, which is sort of, do you not think it's a bad idea? I'm paraphrasing, but they said it in more blunt, probably cruder terms, which was, do you not think it's a bad idea to not have at least reasonable relations with Russia so that you can then have Russia on side for when you take on China, which is the bigger systemic threat? And that's a fair point. It is a fair point. I think it's unwise for the West to demonize Russia in some ways. However, Putin is not someone you can trust at face value, or at all, because he wants to decimate European democracy. And I like democracy. I like being able to say things that I think are stupid and be able to talk about it now with you on a Friday when I should be in the bar. But anyway, so it's this naivety of nationalistic MAGA Americans particularly who seem to think that sort of simply by having more constructive relations with Russia, that it sort of ends there. Putin will continue to undermine and weaken other entities that America ultimately benefits from. And yes, maybe there was a way that we could better engage Russia in the past, which didn't push it towards China. But the point is, we're not there. And I think it's insane to even try to think about an alternative at the moment, which sort of, if you think that with all the damage that has been done, to sort of have a reset. If this was 2000 and Putin was just in office, then maybe there could be some degree of that. But it isn't like that. It's 25 years later, and Putin has developed and instilled a real antipathy to the West or to the United States. So any American who seems to think that at this point they can simply reset relations with Putin's regime and just move ahead fine. Can I have some of that? Whatever you're smoking, because that ain't happening. Putin has committed to China at this point. I don't think he would suddenly reverse course and suddenly come over to the West, quote unquote. But I definitely think he would. He definitely is going to, try to play off both sides. And I don't understand the. Again, well, it's the short-sightedness. You get the point I'm making, right? So yeah, I'm just very sad to see this unraveling of everything that I've appreciated about the United States happening so quickly. I thought it would occur, that, Trump would do damage, and I was hoping, or still would like to hope, that the West can hold out, that the Europeans can sort of weather the storm, and sort of do what they did the first term, which was keep things ticking over. And then when a more reasonable leader, be it Republican or Democrat or whatever, comes into office, we move on and try to restore relations and reapproachment. Yeah, I don't think so. And it's just the point is it's non-Western implications, isn't it? This isn't just about what it happens for the United States domestically. It's about the optics and the way that it emboldens anti-American or non-American or Western whatever entities that seek to belittle, undermine, topple the US order. Everything that we've taken for granted in the West is at risk, and America may be so powerful enough that it doesn't have to give a shit. But in international relations, there's absolute and relative gains or losses, right? An absolute gain being that we all gain when the American economy is doing well, right? Everybody benefits because Americans are there. A relative gain is when there's a reduction in oil price. I don't know. I'm sorry. I don't know. My mind's all over the place, to be honest. This is why I don't do live streams unless I have other people to talk to, because I'm not good at not trying to go on stupid digressions. It's an absolute loss what is happening right now, because ultimately America will see an absolute loss. It will absolutely not benefit from this. Not only are they going to see a less supportive bunch of European nations, which will see a reduction in trade, a reduction in intelligence sharing, and a willingness to operate together on science or culture or tech. It will be exacerbated by the exploitation of anti-American entities. It's not, it's a double whammy.
Who's talking?
Yeah.
Which one of you's talking
Putin
over there?
Reeling his hands. And the best part of all of this is he's not had to do anything. Trump and Vance are doing it for him. So, yeah. We've got a lot of you watching, so I'm sure some of you feel triggered or not. I don't know, but as I said, I had to make a stream about
If it suddenly gets loud, it's
insane.
because I'm trying to launch something and it will take forever to launch, and then I
this was the
won't be
last
able to
thing
do
I actually
anything
thought I
until
would
it
mention,
fully
which is
launches.
Zelensky.
So
Zelensky is a character, and you can be fully supportive of Ukraine. And everything is a spectrum, right? As I try to do probably very poorly sometimes on my conversations with guests, is emphasize that, you can sit on an issue over here, but you might not sit on an issue all the way over here all the time, right? So a lot of people on X will call me a globalist because I work for the UN, the World Bank, and so on. Oh, I almost said the Global Bank. They will label me for that. But that's the point. Just because you work for a single entity doesn't mean you represent and align with everything that institution is associated with. People who often do that framing are very simplistic or deliberately have an agenda of trying to frame you out to be very much one way. I'm more nuanced than that. I believe in internationalism. I believe that the United States should be engaged. Do I understand that they have domestic issues that they want to prioritize? Absolutely. I made that point about the British aid aspect, for example. And I think the UK needs to do something about irregular migration. It's out of control. But does that mean we need to internalize and go as far as sort of reform wants to take us? Not sure about that. So mass labeling is a problem, and I mean to do a video on that at some point. But the other issue is sort of that because you support one thing, you're all the way in that same camp, in the sense of that it's more nuanced. So I want Ukraine to be a sovereign, independent, fully functioning, engaged state in the world. But I also recognize the challenges of giving it all its territory back. It is a challenge, and anyone who doesn't admit that is being, well, disingenuous to you. You know, even the most, that's why I respect most people who I have on the show, and if I haven't respected someone, won't either post a video or I'll be more direct with them, and it can get a bit tense. But Zelensky is one of the topics that I have more conflicting opinions about. I think he's been an incredible statesman in terms of maintaining international support, and he's very good at optics. He's very good at PR. There's no denying that the Ukrainians have done an incredible job in mustering Western support and sympathy around the world. But I also think that Zelensky has been a little bit overzealous at times, and I think that this meeting was one case. Again, he is a man representing a country that is literally in a state of the worst war since World War II. But if you watch the video a couple of times, even I would get a sense of like, okay, he's a bit, either you see him being defensive or he's a little bit bullish, but this is the problem. He's coming to the United States because he wants help. He wants that additional money. He wants that additional support. But unfortunately, it's like when you're in school, right? And you're talking to the teacher, and the teacher's saying stuff, and you know that the teacher's bullshitting, or that something happened, and it's not like that, or that's not true representation. You have to suck it up. Or your boss is being a dickhead in work, right? The work example's better, right? The boss is being a dickhead. Your supervisor is being a dickhead. And you want to sock him on, or you want to call him out.
Suck?
You all sorts of stuff.
Suck him?
Because if you do, you lose your job. Because you're junior, right? This is the same thing. Ukraine relies on the United States. So unfortunately, whether you like it or not, Zelensky has to play the game. And for a few people, including some more Ukrainian-aligned types, Zelensky might have got a little bit too carried away. And I don't necessarily disagree with that. I do think that Vance certainly baited him, or deliberately was combative, which meant Zelensky maybe sort of came back a little bit as well. But again, if it had just been Trump and Zelensky, I think this whole thing wouldn't have occurred like this. I think that you would have seen difficult conversations being had, but the press conference would have gone ahead, and this deal, whatever you think about it, whether it's genuine or more of a PR stunt, would have been signed. And Zelensky would have continued to ensure support for Ukraine in the coming weeks. Because keep in mind that Ukraine has been receiving continued support. Trump hasn't discontinued the existing commitments that were kept over from the Biden administration. But now what's happened, if we look on X, I saw relatively recently, about an hour ago, the US State Department has discontinued support for Ukraine's energy infrastructure, or restoration, reconstruction. That's not great for their ability to, deter or manage against, protect against airstrikes and other assaults from the Kremlin. So it's a challenging one. Now, I mean, I don't go as far as to think that Zelensky was disrespecting them. I don't. I think he might have been a little bit curt or a little bit too flamboyant in the way he responded. But again, you've got to consider the bigger context of where he's coming from and what he's dealing with on a day-to-day basis versus Vance and Trump, who are in DC, and it's all quite cushy. I don't think enough personal consideration of each individual's background or immediate background circumstances is being considered by the MAGA side. But why would it be? For most of them, they have no intention of actually caring about that detail. They just see this as a momentous win for them and an illustration of strength and that's right. Well, that was one of the funniest posts I did see on X, which was, well done Trump, you weren't bullied by Zelensky. You know, you showed strength there. Yeah, Zelensky. Yeah, Trump really needs to show strength against Zelensky. Like, what are they fucking talking? What are they talking about? Show strength. Like, sort of, how insecure are the Trump cultists that they think that sort of they need to show strength to Zelensky? The guy's not exactly gonna. I'm not gonna be bullied by Zelensky, right? I'm not the tallest. Oh, I'm about. I don't know. I think I'm average height. I don't know. 5'10" is that average height? I don't know. I'm not particularly insecure about that. Is my point. And I wouldn't feel particularly intimidated or insecure by Zelensky. So for them to have to frame it like he's sort of some massive King Kong guy who's coming in and throwing his weight about and trying to put Trump in his place, it's just, that's absurd. So yeah, this is bad, everybody. 31 minutes in, I've said a lot more than I thought I would say in 30 minutes. I thought this would be going on for much longer. So I've hit all the points I wanted to say, I think. Oh, and of course, last point, actually. Why you not wearing a suit? From the journalist. Did you ask that of Elon Musk? Are you going to next time? Double standards?
Oh my God,
Zelensky
bro.
wears the same stuff everywhere he goes. Elon Musk doesn't wear a suit, and if anything, I think Zelensky looked better than Elon did in terms of actual presentation, because things actually fitted properly. Like Elon Musk's choice of, clothing and a taste.
I hit close program.
For sizes. So anyway, thank you guys for joining. I'm not ending, don't worry. I'm just taking a pause. I'm gonna. Wow, I've had a lot of comments. Oh, thank you very much, Miss Ashji, for the support. Welcome, Trusha. Nice to see you joining. Appreciate you guys. So yeah, I don't know. Let me scroll to the top and let's try and. If you do have questions, then re-put them in the thingy. Yeah. Okay. Now's not the time for EU culture wars. I mean, I do think that the EU has some issues, right? I think we should be able to acknowledge the shortcomings or unnecessary troubles of each respective area, right? And I think that the EU has a lot of issues. There needs to be a move away from sort of overemphasis on political correctness at times. I do think that there has been too much emphasis on certain things, and I think it's nice when you can speak your mind. But at the same time, you know, I do think Europe is finally waking up. Whether or not that translates into actually doing something, that's the problem. It's the inaction. It's the inaction from the Europeans, which is my other biggest concern. America is moving more quickly away from any obligations or willingness to be engaged than the Europeans are being able to keep up, right? We're hearing great comments about supporting Ukraine and taking ownership of military needs, defense, energy provision, independence and stuff, but it's not moving fast enough. I was in Brussels just yesterday for a function actually, which I'm very excited to share with you guys in the coming days, and I hope to do more of this actually in the coming days. I'm not really one to mention monetary things, but if you guys do want to see me do more stuff in person, which I do want to do, then I would encourage you to check out the membership or the Patreon, because that enables me to hire out spaces, book guests, do that sort of stuff, buy better equipment. So if you want to support me through those means, I would love that. But I'm English, and also I don't really like, do it at your own free will. If you want to support me more, then I really appreciate that. But also, no expectations there. But anyway, the point I'm making is that I was in Brussels doing an in-person event, and it was really interesting. And I was in the Parliament, and I was in the Commission, and I was seeing the buildings, and just, it's pretty cool seeing this collective area that was established to try and foster democratic and universal and collective values. right? And it's very sad to see Trump's America turning away from that. And I do worry about the ability to salvage the relationship longer down the line. If, in a hypothetical scenario, the United States has an even more, well, it could go one of two ways. You either get a more moderate person in, I don't know who, or a advanced type. And if you get advanced type, then well, let's not even begin. And we how far are we in? 6 weeks? 5 weeks? No, yeah, 5 weeks. Oh my God, we're 5 weeks in, everybody. Yeah. So anyway, it's very sad, and that's why I think the irony I would. Would say about this channel, actually, I'm filibustering at this point because I'm looking through your comments, is that in the past, pro-MAGA types, the anti-establishment types, the ones who would be, would say that they've been ostracized by the mainstream media and an establishment, would be like, and don't forget to support me, not necessarily monetarily, but, follow me, I'm fighting the fight against the disinformation and the propaganda. Well, technically now, I'm one of those, because I do believe in sort of the more mainstream stuff. I don't believe that all media is evil and, it's all owned by the what do they call it? The Jewish lizard globalist people who use chemtrails to control the population, right? I'm not one of those. I think there's a lot of issues, but I still think that modern science, for example, and vaccines are more beneficial than they're not. I do believe in climate change, for example. So anyway, what I'm saying is that I'm one of the creators now who's fighting the battle against disinformation. Support me and help me spread truths in this post-truth world. I should frame myself the way that all these grifters do. And yes, you can say, well, you're running a YouTube channel, so you are one as well. Well, not really, because I actually do work as well. Anyway, so I'm very worried about the direction that the United States is going to go, and whether or not you could sort of see people talk about a civil war, and I'm not entirely sure that would ever be a thing. I think it's more just the inseparable, what's the word? The divergence, the polarization that is seemingly embedded now within the United States. Yes, a lot of Europe is deeply divided, and the rise of, shall we call them, populists, is there. Not just populist right, there are populist lefts as well, and but it's nowhere near the level of America. And there's one guy who I've engaged with before, and I tried to sort of just talk to a bit, but he's such an idiot, and it's the blissful ignorance, it's the arrogant ignorance, right? I hate it when you meet someone, not just in international relations or politics or something, I just mean in social, when you're in a social setting, when you meet someone and you're talking to them about different stuff, and they have
Okay, fuck off. Can't you fucking not even formatted the screen properly?
have such strong opinions about shit that they've never either been to, studied about, sort of, and he just said, you know, what did he say? Piss off back to your shithole country, you hack. Talking about the UK, right? I don't think he's ever left the States at that point, if he says that. Because I wouldn't say that about America. I have issues with America. I criticize it a lot. But I would never say that about really any country. There are countries that I haven't enjoyed as much when I've traveled, but I would never say that in such a way. And it's that sort of arrogance and aggression and sort of just approach that I feel it's going to be really hard to unravel in how deep it's getting in Trump's America. So yeah, I think it's very sad. I've only been to 14 states in the US, but it gave me enough appreciation to understand just how diverse it is and why you can't make sweeping generalizations about people. Yeah, and that was me. Oh, the amount of times I would have had that conversation with other Americans, and they'll be like, "Oh, I hate Floridians. They're fuck Floridian." And it's like, yeah, look, I mean, I know that there's a lot of unsavory people, but is it okay to just say shit like that? I mean, in passing, actually, to be fair, I remember visiting the Gulf Keys in 2019 after I graduated from Johns Hopkins, and we were there for a sort of celebratory few days, and we went to a typical Floridian bar, and I got chatting to these younger, sort of, they were quite nationalist in that way, but they were like, and I was like, well, you know, Floridian, people from Florida are Floridian. Oh, are Floridians, yeah. Have a bit of a reputation. It was like, well, you know, Floridians. I thought it was really funny. But then it turned out that she had lived abroad for a couple of years. And so it illustrated that she had an appreciation for just different places of the world, and she could make a joke about herself. Often the people who are so immediately offended, I find out the irony as well, actually, about people who are supportive of the MAGA movement. They can actually be some of the most sensitive people in the world, and the double standards. Obviously, they talk about the disrespect, or you know, let's say. Well, it's all about framing, right? If this was Biden and stuff, they would be berating a journalist who's coming in and interrupting Trump or something. But because it's that's great, he did that, you know. If the journalist interrupted Trump, then they would be like, how dare he? This is so disrespectful. But if it was Biden, it's good. He's holding him accountable. What's the difference? Half the time, these people, when they talk about the perfection of Trump and their administration, it's sort of like, well, okay, but that same sort of thing did happen in the Biden administration, but you hated it because it was just Biden. So yeah, it's. Oh, actually, this is a good point. VP, nuclear non-proliferation is dead. Should start their nuclear programs. You see, the thing about that is that. I'm just going to put it on the screen for everybody. You see, the thing about that, and this is something that I was having a conversation with Dmitry Alperovich earlier today. The episode should be out early next week. which was, in my opinion, Europe has the capacity. We have the capacity to support ourselves, to manage our own defense, security, etc. What we lack is effective coordination, because Northern Europe has very different sentiments to Southern Europe, or Eastern Europe has different sentiments to Western Europe. And until there is a more, I think, clear, coordinated understanding of aspirations around it, it's going to be a massive liability, Achilles heel. And I think that the nuclear aspect of this is important, because at the moment, the Europeans are over-dependent on the US. They always have been, as they have been over-dependent on big markets in China, as they have been over-dependent on cheap gas and energy from Russia, right? The Europeans have been overly dependent on other powers than being more self-sufficient. And I think that that's an objective point that that we can all agree on. But America does provide such an important element in the security architecture of Europe. Now, the Europeans can step up and take the kinetic aspect of things, the actual ground offensive, defensive capabilities. But one area that it will take even longer is the logistical side, provision of radar, reconnaissance, intelligence, right? And that, I think, is sort of the Americans have nukes dotted around so much of Europe that the French and the British, they don't have the capacity to replace that. I don't think Trump would necessarily remove all nukes. That's quite an undertaking. But in what capacity can the British and the French really step up as the two nuclear powers of Europe? Germany is obviously there as the economic one as well, and will militarize over time. But all this takes time, and so in the immediate instance, you have two countries that are more powerful in a nuclear sense, but their militaries are quite underfunded. I mean, the British, I think we have 80,000 troops. French, I think is slightly more fleshed out, but not massively. The Poles are the ones who, in more of a conventional military sense, have that capacity, but that's because they're spending 5%, and they have the immediate need to. So there's a huge disconnect here, and I think that the proliferation of nuclear weapons across Europe isn't necessarily the answer. I think it's more about finding a way to better leverage. It's also, I don't want to get too ahead of ourselves. We don't fully know if Trump's going to completely disregard Europe in every way, but yeah, it's certainly an element that I think we have to consider. And I'm not one to pretend to know the best answer about the policies. Okay, I'll read out some comments. Drew D, holy shit, you're pushing all the fake news. It's not fake news. It's my experiences of living in Washington for 5 years across both administrations. I'll mind you, actually. I don't think that there is a. Of course, there are different types of MAGAs. It's not a monolith. There are different people of different backgrounds and perspectives. But I do think that there is certainly a unfortunate degree of idealism about Trump. There is a belief that everything he is doing is the best thing ever, and that there will be no negative repercussions, which there will be. But the problem is, it's like climate change. We don't think about things long term enough. We just think, we're saving money, withdrawing from Ukraine. Okay, fine. But when you start seeing more shit happening negatively in America because of that reduction in engagement, maybe you'll begin to put two and two together. I think it's extremely ill-guided, misguided, short-sighted, whatever, I do wish there was a little bit more oomph from the Europeans as well. Your comment here makes me think of that, actually, Jeffrey, which is sort of, Jeffrey. I don't know if that's how you mean it. I don't know if you're still watching, but I agree. I do think that there needs to be more of a sort of willingness to stand fast. So, for example, Macron comes to mind. I also thought about doing a video, but if you look at the way that the two leaders acted, I found Macron much more assertive, much willing to be forthright with Trump. And I'm obviously thinking about the moment where he grabs his arm, or firmly puts his hand on his arm, Trump's arm, and says, no, that's not quite true, that's not quite accurate. Keir didn't do that. cue at the beginning of the meeting when they're standing in the porch or whatever, the front door of the steps of the White House, right? Zelensky, Starmer is there, and he's like slightly huddled over, looking as feeble as I thought he would. Macron always, he's very deliberate with his body language and the way that he talks with Trump. Trump's a big dude, and you go up and you shake hands, and he puts his hand on his shoulder, right? He keeps that distance. He makes sure that Trump doesn't pull him closer, because if you pull someone closer, you lurch forward, you're stumbling, you look less presidential, statesman, and it's the power dynamics, right? So yeah, it's interesting, and I really, as I said before, I hope that the British government rescinds that invitation. Depending upon, I think they're going to be feckless and hold out. But I certainly hope that I hope it doesn't come to this in the sense that Trump does more to reduce support. But if it were, Trump draws back more and more of the support that's still ongoing, then the UK takes a stand. Right, because more countries need to take a stand against what is happening right now, because it's disastrous. And I think of almost all of this actually as well. Come to think of it, is what the Chinese must be thinking. Obviously, we always talk about all the noise that is happening in Europe, in America, near Ukraine or whatever, is joyous. Let me hide the comment. How do you do that? Is joyous for the Americans, for the Chinese, because it illustrates that the spotlight isn't on them, and so they can continue to quietly go about what they want to do with Taiwan. And I am thinking about what all this transactionality and implications means for Ukraine, but also Taiwan. And Ukraine has that added element of sort of, what's the word? It's got the baggage. Taiwan doesn't have quite as much. It's not as tainted as much now. But, Trump's going to be like, all right, you have to give us, TSMC or whatever the acronym of the chips company is, right? You have the semiconductor companies, right? You have to give us that, then we'll support you. It's sort of, we're going to literally sort of get to that, that stage. Interesting, Gary. I appreciate you sharing this. Yeah, I think that's a fair assessment. Again, I'm not trying to insult every supporter or person who voted for Trump. I don't. There were a lot of people who voted for him because they were tired of the status quo. They were tired of the establishment. They wanted change. For many people, Trump is terrifying change, but he's changed nonetheless, and that's what brought him into power in the first place. So I appreciate that. Interesting that you don't think he could have done anything to prevent this. I mean, in my opinion, he could have gone better, but I don't see how it could have gone any worse. It was because of the body language of people in the room. And I just don't see... I also just don't think Trump has that mental patience or sort of like complexity. I don't think he's stupid, like a complete idiot, but I think he doesn't have the...
Write the language that's
game
true.
loud. I know, I warned you.
I
warned you. I said it's going to get loud because I haven't adjusted this game yet, so I can't touch it until it like boots up and stuff. So I told you it might get a little loud when the game boots, but like it's so loud that like sometimes like because it's so modded, it takes forever to load. Like the game is like 10 times the size of the regular game because it's so modded. Like it's modded to a point where it barely functions. And so like a lot on my like old computer that was even more like low end, and like I would have my speaker turned up. Yeah, I was watching YouTube and I'd launch the game, and then like 30 minutes later I would completely forget I tried to launch it, and like it would just fucking startle me because it would be loud as fuck.
add in this other language, the proper place for this, as I've said again multiple times, is to put it in the minority views, which will be part of the oversight plan. But for some reason, that doesn't seem to be good enough for the minority.
Will the chairman yield?
Yeah, sure.
Just to pursue this point for a moment, this claim that this was fact-checking, wasn't this a suppression of New York Post reporting on the genuineness of the Hunter Biden laptop, which included the most incriminating evidence against a president involving family influence peddling that I think has ever been produced, and it turned out to be true. So what they were actually doing was suppressing facts, not checking them.
Suppressing facts and doing violation to the First Amendment and free speech rights of Americans. Who seeks recognition? Gentlelady, Ms. Crockett is recognized.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. It's so interesting to me that we all swear an oath to the Constitution, and we say that we take that oath seriously, but when it comes into actually doing something that looks like preserving that oath or looks like preserving the Constitution, we get a little wobbly, and I'm not really understanding what's going on. Freedom of press doesn't look like kicking out the Washington Post, or actually the Huffington Post has been kicked out. We know that the Associated Press has been kicked out, and now the Washington Post is not going to allow for op-eds in any way if for some reason they criticize the sitting president of the United States. What this is starting to feel like is a smaller version of Russia. And I am trying to tell you that we are nothing like Russia. We are not supposed to be like Russia, but that is what we've got going on. And I'm sorry, I know that some of my colleagues still struggle with answering the question of who won the election in 2020. And you may have felt a way when you had social media checking people and saying, no, Trump did not win the election in 2020. That is absolutely factual. And unfortunately, because some people got all riled up because they believed the lies, they ended up getting locked up because they decided that they were going to believe the lies. They ended up at the Capitol on January 6th, and they were trying to tear this thing apart because they felt like their country was falling apart in front of their eyes because for whatever reason, there were people in power that were peddling a lie about the election. We also know, and some of y'all may still say that COVID was a hoax. COVID wasn't a hoax. Tell that to the over 1 million people that died under Donald Trump's first watch. It wasn't a hoax. So no, I do believe that it was okay. In fact, I do believe that it was ethically right for social media to check people because you had people that didn't know anything about science and decided that they were going to put out whatever lies or propaganda or conspiracy theories they wanted to. And people died. At some point in time, we have to evaluate what is factual. And I know that facts hurt y'all, and I just wish we could get on the same page, but we do know during the presidential election that the president would not go and participate in anything if fact-checking was going to be a part of it, because he didn't want to be fact-checked. We know that the vice president got upset in his vice presidential debate when he was fact-checked. It used to be a time in this country that we as members of Congress or elected officials thought that it was okay to just tell the truth. Instead, we're pushing conspiracy theories, and some of them are killing people. It's the same thing that we have coming out of Doge. It's the reason that people are dying. It's the reason that farmers are losing their farms, because we continue to peddle conspiracy theories. It is time for us to say, Mr. President, guess what? Russia invaded Ukraine. Can we at least agree on that one? Facts matter. Y'all, this is literally potentially putting us into an international crisis. We may be heading towards the next world war because we have a president that wants to pal around with Putin and wants to do everything to make him feel good, including lying about who invaded who. Mr. Chair, I got a minute left, but I really want to yield to any of my colleagues and ask them if they will say today, very basically, that when it came down to the war in Ukraine, that it was not Ukraine that invaded Russia, it was the other way around. Is there anybody in here that has enough courage to say that Russia invaded Ukraine?
You can have my time.
And this is yet the problem. This is the problem. That is not infringing upon free speech.
Will the gentlelady yield?
I will yield to the rank.
Thank you, Ms. Crockett. To be clear, your challenge, I think, was across the aisle, because I think every member on your side of the aisle agrees with the obvious fact that Vladimir Putin ordered the filthy, bloody, imperialistic invasion of Ukraine. And in fact, at the time, Donald Trump as president never denied it. In fact, he praised it. He said it was, quote, an act of genius when Putin ordered the invasion of Ukraine. So I would hope some of our colleagues would consent to at least that historical point, since we think history is so important. There are people who want to relive that in our oversight report.
And therein lies the problem.
The time of the gentlelady has expired. The gentleman from California is recognized.
I'd yield to the chairman.
I just wanted to make a point. We talked, gentlelady, previous speaker talked about factual information. We've talked about fact-checking. Fact-checking. You know what fact-checking is truly supposed to be in this country? The First Amendment. Not some expert who can sit on and look at posts and tweets and different things and say, oh, that's not factual, take it down. That's not how it works. Fact-checking is the First Amendment. Someone says something stupid, and that happens every day in this Congress. Someone says something crazy. Someone says something that's not quite true, not quite accurate. You know what the fact check is? Someone says something else, and you have debate. That's what we do in this committee every day. And this is the committee who's supposed to protect that fundamental fact.
This is a dumb narrative.
Real fact-checking is the First Amendment. Our Supreme Court has been clear about that. You don't like certain speech, the best speech for wrong speech is more speech. The best speech for false speech is true speech. That's how it works. You have a debate, and you trust we, the people, to figure it out, not some expert who's going to fact-check every tweet, every post, and we saw this in the Biden administration. We're seeing it in Europe now. We're seeing it in Brazil. That was the first bill we dealt with from the gentleman from California, his good legislation that we all agreed on. We're going to work on and put a good bill on the floor. So that's the key. That's what and we know it happened because, again, we had the guy who runs one of the biggest companies in the world, most successful tech companies in the world, tell us it happened. We had on the third day of the Biden administration an email from the White House to Twitter saying, take down this tweet ASAP.
Yes,
the government telling a business to take down a tweet. And the tweet, ironically, was from RFK Jr., who was going to be running for president against the guy in the White House. So he was saying, take down the speech of my opponent. That's not how it's supposed to work in this country. That's what we're concerned about. That's why it's in our oversight plan. And if you want additional things to look at, again, put them in your viewpoints. We're happy to accept them. We'll take everything Mr. Raskin has said today, everything the gentlelady from Texas has said today. We'll take everything the Democrats said. You want to put all that in your plan? Put it in your plan. That's fine. That's how it works. But no, that's not good enough. That's not good enough.
They might start banning them. Who knows?
I think the gentleman, and back to the point of...
I think it remains to be seen. I defer to President Trump on what his next step is and what happens moving forward. But the president made his position quite clear today when he asked Zelensky and the Ukrainians to depart the White House. He feels as President Zelensky is not in the right mindset to negotiate peace. And I think, frankly, that was reinforced with his comments on Bret Baier refusing to apologize for disrespecting the president and the American people in the Oval Office. The President Zelensky was in the White House today and had a real chance to sign an economic agreement that would have been great for the American people to recoup our tax dollars and great for the Ukrainian people to rebuild their country. And unfortunately, he blew the deal up in his own face.
Was the White House expecting an apology? We saw that he didn't directly say that he opposed Trump one.
I don't think we were expecting anything, to be honest with you.
Just on the flip side of this, obviously, there's another player. So is the White House going to ramp up negotiations with Putin, with Russia, with the president potentially traveling President Putin sooner than later?
I'm not tracking anything in terms of next steps in the engagement with Putin and the Russians. The president has made it clear always that both sides need to talk equally to bring both sides to the table to negotiate a deal. And in a good deal, any good deal, whether it's in business or in politics, both sides usually walk away a little bit unhappy. Unfortunately for Zelensky, I think he refuses to recognize the practical reality of this war. It's been going on for years. His countrymen are dying, and the people who have been funding this effort, the American people, are sick and tired of footing this bill. So it's a much different situation for him than it was 3 years ago. And as President Trump said today, he doesn't have any cards. The cards are not in his favor. They're in President Trump's favor. There's a new leader in the White House who has much different priorities than the last administration. He wants peace. He wants the war to end. And it doesn't seem like Zelensky wants that quite yet.
Switching gears real fast, Caroline.
Secretary of State Rubio sent out an ex-post after the Oval Office blow-up saying, quote, "Thank you, POTUS, President of the United States, for standing up for America in a way that no president has ever had the courage to do so before. Thank you for putting America first. America is with you." Let's bring in Tammy Bruce, spokesperson for the State Department. Tammy, I have a feeling that message that was put out by your boss, by the Secretary of State, wasn't just a message to the American people. It was a message to the world, as I was talking about with General Keane, that you just can't squeeze America any further.
Well, that's right. And look, this is what the American people voted for. They want a team of leadership as embodied by, with the vision of the president, to stand up for this country, and not through some kind of obscure diplomatic talk or secret meetings, but in public, in the environment of the White House, where it is clear that the American people can see what the dynamic is and what the President of the United States thinks. Not only will we see it, as we did, but the enemies of this country also see it. Yeah. It was a framework, ultimately, of the nature of what does it sound like to stand up for the United States? What does it sound like for that team of people? You have the president, you have the vice president, you have the Secretary of State, Marco Rubio. The notion of diplomacy in action with blunt talk and a clarity that you rarely see. It was exciting. It's important. It is part and parcel of what will make America great again, is the fact that you can stand up for the country, make demands about what is going to make us safer and stronger and more prosperous, and make sure that our friends and enemies know exactly where we stand. That was accomplished today. Yeah. It's going to be, Zelensky has a number of choices he's going to have to make, and clearly he's got a big problem in his country. Donald Trump is the recognized as the key leader in the issue of peace on this planet and how to make countries stronger and get on their feet and get over the malaise and the problems of the last 4 years. He is the man to listen to. He is the one who has been right through this entire process, and he still is. So it was very exciting, and we're very proud of him. And we know also with Secretary Rubio in that room, the nature of how this gets translated across the world is going to be very distinctive. Right. And I'm very excited and very proud, as all Americans should be.
There was somebody else in that room. The ambassador from Ukraine was in that room, and she was holding her forehead when all this went down. It wasn't clear whether she was just upset at the whole scene, or I think a lot of it had to do with her being upset with Zelensky. Of course, I can't get into somebody's head, but there is a question about whether Zelensky can continue on as president. I mean, Lindsey Graham voiced that question out loud right after the meeting, saying, either he makes a dramatic turnaround very quickly, or he should not be the leader of that country. I mean, is the State Department, is it going to take a position on that point?
Well, what, of course, we always recognize, and what's vitally important in the diplomatic world and a democratic world, is that the people of Ukraine will decide those issues. This is an issue for those individuals who have faced an extremely difficult time. War is horrible. It has been an awful conflict. We had tremendous success at the UN, at the Security Council, calling for an end to this conflict. An American-led resolution, very simple. Right. Nobody wins in this environment. Right. So our position has always been what it has has been, which is the people of every country decide for themselves, but that obviously this war needs to end. President Trump is the one who's able to do it. And of course, President Zelensky, I think, maybe is having some second thoughts, but he has a chance to turn this around. And he probably should for the sake of his people.
Tammy, I just want to put up a couple of charts here. The general American, this is from a Harvard-Harris poll. Most voters want Ukraine to negotiate a settlement. The question, do you want Ukraine to continue the war against Russia or negotiate a settlement with Russia? 72% say they want to negotiate a settlement. Do you favor or oppose Donald Trump announcing direct U.S.-Russia negotiations to end the war? 60% favor him doing that. And then you had this ex-post put out by the only member of Congress who's a Ukrainian migrant to the United States, Victoria Spartz. She said, Zelensky is doing a serious disservice to the Ukrainian people, insulting the American president and the American people just to appease Europeans and increase his low polling in Ukraine. Do you think that had anything to do with it?
You know, I think that what is driving Mr. Zelensky is not something that we can imagine, but we do know that his options are very clear. That the war needs to end. The carnage has got to stop. This is not a controversial position. It is something that the United States can help with, but only because Donald Trump is the president and because now of the reputation that has been developed because of Marco Rubio as the Secretary of State. These are things, it's the Trump vision as implemented by and interpreted by Marco Rubio and his point of view about what's possible in the world. Yeah. And so Zelensky has the benefit of great American leadership to make the difference. Today was inexplicable.
No, it was.
And I think that everyone in the world wants it to change.
We went over some of that with the general, but I just quickly have to ask you, because I'm way over time here, but was the deal for the minerals deal, was that already made up? Was it ready to sign today?
Well, I don't work in the White House. I don't speak for the White House, but obviously the president made an arrangement, and he is the ultimate deal maker. He's a businessman. That arrangement, I don't think would have happened unless the president, he greeted Zelensky warmly. He had a mission for today. It was announced. Yeah. It seems like it was, and you know, it doesn't mean that it still can't be done. Right, and that's where real leadership comes from, and Zelensky can, I think, exhibit that for us.
Tammy, we'll leave it at that. And by the way, I never had a chance in person to congratulate you on your new position. Thank you very much for being here, Tammy.
Thank you, David.
Great.
The unprecedented and explosive scene from inside of the Oval Office today, with Trump now facing a storm of criticism from international allies, top Democrats, and even some on the right. The day starting normally enough. You see Trump greeting Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky at the West Wing driveway this morning. The two men shaking hands and then walking in. But then both presidents headed to the Oval Office for what should have been a traditional photo op. The two were supposed to negotiate a mineral deal in Ukraine and possible security guarantees as it fights off Russia. Traditionally, it's a short, choreographed event, but it quickly went off the rails, devolving into a tense and very public exchange between Donald Trump, President Zelensky, and J.D. Vance. Now, the confrontation began when Vance tried to lecture Zelensky over diplomacy.
The path to peace and the path to prosperity is maybe engaging in diplomacy. We tried the pathway of Joe Biden of thumping our chest and pretending that the President of the United States' words mattered more than the President of the United States' actions. What makes America a good country is America engaging in diplomacy. That's what President Trump is doing.
Can I ask you?
Sure.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay. So he occupied our parts, big parts of Ukraine, part of East and Crimea. So he occupied it on 2014. So during a lot of years, so I'm not speaking about just Biden, but those time was Obama, then President Obama, then President Trump, then President Biden, now the President Trump, and God bless, now President Trump will stop him. But during 2014, nobody stopped him. He just occupied and took. He killed people. You know what the contact
2015.
2014. What kind of diplomacy, JD, you are speaking about? What do you mean?
I'm talking about the kind of diplomacy that's going to end the destruction of your country.
Yes, but if you
Mr. President, with respect, I think it's disrespectful for you to come into the Oval Office and try to litigate this in front of the American media.
That's when Trump interjected and began attacking Zelensky.
You don't have the cards right now. With us, you start having
I'm not playing cards.
Right now, you don't.
I'm very
You're playing
serious,
cards.
Mr. President.
You're
I'm
playing
very
cards.
serious.
You're
I'm
gambling
the
with the
president
lives
in
of
war.
millions of people.
You think
You're gambling with World War III. You're gambling with World War III. And what you're doing is very disrespectful to the country, this country.
Then Trump and Vance claimed that Zelensky has been ungrateful.
Have you said thank you once this
A lot
entire
of
meeting?
times.
No, in this
Even
entire meeting,
today.
have you said thank
Even
you?
today.
You went to Pennsylvania and campaigned for the opposition in October. Offer some words of appreciation for the United States of America and the president who's trying to save your country.
Please, you think that if you will speak very loudly about the war, you
He's
can...
not speaking loudly. He's not speaking loudly. Your country's in big trouble.
Can I
Wait a
answer?
minute. No.
Can
You've
I
done a lot
answer?
of talking. Your country is in big trouble.
I know.
You're not winning.
I know.
You're not winning this.
I
You have a damn
We-
good chance of
we are
coming out
staying,
okay because of
Mr.
us.
President, we are staying in our country, staying strong from the very beginning of the war. We've been alone, and we are thankful. I said thanks
You haven't
in
been
this
allowed.
cabinet,
You
and
haven't
not
been
only
allowed.
in this
We
cabinet.
gave you, through
I
this
said thank
stupid
you.
president, $350 billion.
You voted
we gave
for
you
your
military equipment,
You
and you
voted
men
for
are
your
brave,
president.
but they had to use our military.
What about West
If
Virginia?
you didn't have
You
our
invited
military
me-
equipment,
You invited
if
me
you
to
didn't
speak.
have our military equipment, this war would have been over in 2 weeks.
In 3
okay?
days, I heard it from Putin. In 3 days, this is something
Maybe
new.
less.
In 2 weeks, of course he has.
It's going to be a very hard thing to do business like this. All right, I think we've seen enough. What do you think? Huh? This is going to be great television. I will say that.
As a matter of fact, Zelensky has publicly thanked the United States numerous times, including at the beginning of today's meeting. Here's a picture of the Ukrainian ambassador with her face planted squarely in her hands. Perhaps how the world also felt watching this Trump-Vance meltdown. NBC reports that in the hour after the Oval Office meeting, the Ukrainians tried to reset. But the White House felt disrespected by Zelensky, citing he was, quote, shrugging and rolling his eyes. So Zelensky was asked to leave. No deal was signed, and the White House
Like a
later saying
fucking child,
Zelensky
exactly.
is not welcome back. The New York Times headline, Trump and Vance loudly berate Zelensky in Oval Office. Immediately after the meeting, numerous Democrats slamming Trump.
That was an embarrassment. That was an abomination. What you watched was American power being destroyed in the world as everybody watches President Trump become a lapdog for a brutal dictator in Moscow. What we just witnessed between Donald Trump, J.D. Vance, and President Zelensky inside the White House was an ambush. It was a planned ambush designed to embarrass President Zelensky in order to benefit Vladimir Putin.
Notably, some voices on Fox also questioning whether the obvious winner in all of this is Vladimir Putin.
The only winner today, if there is no deal and if these two men leave, the only winner is Vladimir Putin, and the result will be more death, more destruction, because it will embolden Putin.
If you're Putin, I think you're liking what you're seeing. I think you're liking the way this is falling apart.
Joining me now is Ambassador Michael McFaul, former United States ambassador to Russia. Ambassador, what a colossal embarrassment to witness the President of the United States treat a fellow head of state inside of the Oval Office in such a disrespectful manner. How far have we fallen from grace?
As far as I can ever remember, I've never seen such a colossal failure of American diplomacy. This was supposed to be a good deal. It was supposed to be a good day. Both sides were happy with this minerals deal.
Like even
and it could have
America
helped to
is
set
fucking
the
trying to
preconditions
interfere
for
in
a
Europe's
genuine
elections,
negotiation
you
to
know?
a peace deal,
Like
which
Russia.
everybody wants. The Ukrainians, most of all. Let's be crystal clear about that. But instead, it became this shouting match and relitigating what happened in 2016. And just like you said that earlier in the comments, there's one giant winner from all of this. this is Vladimir Putin.
Oh my
and the real
goodness.
question now is that by design or was that a mistake? Because sometimes when I hear President Trump, I think he's doing everything he can to appease Putin. And that is not in America's national interest. Let's leave aside Ukraine for a minute. We do not have an interest in emboldening dictators to attack their enemies, to neighbors, I mean, to annex their territory. That will embolden dictators all over the world. So I hope it was just got off the rails because of emotion.
I wouldn't describe him as a
Sometimes I
deer in the
worry that actually
headlights.
Trump's on the side of Vladimir Putin, and if that's the case, we're in big trouble.
I mean, I don't think you really need to find better evidence, Ambassador, to kind of answer your own question when it comes to whether or not, as some people have said, Trump is Putin's lapdog. But some experts are also witnessing, including you, watching this interaction in the Oval Office and saying that this was an ambush, that it was a setup in order to bring Zelensky in to humiliate him publicly. Even Trump saying at the end before he took questions, oh, this is going to make great TV. But this is not just fictionalized TV. There are thousands, tens of thousands of lives that have been lost and that are at stake. So who really ended up looking like the fool at the end of this? Trump, Vance?
Well, I don't know if it was an ambush on purpose, but it sure felt that way. And I'm sure this will play great for their base. And it felt at times that that's what this was all about. I used to work at the White House. I used to organize these kinds of meetings for President Obama. It is unheard of that the vice president would speak ever in these meetings, let alone with the cameras rolling for as long as this happened. So I don't know that to be true, but maybe it played well with their base, but it's not going to play well with the American people. And that's where I think Trump needs to pump the brakes a bit. 81% of the American people in a poll just last week said they do not trust Putin. So think about it. How many times have you seen a poll where 80% of Americans answer on the same side? That doesn't happen that often in our country today. And I think maybe they think this is good for their politics, but I think they may be wrong about that even as well.
You know, Ambassador, some of the shots that we're seeing on our screen include, if they pan out a little bit, there's a guy sitting on the couch next to J.D. Vance. His name is Secretary of State Marco Rubio.
Yes.
And he's conspicuously silent.
Marco's going to get it harder. Everyone's going to fucking rail on him about this couch.
What is his value add in this? Because shouldn't he be participating? Shouldn't somebody be the adult in the room here?
That's a great question. And right after the meeting, he went out on Twitter and made a statement, praising President Trump. I get he has to do that. That's his boss. But I've known Secretary Rubio for a long time. He was part of my confirmation hearings back in 2011. He's been at this a long time. I know exactly what he said for all of his career until the last 4 weeks about Vladimir Putin. So he's either got to decide that I'm going to stay true to my principles and try to get this back on track, or he's going to go down in history as one of the worst Secretary of States in history. He will look horrible if he just capitulates and goes along with this. Now, I hope that he saw this as a mess, and I hope that the diplomats will take over. By the way, diplomacy is done better behind closed doors, not with cameras rolling. And I think it's really incumbent upon the Secretary of State right now to reach out to his Ukrainian counterparts, get the relationship back on track, sign the minerals deal, and resuscitate, which right now is incredibly broken bilateral relationship with Ukraine.
And what are United States allies thinking as they witness what happened, the chaos that happened today in the Oval Office, and they see how a foreign head of state is being treated by the President of the United States?
They're horrified. They've said it publicly. And this, I want to be clear, we're talking not just about any head of state. We're talking about the democratically elected leader of a country that has been invaded for no reason by a dictator who's annexed his territory, who's killed, as you rightfully said. Thank you for reminding people. We're talking about lives lost here. Yes. 20,000 Ukrainian kids have been taken to Russia. These are crimes against humanity that this man is standing up against.
Pleased to say, I'm very pleased to say, in fact, that we have Talk's Peter Cardwell with me to navigate our way through what's happened. Obviously, that's brought a lot of people who are just maybe tuning into the show up to date with the main developments. But then, obviously, since then, there's been a further development at the White House.
That's right. President Zelensky has left, and he has left without signing the minerals deal and without the press conference that was meant to happen. It's extraordinary, actually, in terms of what happened today for many reasons. Jeff, I think we witnessed history today. I think we witnessed history in the last couple of hours. And what usually happens, and indeed happened under the Biden administration and many other administrations, is that these little events in the Oval Office, the idea is you just get the pictures of the two leaders sitting together. You perhaps get a few questions thrown in. When President Biden did these, they were very short. The press were brought in literally for 90 seconds, 2 minutes. The photos, the snappers took the photos. A few questions were thrown. Often they weren't even answered, or very, very short answers. This has become very different. We saw it yesterday with Keir Starmer when he was sitting in the same chair as Vladimir Zelensky sat in today, where Donald Trump dominated that. Today, Zelensky, in a very different way, fought back, but at the same time was harangued, some would say bullied, certainly dominated by President Trump and J.D. Vance, who was sitting there as well. There were many dozens of people in the room. It's a very large room, and there were people like the ambassador from Ukraine to the United States, who by the end of it had her head in her hands. And unsurprisingly, Vladimir Zelensky then decided, actually, stuff this for a game of soldiers, we're off. And he got into that diplomatic car and left. We know on Truth Social as well, the social media site that President Trump uses very often, that he said essentially his argument on that was that President Zelensky wasn't ready for peace. He said he could come back to the White House when he is ready for peace and ready to negotiate.
Vice President J.D. Vance then accused Volodymyr Zelensky of not expressing his gratitude to the US.
Have you said thank you once this entire meeting? No, in this entire meeting, have you said thank you?
Today.
You went to Pennsylvania and campaigned for the opposition in October. Offer some words of appreciation for the United States of America and the president who's trying to save your country.
And Trump also told Zelensky that without US military aid, Ukraine would have fallen within 2 weeks.
We are staying in our country, staying strong from the very beginning of the war. We've been alone, and we are thankful. I said thanks
you haven't
in
been
this
allowed.
cabinet,
You
and
haven't
not
been
only
allowed.
in this cabinet.
We gave you, through
I
this
said
stupid president, $350 billion.
You voted
we gave
for
you
your
military
president.
equipment,
You
and you
voted
men
for
are
your
brave, but they had to use our military.
What about West?
If you didn't have
You
our
invited
military
me-
equipment,
You invited
if
me
you
to
didn't
speak.
have our military equipment, this war would have been over in 2 weeks.
In 3 days, I heard it from Putin. In 3 days, this is something
Maybe
new.
less.
In 2 weeks, of course, yes.
It's going to be a very hard thing to do business like this, I tell you.
OK, now I'm pleased to say, I'm very pleased to say, in fact, that we have Talk's Peter Cardwell with me to navigate our way through what's happened. Obviously, that's brought a lot of people who are just maybe tuning into the show up to date with the main developments. But then, obviously, since then, there's been a further development at the White House.
That's right. President Zelensky has left, and he has left without signing the minerals deal and without the press conference that was meant to happen. It's extraordinary, actually, in terms of what happened today for many reasons. Jeff, I think we witnessed history today. I think we witnessed history in the last couple of hours. And what usually happens, and indeed happened under the Biden administration and many other administrations, is that these little events in the Oval Office, the idea is you just get the pictures of the two leaders sitting together. You perhaps get a few questions thrown in. When President Biden did these, they were very short. The press were brought in literally for 90 seconds, 2 minutes. The photos, the snappers took the photos. A few questions were thrown. Often they weren't even answered, or very, very short answers. This has become very different. We saw it yesterday with Keir Starmer when he was sitting in the same chair as Vladimir Zelensky sat in today, where Donald Trump dominated that. Today, Zelensky, in a very different way, fought back, but at the same time was harangued, some would say bullied, certainly dominated by President Trump and J.D. Vance, who was sitting there as well. There were many dozens of people in the room. It's a very large room, and there were people like the ambassador from Ukraine to the United States, who by the end of it had her head in her hands. And unsurprisingly, Vladimir Zelensky then decided, actually, stuff this for a game of soldiers, we're off. And he got into that diplomatic car and left. We know on Truth Social as well, the social media site that President Trump uses very often, that he said essentially his argument on that was that President Zelensky wasn't ready for peace. He said he could come back to the White House when he is ready for peace and ready to negotiate.
Okay, so just to clarify, was the decision to leave the White House Zelensky's?
Yes, it was.
It was. So Donald Trump, in a way, his post on Truth Social, is this him trying to potentially control the narrative or have the last word?
Yes, I think so. And also it happened before Zelensky was leaving. Of course, it's interesting working with leaders. I was a special advisor in government, and I worked a lot with Theresa May and a little bit with Boris Johnson. And moving a leader is like turning a ship. You've got a lot of things, a lot of security things have to be in protest. They can't just pop out for a pint of milk. So Zelensky leaving, there would have been notice. The White House would have been given notice for that because they're providing the transport, they're providing the security, making sure that roads are closed so he can go to wherever he's going, presumably now flying back to Ukraine or indeed over to Europe, because we know this big conference is taking place tomorrow and on Sunday, and Keir Starmer is going to have a big press conference talking about that as well. It'll be very interesting to see what he says. No words yet from the UK government on this, but certainly from Zelensky's perspective, there was really nothing else he could have done. There was no way those two men could have done a full press conference after that extraordinary meeting in the Oval Office.
As you say, you've worked as a special advisor. I'm not expecting you to have a finite answer on this, but there is talk that this was choreographed. There is talk that this is what the Trump administration kind of wanted to happen. Is that possible from what you saw?
It is possible. I think the role of J.D. Vance is a very interesting one, because usually a vice president wouldn't say anything in that regard, in that small little press opportunity, which is called a spray. In America, they call it a spray. Usually quite quick, but of course under Donald Trump, a lot longer, and he can rarely resist answering those questions. And Zelensky had a lot to say as well. But the fact that there was a public row there, that will probably do J.D. Vance, particularly, personally, no harm whatsoever to stand up essentially to the Ukrainians, to stand up, as many people will see it in America, for America. Now, of course, that's very different to what Western European leaders think, to what Keir Starmer thinks, to what the vast majority of people in this country think, to what the French think, and others, because they are on the side of Ukraine. But fascinating, even before those shots came out, even before that was played out, because it wasn't played out live, it came a little bit later on, President Trump was saying things like that he wanted to be almost a neutral arbiter. He wasn't on the side of Ukraine per se. He was somewhere in between Russia and Ukraine.
But this is what I think is interesting. If we backtrack 24 hours to what happened with Vance when he brought up the issue with Starmer about free speech, it looked like Trump was like, well, you take this one, JD. I want to be the nice guy today. I'll sit this out. It felt like that was what was shaping to happen again. But there was this moment, I've watched it now several times, I think a lot it will be watched throughout history, is there's a moment where Zelensky mentions to Trump that the US feels secure now, but it might not do in the future. That seems to be the moment where it sounds, maybe he took it like a threatening language. I'm not saying that that's what it was, but that seemed to be the turning point where Trump went from an observer of an exchange to an architect.
Yes, I think so, but there are lots of other resentments there as well. That was the trigger. I think you're right in saying that, Jeff, but certainly there are a number of different aspects to this. The fact that J.D. Vance said, you haven't said thank you. You should be grateful for what the United States have done. But the point on J.D. Vance is a really interesting one, because you've got Donald Trump, who's a very different, in some ways totally similar, but in many ways very different to the first term. Now he's slightly sharing the limelight. It's not all just about him. Look at the role of Elon Musk, who was at the cabinet the other day. Also J.D. Vance. Trump knows that the Trump and Trumpism has to go on in some way. He can only be president, whether he likes it or not, without a constitutional amendment. He will be leaving the Oval Office in 4 years' time. What happens then? Well, actually sharing the spotlight a little bit with J.D. Vance will allow him to run for president, will allow him to have to own things, to have his own moment in the spotlight, even if he shares that spotlight with Trump. And what's interesting is that J.D. Vance will almost certainly be the Republican nominee, and he's carving his own niche. Many vice presidents, one vice president, I think it was Spiro Agnew, who was Richard Nixon's vice president, said it wasn't the role wasn't worth a bucket of warm spit. He actually said a different word, but it was reported as spit.
Understood.
And that has certainly been the experience of some vice presidents. Kamala Harris, who really knew what she did until about a year ago, or even that she was meant to be responsible for immigration. That's not the case with J.D. Vance. He's a younger man, he's a man in a hurry, and the target and the row with President Zelensky will have huge implications. I think it's going to have I think it has already in the last couple of hours had huge diplomatic, international implications. What if the United States pulls out of Ukraine? What if they don't give them any more military hardware? This is seriously on the brink. But politically for J.D. Vance, he is in a really, really strong position with his own people, many of whom will say, well done, J.D.
Okay, yeah, I think you asked some good questions there. We will come to that, back to that shortly. People are already getting in touch. Of course, this was a huge moment. So if you want to share your thoughts, do get in touch with Times. Text 87222, start your message with the word Times. Tweet us at Times Radio. Email studio@times.radio or WhatsApp on 0333 003 2353. I'll just read out a couple. Laura says, the King and Queen have been great supporters of Ukraine. How must they be feeling this evening, having had to extend an invitation to Trump, to the Craven Starmer? Also, Ben says, he asks, how does Mr. Cardwell know that it was Zelensky who decided to leave? Is that just so it's been confirmed on press?
Well, certainly there's no suggestion that he was told to leave by any stretch of the imagination. And certainly a White House official said, Zelensky is leaving, basically. Yes. There was no suggestion that he's been thrown out of the White House. I think we would know if he was.
Absolutely. That's certainly how it seems at this point. Mars Thomas says that this was all planned. Amanda Fuchs says that we can't cancel the state visit, but I think it should be postponed for as long as possible. And Charlie wishes me good luck getting any comedy out of tonight. It's a very fair point.
There's drama anyway.
Absolutely. Listen, we will be staying with this story after this.
History is what defines our culture and way of life. But can museums preserve the past while addressing the present? Tomorrow night from 7. Times columnist Alice Thompson hosts an exclusive debate at the British Museum with a panel of experts, including historians Tom Holland and Simon.
Let's get reaction from our expert panel. Joining us now, Congressman Carlos Jimenez from House Armed Services and former Deputy National Security Advisor KT McFarland. Great to have you both on. Thanks for joining us both. KT, first to you, what's your take on this? KT.
President Zelensky was losing this war. Everybody knew that he was losing this war. And then what happens? President Trump bails him out with extraordinary deal for peace and prosperity to develop their minerals. And so what does Zelensky do? He tries to blackmail President Trump in public to give him some kind of a NATO-like security guarantee. Now that he's thrown that away, Zelensky has thrown away any chance of peace and prosperity, and he's thrown away the goodwill of the United States. I don't know how this goes, but I've known Donald Trump for a long time. I have never seen him this mad.
Yeah. So
and the fact that Zelensky was insulting the United States, I think he's done. I don't think there's a deal to be had with Zelensky.
Yeah, and let's talk about what KT just said, the deal. There's this truncated, Congressman, ahistorical, off-the-wall attack on this deal that Trump was offering Ukraine. Trump was doing exactly what presidents going back to FDR have done in getting concessions for the United States in return for military and financial aid. Watch this.
In terms of the minerals agreement, and there's a lot of skepticism over how much rare earth minerals there are.
The bottom line is we don't really know what Ukraine has.
Whether or not these raw materials, rare earth materials, are even there.
We don't know what is there.
This is totally being destroyed inside and out. I'm going to destroy you inside and out.
Ukraine has 5.8 trillion cubic meters of natural gas and condensate, 850 million metric tons of oil and derivatives. Congressman, so why is the media downplaying that development deal that the president wanted?
Because it's something that the president wanted. Simple as that. They have Trump derangement syndrome, and anything that President Trump wants to do, then it must be wrong. There's got to be something wrong with it. My God, it's Donald Trump that's trying to make this happen. And so what the president was trying to do was actually to involve America in the economic structure of Ukraine, thereby guaranteeing a level of security for Ukraine without them entering NATO. That's exactly what he was trying to do. Zelensky's conduct today was unconscionable. The people of Ukraine need to reevaluate his leadership because I'm not even sure that he wants peace. I'm starting to say, well, why would he try to torpedo this in front of the whole world Well, maybe it's because there's going to be free elections after there is peace, and maybe he's not going to win. And so that was a really, really bad display. I can't believe that he's that dumb. I have trouble believing that people are that dumb to do what he did.
Yeah, it's shocking. He disgraced the Oval Office. KT, let's listen to this analysis and get your take on what MSNBC is debating. Watch this.
What do you make of that piece being put in the middle of this conversation for Zelensky, who's indicated, okay, yeah, we may look at these mineral rights, giving half the mineral rights to the United States, even though it will take, a long time for that to really be realized?
As an American, I'm embarrassed by it. I just find it atrocious, and I don't think it's in America's long-term interest. I think if we keep doing this, eventually we're going to have no friends in the world.
I don't know what they're talking about. They have no sense of history, KT. FDR, let me back up. Trump is doing what presidents back to FDR did. FDR forced concessions from Winston Churchill at the height of World War II.
Come on,
after
you
Hitler's
can do it.
Blitz
Stumbling through the
London. People were dying. FDR said, we're not going into the war. We just came after World War I. We don't want to do it. FDR got nearly 100-year-long leases on British territories in the Caribbean and Canada's Newfoundland to turn them into U.S. military bases in 1940 in exchange for the U.S. giving Britain 50 decrepit old destroyers. So why is the media, why are Democrats going after Trump with this peace and prosperity plan?
I think the congressman has it just right. If Donald Trump's for it, they're against it. They don't care what it is, they're just against it. The irony of this is President Trump is offering an integrated economic situation with Ukraine that would have lasted a generation. And we weren't even sure, as everyone has pointed out, we're not even sure what's there. We don't even know if we're going to make money on this deal or not. But President Trump was offering him a lifeline, a peace and prosperity, and with an American commitment to their economy. And Zelensky threw it away. So I don't think he does want peace. I think he expects that somehow the United States is going to keep giving him money and money. He's going to keep fighting. But as President Trump said, without us, you're not going to last 2 weeks.
We're looking at a lot.
I think the Ukrainian parliament is already introducing. They're already introducing impeachment proceedings against their own president.
Wait a minute, let's stay on that. KT, you heard that the Ukraine parliament is introducing an impeachment proceeding against Zelensky right now?
Mm-hmm.
Is that what you heard?
Yeah. I mean, somebody's just I have just read it on Twitter that one of the parliamentarians, one of the members of parliament, is just introducing, they're calling it an emergency session, and they're trying to introduce legislation to call for an impeachment of Zelensky. But whatever it is, Zelensky's in trouble now. He's just thrown away an opportunity of a lifetime.
We'll fact check that. It's great information. Thank you, KT. It's good to see you.
As we reported, some of the president's staunchest allies stood behind his actions in the Oval Office today. But Ukraine supporters within the Republican Party have expressed concerns about how that meeting played out. Joining me now to discuss is Republican Congressman Mike Lawler. He's a member of the House Foreign Affairs Committee. Congressman, welcome back to the NewsHour. You said in a statement after that White House meeting that it was a missed opportunity for both countries. What did you mean by that?
Well, this was an inflection point, certainly today, and an opportunity for greater economic cooperation between the United States and Ukraine. And ultimately, with that would have come greater security cooperation, because you would have had U.S. investment on the ground moving forward. You would have had U.S. personnel there. And ultimately, obviously, I think once a ceasefire agreement reached, it would have been extremely difficult for Vladimir Putin to go back on that. We can still salvage this, and it needs to be salvaged, because obviously failure here would be catastrophic for Europe and the free world. If Vladimir Putin is successful and does, in fact, ultimately seize control of Ukraine, that would have devastating consequence for years to come, but especially for Eastern Europe. So from my vantage point, this was a missed opportunity. Diplomacy is tough, and sometimes there's going to be tension and disagreement, and the sausage making is ugly. But, this was just unfortunate that it spilled out into a public view
Yes.
as they work through some of the disagreement.
Well, for it to play out so publicly and on live television, we know everyone, including the Russians, were watching, and many of them are very happy, expressing real pleasure after that whole incident. Why do you think they're so happy? What message do they receive from that meeting today?
Well, because a deal wasn't reached. A deal between the United States and Ukraine is most certainly not.
Why does this guy look like he's calling from a VHS?
And so, the only winner here today was Vladimir Putin and Russia, because a deal did not
VCR,
come to
I
be,
should
which is
say.
also why I believe it's critically important for President Zelensky and President Trump to get back together and work towards
are never, ever
because
getting
when
back
this conflict does
together
come to an end, and it will at some point. When it comes to an end, Ukraine is going to need significant U.S. and European investment to rebuild. And this agreement starts to put that framework together. And that obviously is vital to ensure their structural sovereignty moving forward.
You seem to be saying we're further away from a deal now than we were before that meeting, for sure. And I should point out that President Trump repeated this false claim in that meeting. He said other places about the amount of aid that's been given to Ukraine by the U.S. We've heard him repeat the Russian propaganda that Ukraine started the war. Are you concerned that his views, that U.S. policy is now being based on disinformation? And if so, how does that get you back to a deal?
Look, I've been very clear that Vladimir Putin invaded Ukraine. This was an unprovoked war of aggression by Putin,
yes,
who
sir.
has
That's not what
committed
President Trump has been saying, correct?
Throughout. And, well, respectfully, who has committed numerous war crimes throughout. What President Trump is seeking to do is ultimately reach a ceasefire and bring this conflict to an end. I think it's very clear that the longer this conflict continues, the more precarious place that Ukraine is in. Getting Putin to the table is no small task. And obviously, given the last 3 years and the lack of communication with the United States and many of our allies, getting him to the table is paramount if you're going to get an actual ceasefire and get a long-term agreement. I think that's President Trump's objective as he works to bring this conflict to an end, while supporting Ukraine economically and having a agreement that, frankly, is in both our nation's interest. This is not easy in terms of both the diplomatic effort, but also obviously ending a conflict in which you're dealing with Vladimir Putin, who has proven himself to be a vile dictator and thug for decades. So there's a lot of work ahead. And I think it is imperative that we get President Zelensky back to the table with President Trump and finalize this agreement.
Republican Congressman Mike Lawler, a member of the House Foreign Affairs Committee. Congressman, thank you for being with us. Appreciate your time.
Thank you.
He broken this ceasefire. He killed our people, and he didn't exchange prisoners. We signed the exchange of prisoners, but he didn't do it. What kind of diplomacy, JD, you are speaking about? What do you mean?
I'm talking about the kind of diplomacy that's going to end the destruction of your country.
Yes, but if you
Mr. President, with respect, I think it's disrespectful for you to come into the Oval Office and try to litigate this in front of the American media. Right now, you guys are going around and forcing conscripts to the front lines because you have manpower problems. You should be thanking the president for trying to bring an end to this conflict.
Have you ever been to Ukraine that you say what problems we have?
I have been to.
Count once.
I've actually watched and seen the stories, and I know what happens is you bring.
But I saw the stories.
Mr. President, do you disagree that you've had problems bringing people into your military? And do you think that it's respectful to come to the Oval Office of the United States of America and attack the administration that is trying to prevent the destruction of your country?
Ladies and gentlemen, that was J.D. Vance, who just found his way into the Oval Office meeting between President Trump and President Volodymyr Zelensky of Ukraine, which turned into a shit show in a matter of seconds. I am so happy to have my friend former Congressman Denver Riggleman to be a part of this conversation. Folks, you know I normally do this Make Mine a Double solo, but this was such a profoundly important moment that I wanted to get a voice to check what I thought I heard. Because for me, this was one of the most embarrassing moments in the Oval between the president of our country and a foreign leader, a head of state, that I've ever witnessed. And for J.D. Vance, and there's more I'm going to share with you, Denver, for J.D. Vance to sit on that couch and to act like a grown-up, and go after Zelensky that way when he's never been to Ukraine.
No, it's first of all, you probably shouldn't put J.D. Vance and couch in the same sentence, Mike.
Well, oh, that's right.
You know, I don't know. We have to be careful, you know, about what's going on here. But I think what we have here. Yes, you should take a drink for what I'm about to say, sir. First of all, you had a wartime president dressing down a former public affairs officer who colors his beard. The thing I think that we actually saw in there was an audience of one. It almost looked like an Apprentice show where they were messaging to Vladimir Putin the support that they have for Putin and Russia in their war against Ukraine. And I think what we saw in the Oval Office, because I watched it a few times, because it's pretty stunning to watch, that a sitting American president is kowtowing and bending the knee to a dictator who is actually losing a war in Ukraine and turning his back on NATO and our European allies. And lastly, because I know you got some stuff to say on this, when we voted with Russia on the Security Resolution Council, I think that probably signaled how this meeting was going to go with Zelensky. And when you're looking at how that interaction happened, J.D. Vance was directed to be the attack dog to create some kind of tension in that room.
I've said, Denver, that this was a setup. This was an ambush of Zelensky in the Oval Office by this White House.
It was a, you know, I don't want to say an L-shaped ambush but it definitely was an ambush by what it looked like the island of the misfit toys on methamphetamines. You know, so but I think the embarrassment, if we take any joking and us, you know, having a drink before we did this, I guess we could call this, you know, the whiskey press conference. But I am absolutely appalled after what I did to defend this country. What we just did today is to capitulate. And, you know, just really quickly, do you know between 1948 and 1989, in today's dollars, we spent over $20 trillion on defense during the Cold War period. And it's almost hard to fathom how we would be aligning with a bareback riding dictator, former KGB agent.
He fucked you bareback.
Sort of stunned.
And how do we get here, America? How do we allow ourselves to get to this point where what we witnessed an hour or so ago in the White House, that somehow that's permissible, that's okay, that's how we conduct our foreign policy? J.D. Vance running his mouth, talking about you coming here and embarrassing yourself or disrespecting the Oval Office. The disrespect was what we saw Donald Trump and J.D. Vance do. They didn't have the presence of mind to elevate the conversation, even if Zelensky had gone there and taken it to that low road, that they didn't have the presence of mind. No, Donald Trump wanted the argument. He wanted to show Putin, I'm your boy. Give me the other boot and I'll lick that one too. And so it's frustrating me to no end when I hear this. And then you have this moment where a reporter basically asks Donald Trump about the ceasefire, because that's the whole thing. Trump is like, you're not going to honor the deal. You're trying to put in terms that are. You negotiated a deal with him outside the room.
It's
how the hell do you negotiate a deal when the person who is the center of the proposition ain't at the table? But the guy who invaded his country, he's at the table and he's getting all the terms he wants. Meanwhile, Zelensky's out in the hall. Hello, can I come in? And then you get him in the Oval Office and do this. So when he's asked about the ceasefire and what if, I don't know, Putin doesn't honor the ceasefire, this is how it went with Trump.
What if Russia breaks ceasefire? What if Russia breaks peace talks? What do we do then? I understand that it's a heated conversation right now.
What are you saying?
She's asking, what if Russia breaks the ceasefire?
What if anything? What if a bomb drops on your head right now? Okay? What if they broke it? I don't know. They broke it with Biden because Biden, they didn't respect him. They didn't respect Obama. They respect me. Let me tell you, Putin went through a hell of a lot with me. He went through a phony witch hunt where they used him and Russia. Russia. You ever hear of that deal? That was a phony Hunter Biden, Joe Biden scam. Hillary Clinton, Shifty Adam Schiff. It was a Democrat scam.
This guy.
And he had to go through that. And he did go through it. We didn't end up in a war. And he went through it. He was accused of all that stuff. He had nothing to do with it. It came out of Hunter Biden's bathroom. It came out of Hunter Biden's bedroom.
Oh, my God.
It was disgusting. And then they said, oh, the laptop from hell was made by Russia. The 51 agents.
Go ahead, my friend. I'm just because I hit all the nails off my finger when I at that portion of this conference. But go ahead, my friend.
First of all, the 51 agents were correct. Whether it was a Russian op or not doesn't matter because those feeding information to the United States Congress were liars, Russians, and Ukrainians. And they were sanctioned by the United States government, so people need to look up Smirnov.
So he would know because Denver was a senior advisor to the January 6th committee along with his other congressional. So he should know what he's talking about right now. Just so folks get it clear when you hear this man speaking, he's not speaking out of his ass. He's telling you from what he knows from being in the room. Continue.
I am in the room. As you know, Michael, we also did the forensics on Hunter Biden's laptops and devices.
Yes.
So
that's a special podcast.
That's another one, I think. But so when I hear the conspiracy theories, if you go back to what J.D. Vance said about forcing conscripts, that comes from X. By the way, you said something, Michael, about this.
This is great. This is
him never going
great.
to Ukraine. Guess who has been to Ukraine? Me.
Mm-hmm.
Guess who's going back to Ukraine? Me. Guess who knows why that's happening over there? It's not they're forcing conscripts or certain people trying to get out of the country not to serve, and they try to get them. Guess what else? Guess when that happened for us? Vietnam. So you have all of this happening, right, in one huge sort of conspiratorial, rambling wreck of a dementia-laden phrasing that Donald Trump used. And when you're talking about the reporter and the ceasefire, have they not been looking at what Russia is doing right now and breaking the ceasefire? And when he goes, what if a bomb drops in your head? What is he even talking? He's so gone. He doesn't even understand Ukrainian history. I got a feeling he has to be on some kind of medication. And I'm not even making this up in a bad way. There's something very wrong with this man. And I don't know if it's dementia. But if there's Republicans who don't speak up right now, they are comorbidities to the death of democracy.
Okay, so you had to go bring up Republicans speaking to this. Well, so some have, and the ones that have come out and have listed their thoughts on this have largely stood in alignment with the bullshit that they heard in the Oval Office today. They have praised Trump and criticized Zelensky, touting him as an embarrassment for coming to the Oval Office and behaving that way. Lindsey Graham, Lindsey was special. Lindsey basically says he either needs to resign or change his position. Right?
About Zelensky.
He said this of Zelensky leaving the White House, which, by the way, the White House kicked Zelensky out after that exchange in the Oval Office. He would not stomach it, and so he kicked him out. And so Zelensky's canceled everything for the rest of the day. You've got Republicans going to microphone banks to reinforce the bullshit from Donald Trump and J.D. Vance. Where do we go from here in all of this? Because I don't see this ending well. I see the footprints of a major global conflict being laid with the steps taken by Donald Trump to not just appease Putin, but to rebuke publicly our allies in the world bodies, whether it's NATO, the UN, or the G8, or any other of those organizations, by showing his fealty as the President of the United States to an enemy of the United States, and his efforts to break the back of the United States in order to support that new enemy, or that old enemy.
Well, I don't know if it's first heard here. I was thinking about this today and yesterday, Michael, and I want to ask you, what does it look like if the United States deploys troops in support of Russian operations in Ukraine? What does that look like? What does it look like if we actually withdraw arms and supply arms, munitions, and support to Russia?
Right.
Because we're accusing Ukraine of breaking the peace when they were invaded. What does that do to NATO on Article 5 if we're to be attacked by Ukraine while we're supporting Russian troops? So now, what does that do to the EU?
That's the thing.
and
The
our
vice
allies
president,
if we go there based on
doesn't
the weapons
do
and money
anything.
flows we have between our allies. And here's
They're
what I'm
just a
talking about with the United
tiebreaker
States
for
economy.
Congress. They're like
What
worthless.
happens to our contractors, DoD, intelligence community, but also our weapons and armaments contractors, and our big companies in supplying weapons and armaments to EU and Ukraine if they refuse to support United States operations and then boycott us economically? What does that do? So the cascading effect of this, I think, could be so devastating. And we could never think about this 6 years ago. But now there's nothing off the table to the bad things that can happen to America when you have the ignorant and fascistic in charge.
Yeah, that you just laid it out so well for everybody. And just so to go back on what I was, said to lead into what Denver just said. Let's listen to Lindsey Graham in light of what you just heard from Denver. Let's listen to United States Senator Lindsey Graham from South Carolina.
One at a time. Senator Graham, thank you. Do you think President Zelensky needs to resign to resume these peace talks?
He either needs to resign and send somebody over that we can do business with, or he needs to change.
Do you?
Again.
There we are. That's our U.S. government. And Lindsey, where were you when John McCain was alive? When Russia
Where were
rolled
you
into
on
Crimea,
9/11?
You were the first one out the gate having a bitch fit over what Barack Obama failed to do, and would not and emphasized and pressed that administration to fund Ukraine in that aggressive against that aggressive assault by Russia. And then when they rolled up the tanks, as we see now, where were you? You were an advocate for funding and supporting. And now you're telling, dude, you need to just either, quit the job or bend over like I have.
First of all, I think that Lindsey Graham just took the fit out of bitch fit. Cheers, everybody. And so,
I don't think I have enough bourbon in my glass for that one.
And Lindsey's the guy in the bar fight, right, where he's your friend, and then you start getting your ass kicked, and he starts kicking your ass with the guy kicking your ass. That's Lindsey Graham, right?
It's that classic scene in the movie where the two protagonists are fighting the antagonist, and the friend turns around and pops him, by accident, and they look at each other. But in this case, he meant to hit him. Anyway,
meant to hit him. And I've heard Lindsey switch his positions a lot, by the way, Michael. But anyway, I think we're in a time right now that it's very just hard to get your arms around if you're sane and rational. And you were the RNC chairman. There's a respect there, and you try to do things in a way that really tried to bring the Republican Party into a new era. But you also had the unfortunate event of the Tea Party explosion and conspiracy theories. Me, as you know, the QAnon issues, right, with me that I went against. And it's interesting that me and you are talking here, right? And I'm always honored to talk with you and what you do. But on this one here, with me and you talking, it's almost as if, as former Republicans or people thinking that the Republican Party has anything left in the tank, listening to Lindsey Graham and the people that are talking mouths for this insanity, you said something. I don't know where we go from here either, unless it's such a mobilization of all the rational against all the GOP. Because right now, you're complicit if you're not fighting back on what happened in the Oval today.
So before I let you go, Denver, I want to share this part of the the conversation, which I think underscores the question, where do we go from here? And I think we have a good sense of what that looks like, and it's no place good. But there was, if you want the telling moment in this crazy exchange in the Oval Office, it was this. Trump, you have to be thankful. We've given you a lot. Zelensky, thankful. My people are dying. Our cities are burning. And you're here demanding gratitude while threatening to cut us off.
Yeah, Pence was
Trump,
there for evangelicals.
You don't have the cards
but
right now.
yeah, that's
Zelensky,
really all they do is they
because
help
you
get
held
electoral
them.
votes.
You delayed aid. You repeated
But like that's the
Putin's
thing
lies.
is like
You gave Russia
like obviously
an opening.
like Biden did a
JD
lot
Vance.
as a vice president,
Ukraine
but
has
I'm
to
just
be
saying
realistic.
the only
Zelensky,
real role is to be the
realistic.
tiebreaker.
Russia is stealing our
Officially.
land, executing civilians, and kidnapping our children. What part of that should I be realistic about? Trump. It's going to be very hard to do business like this, Volodymyr Zelensky. Business? This isn't a real estate deal. You can walk away. We can't. Trump, if I was president, this never would have happened. Zelensky, because you would have just handed Ukraine over.
It's profound.
Ladies and gentlemen, that is that last point is the whole deal. It's what it's all about. Putin wants Ukraine, and Donald Trump is not only prepared, but actively working to hand it over to him. Your final thoughts, my friend.
I don't know if I beat those final thoughts, Michael, honestly. How do I beat that? You did it, right? You just, in summary, what's going on right now. And you know what's interesting? You have Volodymyr Zelensky, right? And he's fighting for his country. He's a wartime president. He's seen it all. He's had to comfort those who've lost children, mothers, fathers, brothers, sisters, aunts, uncles, friends. And he's talking to an individual in Donald Trump that the only thing he ever fought himself out of was Epstein's jet. And you're talking to somebody else like a J.D. Vance, who's a public affairs officer who might color his beard and had to look more like, you know, the people that he emulates, which are the far-right traditionalists that he wants to be a part of. So you had two cowards trying to preach to a wartime president. And I think what you just said, the way that Zelensky handled them, shows what real leadership looks like and freedom looks like. When you saw Trump and Vance, it shows the embarrassment of an administration that does all their dealing in fantasies, authoritarian tendencies, and conspiracy theories. And I think that's really where we're at right now as a country.
Amen. That exchange that between Zelensky, JD, and Trump is why, my friend, I always make mine a double.
Always a
In this
double,
case,
sir.
It's a triple. I like to propose a toast to Ukraine, the Ukrainian people, and President Volodymyr Zelensky. God bless you.
Slava Ukraini.
Thank you. Very good.
Overwatch, I'm on it.
Thanks, sir.
Thank you for dropping in on this quick moment. I hope you can make yours a double as well. Catch you next time.
Let's turn now to one of the country's leading historians on Eastern Europe and the former Soviet Union, who has written widely on Ukraine, Russia, and this war. Timothy Snyder is the Richard C. Levin Professor of History at Yale University. Thank you for being with us. From your perspective, as one
no
who
shit,
has
Nate.
written
I've told you NATO
extensively
was
on
going to be
Ukraine,
over.
its struggle for independence, its role in European geopolitics, what did you see in that spectacle in the Oval Office earlier today?
Well, what you see is that the President of the United States has a little bit of trouble controlling political reality once he gets beyond the United States.
Controlling his bowels.
We are working
because that was a load of shit
between Russia and Ukraine. But thus far, all we have done is make concessions to Russia. That's all we've done. And then the second thing we've done now is we brought the Ukrainian president to the White House and tried to humiliate him. So we've created a situation where we have favored the aggressor and weakened the defender. You can't really get to peace on that logic. You have to do exactly the opposite. There's a lot of wisdom in what Representative Lawler just said, but in order to have the right people at the table, though, you have to have the right balance of strength. And encouraging the aggressor and attacking the country that's trying to defend itself is not going to get you there.
Well, after the meeting, the White House put out a press release with the subject line, President Trump and VP Vance are standing up for Americans. To hear White House officials tell it they got what they wanted out of this meeting, from their view, it was a projection of strength, and that Trump and Vance castigating Zelensky is what it looks like to stand up for American interests. I know you have a different view. How do you see it?
Well, I mean, I think you're setting a pretty low bar for yourself when you think that yelling across the room at your guest is a show of strength, regardless of whether it's the Oval Office or not. And I think you're setting a pretty low bar for yourself internationally if you think that doing things that please countries that wish to destroy you is a show of strength, which is, of course, what just happened. Strategically, what we are doing, what the United States is doing, is trading a set of Western alliances for an alliance with Russia. Now, the main way Russia engages with us is by stealing our technology and by hacking into our infrastructure. The Russian economy is smaller than Canada's, but we are nevertheless going to trade 80 years of alliance with reliable partners that are 15, 16, 17 times bigger than Russia as an economy for an alliance with Russia. There is no way that that is a show of strength in any other than perhaps some kind of distant psychological way that I'm afraid I can't really understand.
Well, let's talk more about that, because we saw European leaders today side with Ukraine in tweets and written statements, or Nick Schifrin reports that European leaders are coming up now with security guarantees. What are the real-world implications for the U.S. if Europe no longer sees us as a reliable partner?
I think there's a sort of mode here, which is very important to understand. In domestic politics, Trump has gone a long way by bullying people and by bluffing. And that, when it comes to our allies, only works negatively. They just draw the conclusion that we can't be trusted. And then when it comes to our enemies, like Russia and China, or countries within which we're in a rivalry, it doesn't work at all. It simply has no effect on them because they are not afraid of Trump. They have no reason to be afraid of Trump until he can marshal some kind of American policy instrument, which he doesn't seem to be able to do with respect to them. So where we are now is that we've created a world very quickly, 4 or 5 weeks, in which the level of American strength is incomparably lower than it was in late 2024, and in which it's hard to imagine how we would get that level of strength back up. Because it's very easy to break relationships, but it's very hard to build them back up again.
Yeah, neocons are kind of irrelevant.
About some kind of wonderful relationship with a country like Russia, but it's very hard to imagine how that relationship, in fact,
at least in America, I'd say.
Let's talk about what might come next, because after the meeting, President Trump posted on social media that Zelensky can come back when he is ready for peace. The president, when he was leaving for Florida earlier tonight, he told reporters, "I want anybody that's going to make peace." Is it possible that cooler heads could prevail and that Trump and Zelensky could arrive at some sort of wary agreement, or is the damage done here?
Well, I mean, I would disagree with Representative Lawler, I'm sure, about many, many things, but there was something important about what he said. The only way you can get to peace is to have the Ukrainians at the table, because they're the country that is being attacked. You have to create a situation in which the Ukrainians believe that Russia might, in fact, stop killing them. That can be done. American power could be applied. European power could be applied. We could change the structure of the situation such that Russia wouldn't just pretend, which they've done numerous times already. As President Zelensky, by the way, quite rightly said in the White House to J.D. Vance, who I'm afraid just doesn't know his history of these things, we could do that. and it would be the right thing to do, and it's of course not unimaginable. But I'm afraid what it requires is that the leadership of our country, of the United States, get away from these very predictable psychological vulnerabilities where we can be goaded on and prodded and provoked by one another or by the Russians or whatever it might be into doing things that don't make sense for us, let alone for the world as a whole. And that's what we saw today. We saw a lot of psychological vulnerability. We saw a lot of people not able to maintain any kind of poise. We saw people who were representing their momentary impulses or their feelings of strength rather than the interests of the United States of America. It's easy to criticize other countries and other people, but frankly, we're going to have a much better game if we're going to do the sorts of things that you're talking about, like bringing about peace.
A final question about President Zelensky's role and responsibility in all of this, because Lindsey Graham, who has spoken in support of Ukraine in the past, said that he spoke to Zelensky this morning, told him, don't take the bait. Donald Trump is in a mood to do a deal. President Zelensky is a wartime leader who clearly did not take kindly to being lectured and lied to in the Oval Office. But what responsibility does he have to make sure that future meetings don't go off the rails? Donald Trump is a known quantity. It's clear to many people what angers him and what animates him.
A deal which is a result of being intimidated and the precedent of being publicly humiliated can't be in the interest not only of the president, but of the country. Of course, President Zelensky should be open to peace process led by the United States. But if we are leading it by openly humiliating him, that is a bad sign, which a wise leader can't fail to recognize.
Timothy Snyder, our thanks to you for joining us this evening. We appreciate it.
It's that damn armor.
I'm joined now by the co-host of Pod Save America and Pod Save the World, Tommy Vitor. Tommy, thanks for joining me.
Brian, what a day. Good to see you, buddy.
What a day. You too. Okay, so we've obviously just witnessed a complete disaster in the Oval Office between Trump, J.D. Vance, and Zelensky, which culminated into Zelensky effectively being thrown out of the White House. And of course, peace talks are out the window at this point. So for the immediate future right now, as far as Ukraine is concerned and its effort to cast aside this Russian onslaught, what does this mean for Ukraine?
Yeah, I mean, Vladimir Putin's having a good day. Ben Rhodes and I just recorded an episode for YouTube, for the Pod Save the World YouTube, and we were debating whether this was the worst meeting we've ever seen or heard of in, like, American history. I mean, there have probably been some awful conversations that happened in the Oval Office behind closed doors, but I can never remember the President of the United States and a foreign leader going at it like this in front of the cameras. It was just a disaster for Zelensky and a disaster for the people of Ukraine. So the U.S. and Ukraine were supposed to sign some sort of agreement today about working together to get rare earth minerals out of Ukraine. That's obviously off the table. But the bigger picture goal for Zelensky in this visit was to get some sort of reassurance from the United States that we have their back still. And it's hard to watch Trump's behavior in that meeting, his mocking of Zelensky when he talked about not wanting a ceasefire with Putin because Putin was going to break it, the screaming from J.D. Vance. I mean, Zelensky must walk out of the Oval today feeling like he's just lost his most important ally, and I'm not sure he knows how to get them back.
Was there any world in which this didn't end this way? And I ask that because it feels like this is what they had intended on doing regardless.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not like this just devolves into this just because that's how events unfold. I mean, this was clearly, at least in my opinion, premeditated. Things can't devolve that quickly unless you had intended on them devolving that quickly.
Yeah, I mean, I had the same impression you did, Brian. I think that Trump and J.D. Vance wanted to put on a show for the cameras and for a domestic political audience. J.D. Vance kind of gave up the game. I don't know if you noticed when he started complaining about Zelensky going to Pennsylvania in October, and he accused him of making a partisan campaign stop for the opposition. So it's pretty clear that was what J.D. Vance was mad about. I will say, I do think Zelensky is in an impossible situation. This man has been through hell. He is exhausted. He is fried. He is trying to save his country. But I do think he made a strategic error getting in that back and forth with J.D. Vance, challenging Vance, and spinning up Trump like that. Like, we know how Donald Trump is. He's a bully. He demands that you bow down before him and kiss the ring. And Zelensky just wasn't in the mood to do it.
Tommy, are we in a world where even your usual Republican, insofar as we even have moderate Republicans anymore, but where now already we've seen these Republicans that tweeted earlier today, including Roger Wicker, delete tweets that cast Zelensky in a good light? Are we in a world where not just the elected officials are going to completely abandon any adherence to like democracy, but also the Republican base? I'm curious what you think about both of those factions, both elected officials, even those who maybe, as late as this morning might have been pro-democracy, pro-Ukraine, are now going to just kowtow to Trump because he sent the clarion call out, and what you think about the base more broadly.
Yeah, I mean, unfortunately, it's been a slow but steady evolution towards just completely politicizing this whole issue. I mean, in the early days of this war, it was crystal clear to everyone that Russia was the aggressor, that they invaded a sovereign nation, that they tried to take out Zelensky a whole number of times. They tried to roll tanks into Kyiv. Like, this was black and white. There was an aggressor and someone who was invaded. Like, it was crystal clear. Over time, this issue has become partisan, and I'm not sure exactly why. I mean, there's sort of the weirdness of the Trump call to Zelensky leading to an impeachment inquiry. Clearly, that's something Trump is still pissed off about. Then there's the fact that, the war in Ukraine happened or the full-scale invasion happened on Joe Biden's watch, and Joe Biden made it really a feature of his messaging. And, he believes it to be one of his biggest accomplishments. And, of course, Donald Trump is going to attack that. But you're right. I mean, now this is just completely politicized. People like Marco Rubio, who are big supporters of Ukraine, are now sitting on that couch, shrinking into his seat, looking like his soul has left his body as he watches J.D. Vance shout down this democratically elected leader who just a couple days ago Donald Trump called a dictator.
And not only that, then had the audacity to come out and tweet, "Thank you, POTUS, for standing up for America in a way that no president ever has had the courage to do before. Thank you for putting America first. America is with you." I mean, like, talk about a lack of spine. Tommy, what does Trump get out of this? Like, what does the U.S. get out of this? And the only thing that I can think of offhand is that, look, this guy wants to, there is the political aspect of this in the sense that Joe Biden supported Ukraine, and so inherently within that, Donald Trump has to be hostile to Ukraine. I mean, clearly Trump wants to be part of the autocrat club, and Putin's in the autocrat club, and so we've just kind of relinquished our defense of democracies around the world. But is that really what he gets out of this? How does he stand to benefit from this?
I don't know, man. I mean, look, there is a very sort of dark fact that I think we all just have to face up to, which is that our president looks at Vladimir Putin, looks at Xi Jinping, and thinks, I like those guys. I like their systems. I share their values. I have more in common with them than I do with a lot of leaders in Europe or democratically elected Europe. And that is just a very weird, scary thing. And I think, the part of this is a campaign pledge. I do think that Donald Trump energized a lot of people who were fed up with the post 9/11 wars, the invasion of Iraq, the fact that we were, misled and lied into war, and ran on this kind of isolationist America first promise to end the war between Ukraine and Russia on one day. He had this Hail Mary attempt at the end to try to get some money out of the deal and extort some rare earth minerals from the Ukrainians. But to your bigger question, I mean, what does he get out of this? It is hard to see. But, all the places my mind goes are pretty dark.
Well, there is also the fact that we have seen that Russia's clearly willing and able to interfere in elections on our behalf, whether they're doing it on social media or if there are other more nefarious avenues that they can do that. And so maybe this is just Trump giving his end to the quid pro quo. Like, he knows what he got from Vladimir Putin, and now he's giving Putin back what he needs, which is for the U.S. to stop funding Ukraine, which is for the U.S. to stop backing the prospect of Ukraine's access into NATO. And so this is really just kind of a handshake agreement between Putin and Trump, where Trump knows that insofar as Putin can still be helpful to him or Republicans moving forward, whether it's, with these social media campaigns, with these bot farms, with whatever interference efforts they can conjure up, he'll keep doing that. And in exchange for that, Trump will give him what he wants on the international stage.
Yeah, it really is hard for me not to let my mind go back to sort of 2017 kind of Mueller probe era where you just wonder,
I know, and I say that knowing full well the resistance Twitter aura that we bring, but alas,
it is hard to understand. But what people need to understand is, big picture, the United States was the architect of all these institutions that were set up after World War II to try to keep the peace. Things like the United Nations and NATO that have been incredibly successful and have allied us with, allies in Europe, democratically elected allies. And now Trump is just definitively turning away from them. And it started a bit in his first term, but I think there were people around Trump, like General Jim Mattis and other people on his national security team, that would offer reassurances to the Europeans and to parts of NATO and say, look, of course, we'll support you if there's a war. Of course, we still believe in Article 5. And now, in the second Trump term, you have Trump sending J.D. Vance over to Munich, to the Munich Security Summit, to lecture them, to condescend to them, to boost the far-right, some would say neo-Nazi party in Germany. So it is just a very new political landscape and a very scary one.
This is a big question here, but 30,000-foot view, what does this mean more broadly for the global world order? I mean, really what we're seeing right now is a disintegration or a dismantling of the post-World War II order that's led to the longest period of prosperity, I think, in world history.
Yeah, I mean, I think, Keir Starmer, the British Prime Minister, was in the Oval Office earlier this week. In the conversation he had with Trump in their pool spray, Trump once again seem to back away or show sort of half-hearted support for Article 5, which is the part of the NATO charter that says an attack upon one is an attack upon all. And without Article 5, NATO is nothing. It's just sort of like a loose alliance. And I think what you're starting to see, big picture, is leaders in Europe, like Friedrich Merz, who was just recently, who will almost certainly be the next Chancellor of Germany, saying, we need to plan a future without the United States. We need to come together and build our own something, whatever that might be. And that is just, a dramatic change, not just of a few years of foreign policy from Joe Biden, but 75 years of U.S. foreign policy since the Second World War.
And what does that mean for NATO? Is NATO able to exist if the U.S. isn't really a member in good standing of the organization? The whole point of NATO is to be there to preserve this post-World War II order. Without the U.S., is it going to still be effective at preventing expansion from Russia?
If the U.S. fully pulls out of NATO, absolutely not. NATO is incredibly reliant on the U.S., on U.S. military hardware, on infrastructure, on sort of enabling functions, on missile defense systems. We spend more than any other country on defense. Trump is not wrong when he criticizes countries in Europe for failing to meet their targets that they're supposed to hit in terms of the percentage of GDP they're supposed to invest in their own defenses. And so what might happen as a result of this is those countries start spending way, way, way more on their own domestic defense industries. And, it doesn't take a historian to know that a remilitarized Germany is not necessarily a good thing for the world. Yeah. But it seems like they're just going to plot a course without us.
Okay, so if we're in a situation where NATO is no longer a bulwark against Russian expansionism or Chinese expansionism, isn't that more likely to incentivize those countries to try and get back to this imperialist posture? Wouldn't that be more likely to bring about the prospect of World War III, as opposed to what Trump is saying, that Zelensky is somehow ushering in World War III? Isn't what Trump is doing right now the exact thing that he's claiming to want to fight against?
A lot of people think so. I mean, look, the point of NATO was to serve as a deterrent. Right. To say to the Russians, if you invade a NATO country, you will face a response from every single part of NATO. And it will be overwhelming, and you cannot possibly defeat it. But if all these little countries that were part of the Soviet Empire are suddenly on their own, you can imagine a scenario where, Trump you can imagine a scenario where Putin is making incursions into the Baltic states, or taking a look at Poland, or going back into Ukraine to take more territory there. So yeah, I think a weakened NATO is very scary for eastern Ukraine in particular.
But that's the World War III that we should actually be concerned about, not the prospect of Ukraine defending its territory. Like, if Russia's, I mean, I know Adam Kinzinger came forward and said this, but if Russia stopped attacking Ukraine, the war would be over. That's it. It's as simple as that. And so the notion that Ukraine is doing anything hostile by virtue of just defending its own territory, or worse, that they're ushering in World War III is completely backwards.
It's absurd. And this is what's so frustrating about this. I mean, Donald Trump never talks about the reality, which is that Russia is the aggressor, that Russia is attacking Ukrainian troops on Ukrainian territory as we speak and has been for 3 years now. I think, sort of the prospect of World War III that Trump would constantly conjure up was more, I think, the potential of a direct U.S.-Russia confrontation or Russian use of a nuclear weapon, and I think those are real things to worry about. But I think most kind of military experts would say that looking weak in the face of that kind of aggression from Russia is more likely to incentivize Putin to do more and to do worse than unity and strength from NATO countries, especially the United States.
Finally, Tommy, I want to throw your attention to this clip.
Second question for President Zelensky. Why don't you wear a suit? Why don't you wear a suit? You're at the highest level in this country's office, and you refuse to wear a suit. Just want to see if do you own a suit?
Yeah, problems.
A lot of Americans have problems with you not respecting.
I don't have such. I will wear a costume after this war will finish. Okay. Yes, maybe something like yours. Yes, maybe something better. I don't know. We will see. Maybe something cheaper than. Yeah. Thank you.
So, Tommy, amid everything that's happening right now, this is Brian Glenn, Marjorie Taylor Greene's boyfriend, speaking on behalf of Real America's Voice. Real upstanding outlet. Glad we had them in there instead of the AP and Reuters. But he used this opportunity to ask about Zelensky not coming in a suit. So we've got we're back to the days of
Obama tan suit.
The Obama tan suit scandals. What did you make of that? Of this being the focus for right-wing media?
I would just say, imagine you're Zelensky. The U.S. estimates that 70,000 Ukrainian troops have been killed in this war, 100,000 have been wounded, tens of thousands of civilians have been wounded, something like 19,000 Ukrainian children have been kidnapped and taken from Ukraine to Russia, and this fucking idiot is asking you about the clothes you wear? I mean, it's like you and I are so used to American politics being unserious and infuriating in the face of massive challenges, but to see this through Zelensky's eyes, like, it just made me ashamed.
Yeah, it is. What we saw today was just an international embarrassment, and there's no way around that. And look, even with all this stuff going on, everybody kind of gets that we adapt to the situation we're in. The Overton window shifts, as bad as it is, but we adapt to this kind of stuff. It does, to a degree, become normalized. I have had more people text me and say that they're just embarrassed to be an American today after what we saw than ever before, even with all the normalization that happens in politics. So really horrendous. Just a horrendous
game I was playing crashed
right now. For anybody watching right now, please, I would highly recommend that you check out Pod Save the World to get a more...
This is a done video. I'm tired. I was going to go to bed much earlier, but then this shit happened. And it was cray-cray. And, what's today? We will do a serious stream this Sunday. If all goes well, and we'll be talking about the PKK disarming. So, okay. Subscribe and stuff, and go to our Patreon. There's not really anything extra there. It's voluntary, but if you like us and want to support us,